Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 84 to Chapter 169. The mysterious bead floated in the air while the fire Qilin trembled in fear. Whoosh. Finally, the mysterious bead flew back into Lin Feng's body and disappeared into his dantian. It became very quiet. This? Lin Feng's expression changed. The mysterious bead had many secrets, and Lin Feng was worried about it. Brat, if you have this thing, your end result won't be any better than mine, the fire Qilin said fiercely. Bullsh *T, this treasure has already recognized me as its master. Lin Feng snorted and glared at the fire Qilin. You better shut your stinky mouth, or I won't mind chopping you up and roasting you. I heard that Qilin meat tastes good. I'm a sacred beast, how dare you eat me? Aren't you afraid of retribution? The fire Qilin roared. Lin Feng kicked the fire Qilin and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. Io, damn it, bullying the weak. Are you still a man? The fire Qilin cursed loudly. The fire Qilin's divine power had been sucked dry by the mysterious bead, and it was extremely weak. If someone saw the fire Qilin now, they probably wouldn't believe that it was a real fire Qilin. The fire Qilin from before was 1,000 meters tall and 2 meters long. It was like a wild beast, and the pressure it emitted was suffocating. It wasn't like the fire Qilin now. It was more than a meter long, and if one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was an ordinary black beast. Swoosh. A sword light slashed at the fire Qilin's body. The fire Qilin was sent flying. However, its body was almost invulnerable, and Lin Feng's sword couldn't break through its defense. Although the fire Qilin's strength had dropped, its defense was still as strong as when it was at its peak. The fire Qilin got up from the ground and said angrily, a dragon in shallow waters is played by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. Lin Feng grabbed the fire Qilin and threw it on the ground, scolding, how can you say that? The fire Qilin was furious, but he had no cultivation now, so he didn't have the ability to take revenge. He could only gnash his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng casually threw the fire Qilin into the forest and then left the place. He didn't know if such a big commotion would attract other people. After traveling for dozens of miles, Lin Feng found a place to start a bonfire. Sha sha sha, Lin Feng's entire body tensed up, he thought that there were ferocious beasts slowly approaching. In the dark night, Lin Feng's eyes were incomparably sharp. He was ready at any time. As long as a beast appeared, he would immediately launch a sure-kill attack. In the desolate jungle, only those who were cautious could survive. Whoosh. A pitch-black figure dashed out. It was actually the fire Qilin. Why are you here? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The fire Qilin gritted its teeth and said, that demonic orb devoured my godly power, so I have to think of a way to get it back. Naturally, I have to stay by your side. If you dare to have any other ideas, I can't guarantee that this treasure of mine will completely suck you dry. At that time, not only will you lose your godly power, you won't even be able to keep your life. Lin Feng curled his lips. The fire Qilin shrunk its neck, clearly frightened by Lin Feng's words. However, it forced itself to remain calm. Brat, do you think I'm easily scared? However, the fire Qilin clearly wasn't competent enough. Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin and asked, where are you from? The fire Qilin replied, the Central Holy Sky Prefecture. The Central Holy Sky Prefecture? The legendary center of the Martial Heaven continent? Lin Feng was shocked. It was rumored that the Central Holy Sky Prefecture had true gods, and there were many temples dedicated to those ancient gods. The Central Holy Sky Prefecture wasn't something that the Eastern Prefecture could compare to. Hee hee, brat, you're quite knowledgeable. The fire Qilin laughed mischievously. You're a grand divine beast. How did you end up like that? Asked Lin Feng. It's all because of this broken thing. The fire Qilin spat out a stone. It was a cyan stone the size of a palm. It had a dark brown luster on its surface as if it had been stained with blood. When Lin Feng saw that mysterious stone, his eyelids started twitching violently. He had the feeling that his heart was pounding rapidly. That stone seemed to have a strange strength which could affect people around it. What kind of stone is that? Asked Lin Feng. It's a divine stone from outer space. It fell from outer space and was stained with the blood of an ancient sacred emperor. The central Holy Sky Prefecture was filled with bloodshed for this sacred emperor stone. I don't know how many top experts died, but in the end, I obtained it. I escaped from the central Holy Sky Prefecture and came to a remote place like the Eastern Prefecture. Who would have thought that the stone would do such a strange thing? It was in my body, and it wanted to control my body. I kept fighting against it, and I almost became its slave several times. The Fire Qilan's heart was still pounding. Why is that stone so strange? Lin Feng was astonished. A stone stained with the blood of an ancient sacred emperor must be extremely strange. It must contain a huge secret, said the Fire Qilan. Said Lin Feng. Didn't you want to stay by my side? Give me the sacred emperor stone and I'll let you follow me. Fine, I'll give it to you. The Fire Qilan threw the sacred emperor stone to Lin Feng, as if it had just thrown away a huge burden. It sighed in relief. Lin Feng took the sacred emperor stone and held it in his hand. Even though it was only the size of a palm, it was extremely heavy. Lin Feng had a hard time holding it. Why is this stone so heavy? Asked Lin Feng, surprised. It's a meteorite from outer space. Of course it's heavy, said the Fire Qilan, smiling. Lin Feng carefully observed the sacred emperor stone. When he saw the blood on the stone, Lin Feng sensed that his blood was boiling. His body temperature was rising rapidly, and his head felt dizzy. Lin Feng had a bad feeling, but he couldn't control his thoughts. The Fire Qilan stretched out its claws and touched the sacred emperor stone. Lin Feng came back to his senses. What happened just now? Asked Lin Feng. He was still scared. That sacred emperor stone is very strange. It's terrifying. You can't look at it. Try not to touch it. I don't know what kind of secret it hides, said the Fire Qilan. When Lin Feng thought about how his body had changed and how he had almost lost himself, his heart started pounding. It was just as the Fire Qilan had said, the sacred emperor stone was too strange. He couldn't touch it at his current level. Lin Feng put the sacred emperor stone in his ring. He would wait until he became stronger, then he would study the sacred emperor stone. I'm finally back. Seeing the mercenary town, Lin Feng smiled. If I hadn't been devoured by the demon orb, I would have devoured this town, the Fire Qilan muttered. Lin Feng said, but you've already become like this. You better behave yourself. If someone recognizes you, I won't be able to protect you. The Fire Qilan shut up. He didn't want to be disemboweled by a human. The mercenary town was still very lively. Many people were talking about the Fire Qilan. This matter caused a huge commotion because the cultivators who tried to kill the Fire Qilan had suffered heavy casualties. Now, the Fire Qilan was nowhere to be found. I heard that a few ancient powers are planning to send a group of experts to kill the Fire Qilan. I also heard that there are experts from the Central Sacred Sky region looking for the whereabouts of a Fire Qilan. The Fire Qilan seems to have stolen some treasure in the Central Sacred Sky region and angered the ancient families there. I just don't know if the Fire Qilan that appeared in the desolate forest is the Fire Qilan that the ancient powers of the Central Sacred Sky region are looking for. Along the way, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilan heard some rumors. When the Fire Qilan heard the words Central Sacred Sky region, it listened very seriously. Obviously, this guy was also worried that the ancient families of the Central Sacred Sky region would find him. Lin Feng was actually a bit worried because the people of the Central Sacred Sky region were looking for the Fire Qilan to get the Saint Royal Stone, but now, the Saint Royal Stone was in his hands. However, Lin Feng was relieved when he saw the Fire Qilan's current state. Lin Feng arrived at the auction house. When Lin Feng returned, Xianxia ran out excitedly. Ever since she knew about the changes in the desolate forest, Xianxia had been worried about Lin Feng. It was only at that moment that Xianxia realized that her feelings for Lin Feng were not just because of personal benefits. During this period of time, she had indeed been attracted to Lin Feng, and in her heart, there was another man. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned safe and sound, Xianxia was relieved. Let's go back and talk, Lin Feng said. There were too many people outside, so it was not convenient to talk too much. Yeah. Shang Guanfei nodded obediently, entering the mercenary association with Lin Feng. Damn, this brat is really awesome. He's so young and he's already gotten such a hot girl. Fire Qilin muttered in its heart. Lin Feng and Shang Guanfei went to Shang Guanfei's room, and the Fire Qilin followed them in. He said unhappily, "It's broad daylight, could it be that you're doing something shameful? What an eyesore. Lin Feng, I'm hungry, hurry up and get someone to prepare some food for me." Yeah, Shang Guanfei was given a fright. Damn Qilin, scram and find your own food. Lin Feng sent the Fire Qilin flying with a kick. I curse you to be impotent. The Fire Qilin cursed and left. What's that? A talking monster? Shang Guanfei exclaimed in surprise. Fei, you definitely didn't expect that guy to be the Fire Qilin, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah? Fire Qilin? How is that possible? Isn't the Fire Qilin a terrifying beast the size of a mountain? How did it become like this? Shang Guanfei asked in shock. Something happened to that fellow's body, so its body shrunk. Now, it's following me around, refusing to leave. Later, I'll go get some Qilin blood for you to refine and raise your cultivation. Lin Feng said. Qilin blood, Shang Guanfei's eyes lit up. She naturally knew how precious Qilin blood was. In her excitement, Shang Guanfei hugged Lin Feng, and Lin Feng did not let go of this opportunity, pressing her down on the bed. What? What? You actually want me to give you some Qilin blood? Dream on. Do you know how precious the Qilin blood in my body is? That night, when the Fire Qilin heard Lin Feng's request, it exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. I only need 2 drops. You can't be so stingy, right? Lin Feng said. Qilin blood is not ordinary blood, it is the essence of blood. Every drop lost is a huge loss to me, and it will take a long time to recover. You want it? No way. The Fire Qilin rejected directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Feng said, in that case, I want to see when the people from the Sacred Sky continent arrive. At that time, I'll sell you out. The Fire Qilin sneered, sell me out, and you'll also die. The Saint King Stone is in your hands. Hee, I'll hand the Saint King Stone over as well. Who knows, it might be a great merit. Lin Feng said. The Fire Qilin gritted its teeth in anger, you despicable and shameless bastard. Same here, same here. You're not a good person either. How many people have been eaten by you? Damn it, getting rid of you is also doing the world a favor. Lin Feng retorted. You win, but remember, this is the only time. There's no second time. The Fire Qilin said viciously. Alright, deal. Lin Feng nodded. In the end, Lin Feng obtained 2 drops of Qilin blood from the Fire Qilin. Get someone to bring me wine and meat. I want to replenish myself. The Fire Qilin shouted. Alright, no problem. Lin Feng told Shang Guanfei about this matter. Shang Guanfei went to give the order. Then, Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle containing the Qilin blood and gave it to Shang Guanfei. There was a drop of Qilin blood inside. Roar, from time to time, a roar could be heard from the bottle. The drop of Qilin blood transformed into a small blood-red Qilin that roared at Lin Feng and Shang Guanfei. The Qilin blood actually has a spirit. As expected of the blood of a god beast. Shang Guanfei said in surprise. Lin Feng said, there's no time to lose. Let's refine this Qilin blood. Shang Guanfei nodded. Lin Feng left Shang Guanfei's room and went to the room next door. He took out the same porcelain bottle. There was also a drop of Qilin blood inside. Currently, Lin Feng's cultivation had stopped at the 2nd heaven of the Martial Master realm. Lin Feng hoped that he could use the Qilin blood to break through again. He swallowed the Qilin blood. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant art. A tyrannical energy surged within Lin Feng's body. It exploded in an instant. Lin Feng crazily devoured the energy in his body. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly felt that his body was emitting waves of tyrannical energy. His own strength had also begun to increase by leaps and bounds. Boom. A terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. Within Lin Feng's body, the power that was like a flood was quickly circulating through his meridians. Behind him, the figure of an ancient dragonesque elephant could be vaguely seen. Lin Feng's cultivation had once again completed a transformation, reaching the third heaven of the martial master realm. Lin Feng didn't stay in Mercenary Town for too long because Lin Feng had to go home to visit his family. After joining Callan Academy for 3 years, Lin Feng also missed his family very much. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were on the road. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived at Dongqing Town. Dongqing Town and Qingyun Town, where Lin Feng's family is located, are still 3 days away. Lin Feng plans to rest in Dongqing Town for a day before leaving. Dongqing Town is naturally far less lively than Mercenary Town, nor is it as large as Qingyun Town. Qingyun Town, where Lin Feng's family is located, is very close to the jungle, so it is also a very lively town. In recent years, the 4 major families of Qingyun Town have jointly written a letter, hoping to upgrade Qingyun Town to Qingyun City, and the higher-ups seem to be considering this matter. As for Dongqing Town, it is an ordinary town, neither close to the jungle nor surrounded by precious resources. Therefore, it is a temporary place for people on the road to rest. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin walked on the street of Qingyun Town. I think we should find a place to have a big meal first, and then find a place to rest. Fire Qilin said. Fire Qilin can be said to be quite greedy. When he was in the Mercenary Association, the kitchen of the Mercenary Association became Fire Qilin's battlefield, which made the chef of the Mercenary Association want to cry but have no tears. Because some of the food just made disappeared in the blink of an eye, it was eaten by Fire Qilin. This incident caused a lot of riots, and everyone was rumored to be haunted by the Mercenary Association. Lin Feng naturally won't refuse the small request of Fire Qilin. Now he is also hungry. Lin Feng said, then let's find a restaurant to have a good meal first. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin walked towards a restaurant. Go 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 go. At this time, a group of more than a dozen people riding black and yellow horses in the distance ran wildly on the street, making a mess. Many people avoided them in a panic. If someone dodges slowly, these people will take out a whip and whip the other party out. Their methods are ruthless. A lot of people were in trouble. This group of people can be said to be extremely tyrannical. Who are these people? How dare you be so lawless? Lin Feng frowned and couldn't help but mutter. A group of people who were passing by heard Lin Feng's murmur, and their expressions sank. Brat, are you blind? You don't even know the people of the Nayland family? You actually dared to talk about the Nayland family behind my back. You're really courting death. That young master directly lashed out at Lin Feng with his whip. Pa 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 pa, the whip in his hand was like a poisonous snake, striking straight at Lin Feng's face. Crack. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the whip. He said coldly, Nayland clan? Is it the Nayland family of Qingyun Town? There were 4 major families in Qingyun Town. They were Lin Feng's Lin family, Su Yueshi Su family, and the Wang family. Of course, there was another family that had to be mentioned, and that was the Nayland family. This Nayland family was not simple. The Nayland family was only a branch in Qingyun Town, and the main branch was the Nayland family, one of the top 10 families in Jialan City. With the Nayland family behind them, the Nayland family was the most powerful in Qingyun Town. It often required the Lin family, Su family, and Wang family to join forces to fight against the Nayland family. The Nayland family was ambitious and wanted to annex the other 3 families and completely control Qingyun Town. Qingyun Town was a stronghold that led to the wild jungle and was very important. Controlling Qingyun Town could be said to be controlling a money-making treasure. Qingyun Town was also active with countless mercenaries and adventurers. These mercenaries and adventurers often came out of the wild jungle with a lot of things, such as medicinal herbs, beast corpses, and even some treasures found in cultivators' caves. Boy, you obviously know about the Nayland family, and you still dare to resist. Do you want to die? Let go now, kneel down and apologize, and I can spare you. Otherwise, I will let you know the miserable fate of offending me. The young man said coldly. Lin Feng knew all the younger members of the Nayland family, but Lin Feng didn't know this person, so Lin Feng guessed that he might be a relative of the Nayland family by marriage. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the Nalan family, so how could he be afraid of the son of a relative? The Nalan family is also a big family. Is this how they teach the younger generation to behave? Lin Feng said coldly. Boy, who do you think you are? You dare to teach the Nalan family how to behave? Do you want to die? The young man's face was fierce. You bunch of trash can't do anything to me. Today, I will teach the younger generation of the Nalan family a good lesson. Lin Feng sneered and grabbed the whip in the young man's hand. Pa! Lin Feng lashed out with the whip, which landed on the young man's body. A bloody mark appeared on the young man's body. Ah! The young man screamed miserably as he was sent flying by Lin Feng's whip. Good job. Many people in the surroundings cheered loudly. Those who were just would receive more support, while those who were unjust would receive little support. These people were arrogant and despotic, so they were naturally hated by others. Lin Feng's actions made many people feel satisfied. Young master, are you all right? The others hurriedly got off their horses to help the young man. Are you all dead? Didn't you see that I was beaten? Everyone, go and capture this boy. I will make him wish he was dead, shouted the young man furiously. He looked at Lin Feng with his long and narrow eyes filled with hatred. Yes, young master. After receiving the young man's order, a dozen guards rushed towards Lin Feng. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and ferocious. The fire Qilin covered its eyes and shouted, "It hurts my eyes, it hurts my eyes. A bunch of trash. At most, you're just a fox pretending to be a tiger." However, the guards obviously didn't think that way. How could a group of them not be able to deal with a young man? Boy, you dare hit our young master? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. That group of guards laughed evilly and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Boom, a dozen guards attacked at the same time and moved towards Lin Feng at the same time. As long as they could capture Lin Feng, they didn't care if Lin Feng was dead or alive. Little brother, run quickly. These people are cousins of the Nalan family. Ordinary people can't afford to offend the Nalan family. Someone in the crowd kindly reminded Lin Feng. It's fine. Lin Feng replied softly. Then, he looked at the guards. Lin Feng's face was cold, helping the evildoer. You deserve to be killed. Swish, Lin Feng moved. Everyone only saw a shadow flash past them. Slap, slap, slap. Who are you? The young man looked at Lin Feng in fear. Someone you can't afford to offend. Lin Feng looked at the young man coldly and said, Remember, don't be too arrogant. Someone will teach you a lesson. Get lost. Let's go. The young man didn't dare stay. He got up, got on his horse, and ran away with his subordinates. Young master, are we just going to tolerate this? A guard said unwillingly. Of course not. My cousin is resting in the mayor's house. Let's go see him. We'll make sure he dies a horrible death. The group of people left quickly. Little brother, the one who was beaten up is called Li Ming. He's a relative of the Nalan clan. The Nalan clan has deep roots in Jialan City. It's not a good thing for you to offend them. You should leave quickly. That's right, little brother. Don't let the Nalan clan stop you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Someone came to tell Lin Feng what had happened. Lin Feng was touched. There were still many good people in the world. I'll be careful. Lin Feng cupped his fist and walked away. The Nalan clan possessed extraordinary strength. Furthermore, the Nalan clan had the backing of the Nalan clan from Jialan City. Therefore, they could do whatever they wanted without any scruples. However, no one dared to provoke the Nalan clan. Even the Lin, Wang, and Su clans didn't dare to offend the Nalan clan. Are you scared? Whispered the fire Qilin. What am I scared of? Lin Feng pursed his lips. That's right. What's there to be scared of? A small clan like that can't even enter my eyes, said the fire Qilin disdainfully. Lin Feng said, that was in the past. Now, they can skin you alive and cook you. Damn it, you still have the nerve to say that? It's all because of your demon orb. Sooner or later, I'll destroy it. Shouted the fire Qilin. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicacies, good wine, and good meat. The fire Qilin acted as if it had never eaten anything before as it wolfed down the food. Don't stop. The fire Qilin whispered. Waiter, continue. Lin Feng called the waiter over and instructed him to continue serving the dishes. Little second brother looked at this pair strangely and muttered in his heart. Isn't this owner a little too good to his pet? However, the waiter naturally liked to see this scene because the sound of the restaurant had become even better. Many diners pointed at the combination of Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Roar. The fire Qilin seemed to be very dissatisfied with everyone pointing at it. It let out a deep roar and looked at the people around it with cold eyes. Although the fire Qilin had no divine power in its body and its cultivation had dropped, it was still a divine beast after all. Its ferocious aura was still there. With a roar, it made many people shiver in fear. They no longer dared to talk about it. They all retracted their gazes and obediently ate their meals. What is your stomach made of? After the fire Qilin ate the 10th table of delicacies, Lin Feng finally muttered to himself. This is called having a universe in my stomach. I can even swallow a star. The fire Qilin curled its lips. Then are you going to eat until the end of time, until the seas run dry and the rocks rot? Let's go, let's go. Lin Feng got up and went to pay the bill. Let's eat to this extent for today. When we get to your house, we'll have a full meal, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. It was as if he had already seen the scene of the Lin family's kitchen falling. After paying the bill, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin walked out of the restaurant. Lin Feng planned to find an inn to rest and continue his journey tomorrow. In another 3 days, he should be able to reach Qingyun town. He and the fire Qilin had just walked out when dozens of people walked over fiercely from afar. Over there, the person in the lead was Li Ming, who had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng. He saw Lin Feng and pointed in his direction. This group of people quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. The crowd separated and a young master walked out. Cousin, this is the brat who hit me. I've already reported the Nailin family, but he still attacked. He doesn't put our Nailin family in his eyes at all. Li Ming gritted his teeth and said. The young master was very handsome. He was dressed in white and had the image of a secular young master. Lin Feng, it's you. After seeing Lin Feng, the white-clothed young master was obviously very surprised. That's right, it's me. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng knew this person, Nailin Lingjun, the third son of the Nailin family's patriarch. He was the same age as Lin Feng and was a genius at the same time as Lin Feng. Lin Feng had joined Jiaolan College and Nailin Lingjun had joined Tianlei College, one of the 9 colleges. Now, the two sides hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Their relationship was naturally not good. The Nailin family was very ambitious and wanted to annex the Lin, Wang, and Su families. Therefore, the Lin family and the Nailin family were not on good terms, and the younger generation was naturally the same. You hit my cousin, said Lin Feng. Nailin Lingjun looked indifferently at Lin Feng. This guy made a fool of himself, so I had to help the Nailin family teach him a lesson. Lin Feng shrugged and said, if he continues to use the Nailin family's reputation to commit crimes outside, the Nailin family's reputation will be ruined. Of course, you don't need to thank me, I just helped him. Nailin Lingjun's mouth twitched violently. Then, he looked glum. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, do you think the Nailin family needs to be taught a lesson by you? Lin Feng, we're old friends, so I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let Li Ming hit you the same way you hit him. You better cooperate and I'll forgive you. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I won't let you off so easily today, said Li Ming with a ferocious smile on his face. He was holding a long whip in his hand and violently moved towards Lin Feng. They're going to attack. Many people were astonished. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with pity. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng's side was weak, while Nailin Lingjun's side had more people. Once there was a conflict, they would be at a disadvantage. Now, perhaps he could only endure being whipped by the other party in order to avoid this calamity? Boy, I'll let you have a taste of my whip. Li Ming smiled ferociously. His whip was already lashing out. Nailin Lingjun looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. In Nalan Lingjuan's eyes, Lin Feng wouldn't dare to resist. Because the consequences of resisting would be even worse. Crack. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would grab Li Ming's whip and snatch it away? I've spared you once, but you don't repent. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson again. I'll make you remember that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng lashed out with his whip. This whip ruthlessly lashed Li Ming's body. Li Ming's entire body was sent flying. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Who knew how many of Li Ming's bones were broken by the whip? Thump. He really dares to attack. The crowd exclaimed. No one had expected Lin Feng to counterattack. After all, Lin Feng was alone, while the other side had more than 20 people. Counterattack, wasn't that just courting death? He's too impulsive. Although it's humiliating, it's not life-threatening. Now that he's counterattacked, Nalan Lingyu won't let him off easily. I think this young man is going to be unlucky today. With the Nalan family's style of doing things, he'll either be beaten to death or crippled. Someone shook his head and sighed. Lin Feng, you dare to fight back? Nalan Lingyu's face darkened. His eyes were ice cold. I'm not stupid. Why wouldn't I fight back? Do you want me to stand here and let you beat me? Lin Feng curled his lips. Good, good, good. Since you're so shameless, don't blame me for attacking you. Guards, teach this boy a lesson. Break his limbs. Let him know the consequences of offending the Nalan family. Nalan Lingyu waved his hand and smiled ferociously. Nalan Lingyu had the Nalan family behind him, so even though they were both from Qingyun town, he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. Yes, young master. Immediately, 5 or 6 guards behind Nalan Lingyu jumped out and surrounded Lin Feng. They all looked ferocious. Boy, you're courting death by offending our young master. The guards had ferocious smiles on their faces. They all pounced on Nalan Lingyu like wolves and tigers. Asterisk pa, 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 asterisk Lin Feng sneered and waved the whip in his hand. One person was sent flying with each whip. Mournful screams were heard. Silhouettes were sent flying. How could the Nalan family's guards be a match for Lin Feng? They were all sent flying. How can this young man be so strong? Many people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Even though Lin Feng was using a whip, he was still able to send a person flying. Besides, none of the guards of the Nalan clan could dodge his attacks. It was enough to show how strong Lin Feng was. Nalan Lingyu's face was extremely gloomy. All of you, attack. The remaining 20 or so guards all made their moves. More than 20 people are surrounding him. This is going to be troublesome. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 20 powerful guards. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the scene. Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of guards, but he was as calm as a cloud and as calm as a gust of wind. Pa pa pa, he cracked his whip at Luan. Whip after whip lashed out. Every whip was able to send a guard flying. These guards were generally at the 4th or 5th level of the martial artist realm. To ordinary people, they were naturally experts, but in Lin Feng's eyes, they were as weak as ants. 20 whips were lashed out, more than 20 guards were sent flying, one by one, they were whipped to death by Lin Feng. The whip in Lin Feng's hand was already broken. It was obvious that Lin Feng didn't show any mercy when he attacked. He threw the broken whip on the ground, then looked at Nalan Lingyu indifferently and said, "These dogs of yours are not obedient. I'll help you teach them a lesson. As for you, you better disappear from my sight now, because I can't guarantee that I won't take care of you as well." Only then did the people who were watching the show come back to their senses. Isn't that too powerful? This young man is so strong. Many people exclaimed. At the side, the fire Qilin curled its lips, as if the battle in front of it was rather boring. Once in existence at the level of the fire Qilin fought, it would be a battle that would move the stars, move the mountains, and move the seas. It would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Naturally, it felt that the battle in front of it was very boring. Nalan Lingyu's face was very gloomy. The scene in front of him was completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that his subordinates would have no problem taking down Lin Feng. As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. But now, so many of his subordinates had been defeated by Lin Feng. As the master, Nalan Lingyu didn't look very good. Lin Feng's words had infuriated Nalan Lingyu even more. It seems like you've improved a lot in the past few years at Jialan University. Nalan Lingyu looked at Lin Feng coldly. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder you dared act so impudently in front of me. Nalan Lingyu smiled coldly. Swish, Nalan Lingyu moved. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Nalan Lingyu's body emitted a terrifying aura. Many people's faces turned pale when they felt Nalan Lingyu's qi. Some people were so intimidated by Nalan Lingyu's qi that they directly knelt on the ground. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand Nalan Lingyu's terrifying qi. What? Do you want to fight too? Lin Feng frowned. Nalan Lingyu's strength wasn't bad, but in his opinion, he was still too weak. Lin Feng, you've already infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know the price you have to pay for infuriating me. Nalan Lingyu walked towards Lin Feng. His qi was getting stronger and stronger. Nalan Lingyu was in high spirits. Obviously, he was very confident in his own strength. In the past few years, Nalan Lingyu had shown that he was very talented in cultivation. Therefore, the Nalan family in Jialan City had provided him with a lot of cultivation resources. Nalan Lingyu's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Among his peers, he was definitely one of the best. If I were you, I wouldn't fight. You're just courting death. Lin Feng curled his lips. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you act so impudently in front of me? Nalan Lingyu's face suddenly sank. Beast fist. In the next moment, Nalan Lingyu exploded. Nalan Lingyu threw a punch. A terrifying qi emerged from Nalan Lingyu's body. What's that? Someone shouted in fear. Above Nalan Lingyu, a ferocious beast condensed. It was 100 meters long and looked extremely ferocious. Many people felt the ferocious beast's qi and started trembling. Everyone's face was filled with shock. That ferocious beast was condensed by Nalan Lingyu's beast fist. That beast fist condensed a ferocious beast's beast fist. When the ferocious beast and man fused into one, it could explode with incredible power. Nalan Lingyu's punch was too terrifying. I only need one move to defeat you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in the face of Nalan Lingyu's attack. He took a step forward and raised his right hand. Lin Feng threw a punch at Nalan Lingyu. He didn't use any martial skills, it was just an ordinary punch. Bang, Lin Feng and Nalan Lingyu collided. Everybody was shocked. Such an ordinary punch had actually sent Nalan Lingyu flying. Nalan Lingyu flew a dozen meters away and then fell on the ground. He didn't get up for a long time. Oh my god, he defeated Nalan Lingyu in one move. Isn't he too strong? Many people around exclaimed in surprise. Nalan Lingyu was a genius among geniuses, but now, he couldn't even withstand one move from the young man in front of him. How strong was this young man? Everyone in the Nalan family looked at Lin Feng in horror, afraid that Lin Feng would kill him. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to these people. Let's go. Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin swaggered behind Lin Feng. Everyone made way for Lin Feng. Hey, do you still want to stay in the inn? The fire Qilin asked. Troubled times, let's hurry back to the family. Lin Feng said. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally saw Qingyun town. It was called a town, but it was more like a city. Qingyun town is surrounded by tall city walls. This city has a radius of 30 miles. Although it couldn't be compared to a county city like Jialan City, it could be called a county town. Qingyun town was a stronghold in the wild forest, so it was very lively here. When they arrived at the gate of the city, Lin Feng saw 3 big words written on the gate, Cyan Cloud City. It changed from a town to a city. Lin Feng was surprised. 3 years ago, when he left the family to cultivate at Jialan Academy, it was still Qingyun town. Now, it had become Qingyun City. In the past 3 years, it seemed that Qingyun town had undergone great changes. Haha, little brother, you haven't been to Qingyun City for a long time, right? As early as a year ago, Qingyun Town was changed to Qingyun City, an adventurer said. I haven't been back for 3 years, so I was a little surprised to see it changed from a town to a city. Lin Feng said with a smile. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this time, a group of cultivators came quickly from the distance. At the front were a dozen cultivators riding horses, and behind them were 5 or 6 young men and women in brocade clothes. Everyone was scattered on both sides of the road, making way for this group of people. Su Yueshi. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was actually her. She had also returned to Qingyun City. Beside Su Yueshi was a handsome young man in white. Haha, you must be the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Shantian, right? At this time, a group of dozens of people rushed out from Green Cloud City. The leader was a middle-aged man, Su Yueshi's father, Su Dongtang. Bai Shantian? Is this the eldest young master of Sangarama City's Bai clan? That's right, that should be the case. I heard that Bai Shantian went out to cultivate with a mysterious expert. To think that he would return. But why is he with Su Yueshi? This is the Su family? Could it be that he's related to the Bai clan? If that's the case, the Su clan is going to become rich. Bai Shantian is going to become the next leader of the Bai clan. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. Hello, uncle. Shantian greets you. Bai Shantian jumped off his horse and smiled. He was very elegant. Nephew, don't be so polite. We've already prepared a banquet to welcome you back. We hope that you won't dislike the simple food here, said Su Dongtang. Bai Shantian smiled. Uncle, you're too polite, said Bai Shantian with a charming smile. The Su clan welcomed the people of the Bai clan into Qingyun City. How strange. Why did the Bai clan come to Qingyun City? Lin Feng frowned. The Fire Qilin was interested and asked, What? What's your relationship with those people? Tell me. I'll explain it to you. Lin Feng told the Fire Qilin everything that had happened recently. The Fire Qilin sneered and said, Most likely, they're targeting your Lin clan. Of course, they could also have other motives, but I think the former is more likely. According to my observations, you can be considered a genius. The Bai clan is already afraid of you and wants to get rid of you as soon as possible. What can they not do? All right. Lin Feng nodded. He entered Qingyun City without stopping and went straight to the Lin clan's territory. When he saw the residents in the northwest of Qingyun City, Lin Feng was overjoyed and excited. It had been 3 years. He was finally back. Young Master Feng is back, the guard outside saw Lin Feng. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, Lin Feng's appearance hadn't changed much. He recognized Lin Feng immediately and shouted excitedly. I'll go and report to the master. A guard ran into the courtyard. Another guard came forward to greet him. Young Master Feng, you're finally back. The elders of the clan missed you so much during these 3 years, said the guard excitedly. Haha, Brother Denyo, you've become much stronger after 3 years, said Lin Feng with a smile. The guard scratched his head embarrassedly. Lin Feng entered the residence he hadn't seen in 3 years. Even though he had been away for 3 years, he was still very familiar with the Lin clan. At that moment, a group of people came out from the inner courtyard. The leader was a tall and sturdy old man. He was Lin Feng's grandfather, Lin Sanqiong. Next to Lin Sanqiong was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He looked lonely. He was Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian. In addition, the great elder, the second elder and the other elders of the clan, as well as some uncles and aunts, all came out to welcome Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had shown that he was much more talented than his siblings. Therefore, the Lin clan had spent a lot of money to send Lin Feng to Jialan Academy. For a small clan like the Lin clan, they had limited financial resources. They could only send one disciple to Jialan Academy. The rest of the disciples could only stay in the clan. That was the power of the clan. As long as one disciple of the clan became successful, they would be able to support the development of the clan. It could be said that Lin Feng shouldered the hopes of the entire clan. Seeing his family members, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry. No matter how much pain he had gone through outside, at home, he only felt the warmth and care of his family members. Grandpa, father, great-grandpa, second grandpa, elders, uncles, and aunts, Feng is back. Lin Feng bowed deeply to the elders of the clan. My child, it's good that you're back, said Lin Xianxia kindly while patting Lin Feng's head. Feng you must be hungry. Quick, tell the servants to prepare some food, said the great elder. Thank you, great-grandpa, said Lin Feng with a smile. Silly child, why are you thanking me? Said the great elder kindly. I'll tell the servants to prepare Feng's room, said Lin Feng's third aunt, smiling. Lin Feng's heart was moved by the warmth of his family. Lin Feng's heart was filled with gratitude. When Lin Feng came back, the entire Lin clan was bustling with noise and excitement. Everybody had a feast to welcome Lin Feng. Lin Feng's return cleared away the haze in the hearts of the Lin clan. Feng how have you been in Jialan Academy for the past 3 years? Do you have enough money to spend every month? Lin Xianxia asked with concern. Everything is good. I have enough money to spend, Lin Feng said with a smile. Actually, they didn't have enough money to spend. For example, Lin Feng had to rely on himself to cultivate in the cultivation tower. He didn't ask for money from the Lin clan because it was already a huge expense for Lin Feng to cultivate in the cultivation tower. The Lin clan couldn't pay for Lin Feng to cultivate in the cultivation tower unless they sold their ancestral property. Brother Feng, there must be many powerful people in Jialan Academy, right? I heard that there are many disciples of influential families there. A young fatso said. He was 2 years younger than Lin Feng and was 14 years old. His name was Lin Dong and he was the only son of Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong. Yes, there are many people who are extremely strong, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Feng how's your cultivation in Jialan Academy? Lin Feng's third aunt asked. This was a topic that everyone was concerned about, but some of the elders were too embarrassed to ask. However, this matter was related to the rise and fall of the Lin clan. Feng didn't disappoint the elders. I've already broken through to the third sky of the martial master layer, Lin Feng said. In the main hall, there were cries of surprise. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The strongest person in the Lin clan was Lin Xianxia, but he was only at the 8th sky of the martial master layer. Lin Feng was only 16 years old, but he had already broken through to the 3rd sky of the martial master layer. Feng Really? Don't joke with us, said the second elder in a trembling voice. Feng wouldn't dare to lie to the elders. Lin Feng said, and with a flick of his finger, a stream of Zhen Qi flew out of the hall, and a rockery in the courtyard was instantly pierced through, and collapsed with a loud bang. External release of true energy. Only a martial master could reach such a level. The heavens bless my Lin clan, the heavens bless my Lin clan. A few of the clan's elders wept, inwardly wiping away their tears, extremely moved. A new expert had appeared in the clan. Perhaps this would allow this clan to flourish. Little Feng, go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll worship the ancestors and tell them the good news. Our Lin clan finally has an incredible descendant, Lin Xianxia said. Yes, Grandpa. After the banquet was over, Lin Feng and his father returned to their small courtyard. Cough, cough. Lin Feng was coughing violently. His father had been coughing for as long as Lin Feng could remember. Father, are you all right? Lin Feng asked worriedly. It's an old problem. It's not a big deal. Lin Badian waved his hand. Lin Feng and his father sat at a table and drank tea. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Father, did something happen in the clan? Something did happen, but don't worry, the elders will take care of it, Lin Badian said with a smile. Is it the Su clan? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Badian nodded. It's the Su clan. I don't know why, but they've been drifting away from the Lin clan and the Wang clan. Lin Feng sighed. It all started because of his bad relationship with Su Yueshi. Lin Feng remembered that the Lin clan and the Su clan were allies, so he didn't deliberately make things difficult for Su Yueshi. He also didn't tell the elders about what had happened in Jialan University so that they wouldn't worry. However, he hadn't thought that the Su clan would be the first to betray them. Now, they had joined forces with the Bai clan and wanted to attack the Lin clan. Lin Feng's heart was filled with murderous intent. The Su clan better not do anything to the Lin clan. Otherwise, I, Lin Feng, will destroy your entire clan. Family was everything to Lin Feng. For the safety of his family, Lin Feng was willing to do anything. Even if his hands were stained with blood. He wouldn't hesitate. Father, since the Su clan is drifting away from the Lin clan and the Wang clan, we have to be careful in case they stab us in the back, said Lin Feng. Alright, the clan is on guard. It's getting late, you should rest early, said Lin Badian. Then I'll take my leave. Father, you should rest early too. Lin Feng got up and walked out of his father's room, then closed the door behind him. Longer, our child has grown up. He has really grown up. After Lin Feng left, Lin Badian murmured. He seemed to be immersed in some memories, and his eyes were filled with pain. Cough cough cough, Lin Badian coughed violently. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief. When he finally stopped coughing, there was a pool of blood on the handkerchief. My Dao injury is getting worse, Lin Badian murmured. Lin Baitian's gaze became deeper and deeper, as if he was weighing the pros and cons, as if he was about to make a difficult decision. After a long time, only a sigh could be heard in the room. Next door, Lin Feng couldn't sleep for a long time after hearing his father's coughing. Are you worried about your father? Hee, I didn't expect you to be such a filial son, said the Fire Qilin. Don't joke about my father, Lin Feng said coldly. Your father's internal injuries are very serious. It's not easy to heal them, said the Fire Qilin. What? My father's internal injuries? Lin Feng suddenly sat up and stared at the Fire Qilin. Of course. Do you think I'm wrong? The Fire Qilin pouted. Lin Feng crawled out of bed and went to the Fire Qilin. It's been so many years. My father's health has been deteriorating day by day. You can see that he's injured, so you must be able to heal him, right? I do have a way to heal your father, but I need a main ingredient. You can't get it, the Fire Qilin said. What do you need? Lin Feng asked. Flood dragon blood, the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Flood dragons were recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. They could control the clouds with one turn of the hand, ride on the clouds, fly into the sky, and swim in the sea. They were omnipotent. With your talent, you might be able to reach the yin-yang layer within 100 years. Then, you might be able to obtain flood dragon blood, but after 100 years, your father will be dead, the Fire Qilin said. Do you have a way to help me? Asked Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. He had never been this serious before. In the darkness of the night, the Fire Qilin's red eyes were staring at the determined young man. The young man was determined, serious, and even pleading for the sake of his family. The Fire Qilin's heart was already cold. Maybe I can try, but I need to prepare some things. The market was the meeting place of the 4 great clans in Qingyun City. It was also the busiest place in Qingyun City. People came and went, and there were rows upon rows of shops. Many mercenaries would come to the market to sell their loot after killing ferocious beasts in the wild forest. Lin Feng came to the market to collect the things the Fire Qilin needed. In the depths of the wild forest, there was a powerful flood dragon. It was the king of beasts. Lin Feng had heard about it before. But it wasn't easy to get the flood dragon's blood. Fortunately, the Fire Qilin said there was hope. The Fire Qilin needed dozens of spiritual herbs. The Fire Qilin had lost its strength and its strength was limited, but it still had all the abilities it had before. The Fire Qilin needed to use these spiritual herbs to concoct a medicinal liquid. After taking it, it would recover its strength for a short period of time. It was just the aura that had returned to its peak, not the strength. Sensing its strength, the Fire Qilin seemed to still be an extremely powerful divine beast. In reality, the Fire Qilin's strength hadn't changed. To put it bluntly, the Fire Qilin wanted to scare the flood dragon. Lin Feng didn't know whether this method would work or not, but he had to try. He didn't have much time left. As long as he could get the flood dragon's blood, Lin Feng was willing to try any method. It's young Master Feng. There were guards patrolling the market. When they saw Lin Feng, they all came forward to greet him. Lin Feng had returned to the clan. Naturally, the news of his return had spread throughout the clan. Feng did you come to the market to buy something? Asked Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong, with a smile. There are some things I want to buy, said Lin Feng. Write down what you need and let the servants help you collect them, said Lin Xiong. Lin Feng nodded. He wrote down the spiritual herbs he needed and gave it to a guard. Let's go and have a look, said Lin Xiong with a smile. Third uncle, please lead the way, said Lin Feng with a smile. The market square was a place guarded by the 4 great clans of Green Cloud City. Those who did business in the market would receive the protection of the 4 great clans. Of course, these shops would have to pay a certain amount of taxes every month. For a small family like the Lin family, their main income came from the taxes collected from the market and some of the family's businesses. Their annual income was around 500,000 to 600,000 taels of silver. However, the Lin family, including the main bloodline, branch bloodlines, servants, and guards, still had more than 1,000 people. The expenses were enormous. As for Lin Feng, he spent 150,000 taels of silver a year to train in Jialan Academy. This was why a small clan like the Lin clan could only afford to send 1 or 2 people to train in Jialan Academy. In addition to offering basic cultivation resources, there were some precious cultivation resources that a small family like the Lin family could not afford. Fortunately, Lin Feng had always been diligent. Coupled with the fortuitous encounters he had encountered, his cultivation had improved rapidly. He did not disappoint the expectations of his family. Lin Feng patrolled the market with his third uncle, Lin Xiong, mainly to prevent people from causing trouble in the market. After all, many of the people who came to the market were mercenaries. These people had bad tempers, and it was very easy for them to get into conflicts with the shop owners. At times like this, the Lin family had to step in to settle things and prevent the situation from escalating. Third master, you're here. Come in and have a drink before you leave. When they passed by an antique shop, the shopkeeper greeted Lin Xiong with a smile. Haha, old man, do you have some good tea again? Said Lin Xiong with a smile. This year's new tea leaves have just arrived. Third master, come in and have a taste. If you like the taste, I'll pack some for you and bring it back to the clan for you to taste, said the shopkeeper with a smile. It's fine if I drink your tea. How can I bring it back? Lin Xiong shook his head. It's all thanks to the Lin family's protection that I can do business in peace. What's a few tea leaves? Said the shopkeeper with a smile. He invited Lin Xiong in. Are you young Master Lin Feng? Asked the shopkeeper respectfully as he looked at Lin Feng. Do you know me? Asked Lin Feng, surprised. I have a relative who's studying in Jialan Academy. A while ago, I went to Jialan City to buy goods and stayed at my relative's place to rest. I heard from my nephew that you were Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. I heard that Lin Gongzi was invincible during the inner courtyard competition of Jialan Academy. Today, I'm able to meet you, Lin Gongzi. I'm really lucky, said the shopkeeper flatteringly. He knew that Lin Feng was only 16 years old and had already broken through to the martial master layer. In the future, the Lin clan might not be able to stay in Qingyan City. The shopkeeper was so polite because he wanted to establish a good relationship with the Lin clan. Haha, my nephew is the hope of the Lin family, said Lin Xiong with a smile. Cough, cough. He's not as amazing as the rumors say. It's normal for students to win and lose, said Lin Feng with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt someone tugging at his trousers. He looked down and saw the fire Qilin. Third master, Lin Gongzi, please take a seat in the inner courtyard, said the shopkeeper. Lin Feng felt that the fire Qilin was tugging at him for something, so he said, I prefer looking at the antiques here, said Lin Feng, pointing at the dazzling array of goods. Lin Gongzi, take your time. If you see anything you like, just tell me, said the shopkeeper. Lin Feng nodded. The shopkeeper and Lin Xiong entered the inner courtyard. What's wrong? asked Lin Feng. There's a piece of bronze on the counter over there, buy it, said the fire Qilin. Lin Feng walked over to the counter. There were many trinkets on the counter. Lin Gongzi, everything here was unearthed from an ancient tomb. Do you see anything you like? Asked the shopkeeper with a smile. Unearthed from an ancient tomb? Lin Feng was surprised. A year ago, a cultivator found a tomb. Many strong cultivators went in to search for treasures. It said that many people died. These things were unearthed from there, said the shopkeeper. Let me see that piece of bronze. Lin Feng pointed at the bronze the fire Qilin was talking about. The shopkeeper gave the bronze to Lin Feng. This piece of bronze was obviously a broken piece. Some vague imprints could be vaguely seen on it, indicating that it was from a very long time ago. I'll take this. Lin Feng gave the banknotes to the shopkeeper and took the bronze. Lin Gongzi, the shopkeeper said that you can't take money, said the shopkeeper. He wanted to return the money to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng smiled and said, it's fine, just take it. Lin Feng went into the inner courtyard and greeted his third uncle, Lin Xiong. He asked the guards to buy his things and deliver them to his house. Lin Feng then left the antique shop and walked towards his house. He wanted to ask the fire Qilin about the bronze. What was the origin of the bronze that made the fire Qilin value it so much? Qilin, what is this bronze? On the way, Lin Feng and the Qilin talked. The fire Qilin laughed mischievously, you're really lucky. This is a treasure. Let's talk about it when we get back. At that moment, there was a commotion in front of them. Stop that kid. Don't let him escape. A group of 4 or 5 people were chasing a young man. In the end, the group of people caught up to the youth. Beat him up. Beat him to death. He dares offend the Nalin family. He's courting death, shouted someone arrogantly. Then, the 5 of them surrounded the young man and beat him up. Didn't you want to run away to get help? Why don't you keep running? A tall youth sneered as he viciously kicked the youth who had been beaten to the ground. Many people who were watching the show were pointing and gossiping. But who would dare to stop the Nalin family? Wasn't that just courting death? In Qingyun City, the Nalin family was the #1 family. Even if the Lin, Wang, and Su families joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Nalin family. The most terrifying thing about the Nalin family was that they had a powerful backer in Jialan City, the main branch of the Nalin family. Bang, 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 the 5 disciples of the Nalin clan were all incomparably arrogant. They kicked the youth on the ground one after another. The youth who was being beaten was very unyielding. He didn't cry out for mercy. Instead, he clenched his teeth and shouted, Nalin Xian, unless you kill me, I will definitely get my revenge for today's incident. Fuck, you're quite stubborn. Let's see if your mouth or my fists are harder. Sneered the young man called Nalin Xian. He and the other 4 continued to beat the young man. The young man's face was swollen and his mouth and nose were bleeding. He looked miserable. Lin Kuan, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll let you go. What do you think? Nalin Xian looked down at the young man who was being beaten. You want me to kneel down and apologize to you? Maybe in your next life. The young man who was being beaten was very stubborn. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Keep beating him, said Nalin Xian coldly. The disciples of the Nalin family continued to beat Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan. At this moment, the crowd was pushed aside and a youth squeezed in. When he saw Lin Kuan being beaten up by Nalin Xian and the others, the youth's face immediately became extremely gloomy. The newcomer was Lin Feng, who was walking towards his family, saw the conflict and squeezed his way in to see what was going on. He didn't expect that it was actually a fellow clan brother of the Lin family who was being humiliated and brutally beaten up by Nalin Xian and the others. Lin Kuan was the 3rd elder's grandson and Lin Feng's playmate since childhood. Big brother Feng, after seeing Lin Feng, Lin Kuan's eyes lit up. Why aren't you stopping? Lin Feng shouted coldly. Nalin Xian looked at Lin Feng and was surprised. After a moment of shock, he sneered and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Lin Feng. I haven't seen you for 3 years, but you've become bolder after coming back from Jialan Academy. You actually dare to shout in front of me. Do you believe that I won't beat you up too? Lin Feng naturally knew Nailan Xian. He was the grandson of the Nailan family's first elder and had been cultivating in Shaolin Academy for many years. He was very strong. The Nailan family was backed by the Nailan family, one of the 10 great families of Jialan City. Their family had more than 10 direct descendants who were able to enter various academies to cultivate. This kind of foundation wasn't something the Lin, Su, or Wang families could compare to. But so what? With Lin Feng's current strength, someone like Nailan Xian was nothing in his eyes. They weren't even on the same level as Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. He didn't even want to waste his breath on Nailan Xian. He directly rushed towards Nailan Xian. His own brother had been beaten to such a state. How could he tolerate that? Of course not. When Nailan Xian saw Lin Feng attack, he had a ferocious smile on his face. Lin Feng, you want to fight against me? You really don't know what's good for you. Attack. Beat him up as well. Nailan Xian waved his hand. Brother Xian, don't worry. Leave him to us. The other 4 members of the Nailan family jumped out and surrounded Lin Feng. The Nailan family and the Lin family are having a conflict. This is going to be interesting. They're all members of aristocratic families, but the Lin family is weak. That young master of the Lin family is probably going to be humiliated by the Nailan family like his brothers. They're going to beat him up. The onlookers were whispering amongst themselves. They were all looking at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Little brat, you don't know what's good for you in front of Brother Xian. Today, I'll show you the consequences of offending Brother Xian. The members of the Nailan clan were smiling coldly and attacking Lin Feng at the same time. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng sneered. Swish, everybody could see that Lin Feng was moving. Fast, he was really too fast. Like a white steed flashing through a crack. Everyone only saw an afterimage flash before their eyes. Bang 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 bang, after that, there were 4 consecutive sounds of collision. Ah! Mournful screams rang out one after another. Everyone saw that the 4 disciples of the Nailan family were all sent flying. The 4 members of the Nailan family had their arms broken when they fought Lin Feng. Their bones were exposed. They looked extremely miserable. The 4 of them fell heavily on the ground and screamed miserably. You hit my brothers. I'll make you pay 10 times over. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 4 members of the Nailan family who had been crippled by him. His eyes were ice cold. Oh my God, the young master next door is so strong? Exclamations were heard as everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng, you dare to cripple the members of the Nailan family? You're courting death. Nailan Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Nailan Xian leaped out and charged at Lin Feng. He used the pressure of Mount Tai on Lin Feng. Nailan Xian's strength was not to be underestimated. He was even stronger than Nailan Feiyong. Nailan Xian had already broken through to the 10th layer of the warrior realm. He could be considered a genius even in the major academies of the Zhenwu country. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. The aura emitted from Nailan Xian's body made many people around him unable to breathe. Everyone looked at Nailan Xian in shock. They were all shocked by Nailan Xian's terrifying strength. Humph. Facing Nailan Xian's powerful attack, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right fist, punching towards Nailan Xian. Everyone was astonished and shook their heads. Nailan Xian had such terrifying strength, but the young master of the Lin family had actually dealt with it so casually. He was probably going to suffer a great loss, right? However, before the onlookers could even think about it, they saw Lin Feng and Nailan Xian collide. Lin Feng stood in his original position without moving, but Lin Feng sent Nailan Xian flying with a punch. Kacha kacha. The arm that collided with Lin Feng was broken just like the other 4. He fell to the ground, twitching and screaming. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. He easily dealt with a group of experts from the Nailan family. Lin Kuan was also astonished. He knew that this brother of Lin Feng's was astonishingly strong, but he hadn't thought that he would be so strong. This gave Lin Kuan hope. He said anxiously, Big Brother Feng, Little Sister Lan Er and the others have been blocked by the Nalan clan. I'm worried that Little Sister Lan Er and the others will fall into their hands and suffer a great loss. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. It's Nalan Zissou, Nalan Lingjun, and the others. Nalan Lingjun has been pestering Sister Lan Er for a while now, and even proposed marriage to our family. Brother Feng, you know that Nalan Lingjun is a scumbag. Who knows how many women he has harmed. He also has an engagement, and he only proposed marriage to Sister Lan Er to be his concubine. Our Lin family naturally wouldn't agree. Today, this bastard saw Sister Lan Er and cornered her in a corner. He wanted to humiliate Sister Lan Er in broad daylight, and even tore her clothes. Luckily, Lin Dong and I came out today and saw this. If we hadn't discovered it early, Sister Lan Er's innocence would have been sullied. If such a thing really happened, the family could only betroth Sister Lan Er to that bastard for the sake of our family's reputation. After we found out, these people even complained, saying that Sister Lan Er seduced Nalan Lingjun. Lin Dong and I couldn't accept it and tried to reason with them, but we were beaten up. They surrounded us and didn't let us leave, so I escaped to inform them. When he heard this, Lin Feng was about to explode from anger. When he thought about how the pure and cute Sister Lan Er was almost sullied by Nalan Lingjun, Lin Feng felt a raging fire in his chest. Bring me over to have a look. Lin Feng's gaze was extremely gloomy, and his voice was ice cold. At the corner of a street, this place was originally a filthy slum. Other than those who lived at the bottom, very few people would come here. Therefore, Nalan Lingjun was not afraid of others knowing that he was committing violence here and with people watching over him. He had never expected that Lin Dong, Lin Kuan and the rest would pass by a shop not far away and bump into this matter. Lin Lan Er was born cute. Although she was still young, she was already so charming. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty. Although Lin Lan Er was only a disciple of the Lin family's side branch, her talent was outstanding and the family still valued her. Now that there was a conflict here, it was already surrounded by people. Lin Lan Er's face was pale and she was about to cry. She was held in the arms of another girl from the Lin family. That girl was called Lin Yuqing. She was also a talented girl from the Lin family's side branch and had a good relationship with Lin Lan Er. Bitch, how dare you seduce my brother? Don't you know that my brother is engaged? How dare you seduce my brother? The Lin family is indeed lowly. From the main branch to the side branch, all of them are bitches. A girl in purple pointed at Lin Lan Er and scolded. This person was Nalan Zissou. Many people around were pointing and whispering to each other. Boo-hoo, Lin Lan Er was almost humiliated by Nalan Lingjun previously. Now that Nalan Zissou was slandering her for seducing Nalan Lingjun, she cried in grievance. Damn it, God is watching. It's not that karma won't come, it's just that it's not time yet. After doing such a heartless thing, you still dare to slander our Sister Lan Er. You will suffer retribution sooner or later. Lin Dong was a hot-tempered person and immediately scolded. Nalan Lingjun's face changed slightly. He was really afraid of retribution. Retribution? I think you are the ones who will suffer retribution. A bunch of bitches from the Lin family. Nalan Zissou scolded. Nalan Lingjun stood out and looked coldly at Lin Dong. He sneered and said, Lin Dong, you trash. Who are you mocking? How dare you slander me? Today, I will let you know the consequences of slandering me. Previously, Nalan Lingjun had a conflict with Lin Feng in Eastern City. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but he didn't expect to be defeated by Lin Feng. Nalan Lingjun, with his arrogant temperament, was defeated by Lin Feng. This made Nalan Lingjun feel incomparably sullen and angry. During this period of time, he had been harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to take revenge, but he didn't find the opportunity to do so. Seeing that Lin Feng dared to scold him, Nalan Lingjun was extremely confident. Furthermore, there were only 4 people from the Lin family present. They were Lin Dong, Lin Yang, Lin Lan Er, and Lin Yuqing. On the other hand, there were only a dozen people from the Nalan family. With a sinister smile, Nalan Lingjun charged towards Lin Feng. Boom, Nalan Lingjun took a step forward, and a terrifying aura immediately gushed out. With Nalan Lingjun's strength at the 9th heavenly layer, It was too easy for him to deal with Lin Dong, who was at the fourth heavenly layer. This battle was simply one-sided. Nalan Lingjun walked towards Lin Dong step by step, and a terrifying pressure spread out. That pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Lin Dong's body, as if it wanted to force Lin Dong to kneel on the ground. Lin Dong's legs were trembling, but his back was still straight. He struggled to resist the terrifying pressure emitted by Nalan Lingjun. Lin Dong raised his head and said coldly, "Haha, you want me to kneel? In your next life. Then you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't kneel, I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Nalan Ling's handsome face was filled with a sinister smile as he sent a slap towards Lin Dong's face. That slap was so powerful that it caused the air to emit a series of sonic booms. If this slap landed on Lin Dong's face would be smashed by Nalan Lingjun's slap. Lin Dong, Lin Yang, Lin Lan and Lin Yuqing's faces turned pale, and they looked at Lin Dong worriedly. Nalan Lingjun's mouth was filled with a sinister smile. It was as if he could already see the scene of Lin Dong being slapped half to death by him, and the slap was about to land on Lin Dong's face. But at this moment, crack, Nalan Lingjun felt as if his arm was clamped by a tiger, and a heart-wrenching pain swept through his body, causing Nalan Lingjun to scream. Nalan Lingjun turned his head, and his face was filled with horror, because the person who came was none other than Lin Feng, whom he hated to the bone. "Brother Feng!" Lin Dong shouted in surprise. He originally thought that the outcome would be quite miserable, but he did not expect Lin Feng to arrive in time. Lin Lan, Lin Yuqing, and Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Lin Feng looked at Lin Lan. When he saw that Lin Lan was alright, he felt relieved. He still remembered when he was a little girl, she used to follow him around. She used to wear her hair in braids. She looked like a jade carving. Just looking at Lin Lan's pale face, Lin Feng's heart surged with dense killing intent. Nalan Lingjun regained his senses after a short moment of shock. Although Lin Feng was very powerful, he had more than 10 people on his side, and they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Nalan Lingjun looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You'd better let me go, or none of you will be able to leave today." "Lin Feng, hurry up and let him go, do you want to die?" Nalan Zisu screamed. "Let him go, or you won't be able to bear the consequences," the rest of the Nalan clan members shouted with arrogance. "Let him go? Is this guy in my hand even human?" Lin Feng's face was filled with a sinister expression. If Lin Kuan and the others hadn't seen Nalan Lingjun humiliating Lin Lan and dealt with her in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How would Lan live in the future? When he thought of this, the coldness in Lin Feng's eyes intensified. He suddenly exerted force on his wrist, and with a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Ah!" Nalan Lingjun screamed. His wrist had been broken by Lin Feng. Bang! Next, Lin Feng kicked Nalan Lingjun's right leg. Crack! Nalan Lingjun's right leg broke into two. With a plop, Nalan Lingjun fell to the ground. "Brat, how dare you treat me like this? You're dead." Nalan Lingjun glared at Lin Feng and roared. "Is that so? I'd like to see who will die first." Lin Feng's face was filled with a sinister smile. He raised his right foot and stomped on Nalan Lingjun's left arm. Crack! Nalan Lingjun's left arm was broken. Next, Lin Feng raised his right foot and stomped on Nalan Lingjun's other leg. Crack! Nalan Lingjun's second leg was broken. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of Nalan Lingjun's limbs had been crippled by Lin Feng. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. "I'll cripple you, you animal." Lin Feng smiled coldly and threw a kick at Nalan Lingjun's crotch. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng had violently kicked that vital part of his body. "Ah!" Nalan Lingjun screamed and fainted. Blood instantly flowed out of Nalan Lingjun's crotch. "It's over. He's completely crippled. He can't even be a man." Many people gasped in shock. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in awe and veneration. That guy was way too cruel. Nalan Zisu came back to her senses and looked at the crippled Nalan Lingjun. She was about to go crazy. "Kill him. Kill him for me. Is that young Master Lin Feng from the Lin family?" That's right, that's young Master Lin Feng. I heard that he was cultivating in Jialan Academy. I didn't expect him to come back. Young Master Lin Feng is so cruel. He actually crippled Nalan Lingjun. I heard that Lin Lan'er and Lin Feng were close since they were young. Seeing that Lin Feng was almost humiliated, Lin Lan'er must have been furious. I really admire him. Many people who were watching the show were talking about it. Brother Feng is too awesome. Lin Dong and the rest were filled with excitement. Crippling a scum like Nalan Lingjun was like getting rid of an evil for the people. At that moment, two people from the Nalan family walked out. Their auras were extremely powerful. Nalan Shen. Nalan Yuan. Many people exclaimed when they saw the two people. Although Nalan Shen and Nalan Yuan were from the side branches of the Nalan family, they were extremely talented. Moreover, both of them were at the 10th celestial layer of the warrior realm. They were geniuses among geniuses. Many people were worried for Lin Feng when they saw the two people attacking. The onlookers didn't have a good impression of the arrogant and despotic Nalan family. Instead, they had a good impression of the Lin family because the members of the Lin family were very approachable. Even among the younger generation, there were no hedonistic sons. Unlike the Nalan family, which was a group of hedonistic sons who were wicked beyond redemption, Nalan Shen and Nalan Yuan were very experienced in fighting. They cooperated well and attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. Powerful energy surged out, causing the faces of Lin Dong and the others to turn pale. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Nalan Shen and Nalan Yuan. Bang, bang, he threw out two punches consecutively, colliding with Nalan Shen and Nalan Yuan's fists. Along with the tyrannical sound of the collision, everyone saw it. Nalan Shen. Nalan Yuan and Nalan Shen were forced to retreat. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Many people exclaimed. Their faces were full of shock. Lin Feng was only 16 years old. He actually repelled Nalan Shen, who was at the 10th layer of the martial artist realm. Nalan Yuan, furthermore, he was able to defeat two of them by himself. This level of cultivation was simply too terrifying. Big Brother Feng is that strong? Lin Dong, Lin Yang, and the rest also looked at Lin Feng in shock. Of course, they knew that Lin Feng was a genius student of Jialan Academy. However, they never thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Big Brother Feng is amazing. Lin Lan'er's pretty face regained some color as she looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Yuqing nodded. Obviously, Lin Yuqing was also deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Feng. All of you, attack. Nalan Zisu's face turned red, and she screamed. The rest of the Nalan family members also attacked. More than 10 people rushed towards Lin Feng. It's over. Lin Feng is surrounded by more than 10 people. He's definitely going to lose. Seeing more than 10 Nalan family members rushing towards Lin Feng, the crowd's expression changed greatly. In their opinion, Lin Feng couldn't withstand the attacks of more than 10 people. You're just an ant. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. His expression was extremely cold. Lin Feng activated his devouring spirit. A powerful confinement force gushed out and enveloped the dozen or so people of the Nalan family. I can't move. What's going on? My body has been sealed. Come out, martial spirit. Why is this happening? I can't move and I can't use my martial spirit. This guy knows sorcery. All the members of the Nalan clan were looking at Lin Feng with deathly pale faces. They were all panic-stricken. What's going on? The onlookers were dumbfounded. At that moment, Lin Feng had already rushed into the crowd. Boom, 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 he threw punches after punches. Bang, 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 it was accompanied by a series of muffled sounds of collision and the sound of bones cracking. One by one, the Nalan family members were blown away. Wah! They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, their bodies twitching. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Lin Feng had killed a group of people in seconds. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Nalan Zisu was trembling in fear. Lin Feng looked at Nalan Zisu. It was Nalan Zisu who had slandered Lan'er for seducing Nalan Lingjun. She had also insulted the Lin family members. It didn't matter if she was a woman or not, he couldn't let her go. "Nalan Zissou, you bitch, kneel in front of Lan and apologize," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then jumped forwards and grabbed Nalan Zissou. Nalan Zissou was trembling in fear. Lin Feng was about to grab her. He wants Nalan Zissou to kneel? Lin Feng is too strong. He crippled so many members of the Nalan family and he wants Nalan Zissou to kneel. If Nalan Zissou kneels, the Nalan family's dignity will be trampled on. Hee, the Lin family and the Nalan family don't get along. There have always been conflicts between the younger generation. In the past, it was the Nalan family who suppressed the Lin family. Nobody would have thought that a genius like Lin Feng would emerge from the Lin family. Besides, Lin Feng is so strong. Indeed, it's going to be a good show. Many onlookers started discussing. He looked at Lin Feng, who was trying to grab Nalan Zissou. "How dare you?" However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared in the middle of the crowd and threw a punch at Lin Feng. A terrifying chi filled the air. That chi was monstrous and brutal. The person who had just attacked was a cultivator of the martial teacher layer. Huh? Lin Feng frowned. His reaction speed was extremely fast. He turned around and threw a punch. Bang, the two of them collided fiercely, and the earth seemed to tremble violently at this moment. It's the Nalan family's genius. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng looked at the person who had attacked. It was a young man around 20 years old. He looked extremely handsome. He was standing 3 meters away from Lin Feng and looked at him coldly. Na Lan Tianjiao's arrival changed the situation. Na Lan Tianjiao's reputation was incredible. Besides, he had been studying in the Imperial University for a few years. Nobody knew how strong he was now. There were 9 universities in Zhenwu. Only the universities in the Imperial University were considered universities. They were the strongest universities in the Imperial University. They were the cradle of strong cultivators. Many people were excited to see Na Lan Tianjiao. The younger generation of the Nalan clan and the Lin clan were going to get more and more intense. "Lin Feng, you dare injure people from the Nalan clan?" Na Lan Tianjiao looked at the members of the Nalan clan who had been beaten half to death by Lin Feng. He looked glum. "So what if you're injured?" "A group of people against me, and I defeated you." "You're a bunch of trash," said Lin Feng aggressively. Even though he was facing a genius like Na Lan Tianjiao, he didn't back down. So what if he was the most famous genius of the Nalan clan? In the past year, Lin Feng had been through all kinds of situations. He wasn't afraid of Na Lan Tianjiao. "Lin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. If I wanted to cripple your cultivation, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me? I didn't cripple your cultivation because I didn't want people to say that I'm bullying the weak. But I can't let this matter go so easily. Cripple one of your arms, otherwise I'll have to do it myself. It won't be as simple as crippling your arm." Na Lan Tianjiao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "I'll give you a chance. Make Na Lan Zissou kneel in front of my little sister and kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I won't let this matter go." Many people looked excited. Naran Tianjiao and Lin Feng didn't intend to back down. Lin Feng and Naran Tianjiao didn't intend to back down. Na Lan Tianjiao narrowed his eyes. Na Lan Tianjiao was an extremely famous genius in the Zhenwu country. He was proud and arrogant, so he obviously didn't care about Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng had infuriated him. Na Lan Tianjiao looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Little boy. Do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you're strong? What a joke. Today, I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget. I will let you know that there is always someone better than you." Shua, Na Lan Tianjiao attacked. Lin Feng. Nalan Tianjiao's strength could be said to be unfathomable. The moment he attacked, the terrifying aura emitted from his body caused many people to pale. That chi was too terrifying. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. They thought that although Lin Feng was very strong, there was still a big gap between him and Nalan Tianjiao. The gap between them was especially obvious. Many people even thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds against Nalan Tianjiao. "Brother, you must break his limbs," shouted Nalan Zisu. She looked at Lin Feng in a cold and evil way. Nalan Zisu wasn't only beautiful, but she also had a heart as venomous as a snake and a scorpion. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and Nalan Tianjiao collided. Everybody saw that Lin Feng and Nalan Tianjiao had collided, but surprisingly, Lin Feng hadn't been injured at all. Nalan Tianjiao's attack had been casual, but he was one of the strongest cultivators in Jinwu. Even if he had only used 30% of his strength, he should have been able to defeat Lin Feng. But the fact was that Lin Feng had blocked his attack. How is that possible? Nalan Tianjiao's face looked extremely gloomy. Lin Feng had blocked his attack. Nalan Tianjiao felt humiliated. Nalan Tianjiao regretted. He should have used 50% of his strength to defeat Lin Feng, instead of 30%. Nalan Tianjiao was about to attack again when Lin Feng moved towards Nalan Zisu. "Ah! What are you doing?" Nalan Zisu's face turned pale when she saw Lin Feng rushing towards her. Especially, Nalan Zisu saw the sinister look in Lin Feng's eyes. Nalan Zisu's arrogance disappeared without a trace. Now, there was only fear in her eyes. She had thought that Nalan Tianjiao could easily defeat Lin Feng. She hadn't expected that Nalan Tianjiao would fail to defeat Lin Feng. Instead, he had allowed Lin Feng to get closer to her. "Bitch, don't you know what I'm doing? How dare you humiliate my Lin family and slander my sister Lan Er? No one in this world can save you." Lin Feng laughed sinisterly. Nalan Tianjiao's face changed. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to rush towards Nalan Zisu. Nalan Tianjiao wanted to stop him. But compared to Lin Feng, who had golden wings, Nalan Tianjiao's speed was too slow. Lin Feng's golden wings didn't just give Lin Feng the ability to fly. Lin Feng's movement speed, running speed, reaction speed, and so on had all been greatly improved. It wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. Even Nalan Tianjiao was far from it. Swoosh! Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of Nalan Zisu and reached out his right hand to grab her. Nalan Tianjiao shouted coldly, "Let's see if you dare to attack. If you dare, I'll take your life today." Lin Feng sneered, "You dare to say that you'll take my life? What a joke." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't even care about Nalan Tianjiao. His large hand reached out and directly grabbed Nalan Zisu in his hand. Nalan Tianjiao's face darkened. He had personally made a move, but he hadn't been able to take down Lin Feng. Instead, Lin Feng had captured Nalan Zisu. If he really made Nalan Zisu kneel, Nalan Tianjiao wouldn't be the only one who would lose face. Nalan Tianjiao regretted that he hadn't used more power to deal with Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, if you dare to touch Zisu, I'll make you regret being born." Nalan Tianjiao looked coldly at Lin Feng. "I'm going to touch her today." Facing Nalan Tianjiao's threat, Lin Feng's face was full of disdain. He kicked Nalan Zisu's right leg. There was no need to be polite to such a bitch. Nalan Tianjiao's leg twitched. "Ah! You dare hit me!" shouted Nalan Zisu. She looked at Lin Feng with hatred. She was the young lady of the Nalan clan. She had never been hit by anyone before. But now, in front of so many people, Lin Feng had slapped her. Nalan Zisu couldn't accept it. She felt like she was going crazy. "You're such a vicious bitch. So what if I hit you?" Slap, slap, another slap landed on Nalan Zisu's face. That was a slap to the face. Nalan Tianjiao had just threatened Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng turned around and slapped Nalan Zisu twice. He wasn't just slapping Nalan Tianjiao's face. He was also slapping the Nalan clan's face. Nalan Tianjiao looked extremely gloomy. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been killed by Nalan Tianjiao's glare. As for Nalan Zisu, Lin Feng had slapped her twice. She didn't dare make a sound. He really slapped Nalan Zisu. He completely ignored Nalan Tianjiao's threat. This is going to be very interesting. Let's see how this is going to turn out. Many of the onlookers started to discuss. Everybody looked at Lin Feng and Nailan Tianjiao excitedly. Nailan Tianjiao wouldn't give up so easily. "Little boy, you want to die?" shouted Nailan Tianjiao furiously. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Nailan Tianjiao was very confident in his attack. He was convinced that he could destroy Lin Feng's defense. How terrifying. Nailan Tianjiao is really strong. Lin Feng is going to die. Everybody looked at Lin Feng with pity. Nobody believed that Lin Feng could block Nailan Tianjiao's attack. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng attacked Nailan Tianjiao again. He immediately used an earth-level skill, Collapsing Fist. A terrifying strength exploded in his body and poured into his right fist. That strength exploded in a flash. Bang, Lin Feng and Nailan Tianjiao collided. Everybody saw that both of them were pushed back 3 steps. Nailan Tianjiao didn't kill Lin Feng in one hit. Everybody couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng is so strong? One of the onlookers said in a trembling voice. Damn it, Nailan Tianjiao pulled a long face. He had attacked Lin Feng twice, but he hadn't been able to injure Lin Feng. Nailan Tianjiao's Nailan Tianjiao's Tianjiao. That was unacceptable. Very good, very good. I didn't think that I would be wrong. Tianjiao's Tianjiao, Tianjiao, Tianjiao Qi, the terrifying aura it emitted was many times more powerful than before. Obviously, Nailan Tianjiao was going to use his full strength. Nobody knew how terrifying Nailan Tianjiao was when he used his full strength. Lin Feng, I only used 50% of my strength. Now, I'll use my full strength. I'll crush you like an ant, said Nailan Tianjiao with a hideous smile. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Nailan Tianjiao was really strong, but so what, if he used his full strength, he wouldn't necessarily lose, said Lin Feng smiling coldly. Bah. You're really shameless. 50% of your strength is all you've got? Just now, I only used 30% of my strength. Let's see how I'll beat you, said Lin Feng mockingly. Nailan Tianjiao pulled a long face and stepped forwards. His qi was becoming more and more powerful. At that moment, Lin Feng also started using his 3 black holes. He was getting ready to fight. Even though Lin Feng looked down on Nailan Tianjiao, he was just trying to provoke him. He knew how terrifying Nailan Tianjiao was. He had to use his full strength to defeat him. Just as the 2 sides were about to draw their swords, a loud shout came from afar. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! 2 groups of people were rushing towards them. It's third uncle, shouted Lin Yang excitedly. The people from the Lin clan were Lin Xiong, Lin Feng's third uncle and Lin Dong's father. A group of people from the Nailan clan arrived as well. The leader of the group was Nailan Wuji. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Nailan clan. They had received reports from their subordinates and hurried over. They were just in time to see Lin Feng and Nailan Tianjiao. Third uncle. Lin Feng stopped releasing his qi. Nailan Tianjiao looked glum. He knew that with so many strong cultivators, the battle couldn't continue. Once they started fighting, it would become a war between the 2 clans. What's going on? Asked Nailan Wuji when he saw that the Nailan clan had been beaten half to death. He looked glum. 7th uncle, it's Lin Feng's fault. He slapped me twice. He doesn't put the Nailan clan in his eyes. 7th uncle, you have to avenge us, shouted Nailan Zissou. Nailan Wuji looked glum. He didn't look at Lin Feng, he looked at Lin Xiong and said coldly, Lin Xiong, you have to give the Nailan clan an explanation. Otherwise, we won't let you off, said Lin Feng smiling coldly. Explanation? What explanation? It was your Nailan clan who attacked first. You attacked together, but you were beaten up. You're not as strong as them, but you want an explanation. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. How dare you, little brat? Nailan Wuji was furious. He looked at Lin Feng icily. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have already been killed by Nailan Wuji. A little brat dared talk to him like that? Nailan Wuji felt like he had lost face. Lin Feng smiled coldly. You're shameless, and you still have the nerve to call me arrogant? You want to die, little brat," shouted Nalan Wuji furiously. It seemed like he wanted to attack. Lin Xiong stepped forward and sneered, looking at Nalan Wuji and said, "What? You want to attack? Do you want to exchange a few moves with me?" Nalan Wuji looked glum. Lin Xiong was in the top 3 of the 4 great clans. Nalan Wuji had no chance of winning. "Lin Xiong, you're siding with him. The Nalan clan won't let you off." "Let's go," said Nalan Wuji. He helped the injured members of the Nalan clan stand up. Then, the members of the Nalan clan squeezed through the crowd and left. Nalan Tianjiao looked at Lin Feng coldly and smiled coldly. "I have to say that you're very lucky. You've escaped today, but you better pray that you don't see me again, because the next time we meet, you won't be as lucky as today." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing you again." "Then wash your neck and wait for your death," said Nalan Wuji. Nalan Tianjiao's lips curled into a cold smile. "All right, I'll wait. But when the time comes, we won't know who will win," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Said Nalan Tianjiao, glancing at Lin Feng coldly. He then turned around and left. "Are you all right?" asked Lin Xiong, looking at Lin Feng with concern. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but Lin Kuan is injured." "Third uncle, we'll go back and treat Lin Kuan." "All right, be careful." Lin Feng nodded and left with Lin Dong, Lin Kuan, Lin Lan and the others. The fire Qilin was quite capable, and it even knew how to concoct pills. It had asked Lin Feng to gather the ingredients, and after returning to the clan, the fire Qilin started concocting pills himself. In the end, the fire Qilin concocted a small bottle of spirit liquid. "Is that what we need?" Lin Feng was surprised. The fire Qilin nodded and said, "Indeed. Whether or not we can get the flood dragon's blood will depend on this bottle of spirit liquid." "So, when are we leaving?" asked Lin Feng. "Get ready, we'll leave tomorrow," said the fire Qilin. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. The desolate forest was boundless, vast and boundless, who knew how many ferocious beasts lived in it? The flood dragon was one of the overlords of the jungle. In the flood dragon lake, there was a flood dragon hibernating there. The flood dragon lake was located in the middle of the jungle. It was a gigantic lake. It was rumored that there was a flood dragon living in the depths of the lake. It was said that it was extremely strong. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly walked towards the lake. Roar! One day, an earth-shattering roar came from the distance. Lin Feng looked over and was astonished. He saw 2 extremely strong beasts fighting each other. One of them was a gigantic tiger. It was 100 meters long and had 2 wings. It was a winged tiger, an extremely rare species. The other one was a bird. This bird's body was even larger. When it spread its wings, it was at least 200 meters long. Sky-splitting eagle. Lin Feng was astonished. That flying beast was the sky-splitting condor, which had the blood of an ancient ferocious bird flowing in its veins. It was rumored that in the ancient times, the sky-splitting condor could hunt down deities. Of course, with the passage of countless years, the sky-splitting condor's bloodline had gradually thinned, and it was difficult for it to reproduce the glory of its ancestors in the ancient times. Even so, the sky-splitting condor in front of them was extremely terrifying. It possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. The winged tiger and the sky-splitting eagle are both overlords of the jungle, right? Why are they fighting each other? Lin Feng looked up at the sky and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The fire Qilin narrowed its eyes and said, "The overlords of this wild jungle fight each other, either for the sake of natural treasures or for the sake of territory." The battle between the winged tiger and the sky-splitting condor was earth-shattering. The mountain peaks were destroyed under the attacks of the 2 ferocious beasts. In the end, everything turned into ruins. It was hard to imagine how powerful the winged tiger and the sky-splitting condor were. This level of existence was at least at the level of a Yinyang realm human expert, they might even be stronger. Lin Feng quickly left to avoid being affected by the battle. He continued on his way, heading towards Jiaolong Lake. At the same time, Bai Shantian, who had followed Su Yueshi to Qingyun City, also entered the desolate jungle. Bai Shantian naturally had his own reasons for coming to Qingyun City. Over the years, he had paid a huge price to search for the treasures left behind by a strong cultivator. Now, he had finally found some information. The last place that strong cultivator had appeared was a dangerous area in the desolate jungle. That area was filled with ferocious beasts. Many strong cultivators didn't dare to rashly enter that area. However, in order to obtain the treasures left behind by that strong cultivator, Bai Shantian was willing to take the risk and enter that dangerous area. Lin Feng walked through the forest for 10 days. He was getting closer and closer to Jiaolong Lake. As he went deeper into the desolate jungle, Lin Feng would occasionally encounter powerful ferocious beasts. Lin Feng would be careful when dealing with these ferocious beasts. Many of these ferocious beasts were comparable to human generals and martial kings. Screech. That afternoon, when Lin Feng was resting, he suddenly heard a sharp, ear-piercing screech from afar. Then, a huge creature flew over from the sky. Skysplitter condor. Lin Feng looked at the huge creature. It was the skysplitter condor that he had encountered a few days ago. The skysplitter condor soared high in the sky, its sharp and cold eyes sweeping downwards. Suddenly, the skysplitter condor charged towards the forest. "Oh no, let's go. This skysplitter condor must have discovered us," the fire Qilin exclaimed. The skysplitter condor itself was a ferocious bird. It used to feed on deities. The current skysplitter condor naturally couldn't reach the level of its ancestor. However, the tradition of hunting and killing human cultivators had taken root in its bloodline. Whoosh! Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly ran into the distance. The fire Qilin shouted as it ran, "We must have run into the skysplitter condor's territory. These skysplitter condors are extremely possessive of their territory. Without its consent, anyone who trespasses into its territory will be attacked by the skysplitter condor. I think that the winged tiger was attacked by the skysplitter condor in the same way." Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He ran wildly in the forest, avoiding the skysplitter condor's pursuit. If it weren't for the fact that the skysplitter condor's body was too big and couldn't easily rush into the forest to capture Lin Feng would have been captured by the skysplitter condor long ago. Whoosh! The skysplitter condor spat out bolts of lightning toward Lin Feng to kill him. Large areas of the forest were destroyed by the skysplitter condor's attack. Lin Feng suffered the skysplitter condor's ferocious attacks. There were a few times when he was extremely close to being killed by the skysplitter condor. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged in time. He rushed all the way into a mountain range shrouded in white fog. Screech! The skysplitter condor let out an ear-piercing screech. It circled outside the white fog mountain range. Its cold eyes flashed with hesitation, as if it was afraid. It didn't rush into the mountain range to continue chasing Lin Feng. The skysplitter condor has stopped. Could there be something even more terrifying than the skysplitter condor in the white fog mountain range? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The skysplitter condor was circling outside. Lin Feng couldn't leave, so he decided to find a new way out. Lin Feng traversed through the white fog mountain range. "Hey, there's a cave up ahead," the fire Qilin said as it stretched out its claws and pointed into the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the depths of the cave. Outside the cave, there was a large pile of skeletons. Some of the skeletons were at least 100 meters tall. They were obviously ferocious beasts in the forest. Could it be the cave of some terrifying existence? Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. "Let's go in and take a look," the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the cave. The cave was extremely large, and the passageway was deep. Lin Feng walked for a few hundred meters and entered the belly of a huge mountain. Waves of heat rolled about. In the depths of the mountain, there was an abyss. Within the abyss, there was boiling lava. From time to time, intense waves of heat were emitted from the boiling lava. Lin Feng was sweating profusely. "Hey, look! What's that?" Suddenly, the fire Qilin pointed at the world of lava. Lin Feng looked over and saw a huge creature floating in the lava. However, the creature's body was swallowed up by the lava, so Lin Feng couldn't see what it was. Said Lin Feng. Why does it look like a ferocious beast? Think of a way to get it out. The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, I can't go down in this lava world. Go get it out and take a look. The fire Qilin rolled its eyes and said angrily, I'm not here to do chores for you. Although the fire Qilin was unhappy, it still jumped into the lava in the end. The fire Qilin was a divine beast born of flames, so it naturally wasn't afraid of lava. Bang, the fire Qilin dragged the creature to the shore and pulled it up. The fire Qilin climbed up as well. It was a beast covered in fiery red scales and had 2 heads. The left head was like a tiger, and the right head was like a lion. This was a flaming tiger lion. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there was a beast covered in fiery red scales that lived in lava. It had 2 heads, with the left head being a tiger and the right head being a lion. This beast was called the flaming tiger lion. Lin Feng said, it's actually a flaming tiger lion. Legend has it that it's an ancient variant that's abnormally powerful. It lives in the lava world, so this flaming tiger lion should be the overlord of this area, right? Even the skysplitter vulture doesn't dare to enter this area. It seems like the skysplitter vulture is also afraid of the flaming tiger lion's strength. But how could such a powerful beast die here? The fire Qilin said, look, there's a wound on the flaming tiger lion's abdomen. Lin Feng looked over and saw a huge wound on the flaming tiger lion's abdomen. The flaming tiger lion was 100 meters long and looked like a small mountain. Even though it was dead, its aura was still extremely terrifying. Because the scales of this kind of dire beast had a strong defensive power. Therefore, it was very difficult to break the defense of this kind of fierce beast from the outside. Lin Feng said, could it be that this flaming tiger man swallowed something? Then, that thing attacked the flaming tiger from its abdomen, and in the end, both sides were injured. Both died. Cut open the flaming tiger's abdomen and take a look. Fire Qilin said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He took out a dagger from his spirit ring and slowly cut open the flaming tigerman's abdomen. Buzz. A shockingly cold chi shot out from the flaming tiger's abdomen. Its power was extremely shocking. The cold air shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted quickly and dodged to the side. The cold air flew into the distance and pierced through the stone wall. Hiss, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. What shot it out from? Wasn't this power too strong? Lin Feng continued to cut open the flaming tiger's body with the dagger. Finally, Lin Feng cut open the flaming tiger's body. A pitch-black sword appeared in Lin Feng's sight. It's a sword. Lin Feng exclaimed. The sword was lying inside the flaming tiger's body, emitting a cold chi that could make one's soul tremble. Look, there's a corpse inside the flaming tiger's body. It seems that the flaming tiger had a battle with a human expert. This fierce beast swallowed the human expert in one gulp, and before the human expert died, he killed the flaming tiger. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. He took out the sword. It was 37 inches long, 4.5 inches wide, and 0.9 inches thick. It was heavy, and Lin Feng estimated that it weighed about 400 pounds. What a heavy sword. Lin Feng was shocked. This is the Black Dragon Sword. Fire Qilin was shocked. Black Dragon Sword? What kind of sword is that? Is it famous? Lin Feng asked. Have you heard of the Godly Sword Manual? Fire Qilin looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of the Godly Sword Manual. Fire Qilin pursed its lips and said, that's right, it's normal for a lowly cultivator like you not to have heard of it. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, tell me about it. The Godly Sword Manual is a book passed down in the 99 prefectures. It records 108 types of swords, and any one of them can be considered a supreme treasure. Fire Qilin looked at the Black Dragon Sword in Lin Feng's hand and said, the Black Dragon Sword is ranked 72nd in the Godly Sword Manual. This sword was forged from a meteorite from outer space. At the same time, the blacksmith killed a black dragon and extracted the dragon's soul and inserted it into the Black Dragon Sword, making it the sword spirit of the Black Dragon Sword. What? He killed a dragon? as the sword spirit? Lin Feng's hand trembled, and the black dragon sword almost fell out of his hand. You're very lucky, Fire Qilin said. You need to use blood as a sacrifice to refine the black dragon sword. Lin Feng nodded. He bit his finger and dripped his blood on the black dragon sword. In an instant, Lin Feng and the black dragon sword formed a mysterious and close connection. Slash! Lin Feng shouted and slashed out with his sword. 100-meter-long sword ray appeared. It condensed in an instant and slashed into the distance, piercing through a 100-meter-tall boulder. A casual slash can produce a 100-meter-long sword ray? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The black dragon sword, wasn't it too powerful? Do you think that the swords in the Godly Sword Manual are all worthless? Any one of them is enough to make the clan of the ancients go all out, said the Fire Qilin. But I've heard that the black dragon sword was injured in a great battle and fell into a deep slumber. I didn't think that it would appear here. If the black dragon sword awakens, the black dragon sword will be even more powerful. With your current level of cultivation, if the black dragon sword awakens, you'll be able to kill a general in one strike. Ah, so powerful. Lin Feng was both shocked and delighted. No wonder the black dragon sword was ranked 72nd in the Godly Sword Manual. He put the black dragon sword away and quickly left. Lin Feng crossed the valley and got rid of the skysplitter condor. He then continued towards the flood dragon lake. One day after Lin Feng left, a person arrived in the valley. It was the young master of the Bai clan. Bai Shantian. This is the place. Black dragon sword, I'm coming. Bai Shantian entered the cave and saw the flaming tigan's corpse. He quickly ran over to look for the black dragon sword. Its abdomen has been cut open. Could it be? When Bai Shantian saw the flaming tigan's abdomen, his expression changed. He thought of a possibility and his face became extremely gloomy. He searched the flaming tigan's body, but he couldn't find the black dragon sword. Bai Shantian roared like a madman, how could this be? I, Bai Shantian, spent a total of 3 years and countless efforts to find the whereabouts of the black dragon sword. Who is it? Who stole it first? Who stole my black dragon sword? Slash. Lin Feng naturally did not know that not long after he left, Bai Shantian had entered the cave to search for the black dragon sword. He was so angry that he vomited blood. If Lin Feng knew about this, he would definitely clap his hands in joy. His relationship with the Bai family was practically irreconcilable. The Bai family would definitely not let Lin Feng off so easily. Perhaps Lin Feng would have a direct confrontation with Bai Shantian in the near future. If the black dragon sword fell into Lin Feng's hands, it would greatly increase Lin Feng's strength. If it fell into Bai Shantian's hands, it would definitely be a disaster for Lin Feng. Fortunately, none of this happened. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin finally arrived at Jialong Lake. The huge Jialong Lake stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were also quiet. This was where the Jialong lived. Naturally, no other Jialong dared to come here unless they wanted to become the Jialong's dinner. Give me the bronze, the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng handed the bronze he had obtained from the market to the Fire Qilin. The bronze seemed to have a great origin. Lin Feng did not have the time to ask about it. At this moment, the Fire Qilin mentioned the mysterious bronze. Lin Feng asked, "What is this?" "This is a fragment of an ancient bronze ancestral artifact. As long as you pour your energy into it, you can use it to instantly destroy all defenses," the Fire Qilin said. So powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. Of course. The Fire Qilin said, however, this bronze is very strange. Every time it is used, it will devour all the energy in your body. You can either kill your opponent in one strike or be killed by them. This, Lin Feng was speechless. However, such a heaven-defying treasure seemed to have some flaws. The reason why the bronze had such a huge flaw was probably related to its fragmentation. After all, this mysterious bronze was only a part of the ancient ancestral artifact. Damn it, I finally recovered a bit of energy, but I have to sacrifice it again to fulfill your wish, the Fire Qilin said indignantly. Lin Feng replied, hee hee. I'll remember your kindness. At least you have some conscience. Go away and wait. Don't get too close. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. He moved 20 miles away and came to a small mountain peak in the distance to watch. The Fire Qilin swallowed the spiritual liquid he had refined in one gulp. The Fire Qilin's body began to grow rapidly. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out and loomed over the place. The Fire Qilin quickly grew to a height of several thousand meters. His feet were on the ground, and his head was in the sky. He used his body to support the backbone of the world. The Fire Qilin seemed to have turned into the Fire Qilin whose divine power had not been devoured by the demonic orb. Powerful, like an immortal god, even though they were far apart, Lin Feng could still feel the aura emitted by the Fire Qilin, which made his soul tremble. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the current Fire Qilin was completely strong in appearance but weak in reality. The divine power in his body had already been devoured by the mysterious demonic orb. His current strength was just an illusion created by swallowing the spiritual liquid. The Fire Qilin's aura was very powerful. However, its strength was trash. Roar, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the world. Splash, waves surged in the lake. Then, a dragon that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long flew out. The dragon's body coiled in the air like an undulating mountain ridge. Heavens! Why is this flood dragon so huge? Lin Feng was shocked. Dragons had a long lifespan and cultivated for 1,000 years, but their bodies were less than 100 meters long. The dragon in front of him was more than 3,000 meters long. It had probably cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This flood dragon was definitely an overlord-level existence in the desolate world. The Fire Qilin's mouth twitched violently when it saw the dragon. Back when the Fire Qilin was in the middle sacred sky continent, it had heard that there was a dragon in the desolate forest of the East County. It was even stronger than many dragons. However, the Fire Qilin didn't think much of it. It thought that the dragon was at most a dragon that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Now that it saw it with its own eyes, it realized that it was wrong. This dragon was probably as strong as it was at its peak. Fire Qilin? It's you. I've heard that you caused a disaster in the middle sacred sky continent and were hunted down by the clan of the ancients. It turns out that you've come to the East County. Why are you showing off here? The dragon looked at the Fire Qilin coldly, not showing any fear. The Fire Qilin braced itself and said, I need a drop of your dragon blood. Fire Qilin, you've gone too far. The dragon's expression immediately turned cold. Killing intent filled the air. The Fire Qilin felt weak, but it knew that it couldn't reveal any flaws. Otherwise, it would die a horrible death. The Fire Qilin said unyieldingly. I need a drop of your dragon blood. Don't tell me you want to become enemies with a fugitive? Fire Qilin, are you trying to threaten me? I'm not afraid of you. I've heard that the Fire Qilin clan has Samadhi true fire, which can burn the world and even kill gods. I'd like to see if your Samadhi true fire is stronger than my 3,000 weak water. Shouted the dragon. It stretched out its right claw and slapped at the Fire Qilin. It's over, Lin Feng's heart sank when he saw that. The Fire Qilin probably couldn't even defeat Lin Feng. It was just holding on. If the dragon attacked, wouldn't the Fire Qilin be slapped to death, swoosh, at this moment of incomparable danger? A beam of green light shot out and collided with the dragon's claw. Pooh, the flood dragon's mountain-like dragon claw was actually pierced through. Ah! You actually injured me. What is that? Cried the dragon in pain. It quickly retracted its claw and looked at the mysterious green light that was circling the Fire Qilin. That's an immemorial ancestral artifact fragment. I offended many clans because of that treasure. Do you still want to fight me? Said the Fire Qilin coldly. You. The Fire Qilin was furious, but it couldn't do anything. It knew how terrifying the immemorial ancestral artifact fragment was. The Fire Qilin forced out a drop of dragon blood from its injured claw. The flood dragon blood turned into a drop of blood-colored flood dragon that danced in the air and issued a resonant dragon cry. This was the flood dragon blood, it had its own spirit. Get out of here, said the Fire Qilin angrily. Haha, I won't disturb you any longer. The Fire Qilin took the blood and quickly left. The flood dragon plunged into the flood dragon lake with endless anger and disappeared without a trace. That was close, but at least we got what we wanted. After the fire Qilin returned, its body once again became more than a meter long. It had a lingering fear on its face. It had been very dangerous just now. If they hadn't been careful, they would have died at the flood dragon's hands. Luckily, everything had gone smoothly. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin didn't stop, they quickly went out of the forest. This time, not only had Lin Feng obtained the flood dragon's precious blood, but he had also obtained the black dragon's sword. For Lin Feng, it could be said that he had gained a lot. After returning to the clan, Lin Feng started to prepare the ingredients for the 9 Spirits Saint liquid. According to the fire Qilin, the 9 Spirits Saint liquid was a precious healing liquid. It had miraculous effects and could heal any injury. The flood dragon's blood was the key to success. Now that it had obtained the flood dragon's blood, the fire Qilin waited for Lin Feng to finish gathering the rest of the ingredients before immediately starting the refinement. Lin Feng bought all the ingredients he needed. When he returned to the clan, he coincidentally met a few elders and his third uncle, Lin Xiong, who were leading dozens of experts away from the clan. Lin Feng saw Lin Dong and asked, "Second grandpa, where are third uncle and the others going?" Seventh grandpa said that he found the nest of a golden feather eagle in a mountain range. After the golden feather eagle laid its eggs, it was attacked by a chisel-tooth fierce beast. The golden feather eagle and the chisel-tooth fierce beast fought fiercely. The chisel-tooth fierce beast was seriously injured and fled. I don't know if the golden feather eagle is dead or not, but if it is, then the eggs will be ours. Second grandpa and my father are going to that mountain range to see if the golden feather eagle is dead or not. The golden feather eagle was an overlord of the sky with the blood of ancient ferocious beasts. It was extremely powerful. An ordinary adult golden feather eagle had the strength of a martial king. Some golden feather eagles with extremely powerful bloodlines could even reach the yin-yang realm. If the egg really hatched, the Lin clan would raise the golden feather eagle. At that time, the Lin clan would have a martial king or even a yin-yang realm expert. They would be like the protector of the Lin clan. It was no wonder that several of the family's elders and Lin Xiong had personally taken action for this matter. To the Lin family, this was an extremely important matter. I hope that second uncle and third grandpa will be able to get the eggs. Lin Feng smiled. He bid farewell to Lin Dong and returned to his residence. Qilin, when will we make our move? Lin Feng asked. Let me rest for 3 days and recuperate. It's not an easy task to refine the 9 spirits holy liquid. Moreover, my current state is still in a rather terrible state. The fire Qilin said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded. The fire Qilin's divine power had been devoured by the mysterious demonic bead. In the past, he could do many things as he pleased, but now, for the fire Qilin, it was full of difficulties. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the fire Qilin was finally ready. Lin Feng took out the herbs that the fire Qilin needed. Inside the room, the fire Qilin began to refine the spiritual liquid. Hee, kid, are you interested in learning alchemy from me? I guarantee that you'll become a powerful alchemist. The fire Qilin laughed mischievously. Lin Feng said, as long as you teach me, I'll learn. Kid, you should have prepared a big meal to bribe me. The fire Qilin's mouth twitched. Very quickly, the fire Qilin calmed down and began to refine the 9 spirits holy liquid. Alchemy was also something that consumed a lot of energy, especially when refining a high-grade elixir like the 9 spirits holy liquid. After 5 days, the fire Qilin came out of seclusion. Was it a success? Lin Feng asked excitedly. Of course. The fire Qilin pointed at the porcelain bottle on the table and said, the 9 spirits holy liquid is in the bottle. This kind of spiritual liquid needs to be mixed with water and absorbed little by little. It will take about 3 days to completely absorb it. At that time, your father's injuries will be as good as new. Thank you very much. I will remember this kindness. Lin Feng said solemnly. Since he was young, Lin Feng had no mother, that was why he loved his father. It was priceless. The 9 spirits holy liquid was a treasure that could save his father's life. Kid, at least you have a conscience. I need to rest. You can give the 9 spirits holy liquid to your father. The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng walked out of the room. Feng what have you been doing in the room? Lin Badian asked worriedly. He thought that Lin Feng had made a mistake in his cultivation. Lin Feng didn't answer his father's question. Instead, he said, Father. This bottle is called 9 spirits holy liquid. It can heal any injury. Pour it into hot water and your body can slowly absorb it. Once you finish absorbing the 9 spirits holy liquid, you will be as good as new. What? Lin Baitian's body shook. Obviously, Lin Feng's words, Lin Badian was shocked and moved. He had never thought that one day, his son would take out a bottle of 9 spirits holy liquid and say that it could heal his injuries. Moreover, Lin Badian. He had never thought that his son would know that he was injured. Even the entire Lin clan, except for his father. Everyone thought that he was sick instead of suffering from a Dao injury that was difficult to heal. It's the fire Qilin, Lin Badian said. Lin Feng had a talkative fire Qilin by his side. He might be able to fool the other members of the Lin clan, but he couldn't fool his father, Lin Feng, who lived with him day and night. Therefore, Lin Feng told his father about the fire Qilin. After a short moment of shock, Lin Badian accepted the fact that Lin Feng had a divine beast by his side, even though the divine beast looked extremely weak. Father, let's try it now. I hope it will work. Lin Feng said expectantly. Lin Badian patted Lin Feng's shoulder, his eyes filled with relief. Time passed. 2 days later. Lin Badian came out of seclusion. Father, how do you feel? Lin Feng asked nervously. I feel much better, but my body is still weak. Lin Badian said with a smile. The fire Qilin came out and said, You've just recovered from a serious injury, so of course you'll be weak. Rest for a month and you'll recover. Try not to move during that time. Thank you for the information. Lin Badian bowed respectfully. The next day, the Lin clan was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Lin Feng felt it during breakfast. After breakfast, the Lin clan organized a group of 30 people. Lin Feng asked Lin Dong what had happened. So, 10 days ago, the second elder, Lin Xiong, and the others had gone into the jungle and hadn't come back. They didn't know if something had happened to them, so the Lin clan sent people to look for them. Grandpa, let me go with you to look for second uncle and third uncle. Lin Feng said. Nonsense, the savage forest is dangerous. Everyone can go there, but you can't. Lin Songqiu refused. The Lin clan's 30 people followed the fifth elder into the jungle to look for the second elder, Lin Xiong, and the others. Lin Feng had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He and the fire Qilin followed the Lin clan's group into the jungle. Under the night sky, a bonfire rose. A group of people from the Lin clan gathered around the bonfire, eating their rations. Their expressions were solemn. Obviously, everyone was worried about the Lin clan who had lost contact with them. Among that group of people were the second elder, the seventh elder, the eighth elder, Lin Xiong, and more than 50 experts of the Lin clan. If something really happened to them, it would be a heavy blow to the Lin clan. Rustle, suddenly, a soft sound came from the forest. The fifth elder was a martial master at the fifth firmament, and his ears could hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. Thus, the rustling sound did not escape his ears. Be on guard, the fifth elder said in a deep voice. The people from the Lin clan quickly stood up and took out their weapons, looking around solemnly. In this forest, fierce beasts ran rampant. They had to be careful, or they could be killed. Whoosh! A figure flew out. Fifth elder, it's me. Lin Feng said with a smile. When they saw that it was Lin Feng, everyone sighed in relief. It's you, kid. We thought it was a fierce beast. The patriarch didn't let you come out, so why did you come out on your own? When you go back, I'm afraid the patriarch will put you in confinement. The elders of the Lin clan teased him kindly. Lin Feng said, Of course I want to do something for the Lin clan. Nonsense. The fifth elder said in a deep voice. We don't know what we'll encounter on this trip. It might be very dangerous. What if something happens to you? We'll return to the Lin clan tomorrow. Lin Feng said, "Fifth elder, I've already gone so deep into the forest. If you let me go back, won't you be worried that I'll encounter a fierce beast on the way?" This. The fifth elder hesitated. He was indeed worried. Lin Feng was the hope of the entire Lin clan. In the fifth elder's heart, anyone in the Lin clan could die. However, Lin Feng could not. He shouldered the responsibility of protecting the Lin clan. "Fifth elder, with my strength, I shouldn't have any problems protecting myself, right? I'll be careful," Lin Feng said. The fifth elder could only say, "All right then, you better behave yourself and don't run around." "Yes, I'll follow fifth grandpa's orders," Lin Feng said. "You brat." The fifth elder shook his head, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. He said, "I'm sure you're hungry too. Come and eat something." Speaking of food, after the fire Qilin arrived, it had already grabbed a large piece of meat roasted over the bonfire and started chewing. The Lin family members also knew that Lin Feng had a strange beast by his side. Although he didn't know the fire Qilin's true origins, he wasn't too surprised by it. After all, exotic beasts were psychic. The exotic beast by Lin Feng's side didn't display anything particularly outstanding. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Feng and the others continued their journey towards the depths. 50 miles away, a group of more than 40 people from the Lin clan was rushing through the forest. Most of them were injured. This was especially true for the second elder. One of his arms had been chopped off, and he looked quite miserable. The Lin clan originally had more than 50 people in the wild forest, but now there were only 40 left. It was obvious that more than 10 of their clansmen had been killed. "Second uncle, how are you feeling now?" Lin Xiong looked at the second elder worriedly. The second elder had lost an arm and lost a lot of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He said, "I won't die yet. Tell everyone to hurry up. I hope we can escape this calamity." Lin Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "If we escape this calamity, we will definitely find the Nalan clan and take revenge." "Ha ha ha ha, escape? Where do you think you're going? Today, all of you will die here." A cold voice sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following that, more than 300 people rushed out from the forest and surrounded the 40 people from the Lin clan. 2 people walked out from the Nalan clan. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man. This old man was called Nalan Yuanshu. He was the great elder of the Nalan clan. The other person was the super genius of the Nalan clan, Nalan Tianjiao. Nalan Tianjiao was currently cultivating in the Imperial College. He was considered a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Even in the Imperial College, they were all famous geniuses. His strength was also unfathomable. "Old bastard, are you trying to kill us all?" The seventh elder looked at Nalan Yuanshu coldly. Nalan Yuanshu sneered. "Blame yourselves for daring to snatch the golden feather eagle's egg from our Nalan family. What's more, other than our Nalan family, there's another discovery. Anyone who knows about it will die. A spirit mine." The second elder's face was filled with coldness. 5 days ago, the Lin clan had arrived at the nest of the golden feather eagle, but it had died from serious injuries. One of the eggs of the golden feathered eagle was obtained by the Lin family. However, they hadn't expected that the Nalan clan would also come for the egg. The Lin clan had arrived first. The Nalan clan had relied on their numbers. Therefore, he wanted to kill the Lin family members and steal the eggs. The Lin clan was heavily outnumbered. As they fled, the Lin clan and the Nalan clan discovered that there was a spirit mine in the valley where the golden feather eagle had built its nest. A rare spirit crystal could be extracted from the spirit mine. This spirit crystal was formed from the energy of heaven and earth. It was 10 times or even 100 times more effective than the great strength latent dragon pill when used for cultivation. A spirit mine could bring endless wealth to a clan. The golden feather eagle could become a clan's guardian. A spirit mine could bring great benefits to a clan. Therefore, this strengthened the Nalan clan's resolve to exterminate the Lin clan. After a great battle, the Lin clan lost more than 10 experts. They fled, but they were still surrounded by the Nalan clan. "That's right, a spirit mine. The golden feather eagle's egg is enough to kill you 1,000 times over. Attack." Nalan Yuanshu shouted coldly. Kill. The experts of the Nalan clan shouted loudly and rushed towards the 40 people of the Lin clan. Fight them to the death. The Lin clan's blood boiled. All of them fought with their lives on the line against the Nalan family's people. Kill. 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 Lin Xiong shouted. He wielded his long blade and killed a Lin clan expert with a single slash. Clearly, Lin Xiong also knew that the odds were against him this time. He was completely fighting without any regard for his life. However, there were too many people from the Nalan family. Although Lin Xiong had killed many people from the Nalan family, he had also suffered many wounds and was dripping with blood. The other elders were also besieged by the people from the Nalan family. The second elder was in the worst situation. He had lost an arm and was very weak. Now that he was fighting again, it was like he was about to die. Shua, at that moment, a light flashed in Nalan Xianxia's hand. A huge bow appeared in his hand. Runes swirled around the giant bow. Nalan Xianxia took out a magical arrow and pulled the bowstring. A dazzling light condensed. The energy of heaven and earth gathered and was absorbed by the bow. The giant bow was a precious treasure called the Great Solar God Splitting Bow. It was a powerful spirit weapon, even more precious than an immortal flying sword. Whoosh, the arrow flew out. Pooh, one of the Lin family's experts was pierced through. The arrow sent that expert flying dozens of meters away, nailing him to a cliff. Lin Shan. The second elder roared. Lin Shan was his nephew. But now, he had been killed. The second elder was like a crazy lion. He held his blade and attacked the Nalan clan members. Pu Piu, the Nalan clan's experts were killed by the second elder's blade. Old bastard, it's your turn. Nalan Tianxiao's face was filled with a sinister smile as he drew his bow and shot another arrow. Whoosh, the second arrow was shot. It was as fast as lightning towards the second elder. Uncle, be careful. Lin Xiong was furious. The second elder had just killed an expert of the Lin family. At this moment, an arrow was shot towards the second elder's chest. The second elder couldn't dodge it. Die. Nalan Tianxiao's face was filled with killing intent. It was as if he could already see the second elder being killed by his arrow. The second elder sighed. He had thought that he was going to die. But at that moment, a silhouette jumped out of the forest and landed in front of the second elder. It was a handsome young man. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the arrow that was about to pierce the second elder's chest. Feng. The second elder was astonished to see Lin Feng appear in front of him. Originally, he thought that he would be killed by an arrow. But he didn't expect that Lin Feng would appear here at this time. Kill. In the distance, battle cries could be heard. The fifth elder led more than 20 experts of the Lin family into the battlefield and joined the rest of the Lin family. Fifth uncle. Seeing the fifth elder's figure, Lin Xiong's eyes lit up, as if he saw the hope of survival. Second grandpa, your arm. Lin Feng saw the second elder's severed arm and tears flowed out. In his mind, the image of his second grandpa was still the kind old man who took him and Lin Dong's brothers to buy candy 10 years ago. But now, his second grandpa, who treated him like his own grandson, had ended up in such a miserable state. An arm was chopped off. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Feng's heart was filled with endless killing intent and endless hatred. Now, he only wanted to take revenge. He wanted to avenge his second grandpa. Who is it? I'm going to kill him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. No, he won't die. Feng, nothing can happen to you. You are the hope of our Lin family. Fifth brother, let's break out. Lin family, let's break out. The second elder shouted. Even though he was seriously injured, but the second elder still worked hard and straightened his back. Break out. The fifth elder shouted. On the Lin family's side, including the clan members who came later, there were still about 60 people. Everyone gathered together and tried to break out of the encirclement. However, the Nalan family had the advantage in numbers. They wanted to break out of the encirclement. It wasn't an easy thing to do. Nalan Tianjiao sneered and said, Lin Feng, we meet again. Your second grandpa's arm was cut off by me. Haha, I cut off his arm with one slash. The scene at that time, TSK, was amazing. Blood spurted out and even sprayed on my face. You deserve to die. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Nalan Tianjiao. Then come out and fight me. Nalan Tianjiao sneered. Lin Feng really wanted to cut Nalan Tianjiao into pieces. However, he knew that the bigger picture was more important. After all, the Lin family was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Breaking out of the encirclement was the best strategy. You want to break out? What a joke. Today, no one will be able to leave. All of you will die. Nalan Yuanshu sneered. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. For every person you kill, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and a courtyard. The more you kill, the more you'll be rewarded. Kill. Under the temptation of a huge reward. The people of the Nalan family roared and rushed towards the people of the Lin family. They were completely crazy. His actions were extremely ruthless. The Lin family's people were pushed aside by the Nalan family's people, and a chaotic battle broke out. Whoosh. Light flashed. A blood-colored saber appeared in Nalan Tianjiao's hand. The name of this saber was Soul Severing. This was a spiritual weapon with astonishing power. The reason why Nalan Tianjiao was so powerful was greatly related to Soul Severing. Soul Severing. It could greatly increase Nalan Tianjiao's combat power. Nalan Tianjiao held Soul Severing and slashed. Pu, an expert of the Lin family, was hit by Nalan Tianjiao, and his body was covered in blood. Nalan Tianjiao waved Soul Severing and was about to kill the member of the Lin family. Right at this time, Lin Xiong went up to greet, brandishing the broadsword in his hand and slashing over. Lin Xiong was one of the strongest people in Qingyun City, and his saber skills were amazing. He slashed out 13 times in a row, but they were all blocked by Nalan Tianjiao. Break! Nalan Tianjiao roared and jumped up. His soul-severing saber was covered in blood-red light. This was the power of the demonic saber. It was completely displayed, boom. A terrifying power erupted. Soul-severing saber and Lin Xiong's saber collided. Lin Xiong's was just an ordinary saber. When the saber slashed down, there was a cracking sound. A cracking sound could be heard. Lin Xiong's saber was directly broken by Nalan Tianjiao's soul-severing saber. Saber chi vibrated. It instantly pierced through Lin Xiong's body. Lin Xiong was sent flying, and he was severely injured by Nalan Tianjiao. Die. Nalan Tianjiao sneered and waved his soul-severing saber, attacking Lin Xiong again. He wanted to directly behead him. Third uncle. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He stabbed the Nalan clan expert who was attacking him to death with his sword, and then quickly rushed over. At that critical moment, Lin Feng finally arrived. Clang, the saber and sword collided, and sparks flew everywhere. After one attack, Lin Feng quickly caught the falling Lin Xiong. Lin Feng, are you here to die? You uncle and nephew will die in my hands today, Nalan Tianjiao sneered. Uncle Lin Chen, take care of my third uncle, Lin Feng shouted to a member of the Lin family not far away. A few members of the Lin family rushed over and protected the severely injured Lin Xiong. Feng be careful. Lin Xiong shouted with a pale face. Don't worry. Lin Feng nodded and turned to look at Nalan Tianjiao. He pointed his sword at Nalan Tianjiao. Today, I will kill you. Shameless boasting, eat my saber. Nalan Tianjiao sneered. Boom, he slashed with his saber. Nalan Tianjiao completely exploded. Saber breaking heaven and earth, shattering the heavens, with one slash, no one was left alive. Nalan Tianjiao's saber was fatal, its power was unimaginable. That dazzling saber slashed down, its power was so terrifying that it made people tremble in fear. Swish, Lin Feng pulled out his sword. His sword had changed to the Black Dragon sword. This was a divine sword from the Godly Sword Manual. The soul-severing saber in Nalan Tianjiao's hand was a priceless spirit weapon. But compared to the famous divine swords in the Godly Sword Manual, it was simply trash. Brat, do you really think you can fight against me? Ever since I started wielding the soul-severing saber, I have never been defeated, and today is the same. You are destined to die in my hands. Nalan Tianjiao sneered again and again, that terrifying saber slashed down. The surrounding people, whether it was the Lin family or the Nayland family, all looked over. This was a collision between the two young geniuses of the two families. The people on the Nayland family's side were naturally full of confidence. They believed that Lin Feng was destined to be killed. The people on the Lin family side looked at Lin Feng worriedly. After all, even the second elder and Lin Xiong were seriously injured by Nayland Tianjiao, who wielded the soul-severing saber. Nayland Tianjiao was too terrifying. Although Lin Feng's progress was very fast, compared to Nayland Tianjiao, there was still a big gap. At this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng and Nayland Tianjiao fiercely colliding. Clang! The sonorous sound of the collision was heard, a scene that everyone found hard to believe appeared. When Lin Feng and Nayland Tianjiao collided, the soul-severing saber in Nayland Tianjiao's hand was actually cut in half by Lin Feng's black sword. Puff! Lin Feng held the sword with both hands and slashed forward. With a slash, Nayland Tianjiao's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out. He's dead. Young Master Tianjiao is dead. Many people from the Nayland family shouted in disbelief. In their eyes, Tianjiao was an invincible existence. But now, he had been killed with a single slash. This was a heavy blow to the Nayland family. How could this be? Tianjiao, you died so miserably. Nayland Yuanshu roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Tianjiao, he was the hope of the Nayland family, he was the one who led the Nayland family to glory, but now, he had been killed with a single slash. This was a huge blow to the Nayland family. Nayland Yuanshu only wanted to kill Lin Feng to avenge Tianjiao. Young Master killed Tianjiao. Young Master Feng is too powerful. On the Lin family's side, it was a different scene. Everyone was overjoyed. Feng be careful. Seeing Nayland Yuanshu rushing towards Lin Feng, the second elder and the fifth elder shouted. They were worried for Lin Feng. Nayland Yuanshu was a 7th firmament martial master. His strength was outstanding. Once he attacked, he was extremely difficult to deal with, moreover, he had rich battle experience. Tianjiao couldn't be compared to him. Nayland Yuanshu slashed down with his broadsword. It was as if he was going to split Mount Hua and leave no one alive. The power of his attack was terrifying. Facing Nayland Yuanshu's attack, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and taking a step forwards. His devouring martial spirit revolved. Rumble, a devouring black hole instantly appeared. The black hole formed a powerful magnetic field and surrounded Nayland Yuanshu. Nayland Yuanshu's movements were greatly hindered. Brat, what kind of demonic technique did you use? Nayland Yuanshu's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng didn't give Nayland Yuanshu the chance to retreat. He rushed forward. Scorching Sun Sword technique. Lin Feng used his most powerful attack. After all, Nayland Yuanshu's cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lin Feng. If one wanted to kill an expert at this level, they would have to end the battle quickly. Kill him before he had a firm foothold and was unprepared. Once Nayland Yuanshu broke free from the devouring black hole, he would not be able to escape. It wouldn't be easy to kill this person anymore. Therefore, Lin Feng also exploded. His trump card was the devouring martial spirit, his trump card was the scorching sun sword technique. He unleashed all of them. Boom, as the scorching sun rose into the sky, the divine sword appeared, the blinding light illuminated the earth. Ah, I can't open my eyes. Many people were unable to open their eyes due to the glare of the scorching sun. They covered their eyes and screamed. Poof. Lin Feng struck out with his sword. It pierced through Nayland Yuanshu's neck. I never thought that I would die at the hands of a brat like you. Nayland Yuanshu was still in disbelief before his death. The light dissipated. Plop. Everyone saw Nayland Yuanshu fall to the ground, dead. He had been stabbed to death by Lin Feng. Even Nayland Yuanshu was killed by Fenger? The people of the Lin clan were dumbfounded. No one had thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. After a brief moment of shock, they were wild with joy. The Lin clan had such a child, how could they not prosper? The first elder is dead. Run. Hurry up and run. When the rest of the Lin clan saw that Nalin Tianjiao and Nalin Yuanshu were killed one after another, their morale plummeted. They turned and ran. "Kill! Leave no one alive!" shouted the fifth elder. He chased after them and killed an expert of the Nalin clan with a single slash. On the Lin clan's side, their morale was greatly boosted. They were full of energy as they fought against the Nalin clan cultivators. Lin Feng, in particular, picked up Nalin Tianjiao's great sun-splitting bow. He drew his bow and shot arrows. Poof! Poof, poof. 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 Poof, poof. Although the Nalin clan had more people, their morale was low and they were completely defeated. The Lin clan's experts chased them for an entire day. The Nalin clan had a total of 327 people, but they were all killed. Not a single one escaped. In a mountain valley. "Second grandpa, third uncle, how are you feeling?" Lin Feng led the people of the Lin clan back and looked worriedly at the second elder and Lin Xiong. "We're much better. Feng don't worry." "How are the Nalin clan's people?" asked the second elder. "They were all killed. Not a single one escaped," said Lin Feng. "Good. These people deserved it," said Lin Xiong fiercely. "How are our casualties?" asked the second elder. The fifth elder said, "Second brother, we've also suffered heavy losses. 23 people died, 29 were heavily injured, and the rest were injured. But at least we survived. We weren't completely annihilated." The second elder sighed. The seventh elder said, "It's all thanks to Feng'er's timely arrival. Otherwise, the Nalin clan would have annihilated all of us," said the eighth elder. "I didn't think that Feng'er would be so powerful. He could even kill Nalin Yuanshu." Lin Feng said modestly, "It's all luck." "Elders, we should quickly return to the clan," said the second elder. "There's no time to lose. We have to return to the clan now." 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others returned to the Lin clan in Qingyun City. When Lin Feng and the others returned, the upper echelons of the Lin clan finally relaxed. However, when they saw that the Lin clan had suffered heavy losses and that so many people were injured, Lin Songqiong and the others' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly arranged for people to treat everyone's injuries. "Clan leader, our injuries aren't urgent. We have important matters to discuss," said the second elder. The second elder said solemnly. "Let's go to the meeting room," said Lin Songqiong. The upper echelons of the Lin clan all appeared. Lin Feng was the only junior, and he sat next to his father. Lin Xiong took out an egg first. "This is the egg of a golden-feathered eagle?" The eyes of the upper echelons of the Lin clan lit up. Said Lin Xiong. "That's right, it's an egg." "Good, good, good." Lin Songqiong nodded. To the Lin clan, the golden-feathered eagle's egg was too important. As long as it was nurtured successfully, this was equivalent to having an additional guardian deity. Said the second elder. "Apart from the egg, we also made an important discovery." "What discovery?" asked the third elder. "We had a deadly battle with the Nalin clan because of this discovery." The second elder took a deep breath and said, "We found a spiritual mine." "What? A spiritual mine?" Almost everyone cried out in surprise. A spiritual mine. Such a resource. It was only in the hands of a few top powers. For example, ancient powers like the 10 great ancient cities of the East Province. The upper echelons of the Lin clan naturally knew what a spiritual mine meant. "Is the Nalin clan aware of this matter?" asked Lin Songqiong. "The Nalin clan members were all killed, but we can't rule out the possibility that they sent a message back to the clan," said the second elder. "This spirit or vein is of great importance. Although it's tempting, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect it," Lin Badian said. There was silence in the hall. Indeed. The Lin family was just a small family. Spirit or veins were very rare and precious. Not to mention the Lin family, even Zhenwu country might not be able to protect it. To the Lin family, the spirit or vein could be a disaster, not a blessing. "Then what should we do?" Seventh elder asked. "Now, we should think about it." The Nalan family has also received news of the spirit or vein, and they have suffered heavy losses this time. They will definitely be able to find out that it was us who did it. We have to guard against the Nalan family's revenge. Lin Badian said. Second elder said, we can talk to the Wang family. Everyone nodded. The Wang family and the Lin family were allies, and they needed to know about this matter. But what about the spirit or vein? Lin Xiong asked. Everyone frowned slightly. It would be a pity if they ignored the spirit or vein. But with the Lin family's power, they would not dare to take it for themselves. Once the news got out, it would be a disaster for the family. I have a few friends in Jialan Academy. I'll contact them and discuss a plan. Lin Feng said. All right. Lin Songqiong nodded. Lin Feng wrote a letter, and one of his uncles personally brought it to Jialan Academy. Lin Feng wrote a letter to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was Lin Feng's good friend in Jialan Academy. The two of them had gone through life and death together, and they were friends. Su Zimo's family was not ordinary. They were the strongest of the 10 families in Jialan City, and they were much stronger than the Bai family. Moreover, the Su family had a lot of connections, and this matter could be discussed with the Su family. Lin Feng's letter was very simple. He only wrote that there was an important matter to discuss, and he asked Su Zimo to invite someone in charge of the family. Su Zimo was shocked when he saw the letter. He said, Uncle Lin, is this matter very urgent? Lin Feng's uncle said, it is indeed very urgent. Young Master Su, please communicate with the elders in the family. Alright, I'll go back now. Su Zimo hurriedly returned to the clan and told this matter to his father, Su Qianfeng. Su Zimo was the only son of the Su family's patriarch, Su Qianfeng. Moreover, he had a son at an old age. With regards to his son, Su Qianfeng was naturally very concerned. Moreover, Su Zimo was also quite capable. Among the children of aristocratic families, regardless of whether it was his character or ability, he was quite outstanding. Even in the aspect of making friends, Su Qianfeng was very satisfied. Su Qianfeng had heard the name Lin Feng from Su Zimo more than once. Su Qianfeng clearly knew what it meant to have such a promising youth like Lin Feng. Therefore, he was very supportive of Su Zimo building a good relationship with Su Qianfeng. After hearing about this matter from Su Zimo, Su Qianfeng asked, what's the matter that made you so anxious to meet with my Su family? Brother Lin has always been calm and steady. He wouldn't act like this unless it was extremely urgent. Father, please make a decision quickly. Su Zimo said. Let the great elder go with you to the Lin clan. Su Qianfeng said. Yes. Su Zimo went to look for the grand elder. Then, a group of more than 20 people from the Su clan hurriedly rushed to the Lin clan. Qingyun City. Nalan clan. Reporting to the patriarch, we didn't find any traces of the grand elder and the genius prince. We only found traces of fighting and bloodstains in the mountain forest. The atmosphere in the Nalan clan's hall was heavy. The upper echelons of the Nalan clan were all present. An expert of the Nalan clan reported the results of their investigation into the wild forest. The Nalan clan's patriarch, Nalan Jinghong's expression was incomparably gloomy. He held a piece of paper in his hand. On it was written, a spirit vein was found in the wild forest. At the same time, people from the Lin clan were besieging them. In just a few dozen words, too much information was revealed. This was the information that the Grand Elder had sent back to the clan. But now, the Nalan clan had more than 300 people, but none of them had returned. Including the Grand Elder. And the Nalan clan's genius prince who was the hope of the Nalan clan. He was also together. He had completely disappeared without a trace. Although he was unwilling to admit it, but it seemed, the Nalan clan's people must have really met with misfortune. Lin clan, Lin clan. Nalan Jinghong almost roared out. His murderous intent was monstrous. We must destroy the Lin clan and avenge the Grand Elder, the genius prince, and the 300 people of the Nalan clan. The second elder of the Nalan clan said coldly. That's right, the Lin clan must be annihilated by the Nalan clan. Only then will we be able to avenge them. The third elder of the Nalan clan said. The sixth elder said coldly, what's more, there's a spirit or vein involved in this matter. This matter involves too many people. The Lin clan must be destroyed and the spirit vein must be controlled by us. Report. The Su clan's patriarch wants to see you. While the Nalan clan's upper echelons were having a meeting, a voice came from outside. The Su clan and the Lin clan seem to have fallen out recently. I don't know why, but why are they here now? The fourth elder was puzzled. Let them in. Nalan Jinghong said. Yes. The messenger left. Not long after, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Dong Tang, and a dozen strong cultivators of the Su clan entered the hall. Brother Nalan, please forgive us for disturbing you. Su Dong Tang cupped his fists. Brother Su, what brings you here today? Nalan Jinghong asked. This is the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Shantian. The young master of the Bai clan has brought many strong cultivators here to destroy the Lin clan. Su Dong Tang said with a smile. Destroy the Lin clan? The eyes of the Nalan clan's upper echelons lit up. They had heard about the enmity between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. They had never thought that the Bai clan would want to destroy the Lin clan. Not only the Lin clan, but the Wang clan as well. When the time comes, only the Su clan and the Nalan clan will be left in Qingyun City. Won't that be better? Bai Xuantian's lips curled into a cold smile. All right. Nalan Jinghong clapped his hands and said, the Nalan clan has been wanting to deal with these two clans for a long time. Since we want to form an alliance, let's share a secret. What secret? Bai Shantian and the others looked at Nalan Jinghong. The Lin clan discovered a spirit vein. Nalan Jinghong said. A spirit vein? Bai Shantian and the others' expressions changed drastically. After that, Bai Shantian smiled viciously. Then, the Lin clan should be destroyed even more. A smile appeared on Nalan Jinghong's face. He knew that the Nalan family would not be able to obtain the spiritual mineral vein because such a family would not be able to keep it. Revealing the whereabouts of the spiritual mineral vein would make the Bai family hell-bent on dealing with the Lin family. Once the Lin family was destroyed, the information of the spiritual mineral vein would be shared with the ancient families. At that time, it would be a great merit. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. The Lin family's meeting room, the Su family, the Wang family, the Lin family. The upper echelons of the three families were gathered here. The upper echelons of the Wang family had already known about this. Thus, their expressions were still relatively calm. The Wang family and the Lin family had been allies for more than 300 years, so they were trustworthy. The Su family's great elder, Su Chongtian, asked, when I received the news, I immediately rushed over. What does the Lin family want to discuss? Lin Songqiong replied, the Lin family has discovered a spirit stone mine. They discovered a spirit or vein, and the Lin family has sealed it off. What? A spirit stone mine? Su Chongtian's eyes widened. He naturally knew what a spirit stone mine meant. Is that true? Su Chongtian asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Lin Songqiong nodded. Good, good, good. Su Chongtian said 3 times, then asked, what do you plan to do, Lin family head? Lin Songqiong smiled, then looked at Lin Feng and said, I heard from Fenger that the Su family seems to have some relations with the ancient powers. We hope to provide them with information about the Spirit Stone Mine. The Spirit Stone Mine was a very important matter, even Zhenwu country couldn't protect it. If news of this spread, it would be a disaster for Zhenwu country. They needed an ancient power to guard this place. Otherwise, if the demonic powers found out, they might massacre Zhenwu country for the Spirit Stone Mine. Su Chongtian said, indeed, there are people from my family who are guards in the ancient powers. Is it Sky Saint City? Or Sun Moon City? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City were allies, and they protected each other. These two ancient cities were both ancient powers. Zhenwu country would pay tribute to the two ancient powers every year to seek protection. Previously, demons were causing trouble. Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City's experts had been mobilized. In Sun Moon City, Su Chongtian said. Lin Feng said, since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Please send the news quickly. Alright, I'll send the news to the clan now. They will send people to Sun Moon City. We'll wait here, Su Changtian said. Then, Su Changtian wrote a secret letter and ordered someone to deliver it to the Su family. Can we go take a look at the spirit or vein now? Su Changtian asked. Of course. Lin Songqiong nodded. Su Changtian and the rest left the city with the Lin clan's third elder, heading towards the mine. Over the next few days, Jialan City was calm and peaceful. This made Lin Feng feel that something was amiss. At night, while the father and son were drinking tea and chatting, Lin Feng voiced his doubts. Father, logically speaking, the Nalan clan shouldn't have let this matter rest. They should have even taken revenge. Why hasn't there been any movement? Lin Beidian frowned and said, That's strange. It's too peaceful. If it's that peaceful, the Nalan clan must be planning something even bigger. The next day, Lin Feng began to purchase some precious array formation materials. He planned to use the formation to envelop the entire Lin family. If there was any danger, the array could ensure the safety of the Lin family. Lin Feng planned to set up 3 types of formations, namely the 9 Heaven Maze Formation, Great Black Tortoise Formation, Great White Tiger Formation. The 9 Heaven Maze Formation was an illusory formation. Once inside, one would be confused and unable to extricate themselves. The Great Black Tortoise Formation was a defensive formation. The Great White Tiger Formation was an offensive formation. Lin Feng's 3 deployment spells could be used to attack, defend, and create illusions to protect the Lin clan's mansion. When Lin Feng was setting up the formation, he attracted the attention of many people in the Lin clan. Lin Songqiong asked, Feng what are you doing? Said Lin Feng. I'm casting a gigantic deployment spell around the entire Lin clan, said Lin Feng. Ah. You're setting up a formation? Lin Songqiong stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. He naturally knew what setting up a formation meant. Only a great array formation master could do that. Only an array formation master could set up a formation. In the entire Zhenwu country, the number of array formation masters could be counted on one hand. His own grandson? And an array formation master at that? Feng you. Lin Songqiong felt that his lips were dry and cracked. Lin Feng said, I've been learning array formations from the dean for a long time. Now, I'm a golden rank array formation master. Beginner rank. A medium rank array formation master can set up 23 different formations. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Songqiong was pleasantly surprised. Array formation master. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that a great array formation master would appear in our Lin family. This news quickly spread throughout the Lin family. The entire Lin family was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Array formation master. That was the greatest existence in the entire continent. Lin Feng spent 3 days to set up the 3 formations. Then, he told his grandfather, Lin Songqiong, and the other higher-ups of the clan how to activate the formations. Once the Lin family was in danger, they could activate the formations to protect the Lin family. Feng can you set up a formation around the spirit mine? Especially an illusory formation to completely hide the spirit mine. I'm worried that the Nalan family won't let this go. Perhaps they'll bring experts to seize the ownership of the spirit mine. Lin Songqiong said. Alright, I'll go to the spirit mine now. Lin Feng nodded. Spirit mine, Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian, 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder. Wang family's grand elder, Wang Kuei, Su family's grand elder, Su Changtian, and the rest were guarding the spirit mine. Lin Feng and Su Zimo arrived at the spirit mine together. Then, Lin Feng began to set up the formation. Feng what are you doing? The 3rd elder and the others were all dumbfounded. Haha, don't you know? Lin Feng is a spirit array formation master. Su Changtian said with a smile. Su Zimo often talked about Lin Feng in the family, so Su Changtian knew a lot about Lin Feng. Ah, a spirit array formation master? That's great, that's great. Feng is a spirit array formation master. The heavens are really protecting our Lin family. 3rd elder and the rest were so excited that they started to speak incoherently. The elders of the Lin family naturally knew what it meant to have a spirit array formation master in the family. Lin Baitian's eyes also showed a gratified expression. The people from the Wang family and the Su family looked at the people from the Lin family enviously. They really hoped that there would be a spirit array formation master in their family. But to become a spirit array formation master, it was 1 in a million. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Lin Feng said humbly, Feng'er is lucky to have met a good teacher in the school. I'll set up the formation now to guard the spirit mine. Just as Lin Feng was setting up the formation, the Nailin, Su, and Bai families had joined forces and split into 2 groups. One group headed for the Lin family, while the other group headed for the spirit mine. Obviously, the 3 families were going to attack the Lin family together. The sky gradually darkened. There were fewer people on the streets. Outside the Lin family mansion, it was quiet. However, in the darkness, there were many pairs of cold eyes looking in the direction of the Lin family mansion. The Nailin family's patriarch, Nailin Xinghong, personally led a group of experts. Together with the Su family's experts led by the Su family's great elder Su Qinghe and the Bai family's experts led by the Bai family's young master Bai Shantian, they were ready to encircle the Lin family. The 3 forces were determined to win this battle. In the darkness, Su Yueshi's eyes were cold. She was excited when she thought that Lin Feng would be kneeling in front of her. In Jialan Academy, Lin Feng's rise was a huge blow to Su Yueshi. When a person made a mistake but didn't want to admit it, the best way was to destroy them. Now, Su Yueshi wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Perhaps only then could she prove that she hadn't made a mistake. In the dead of night. Attack, Nailin Xinghong waved his hand. Swoosh swoosh, arrows suddenly shot out in the dark night, shooting towards the 4 guards outside the Lin family's mansion. Pooh, the arrows pierced through their bodies mercilessly. The 4 guards of the Lin clan fell to the ground. Then, a total of 500 to 600 experts from the 3 major forces moved out and charged toward the Lin family mansion. The 3 forces had been preparing for a long time. This time, they were going to kill the Lin family mansion. The experts of the 3 forces rushed into the Lin family mansion. Who is it? Shouted the guards who were patrolling the Lin family mansion. Oh no! Enemy attack! When the guards saw the intruders, their faces changed and they quickly hit the gong in their hands. Kill them! Shouted Nailin Xinghong. Nailin Xinghong shouted coldly. The experts of the 3 major forces rushed over and fought with the guards of the Lin family. Dong dong dong. At that moment, the sound of the gong alerted the entire Lin family mansion. The members of the Lin family woke up from their sleep. What happened? Asked Lin Songqiong. Patriarch, it's the Nailin family and the Su family mansion. They led a large group of people to attack the Lin family mansion. A guard ran over in a panic. Leader, the Nailin clan and the Su clan have joined forces to kill us. They're really aggressive. I'm afraid they want to destroy our entire Lin clan. The second elder and the others also came to Lin Songqiong with gloomy faces. They had already guessed the revenge of the Nailin family. However, they didn't expect that the Su family was also involved. Although the Lin family and the Su family were drifting apart, there wasn't much conflict between them. Before this, they were still allies. Now, the Su family had turned around and attacked. The higher-ups of the Lin family hated him to the core. Open the Great Formation and trap them all inside, said Lin Feng. Lin Songqiong shouted angrily. The higher-ups of the Lin family rushed out and activated the array that Lin Feng had set up in advance. Buzz. The entire Lin family mansion was suddenly shrouded in fog. The dense fog covered the entire Lin family mansion. What happened? The people from the 3 major forces were originally aggressive, but now they suddenly panicked. The unknown was the most terrifying. They charged left and right. But he found out. In the end, they could only go in circles. And the people of the Lin family had all disappeared without a trace. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Arrows were shot from all directions. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Ah! Mournful screams resounded one after another. The experts of the 3 major forces who were trapped inside the Great Formation were attacked by the Lin family and suffered heavy losses. Wild Forest, Spirit or Vein, at this moment, a fierce battle was also taking place. The head of the Su family, Su Don Tang, was leading the experts of the Su family, the second elder and the other elders of the Nalan family were leading the experts of the Nalan family. The first elder of the Bai family, Bai Chang Lei, was also rushing over from Sangarama city. This Bai Chang Lei. He looked very similar to the vice principal of the Sangarama Academy, Bai Chang Feng. This person was Bai Changfeng's brother and had a very high status in the Bai family. This time, he personally led the experts of the Bai family here. First, it was to seize the spirit or vein, and second, it was to eliminate the Lin family. On the other side of the spirit or vein, there were experts from the Lin and Wang families, as well as the Su family from Sangarama city. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle and there were casualties everywhere. Bai Chang Lei coldly shouted, Su Chang Tian. This is a matter of Green Cloud City, your Su family should stay as far away as possible. If you leave now, you can still save your life. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Humph. Bai Chang Lei, you think I'm afraid of you? You think my Su family is afraid of your Bai family? Don't forget, among the 10 major families of Sangarama city, my Su family is the number one. Your Bai family can't compare to my Su family. Quickly retreat with the rest of your people and there will still be a chance to turn the situation around. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Su Chang Tian sneered. Haha, ridiculous, a trapped beast still can't escape death. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll wipe you all out today. Bai Chang Lei sneered again and again. The attacks of the three major forces were getting fiercer and fiercer. Retreat, retreat. Lin Feng shouted. The experts of the Lin family quickly retreated to the valley where the spirit or vein was located. If we make a move here, the situation in Green Cloud City will be very bad. Fifth elder said worriedly. Don't worry, I've already arranged a great formation in the family. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the people of the Lin family felt relieved. Kill, the experts of the three major forces rushed into the valley. Great formation, activate! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He immediately activated the deployment spell he had set up. Buzz. Formation runes intertwined. White mist lingered. The entire valley was shrouded in white mist. Lin Feng had arranged the Green Dragon Great Formation, the Nine Heavens Maze Formation, and the Sword Ocean Great Formation. Among them, the Great Azure Dragon deployment spell was the strongest one Lin Feng could use. Not good, it's a great formation, there's a great formation here. Quick, retreat. The experts of the three major forces were shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying a great formation was. However, it was too late to retreat now. Lin Feng activated the Sword Ocean Great Formation. Dense sword chi appeared in the valley and shot toward the experts of the three great clans. Puff. Puff. Puff, tearing sounds could be heard one after another. It was accompanied by a series of screams. Under the attack of the Sword Ocean Great Formation, the experts of the three major families fell to the ground and died on the spot. Too powerful. The people of the Lin family, the Wang family, and the Su family were stunned. No wonder, a spirit array master was the greatest existence in the entire continent. A spirit array master could create such an effect by arranging a great formation. This was simply too inconceivable. Su Changtian was happy that the Su family and the Lin family had formed an alliance. Even though the Lin clan couldn't compete with the Su clan at the moment, Su Changtian was convinced that Lin Feng would rise to power very quickly. The Lin family's status would rise and they might even become a superpower one day. At that time, the Su family would rise together with them and they would not be limited to their own forces in Jialan City. Clang, clang, clang. The experts of the three major forces defended against the Great Formation's attack. However, Lin Feng's Great Formation was too powerful. It was not easy to defend against it. The three major forces suffered heavy losses. In a short time, half of their experts were dead, and the rest were injured. Wiping out all the experts of the three major forces seemed to be right in front of them. At this moment, Bai Chang Lei suddenly shouted, "Ancestor, save us!" Keek keek. In the distance, a ghostly laughter could be heard. A skinny old man walked over from afar. He could move 100 meters with each step. It was as if he could shrink the ground into an inch. Not good, it's the old man from the Bai family. He's a martial general. Seeing the old man, Su Chongtian's expression changed. What? An expert at the general level? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Everyone knew what it meant to be a martial general. A warrior in the martial general realm had the strength to pull up a mountain. A warrior in the martial general realm could shrink the ground into an inch. A warrior in the martial general realm had a body like metal. A warrior in the martial general realm exhaled like a sword. The martial general realm, this was a major transformation. Once one transformed to this realm, their cultivation would undergo an earth-shattering change. No matter how strong a martial master realm cultivator was, in front of a martial general realm cultivator, he was still like an ant. The Bai family's ancestor had personally made a move. Lin Feng and the others were about to face the attack of a martial general. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do because a martial general was simply too powerful. This old man didn't plan to make a move, but I didn't expect that there would be someone among you who knows how to set up a formation. The Bai family's ancestor's sinister voice sounded. Whoosh. The Bai family's patriarch was bold and daring as he dashed into the grand array. Sound wave technique. Roar. The Bai family's ancestor showed his might and roared loudly. Sound waves rippled out. Clang 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 clang. The Bai family's ancestor's sound wave technique formed a powerful sound wave that collided with the sword chi released by Lin Feng's Sea of Swords formation, producing a series of clanging sounds. The Bai family's ancestor was indeed worthy of being a martial general. He was simply too powerful. With his own strength, he was actually able to block the attack of Lin Feng's Sea of Swords formation. Hurry up and get out. The Bai family's ancestor shouted loudly. The survivors of the other three families all rushed out of the formation in an extremely sorry state. What do we do now? Everyone's gaze was on Lin Feng. Unknowingly, Lin Feng had become everyone's backbone. Lin Feng knew that in the face of the attack of a martial general, they could only rely on the formation to win. Otherwise, they would definitely lose this battle. He said, everyone, spread out in the various formation cores. Listen to my instructions later. Inject your true chi into the formation cores and activate the formation with me to deal with this person. Okay, everyone nodded. Under Lin Feng's command, everybody quickly spread out in all directions. Every martial master led a dozen or so people to guard the eye of the formation. Great formation, the core of the formation was called the eye of the formation. The operation of the formation was closely related to the formation eye. In the eye of the formation, Lin Feng buried many materials for setting up the formation. These materials were connected together to form a large formation, maintaining the operation of the large formation. 9 Heavens Maze Formation. Sword Sea Array. Lin Feng shouted, and everyone poured their true chi into the large array. Buzz. White mist filled the air. The 9 Heavens Maze Array was the first to be activated. This 9 Heavens Maze Array was an illusory array. When it was activated, it was surrounded by white fog. Elder Ancestor Bai walked through the formation as if he had entered a maze. No matter where he went, he seemed to be going in circles. The Bai clan's ancestor said coldly, little child from the Lin clan, I've heard that you've learned the art of spiritual arrays from Sun Tiantu. I didn't think that you'd be able to reach such a high level in such a short period of time. Today, I must kill you, or else you'll become a great threat to us. Lin Feng did not answer. Instead, he activated the Sword Sea formation with everyone else and attacked Elder Ancestor Bai. At this moment, the Sword Sea formation was even more powerful. Dense sword chi shot out horizontally and horizontally towards the Bai clan's ancestor. Humph, insignificant skill. The Bai clan's ancestor sneered. Then, a terrifying aura exuded from his body. That aura was suffocating. A stream of chi gushed out from the Bai clan's ancestor's body and protected him. When the dense sword chi slashed onto the Bai clan's ancestor's body, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. On the other hand, the Bai clan's ancestor. He did not suffer any damage. Protective chi. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. It was rumored that powerhouses in the martial general realm could find chi that was born between heaven and earth and cultivate it into their body to form their own protective chi. Once the protective chi was activated, it was almost invulnerable. At this moment, the Bai clan's ancestor had activated his protective chi. Lin Feng and the others activated the Sword C formation to attack the Bai clan's ancestor, but it did not cause any damage to the Bai clan's ancestor at all. That was the terrifying thing about the protective chi. Haha, trash, like you think you can hurt me? What a joke, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. The Bai clan's ancestor laughed. He did not care about Lin Feng and the others at all. Whoosh 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 whoosh, at this moment, the Bai clan's ancestor moved. He flashed around in the valley. Oh no, the Bai clan's ancestor can break my 9-heaven maze formation. Seeing the Bai clan's ancestor moving around in the formation, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. A powerhouse in the martial general realm. Powerful indeed. Green dragon formation, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He started using the third deployment spell. This was the most powerful formation that Lin Feng had mastered. This formation was very difficult to activate because the green dragon formation needed to absorb a huge amount of energy to be truly activated. Everyone continued to pour their true chi into the formation. Roar, a loud dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. A huge creature appeared in the valley. Although the white mist had covered the gigantic creature, everyone could still vaguely see a gigantic beast hovering in the air. Its body was like a winding mountain ridge. A terrifying dragon's aura filled the valley. A dragon, a dragon. Outside, many people cried out in surprise. They could see the huge green dragon in the white fog, and many of them were shocked. Su Changtian's expression was ugly as he said, "Will the ancestor be okay?" Bai Chonglei sneered, "The ancestor is a martial general, how can there be a problem? Although the Lin clan has set up a formation, so what? With the ancestor's strength, breaking the formation is only a matter of time. Once the formation is broken, everyone will die." That's right, a martial general is an invincible existence. The Lin clan is doomed. The second elder of the Nalan clan agreed. The green dragon circled in the air, its cold eyes looking at the ancestor Bai in the middle of the formation. Rumble. At this moment, the green dragon formation. The green dragon raised its huge claw. A claw struck towards the ancestor Bai. This move was called Green Dragon Claws. The huge dragon claw was like a mountain, fiercely striking towards the ancestor Bai. The ancestor Bai's expression was cold as he faced the green dragon claws. The ancestor Bai punched out. Bang! The Bai family's elder ancestor clashed with the azure dragon's claw. The Bai family's elder ancestor lived up to his reputation as a martial general. He managed to block the azure dragon's claw attack. Green dragon tail whip. However, at this moment, the ancestor Bai's second attack exploded. The green dragon tail whip swept across the sky. The huge green dragon's tail whipped towards the ancestor Bai. The green dragon great array was the core of the array, and it was also the most powerful part. If they wanted to defeat the Bai family's elder ancestor, they would need to rely on the green dragon great array. The power of the green dragon great array was indeed strong enough. Under Lin Feng's control, all kinds of attacks were launched continuously, erupting with tyrannical attack power. For example, the green dragon tail whip in front of them. The dragon tail swept over and fiercely whipped towards the Bai family's elder ancestor. However, the Bai family's elder ancestor's strength was too strong, and his reaction was too fast. When the green dragon tail whip swept over, he used the great capture move. He suddenly grabbed. He actually caught the green dragon's tail. Ha! The Bai family's elder ancestor roared and used both hands to pull the green dragon up. Bang! The azure dragon, which was as huge as a mountain ridge, was smashed into a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak collapsed with a bang. Everyone was aghast. This was the strength of a military general. It was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Isn't that too powerful? Outside, the Su family and the Nalan family were also stunned. It was the first time they saw a military general expert make a move. In their hearts, there was only deep shock. The battle strength of a military general expert made everyone feel a sense of extreme shock. Bai Chonglei said with a hint of pride. Of course. A military general expert has such a powerful strength. Then we'll wait for the elder ancestor to finish off the Lin family. When that time comes, we'll see how they die. The Nalin family's second elder said with a sinister smile. Su Dongtang also laughed out loud. The Lin family and the Wang family are eliminated. These two families are destined to be eliminated, and these two families will be wiped out from Qingyun City. Inside the Great Array, the Bai family's elder ancestor displayed his invincible might. His strength even suppressed the Green Dragon Great Array set up by Lin Feng. A military general expert was too powerful. Release the arrows! Lin Feng shouted loudly. The scattered cultivators immediately took out their bows and arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a dense number of arrows shot towards the Bai family's elder ancestor. At the same time, Lin Feng once again controlled the Azure Dragon to attack elder ancestor Bai. Azure Dragon spits water. Whoosh, the Azure Dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mist that filled the sky. The water mist turned into countless water droplets that shot toward elder ancestor Bai. If a martial master cultivator were to face such an attack, they would have been killed in an instant. However, elder ancestor Bai was a powerhouse in the martial general realm. He had an extremely powerful shield of vigor. When all the attacks came crashing down, elder ancestor Bai immediately activated his shield of vigor. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. All the attacks, like arrows and water droplets, were blocked by elder ancestor Bai's chi shield. It was as if no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to break through elder ancestor Bai's defense. This made everyone's expression turn even uglier. It was as if elder ancestor Bai was carrying a tortoise shell. There was no way to break through his defense. They were in big trouble now. This was a battle of life and death. If they did not die, they would die. If they could not take down elder ancestor Bai after a long time, then Lin Feng and the others would be the ones to die in the end. Lin Feng and the others knew this very well. Therefore, at this moment, the crowd was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. A bunch of ants, trying to use a mere yellow rank formation against me. How laughable and foolish. If you go against me, you will only end up dead. As soon as he finished speaking, elder ancestor Bai rushed to the left. He broke through the restraints of the Nine Heavens maze. In an instant, he was in front of more than 10 cultivators. These cultivators were from the Wang clan, the Lin clan, and the Su clan of Sangharan City. Oh no! When they saw elder ancestor Bai breaking out of the maze formation and appearing in front of them, the expressions of the cultivators changed drastically. Die, all of you! Elder ancestor Bai laughed sinisterly and attacked with his palm. Let's fight it out with him. The cultivators roared and slashed at elder ancestor Bai with their weapons. Rushing thunder palm. Elder ancestor Bai roared and struck out with his palm. This palm strike was accompanied by rolling thunder. It was simply too powerful. Bang, his palm enveloped more than 10 cultivators, and the tyrannical force slammed into the bodies of the cultivators. Ah, screams of agony rang out one after another. More than 10 cultivators were killed by elder ancestor Bai's palm strike. They died tragically on the spot. Haha, the Lin family and the others are fighting like cornered beasts. The people from the 3 major forces who were watching the show were excited. They could already see the scene of the Lin family being killed by elder ancestor Bai one by one. They felt a burst of excitement when they thought of this scene. Dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. Lin Feng roared and controlled the Azure Dragon to attack elder ancestor Bai. Everyone was desperately pouring their true chi into the formation. Groan. A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards elder ancestor Bai. The Azure Dragon displayed its strongest power and strongest attack. Splitting Mount Hua. Elder ancestor Bai sneered and leaped out. He attacked with his palm. Bang. He collided with the Azure Dragon again, and it was like 2 mountains colliding fiercely. The Azure Dragon was actually destroyed by elder ancestor Bai's attack. Pfft, everyone in the formation felt as if they were struck by lightning. This time everyone suffered from the backlash. Many people spat out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. Elder ancestor Bai's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Whoosh. Elder ancestor Bai rushed into a group of people and started a massacre. Pft, pft, pft. More than 10 cultivators were killed by Elder Ancestor Bai in the blink of an eye. All of you should die too. Elder Ancestor Bai's body flickered and appeared in the next formation I. Kill. More than 20 experts were killed by Elder Ancestor Bai. Elder Ancestor Bai seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. He killed more than 100 experts in a row. Everyone was killed to the point of trembling with fear. Damn it, Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Many of his clansmen were being killed by the Bai clan's ancestor, and Lin Feng couldn't do anything. Lin Feng felt like he was going insane. Go, we must break out. We will cover you. Feng go quickly. Fifth Elder's fat body rushed to Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Feng leave quickly. Lin Beidian also walked over and said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was the hope of the Lin family, nothing must happen to him. But now, the formation was in tatters. Obviously, no one could be a match for Elder Ancestor Bai. If they stayed, they would die. So it's here. Kid, I finally found you. A sinister laugh was heard. It was Elder Ancestor Bai. He found Lin Feng's location. The Bai family lost several direct descendants to Lin Feng. Elder Ancestor Bai naturally wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Leave quickly. Fifth Elder, Seventh Elder, Eighth Elder, Lin Beidian, and more than a dozen experts of the Lin family shouted and rushed towards Elder Ancestor Bai. A bunch of trash. You're all courting death. Elder Ancestor Bai sneered and attacked the experts of the Lin family with a palm strike. He was too strong. This palm strike came crashing down. Bang. With an earth-shattering sound of collision, everyone from the Lin family was sent flying. Pfft, they spat out mouthfuls of blood in the air. Every one of them had suffered serious injuries. Father, Fifth Elder. Seeing his father, Fifth Elder, and the others get injured to save him, Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. How could he abandon his family and run away alone? If he were to run away, all of his family members would definitely die. Kid, it's your turn, said the Bai clan's ancestor, smiling ferociously. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The moment of life and death had arrived. Elder Ancestor Bai. A terrifying existence in the martial general realm, he personally made a move. Against Lin Feng, no matter who saw it, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Elder Ancestor Bai was naturally the same. After all, Elder Ancestor Bai's cultivation was more than 10 levels higher than Lin Feng. It was too easy to kill him. But Lin Feng didn't run away even though he was facing the ancestor of the Bai clan and he was sure he would lose. Because Lin Feng could not abandon his family and escape alone. Elder Ancestor Bai's palm strike came. Lin Feng knew. Whether he lived or died, it would be decided in the next moment. Lin Feng's face was filled with a cold expression. The more dangerous the moment, the calmer he became. Die. Elder Ancestor Bai laughed sinisterly. A palm strike came down brazenly. In Elder Ancestor Bai's eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Haha, this kid is going to die. Outside, the people from the 3 major forces saw that Lin Feng was about to be killed by Elder Ancestor Bai's palm, and they all smiled. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. There was no way he could survive. No, Lin Beidian and the others screamed. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, however, there was nothing they could do now. They had no ability to save Lin Feng. They had no ability to stop Elder Ancestor Bai. Everyone thought that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Whoosh. A green light flew out. Looking carefully, there was a palm-sized bronze plate in the green light. It was the bronze that Lin Feng accidentally obtained in the market. This bronze's power was astonishing. However, every time it was activated, it would absorb all the power in the body. Lin Feng only had one chance. If this chance failed, Lin Feng would definitely die. Therefore, he was waiting for the best opportunity. Now, this opportunity finally came to Lin Feng. What is this? When Elder Ancestor Bai saw the green light, his expression changed slightly. He wanted to dodge, but he was too close to Lin Feng. Elder Ancestor Bai, he couldn't dodge it either, he could only reach out and slap the green light. Pucci, the power of the bronze was so shocking that it instantly pierced through Elder Ancestor Bai's palm. Ah! Elder Ancestor Bai could not help but cry out in pain. Bronze's momentum did not diminish. Puff, another piercing sound was heard. This time, the bronze shard pierced right through Elder Ancestor Bai's chest. Elder Ancestor Bai's body was sent flying. He coughed up blood in midair, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He was severely injured. If it was not for his strength, this attack would have taken Elder Ancestor Bai's life. After one strike, Lin Feng's strength was completely drained. He no longer had the strength to fight. He collapsed to the ground. Good chance. Lin Beidian and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. They did not expect this to happen at all. Lin Beidian, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 8th elder could still stand. They gritted their teeth and used all their strength to get up and charge at Elder Ancestor Bai. Elder Ancestor Bai was now heavily injured. Lin Feng's bronze not only injured Elder Ancestor Bai, but it also shattered Elder Ancestor Bai's protective chi. Elder Ancestor Bai could no longer be as invulnerable as before. Elder Ancestor Bai saw the 4 Lin family members charging at him. His expression changed drastically. However, Elder Ancestor Bai, who was in midair, had no way to dodge. Die! Lin Beidian, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 8th elder roared. The sharp blades in their hands all stabbed at Elder Ancestor Bai. Puff, the sharp blades in their hands directly pierced Elder Ancestor Bai's body. How is this possible? Elder Ancestor Bai murmured in disbelief. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and died. A venerable general-level powerhouse, who could be ranked as one of the strongest in Zhenwu country, was killed just like that. Elder Ancestor Bai is dead. Everyone cried out in shock. The people from the Lin family were naturally ecstatic. A venerable general-level powerhouse, who stood at the top of the pyramid of Zhenwu country. But he died just like that. No, it's impossible. Bai Chonglei and the other Bai family members who were watching the battle from outside could not accept it. They roared in disbelief. They knew that Elder Ancestor Bai was dead. What did it mean to the Bai family? It was very likely that the Bai family would decline because of this. Elder Ancestor Bai is dead. Haha, kill. Kill all the people from the 3 major forces, the Wang family's grand elder shouted excitedly. Kill, everyone's morale was greatly boosted, and they charged at the people from the 3 major forces. Run. The people from the 3 major forces were already scared out of their wits when they saw Elder Ancestor Bai, a venerable general-level powerhouse, being killed. Who would dare to fight? They all ran away in panic. The Lin family's people killed more than 100 strong cultivators from the 3 major forces. The rest of the people ran away. Feng how are you? Lin Beidian and the others rushed to Lin Feng and asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak, said Lin Feng. Feng you just... The 5th elder asked in bewilderment. A beam of green light flashed past. Elder Ancestor Bai was a terrifying cultivator, but he had been severely injured. Everyone was astonished. It's this treasure. It's a fragment of an ancient weapon. It's extremely powerful, said Lin Feng to the elders of the Lin family. I didn't know you had such an opportunity. The elders of the Lin family were happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the bronze fragment away. At that moment, the Wang family's grand elder, Wang Kuei, Su Chongtian, Su Zimo and the others came back. Being able to turn defeat into victory this time, everyone had a look of joy on their faces. Elder Ancestor Bai has been killed. Is it time for the Bai family to make a move? Lin Feng looked at Su Chongtian. The Su family of Sanggaran City was ranked first among the top 10 families. The Bai family was ranked third. Now, the Bai family's elder ancestor was dead. Lin Feng was convinced that the other influential groups behind the Bai clan would also be interested in the Bai clan's position in Jialan City. Moreover, without the protection of elder ancestor Bai, many of the Bai family's businesses and territories would be targeted by the various factions in Sanggarama City. Let Zimo stay here. I'm going back to Sanggaran City now. Su Chongtian was a sly old fox. He knew that the Bai family's elder ancestor's death would cause a bloodbath in Sanggaran City. Su Chongtian returned to Sanggaran City to make ample preparations, hoping to gain more benefits in the future. Take care. Lin Feng clasped his fists. Su Chongtian said meaningfully. Don't worry, the Su family will make sure that the Bai family will never be a threat to the Lin family again. Thank you, said the Lin family gratefully. We're allies. Su Chongtian smiled. The Lin clan knew that the Su clan of Jialan City had formed an alliance with the Lin clan because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the pride of the Lin family. Green Cloud City was shrouded in a deathly stillness. This was because something big had happened the night before. The Nalan family, the Su family, and the Bai family of Sanggaran City had joined forces to attack the Lin family. Naturally, this was a big deal. However, what shocked everyone was that the Lin family was not annihilated by the combined forces of the three major forces. Instead, it was the three major forces that suffered heavy losses. In the middle of the night, the Wang family received the news. Under the leadership of the Wang family leader, they joined forces with the Lin family to form an encirclement against the three major forces. The three major forces suffered heavy casualties. Some of them managed to escape. The young master of the Bai family, Bai Shantian, was severely injured. Under the leadership of the remaining members of the Bai family, they quickly left Green Cloud City. Naturally, the Bai family could leave without a hitch. However, the Nalan family and the Su family would not leave so easily. Their families were rooted in Green Cloud City. Now, the Su family and the Nalan family had closed their doors. It was the same for the Lin and Wang families. Clearly, an even bigger storm was brewing. Especially when the news of the Bai family's elder ancestor's death spread to Green Cloud City. The atmosphere in Green Cloud City became even more subtle. How could this be? It was a flawless plan. How could it fail? Nalan Jinghong muttered. He could not believe that this was real. Go, quickly send a message to the main family. Ask them to send powerhouses to help us. Nalan Jinghong shouted. The Nalan family. They were one of the top 10 families in Sanggaran City. They were ranked 5th and their power was not to be underestimated. Immediately, someone disguised himself and left the city. He rode a horse and galloped towards Sanggaran City. Whoosh! Under the night sky, an arrow was shot. Pfft! The arrow pierced through the Nalan family messenger's chest. The messenger fell off his horse and died. More than 10 young men rushed out from the forest. Brother Lei, you're awesome. You're indeed the master archer of our family. Someone said with a smile. Come on, don't flatter me. Compared to Brother Feng, I'm thousands of miles away. Search this guy. The burly young man said. Immediately, someone searched him. We found a letter. A young man said. Open it. The burly young man said. After the young man opened it, he said, it's a letter asking for help from the Nalan family. Little Brother Feng's foresight is godly. You told us to hide here and ambush the person who went out to report. We really did manage to ambush him. Send someone back to report. The burly young man said. I'll go. Immediately, a young man from the Lin family took the letter and returned to Qingyun City. The current Green Cloud City was not as lively as it used to be because of the battle between the 4 great clans. The doors were all closed and the streets were quiet. Obviously, everyone was waiting for the final result of the battle between the 4 great clans. Green Cloud City was about to change. The Su family was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Su Yueshi had also received the news of elder ancestor Bai's death. Her face was extremely pale. 3 years ago, she had joined Jialan Academy with Lin Feng. At that time, they were still childhood sweethearts. Right now, the Lin family and the Su family had already turned against each other. What do we do now? Even the Bai clan's patriarch died at the hands of Lin Feng. The great elder of the Su family sighed. If Yushi didn't betray Lin Feng, how could our Su family end up like this? A clansman said coldly. That's right. It's all Yushi's fault. She made an unforgivable mistake and implicated our Su family. I think we should let Yushi go to the Lin family to apologize. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. A clansman said. Su Yueshi's face became even paler. She naturally knew what it meant to go to the Lin family to apologize. She would be abandoned by the Su family. Su Yueshi had never regretted anything so much. She had never thought that she would face such a terrible situation one day. Humph, what's the use of blaming Yushi now? Back then, when we established a relationship with the Bai clan, who was the one who praised the Mid-Autumn Festival's performance? Su Dongtang said with a gloomy face. Then what do you think we should do? One of the elders said coldly. The great elder sighed and said, I heard that the Su family of Sangharan City and the Lin family have formed an alliance. To be honest, we are related to the Su family of Sangharan City. According to the genealogy, we are from the same clan. Why don't we send someone to contact the Su family of Sangharan City and ask them to help us? Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Okay, let's do that. Su Dongtang nodded. Not long after, Su Zimo received a letter from the Su family of Sangharan City. Seventh uncle, this is a letter from Su Dongtang. He said that he is related to the Su family of Sangharan City and wants us to plead for mercy. After reading the letter, Su Zimo handed it to a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man sneered after reading it. What a joke. How come I didn't know that the Su family of Sangharan City is related to the Su family of Qingyun City? Our family has a few branches, but that obviously doesn't include the Su family in Qingyun City. Everyone wants to establish a relationship with us, let alone at this critical juncture. Even if we do have a relationship with them, we'll have to give him up. The middle-aged man said it simply, but his attitude was firm. No one could stop them from forming a relationship with the Lin family. The entire Su family of Sangharan City was optimistic about Lin Feng's future. Before Lin Feng grew up, the Su family of Sangharan City might benefit from Lin Feng's rise in the future. That's right, I think so too. Just send someone to get rid of them. Su Zimo sneered. Su family. The other party didn't respond? Why did he send you back here? The faces of the upper echelons of the Su family were extremely ugly. We are all members of the Su family, why didn't they help us? Why didn't they help us? Some people in the Su family had completely lost their composure. Their last hope had been cut off. Report, there are many people outside. They have completely surrounded the Su family. Someone ran into the room in a panic. The faces of the upper echelons of the Su family turned pale. Outside the Su family residence. Young Master Feng, everyone is here. They have completely surrounded the Su family. A guard came to Lin Feng's side and reported. Looking at the tightly shut door of the Su family residence, Lin Feng sighed slightly. Back then, he often went in and out of this place, but back then, he and Su Yueshi were still childhood sweethearts. But after joining Sangharan Academy, everything changed. There were many things that couldn't be returned to the past. And the Su family? They wanted to destroy the Lin family, they had completely angered Lin Feng. Wait until midnight, we will attack together with Second Grandpa and the others. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Second Elder, Lin Xiong, and the others led people to surround the Nailan family residence. Midnight arrived. Kill. Earth-shattering shouts rang out, breaking the silence of the cold night. Countless eyes were looking at the two main battlefields. The Su family and the Nailan family. Just a few days ago, these two families had failed to besiege the Lin family in the middle of the night. But now, the situation had reversed. Now it was the Lin family and the Wang family that besieged the two families. There was almost no suspense in this battle. In the last battle, the Su family and the Nailan family had suffered heavy losses. And in the battle in the mineral lode area, these two families had also suffered heavy losses. The strength of these two families had been weakened by at least 60%, and they would not set up a great array to deal with the Lin and Wang families. The destruction of the two families seemed to have been destined long ago. This was a night of bloodshed, many people from the Nailan family and the Su family were killed. But this was war. The war between clans was just that cruel. Among the people who died in the Nailan family and the Su family, there were naturally good people with a good character, but so what, when a tragic family battle broke out, no matter who it was, they could only face everything that was about to come with their clansmen. Regarding the Nalan family and the Su family's encounter, even though Lin Feng sympathized with him, but he would not pity them. This matter was originally caused by them. If Lin Feng had not set up a great array in advance, perhaps the Lin family would have been exterminated. The Su family's resistance was destroyed, and people were constantly killed. The Su family's higher-ups led people to break out, but they were also killed one after another. A great battle gradually subsided in the second half of the night. "Young master, we caught a person." Someone came to report and brought a person with him. It turned out to be Suyueshi. "She almost managed to escape, but we managed to stop her," said one of them. The leader of the guard said, "Lin Feng, kill me." Suyueshi bit her lips and said. Lin Feng said, "The circumstances of life are really hard to imagine. 3 years ago, we left together. A year ago, you still occupied an extremely important position in my heart. But today, our two families are fighting to the death. These are all things that I have never thought of. What's the use of saying this now? If you want to kill me, do whatever you want." Suyueshi bit her lips and said, "It would be a pity to just kill him." Lin Feng walked up to Suyueshi and gently stroked her face with his right hand. "What are you doing?" Suyueshi looked at Lin Feng in horror. She seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's thoughts. "Bring it to the house," Lin Feng said. "Yes, young master." Several guards brought the tied-up Suyueshi to a room. Then they retreated. "Take your time, young master." They laughed and left. "Get lost," Lin Feng jokingly scolded, then entered the room. "No, no. Lin Feng, you can't do this to me. Just kill me." Suyueshi's frightened cry came from the room. Rip, then, the sound of clothes tearing could be heard. "Ah!" Soon, Suyueshi screamed in pain. Dawn. Lin Feng walked out of the room. "Young master, there's news from the Nalan family. The second elder and the others have taken control of the situation. Only a small part of the Nalan family managed to escape. The rest have been killed." A guard came over and reported. "All right, I'll go and have a look," Lin Feng said. "Young master, what should we do with this woman?" asked a guard. "Throw her out of Qingyun City and let her fend for herself," said Lin Feng. The bloodshed in Qingyun City ended with the destruction of the Su family and the Nalan family. This caused a huge uproar. Of course, compared to the bloodshed in Jialan City, a battle in a small town like Qingyun City was nothing. Jialan City was one of the 16 main cities of Zhenwu country. Everything that happened in Jialan City was known to the outside world. During this time, the Su family, the Xiao family, the Ouyang family, and the Li family had formed an alliance to eliminate the Bai family of Jialan City. Xiao Yafei, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, was the eldest disciple of Changhe group. She had a good relationship with Lin Feng. Ouyang Li from the Ouyang family and Li Kun from the Li family had gone out with Lin Feng to hunt beasts. They were brothers who had gone through life and death situations together. Even their families were on the Lin family's side. The Bai family couldn't withstand the attacks of the four great families. When the other families saw the four families besieging the Bai family, they quickly received the news of the Bai family's elder ancestor's death. Without a martial general in the family, the Bai family had a lot of territory. Naturally, it was difficult for them to maintain their business. The other forces also wanted a piece of the pie. Therefore, these forces began to attack the Bai family. Even the royal family of Zhenwu country was alarmed. After all, it was a private fight between so many families. The royal family intervened and saved the Bai family from being completely destroyed. However, the Bai family declined completely because of this battle. They fell from being one of the top 10 families of Jialan City to being a third-rate force. Half a month later, the experts of Sun Moon City arrived. They were led by 3 experts of Yinyang realm. After the experts of Sun Moon City arrived, they observed the spiritual mine under the guidance of the Lin family. The people of Sun Moon City were delighted. If they could control one more spiritual mine, they would be able to increase the strength of Sun Moon City. The Lin clan, the Wang clan, the Su clan of Sanggaran City, and even the entire Zhenwu country had benefited greatly from this. This was especially true for the Lin clan. As the discoverers of the spirit mine, the Sun Moon City had given the task of mining the spirit mine to the Lin clan, allowing the Lin clan to recruit miners. The Sun Moon City would also send a large group of people to oversee the mine. The Lin clan would receive 100 spirit crystals every month from the Sun Moon City as compensation. One had to know that only these ancient powers had the ability to purify ores. These spiritual crystals were extracted from the spiritual mine. They were extremely valuable. The spiritual crystals contained the purest spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If used for cultivation, it would definitely increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. 100 spiritual crystals every month would be able to increase the strength of the Lin family members quickly. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lin family had obtained a golden feather eagle's egg. Now, the Lin family was trying their best to incubate and nurture this golden feather eagle. Once the golden feather eagle hatched and was nurtured, the Lin family might have another martial king-level guardian deity. At that time, the Lin family's influence in the Zhenwu country would definitely become one of the strongest forces. Lin Feng stayed with the Lin family for more than 2 months. Then, he bid farewell to his father and relatives and returned to Jialan Academy. There were originally many disciples of the Bai family in Jialan Academy, such as Bai Yilong and the others. However, with the decline of the Bai family, the disciples of the Bai family had all withdrawn from the academy and left Jialan City with the Bai family. Their whereabouts were unknown. The Bai family that threatened Lin Feng had disappeared just like that. However, Lin Feng did not feel relieved. He felt that the Bai family would not let this matter rest. He also had to be on guard against the Nalan family. After all, the Nalan family of Qingyun City was a branch of the Nalan family. Now that they had been destroyed, the Nalan family would not let this matter rest. Although Lin Feng was worried about the Nalan family's revenge, the Nalan family had yet to make a move. Lin Feng was merely on guard. After all, the Nalan family had yet to make any moves. Day after day, the Jialan Academy became increasingly lively as the day of the Azure Dragon Institute's recruitment drew closer. The Azure Dragon Institute was the true martial country's highest institution, the cradle of true martial country's experts. Most importantly, the Azure Dragon Institute's principal was a master from the Sun Moon City. In other words, outstanding students within the Azure Dragon Institute. In the future, there was a chance they could join one of the ancient forces. If they wanted to grasp the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. If they wanted to live forever like the immortals in the legends, they had to join the ancient forces. Then, he would need to join an ancient faction. Only an ancient faction would have such a powerful legacy. For the upcoming recruitment test, the Jialan Academy, Sea of Clouds Academy, and Skywind Academy's disciples who had reached the 9th heavenly layer of martial warrior were eligible to enter the Skywind City Skywind Academy. Every 3 years, the Azure Dragon Institute would recruit students, and each time, they would be divided into different districts. Among them, the Jialan Academy, Sea of Clouds Academy, and Skywind Academy were in one district, and these 3 academies would take turns. 3 years ago, the recruitment site was set at the Sea of Clouds Academy, 6 years ago it was set at the Jialan Academy, and this year it was the Skywind Academy's turn. Those who could participate in the Azure Dragon Institute's recruitment test were definitely geniuses among geniuses. Skywind Academy's testing courtyard number 1, more than 300 students were gathered here, waiting for their turn. This one is Skywind Academy's Sun Hai, may I know this brother's name? While they were waiting, a 17 to 18 years old young man cupped his fists at Lin Feng, greeting him with a smile. Jialan Academy's Lin Feng. Lin Feng also cupped his fists in return. Haha, nice to meet you looking at brother Lin's young age, this must be your first time taking the recruitment test, right? Sun Hai said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, yes, this is indeed my first time taking the recruitment test. Could it be that brother Sun has taken the recruitment test before? Sun Hai smiled wryly, that's right, 3 years ago, I also participated in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment. That time, I came in brimming with confidence, but in the end, I returned disappointed. This is already my 2nd time participating in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment, but I heard that this year's assessment will be more difficult than previous years. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Just as he was about to inquire further, 3 examiners walked out from the inner courtyard. One of them was an old man, while the other two were middle-aged. These three people were the examiners in charge of Courtyard 1's test. They were either elders or deacons of the Azure Dragon Institute. The old man in the lead said, "Everyone, please follow us in." Creak. The door was opened. The three examiners took the lead and walked in. Then, the rest of the examiners followed one after another into a large hall. This hall was built like an ancient Roman Colosseum. There were high platforms around it with many seats on them. Below them was a concave building that looked like an Colosseum. It was sealed by an iron cage. This was where the assessment was held this year. Among the three of them, the old man was the main examiner. He said, "This year's test is to defeat the Earth Puppet." Hiss, hearing the words Earth Puppet, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Earth Devil's body was tough, almost impenetrable by swords and spears. After being refined into a puppet, its defense was greatly increased. Wanting to defeat an Earth Puppet wasn't an easy task. Earth Puppet? Looks like these Earth Devils were killed during the demonic beast's rampage in the Azure Dragon Institute, then refined into puppet beasts to be used in this year's assessment. This Azure Dragon Institute really knows how to make the best use of everything. Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble in his heart. They really are Earth Puppet beasts, this is going to be troublesome. These Earth Devils can't be chopped with a blade or pierced with a sword. Wanting to defeat them is too difficult. Sun Hai shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Feng said, "Since Brother Sun knew about these Earth Puppet beasts in advance, he must have made ample preparations. What's there to worry about?" Sun Hai reassured, "After all, it's hard to be 100% certain. Release the Earth Devils." The chief examiner barked. One of the deputy examiners guarding the cage directly opened the cage. Roar. In the next second, a low growl sounded from the cage. A behemoth charged out. This monster was 4 to 5 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, giving it a hideous appearance. This was an Earth Devil. It was one of the Earth Devil's races. Because its body was covered in scales, its defense was extremely strong, and its strength was boundless. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from this Earth Devil, everyone was shocked. Their faces paled. Earth Puppet beasts, why are there Earth Puppets this year? In the past years, it was only ordinary beast puppets, why are they using something as terrifying as Earth Puppets this year? This assessment is much more difficult than the previous years. The Azure Dragon Institute changes every year. We don't know what the Azure Dragon Institute will do, we can only abide by the Azure Dragon Institute's rules. Some of the students were discussing in low voices, many of them had worried expressions on their faces. The chief examiner looked coldly at the 300+ students who were either eager to give it a try or worried. He then turned to his two assistants, smiling, "Brother Zhang, Brother Li, how many of these students do you think will pass the assessment?" In the past years, it's considered not bad if there were more than 20 people in a batch, but this year's assessment is made up of Earth Puppets, increasing the difficulty by a large margin. Therefore, if there are more than 10 people passing, it's already considered a good result. One of the examiners said. Now that the Azure Dragon Institute has increased the difficulty of the assessment, it's clear that they want to recruit more geniuses to nurture. This action increases the difficulty of the assessment. I hope there will be a few true geniuses in this batch. Another examiner said. The chief examiner nodded in agreement. If they could recruit a few geniuses for the Azure Dragon Institute, they would also be rewarded by the Azure Dragon Institute. The assessment officially begins. Now, who will be the first to take the assessment? The chief examiner asked. The crowd fell silent. I'll go. After a brief moment of silence, someone finally spoke up, taking a step forward. This person was a young noble, clad in white robes, handsome and confident. Yang Qi, son of the great general of the north, Yang Zhenbei. Someone exclaimed in surprise. This person's identity was extraordinary. The great general of the north was one of the 4 great marshals of the true martial empire. He had a large number of troops under his command, and he guarded the borders and defended the empire. He had an extremely high prestige in the true martial empire. As for the sons of the great general of the north, each one of them was the son of a general. Yang Qi was the youngest son of the great general of the north. He possessed outstanding talent and had been cultivating in the Ocean of Clouds Academy. At this time, Xianxia had already jumped into the arena. Roar! The earth demon puppet roared and charged at Xianxia. Swish, there was a flash of light, a spear appeared in Xianxi's hand. It was his weapon. Facing the earth demon puppet's attack, Xianxia stabbed out with his spear 3 times in a row. The first spear split the world. The second spear pierced through mountains and rivers. The third spear calmed the world. Xianxia stabbed the earth puppet 3 times in a row, each spear faster than the last. Everyone watched as Xianxia forced the earth puppet to retreat repeatedly. Pooh! With the third spear, Xianxi's spear pierced through the earth demon puppet's chest. Ha! Xianxia shouted and actually lifted the earth puppet's mountainous body into the air. How strong! He killed the puppet in 3 moves. Is that the Xianxia state of earth spear technique? Legend has it that it was created by the great general of the north. It's so powerful. Many people were talking among themselves as they looked at Xianxia with envy. Not bad, not bad. The Xianxia state of earth spear technique is the great general of the north's unique technique, said one of the examiners. He's already 30% as strong as the great general of the north. Another examiner also praised. The head examiner's eyes lit up. He looked at Xianxia and asked, not bad, not bad. What's your name? I'm Xianxia, the son of the great general of the north, said Xianxia respectfully, cupping his fist. Like father, like son. Very good, you can come up, said the head examiner. Yes. Xianxia jumped up under the envious gazes of the crowd, waiting for the test to end. After that, more and more people entered the arena to fight against the puppets. But most of them failed. The puppets were extremely strong and invulnerable. If you wanted to defeat them, you had to be extremely strong, or you had to find the puppets' weak points and attack them. That was the only way to win, but it wasn't easy. Therefore, only 4 out of 100 students passed the test. The success rate was too low. This also showed the difficulty of the test. Look, Fan Ming went down. Suddenly, a burst of discussion came from the crowd. The one who had jumped down was tall and had a huge blade on his back. He was a student of the Tianfeng Academy, and he was quite famous there. He was an expert in blade techniques, the 3 blades of the Bloody Sea. He's the son of the Western region's king, Fan Tianhu, whispered one of the examiners. I see. He's just like his father. I wonder if he'll pass the exam, said the head examiner, nodding. The head examiner also knew the Western region's king, Fan Tianhu. Even though they weren't very close, they could still greet each other. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the heavens as an earth demon puppet was released. This earth demon puppet was actually an Azura puppet. The Azura clan was one of the largest and most powerful clans of the earth demons. This race could continuously evolve. First, there were normal Azuras, then there were white-furred Azuras, and then there were flying Azuras. Flying Azuras could evolve further and become exactly the same as humans. This Azura puppet was actually a white-furred Azura. Fan Ming and the white-haired Azura were locked in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After fighting for more than a dozen rounds, Fan Ming began to show his might. He displayed his unique skill, the 3 blades of the Bloody Sea. The saber shadow was like a tiger. Bloodblade Heavenly Dragon. Blood Light Blade Sea. Fan Ming executed the 3 sabers of the Blood Sea. Layers of saber light and blood red light swirled around. Clang clang clang, the 3 slashes landed on the white-furred Shura puppet's body, but to everyone's horror, the white-furred Shura puppet managed to block Fan Ming's Blood Sea 3 slashes. Then, it raised its claws and slapped Fan Ming's body. With a bang, Fan Ming was sent flying by the white-furred Azura puppet. Wow! He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair, and his complexion paled. The white-furred Azura puppet roared and pounced on Fan Ming. Bastard, scram! Shouted the vice-examiner coldly. With a palm strike, he sent the white-furred Azura puppet back into the cage. Next, he closed the entrance and turned to look at Fan Ming. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Fan Ming cupped his fists. His face was a little pale and ugly because he knew that he had failed the assessment. Heavens, even Fan Ming failed. That white fur-de-jour puppet is so powerful? Many people paled. The head examiner said, the following Earth Demon puppets will only get stronger. The head examiner's words made the faces of those who didn't participate in the assessment turn even paler. That's too abnormal, we're not participating. That's right, if we're careless during the battle, we might be killed by these Earth Demon puppets. Wouldn't that be too unjust? That's right, let's go, what's the big deal? Even if we don't join the Azure Dragon Institute, we can still join other forces. Some people shouted. The head examiner sneered, martial path. Martial path. Do any of you know what the martial path represents? More often than not, strength doesn't represent the martial path, but a martial heart. What is a martial heart? Advancing courageously is a martial heart, facing death with equanimity is a martial heart, never admitting defeat is a martial heart. You haven't even taken part in the assessment, yet you're already feeling fear and retreating. No matter which force you people join, your future achievements will be limited. Students like you, my Azure Dragon Institute, will definitely not accept. The head examiner's reprimand silenced many people. Many people shut their mouths, not daring to utter another word. I'll give you 7 to 8 minutes to think. If you want to leave, use this time to leave. The head examiner continued. Below the stage, discussions broke out. One after the other, more than 20 students left. Obviously, they were scared stiff by the Earth Demon puppets, not daring to participate in the assessment. As for the others, they continued on. One by one, the students took the assessment. Not long after, Sun Hai also joined the assessment. This was Sun Hai's second time participating in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment. This time, he was well prepared. After fighting for 70 to 80 rounds with the Earth Demon puppets, he finally defeated them and successfully passed the assessment. Sun Hai was clearly excited when he came out, dancing with joy. Being able to join the Azure Dragon Institute was Sun Hai's dream, and now that it had finally come true, Lin Feng could understand Sun Hai's excitement. Following that, more and more students entered the battle arena to take the assessment. At this time, a young girl in black jumped into the arena. Seeing this young girl in black participate in the assessment, many people exclaimed in surprise. This included Sun Hai, who was the same. This black-clothed girl was about 16 or 17 years old. She was tall and slender, and her exquisite and graceful body was wrapped in a tight black dress. She looked very attractive. She had a delicate and beautiful face, but her small face was always cold. Lin Feng asked, Brother Sun, who is this person? This is our Heavenly Wind Institute's Inner Courtyard's third-ranked genius, Dongfang Xinyao. Sun Hai answered. Lin Feng nodded. Being able to be ranked third in the Heavenly Wind Institute's Inner Courtyard, one could see how extraordinary this young girl in black was. Roar, the Earth Demon puppet roared and pounced at Dongfang Xinyao. Shua, Dongfang Xinyao unsheathed her sword. 3 consecutive sword strikes flew out. Twilight snow. Falling rain flowers. Sword rain silk. Puff. Puff. Puff, 3 sword strikes later. That powerful Earth Demon puppet was actually split into 3 parts by Dongfang Xinyao's 3 sword strikes. Isn't this a little too powerful? Many people exclaimed in surprise. Dongfang Xinyao's attack was even more effortless than Yang Qi's. Only the Heavenly Wind Institute students didn't seem surprised. Good, 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 another monstrous genius. The head examiner was pleasantly surprised. Next, the assessment continued. One by one, the students took the assessment. Some failed, some passed. When there were about a dozen people left, Lin Feng also entered the battle arena. Where's your weapon? The head examiner asked. This pair of iron fists is my weapon. Lin Feng answered. A pair of iron fists is your weapon? Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? This brat is really arrogant. These Earth Demon puppets are invulnerable, but he wants to use his fists to break their defense. There'll be a good show to watch later, at that time, he'll pay the price for his arrogance. Many people shook their heads, sneering at Huang Xiaolong. The Azure Dragon Institute's assessment isn't child's play. Are you sure you don't want to use your weapon? The head examiner asked. Yes. Please release the puppet. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Release the puppet. The head examiner barked. Roar. Following that, an earth demon puppet was released. It was a Xianxia puppet with a green face and sharp fangs. The Xianxia puppet directly pounced at Lin Feng. Good timing. Lin Feng sneered, leaping out. Pong, pong, pong. 3 consecutive punches flew out. What is this brat trying to do? Everyone was dumbstruck looking at Lin Feng, including the head examiner and several other examiners. Even though Lin Feng didn't use any weapon, they still thought Lin Feng would use some kind of powerful fist technique to fight the earth demon puppet. But the truth was, Lin Feng didn't use any fist technique. Just 3 ordinary punches. Neither did he use any earth demon puppet. Instead, he fought head-on. This gave everyone a feeling of, has this brat gone crazy? At that moment, everybody could see that Lin Feng and the puppet were about to collide with each other. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Following a series of cracking noises, the earth demon puppet was actually sent flying by Lin Feng. In midair, it shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of rubble. Is he still human? What did I just see? Inside the great hall, shocked gazes fell on the young man on the stage. An earth demon puppet, an invulnerable earth demon puppet, yet, it was blasted apart by 3 punches. How much strength did one need to be able to achieve this? Everyone was in a state of extreme shock. The chief examiner was the first to recover, excitement bubbling in his heart. As the chief examiner, he could recruit such a genius student for the Azure Dragon Institute. The Azure Dragon Institute would reward him handsomely. What's your name? Where are you from? The chief examiner asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This student is Lin Feng, a member of the Green Cloud City's Lin family, currently cultivating in the Jialan Academy. Lin Feng cupped his fists and answered. Many people muttered under their breath, Green Cloud City's Lin family? What kind of family was that? They had never heard of it before. Could it be a small family from some small county? If that was the case, this family would rise to prominence after producing such a monstrous genius. The chief examiner was also grumbling inwardly, for he too had never heard of this Green Cloud City's Lin family. After all, even in the true martial country, the Lin family wasn't a big family. This was very normal. The chief examiner smiled, so it's a student from the Jialan Academy. Good, come up and rest first, let the rest of the students take the test. Lin Feng cupped his fists and jumped up. The rest of the students took the test one by one. However, not a single person succeeded. In the end, out of the 300 students, 12 of them passed the test. Those who passed were naturally ecstatic, whereas those who failed hung their heads low in dejection. They could only hope that they would pass the test 3 years later. This is your student token, report to the Azure Dragon Institute 3 months later. The chief examiner handed the student token to the 12 students who passed the test. Everyone put away their tokens. After the examination ended, Lin Feng returned to Indigo Academy to take care of some matters. His main purpose was to bid farewell to his old friends. Lin Feng planned to use these 3 months to temper himself, increase his strength, and broaden his horizons. Among Lin Feng's good friends, Su Zimo had successfully passed the test while Zhang Shidi and the rest had failed and could only wait for the next test. Lin Feng stayed in Jialan Academy for 3 days and bade farewell to Elder Xian Tian. However, he did not manage to meet his teacher, Sun Tiantu. Sun Tiantu's whereabouts were erratic and Lin Feng did not know where he was. Lin Feng then left Jialan Academy. No. In the mercenary town, in the mercenary association, Shangguan Fei Er's shy voice rang out from her room. At this very moment, a good show was being played out on the bed with layers of gauze. Shangguan Fei Er's defenses had also been breached by Lin Feng, and she was completely naked, without any strength left in her, and she could only allow Lin Feng to take advantage of her. However, when Lin Feng was about to touch Shangguan Fei Er's bottom line, she began to struggle violently. You bad guy, you can't, come in. Shangguan Fei Er's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei had a 3-point agreement. Of course, Lin Feng had long forgotten about it. In fact, Shangguan Fei did not fully abide by the 3-point agreement. If she had, she would not have slept with Lin Feng. However, Shangguan Fei had always insisted on one principle, and that was to not let Lin Feng cross her bottom line. Therefore, Lin Feng had tried to enter her body several times, but Shangguan Fei had pushed him away. It's very uncomfortable, Lin Feng said as he bit Shangguan Fei's earlobe. Then what should we do? Shangguan Fei asked with a red face. Why don't you use your mouth to suck that bad guy? Lin Feng's lips pressed against Shangguan Fei's soft, red lips. Shangguan Fei closed her eyes shyly. To Lin Feng, this was a sleepless night. To Shangguan Fei, this was a night where she had lost all her dignity. Many things that she had never dared to imagine in the past had been accomplished under Lin Feng's coaxing. 300 li northwest of Sangharan City, in a mountain range, there was a huge stronghold. This was the famous Heavenly Wolf mercenary group's headquarters, the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Outside Duanmu Tianlang's room. Sir Leader, the brothers who went to scout have returned. One of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group experts knocked on the door and said. Duanmu Tianlang's voice rang out from within the room. Come in. Yes. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group expert walked in. Duanmu Tianlang was about 40 years old, tall and burly, with a scar on his face that looked like a huge centipede, looking extremely ferocious. Duanmu Tianlang had started as a nameless nobody, and now he had established the terrifying Heavenly Wolf mercenary group, relying on his viciousness. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group was a very famous mercenary group in the desolate forest. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. It was also because of this reason that Duanmu Fei Yang had dared to kidnap cultivators and use them as bait for the vicious winged serpent. What's the result? Duanmu Tianlang asked. We found out. According to our brother's investigation, we even caught a cultivator who was lucky enough to escape. After we tortured him, we found out the person who killed young Master Fei Yang. This person looks very similar to Lin Feng from Sangharan Academy. It's most likely him. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group expert said. Lin Feng? The brat who killed many of our Heavenly Wolf mercenary group's guards? Duanmu Tianlang's face became extremely gloomy. Back then, the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group didn't help the Zhenwu country fight against the beasts. Instead, they surrounded and killed many weak cultivators, including Lin Feng and the others. However, they were defeated by Lin Feng. After the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group found out the identity of Lin Feng and the others, they didn't dare to openly take revenge. Although the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group was strong, they couldn't afford to offend Sangharan Academy. That's right, sir. It's that brat. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group expert said. Duanmu Tianlang laughed sinisterly. Old grudges have yet to be settled. But now I have new ones. So it was this brat who killed Fei Yang. I'll definitely capture him and grind his bones to dust. Send people to investigate his whereabouts. As long as he's alone, it'll be the day he dies. Yes, I'll do it right away. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group expert left. Duanmu Tianlang's lips curved into a cold smile. The scar on his face looked like a wriggling centipede. At that moment, Duanmu Tianlang looked extremely sinister and terrifying. After a round of lovemaking, Shangguan Fei lay lazily in Lin Feng's arms. Although they didn't break through the bottom line, many things that should and shouldn't have been done had been done. If you want to join the Azure Dragon Institute, that place is a good place to go. If you seize the opportunity, you might be able to use the Azure Dragon Institute as a springboard to enter the ancient era's forces. Shangguan Fei said. Lin Feng nodded. That's what I was thinking. There are still 3 months left. I plan to train well, increasing my knowledge and strength. Shangguan Fei was a little reluctant. Then you have to accompany me for a few more days. Naturally, no problem. Lin Feng laughed mischievously and jumped back onto his horse. Yeah, scoundrel, don't, Shangguan Fei's voice came from inside the room. Lin Feng stayed in the mercenary town for 10 days, and during this time, his relationship with Shangguan Fei had improved greatly. Beauty Town, Hero's Mound. Lin Feng was very clear on this point. Therefore, Lin Feng set out on his journey 10 days later. He planned to travel through the desolate forest to report to the Azure Dragon Institute. During this long journey, not only could he increase his strength, he could also increase his knowledge. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the sky. In the forest, a young man was fighting with a giant tiger. The tiger's body was 100 meters long and 70 to 80 meters tall, possessing extraordinary strength. However, the young man's strength was also extraordinary. Using his iron fists to fight with the tiger, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. This young man was Lin Feng, who had entered the desolate forest to train. This was already the 10th day since he entered the desolate forest, and from start to finish, he had experienced no less than 50 to 60 battles. In the process of fighting with fierce beasts, Lin Feng's strength also increased at a rapid pace. This made Lin Feng happy, for he found that he was about to break through to the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master realm, as if he only lacked an opportunity. After a round of fighting, the giant tiger knew that it was no match for Lin Feng, so it turned around and fled. Lin Feng did not chase after it. "I think you should kill that giant tiger, because our dinner has yet to be settled." Not far away, the fire Qilin, who was lying on a huge rock and watching the battle, said with some dissatisfaction. "I hope we can kill that big guy, but if we push him too far, it'll be very troublesome." Lin Feng said. Night fell, and darkness enveloped the desolate forest. The desolate forest at night was extremely dangerous as ferocious beasts ran amok. After Lin Feng and the fire Qilin ate some food, he laid down on a branch of a big tree to rest. Roar! Deep in the night, that earth-shaking roar suddenly resounded. Lin Feng was awakened from his sleep. The fire Qilin also jumped up. It narrowed its eyes and looked into the distance with its sharp eyes. Roar! The beast's roar rang out once more. This time, it was even more terrifying. Lin Feng could clearly feel the ground shaking. The distant mountains were also shaking. This caused Lin Feng's expression to change drastically. What kind of terrifying existence was this? A single roar could shake mountains and rivers. The entire ancient desolate forest seemed to have quieted down at this moment. A terrifying, suffocating pressure pervaded the entire desolate forest. Even from a great distance, Lin Feng could still feel that terrifying pressure. It made his soul tremble. What kind of existence is this? How can it be so terrifying? Lin Feng asked with a pale face. The fire spirit said, "I'm afraid it's a beast emperor in the desolate forest." Beast emperor. That was an existence that stood at the peak of the desolate forest. For example, the flood dragon that they had seen before was a beast emperor. An existence at this level was a powerhouse that stood at the peak of the 99 prefectures. In the desolate forest, there were probably only a few existences at this level. However, any one of them had the power to turn the heavens upside down. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was a divine bird, the Kuan Peng. It was a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. When it spread its wings, it was 3,000 miles long. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 87,000 miles. It was also rumored that in ancient times, there was a giant demon that raised its head and roared at the sky. Even the stars in outer space would fall from its roar. These existences were all terrifying existences at the Beast Emperor level. In the past, the fire Qilin was also a powerhouse at this level because it was a divine beast. Of course, the fire Qilin's godly power had been devoured by the demonic orb, and it had lost all of its battle prowess. Boom! At that moment, in the depths of the desolate forest, endless flames soared into the sky. The sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. A ball of scorching light slowly rose from the sea of fire. It was like a scorching sun, it floated in the sky and illuminated the earth. That's... Lin Feng looked at the scorching sun floating in the sky in shock. He was deeply shocked. The fire Qilin said, "That's a savage beast." Lin Feng was shocked, it really was a savage beast. Could it really be as the fire Qilin had said? Was it a beast emperor? Not long after, Lin Feng got a clear look at the savage beast's appearance. It was a fiery red ferocious beast with barbs all over its body. It had a pair of huge wings and looked like a tiger. The classic of mountains and seas recorded that there were 4 savage beasts out of billions of savage beasts: Tao Tai, Hun Dun, Bian, and Xianxia. The four savage beasts were ferocious and devoured all living things as food. One of the four savage beasts, Xianxia, had a pair of wings and looked like a cross between a bull and a tiger. Its claws were sharp, and its entire body was covered in barbs. When he saw the savage beast in the flames, Lin Feng thought about the contents of the classic of mountains and seas, and his heart was filled with shock. He said, "Could it be a Xianxia?" The fire Qilin nodded and said, "It is indeed one of the four savage beasts, Xianxia. It is definitely a terrifying existence at the Beast Emperor level." Each of the four savage beasts was extremely terrifying. In the ancient era, everyone's expression changed when they mentioned the four savage beasts. After the passage of countless years, the four savage beasts, Tao Tai, Hun Dun, Bian, and Xianxia, were very rare nowadays. However, in some ancient forests, such as the Desolate Forest, one could still see them, just like the Beast Emperor Xianxia he had seen today. The Beast Emperor Xianxia flew above the Desolate Forest, and wherever it passed, countless savage beasts would cower on the ground and tremble in fear. Evidently, they were all intimidated by the Beast Emperor Xianxia. The entire Desolate Forest was terrifyingly quiet, and only the Beast Emperor's roar could be heard. Roar, the Beast Emperor Xianxia roared again. Lin Feng saw a scene that shocked him to the core. Following the Beast Emperor Xianxia's roar, a mountain range in the distance instantly collapsed. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers. This was the terrifying strength of a Beast Emperor. Has this Beast Emperor gone mad? Lin Feng muttered. In the end, the Beast Emperor Xianxia flew into the distance, and the desolate forest finally regained its calm. The Beast Emperor Xianxia left, but the beasts in the forest still hadn't recovered from their fear. The entire ancient forest was still deathly silent. Lin Feng let out a long breath and said, "Is this the might of the Beast Emperor? It's too terrifying." The fire Qilin narrowed its eyes and said, "Such a high and mighty existence is acting so strangely today, as if it's warning us? I feel that something is wrong. No matter how strange it is, we don't have the ability to provoke such an existence." Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin waved its claws and said, "If I still had my god power, a mere Beast Emperor would be nothing. I'll kill it with a single claw." Then, the fire Qilin started to ramble on and on, bragging about itself. Lin Feng had seen it before. In terms of bragging, the fire Qilin probably couldn't find an opponent. However, Lin Feng sympathized with the fire Qilin. It was indeed very powerful before, but now it was so weak that it was a complete mess. This kind of contrast made the fire Qilin go crazy. The night quickly passed. In the following days, Lin Feng didn't care about the Beast Emperor Xianxia's strangeness. He continued to train in the desolate forest. Every day, Lin Feng would look for extremely strong ferocious beasts to challenge. This was obvious for Lin Feng to see how much his strength had increased. Lin Feng hoped that he could have an epiphany during battle and break through again. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if he wanted to break through, he couldn't rush it. He had to take it one step at a time. Only then would his foundation be as firm as a rock. Bang, bang, bang. In a valley, Lin Feng was attacked by a dozen or so forest monsters. These forest monsters were over 100 meters tall, and they carried mountain-sized boulders and threw them at Lin Feng. The boulders smashed into the ground, creating deep craters. The forest monsters were a very strange race. They had boundless strength, were invulnerable, and had savage natures. Lin Feng dodged the boulders and arrived in front of a giant forest monster. He slashed at it with his sword, but to his surprise, he was unable to break through the giant forest monster's defense. This caused Lin Feng to be quite shocked. The fire Qilin called out, "These mountain monsters were formed from meteorites. They're basically invulnerable. Let's leave quickly." Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly ran into the distance. The forest monsters' roars shook the sky as they madly chased after them. The fire Qilin said, "Quick, climb up the mountain and let the sun shine on the monsters." Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly ran towards a mountain peak. The ferocious forest monsters chased after them. They were too terrifying. Even if a Yinyang realm expert came, he would probably have to flee. Even a Yinyang realm expert wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. However, if the forest monsters were to seize the opportunity to strike their bodies, a human's body of flesh and blood would not be able to withstand it. Finally, Lin Feng ran halfway up the mountain. The sun shone through the dense forest. The sunlight shone on the bodies of more than 10 monsters. Roar, roar, roar. The forest monsters roared angrily. They wanted to quickly retreat to a shady place, but it was too late. After being shone on by the sun, the forest monsters quickly turned into stone statues. They stood in place, motionless. Lin Feng said in shock, "How did these forest monsters turn into stone statues?" The fire Qilin said, "Although these forest monsters are terrifying, they have a weakness. They can't be shone on by the sun. Once they're shone on by the sun, they'll turn into stone statues. However, when the sun can't reach them, they'll turn back into forest monsters. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for long." Lin Feng nodded and quickly left. That night, Lin Feng saw a temple in the distance. Lin Feng walked over and saw that it was a mountain god temple. There was a mountain god inside the temple, but the statue of the mountain god had long since been destroyed. Who knew how many years had passed since then? The mountain god temple had long since been abandoned and turned into ruins. Lin Feng planned to rest here for the night before continuing on his way. Night fell. Boom, a terrifying fluctuation came from the distance. 3 balls of light appeared in the sky. One ball of light was surrounded by golden light, one ball of light was covered by black fog, and the last ball of light was covered by brown fog. A great battle broke out in the air between the 3 balls of light. The black ball of light and the brown ball of light were besieging the golden ball of light. Terrifying shockwaves swept through the heavens and the earth. The energy shockwaves from the great battle spread out and crushed numerous mountain peaks. This was an earth-shattering battle. Dongfang Yue, hand over the worldly Qianquan sword art. Otherwise, you'll die here today. A sinister voice came from the black fog. Dark Nether Ancestor, if you want the worldly Qianquan sword art, come and get it yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. A cold snort came from the golden ball of light. He, Dark Nether Ancestor, this Dongfang Yue doesn't know what's good for her. Let's go all out and capture her. You want the worldly Qianquan sword art, but I don't want it. I want her nining body to cultivate. A sharp, ear-piercing sound came from the brown fog. Haha, Dark Nether Ancestor, if you take this Dongfang Yue's nining body, then your cultivation will reach great success. Good, let's go all out and capture this girl. Dark Nether Ancestor shouted. The 2 demons unleashed their full strength and began to frantically attack Dongfang Yue. Asterisk bang, asterisk the 3 powerhouses clashed in the void. This battle was extremely intense. In the distance, mountains collapsed and large areas of the forest were completely destroyed. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It was like the end of the world. The destructive power of a battle of this level was too great. In the end, Dongfang Yue was only one person. Under the joint attack of Ancestor Darknether and Ancestor Joyous Union, she was struck by Ancestor Joyous Union's palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was deathly pale. Clearly, this palm had injured her quite badly. Dongfang Yue waved her sword and repelled Ancestor Darknether and Ancestor Darknether before rushing into the forest and disappearing without a trace. Chase. Dark Nether Ancestor and Dark Nether Ancestor smiled sinisterly and quickly chased into the forest. In the mountain god temple, there was a bonfire with barbecued meat on it. The fire Qilin shouted, "I'm starving. Are you done yet? Haste makes waste. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng pursed his lips and threw a piece of meat to the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin opened its mouth and started chewing. The fire Qilin chewed on the meat as it shouted, "I haven't reached the level of the grain god. In fact, my godly power has been devoured by the demonic orb, so I need to eat more to recover my body." The fire Qilin could always come up with 1,000 excuses for its gluttony. Rumble. Outside, thunder suddenly sounded. Then, dark clouds rolled. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid it's going to rain." A gust of wind blew into the mountain god temple. The bonfire was almost extinguished by the wind. Lin Feng felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. He said, "What a sinister wind. The fire Qilin said, "This is a sinister wind, not an ordinary wind. However, this is normal. Who knows how many creatures have died in the forest? It's not strange for it to form a sinister wind." Whoosh, not long after, heavy rain began to fall. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin ate barbecued meat and drank wine while looking at the dense rain outside. It was a rainy night. The wild forest was much quieter. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white figure flashed into the mountain god temple. Lin Feng was shocked and looked over. He found that it was a woman dressed in white. She was tall and outstanding, and her face was covered by a veil. He couldn't see what she looked like, but from her snow-white skin, her charming eyes, and her beautiful eyebrows, this woman should be a peerless beauty. This woman was none other than Dongfang Yue, who had escaped with injuries after fighting Ancestor Shenming and Ancestor Concord. Dongfang Yue also looked at the strange combination of Lin Feng and the fire Qilin with some surprise. Seeing that it was a young man and a strange spirit beast with no strength, Dongfang Yue was relieved. She sat to the side, took out a porcelain bottle, poured a pill into it, and swallowed it. Dongfang Yue sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state, motionless. Her body emitted a faint fluctuation. Lin Feng guessed that this woman should be seriously injured, so she couldn't wait to start healing. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongfang Yue's beautiful figure. She was indeed very impressive. She had a pair of gigantic breasts which made her clothes look like they were going to burst. Lin Feng secretly compared her breasts with Shangguan Fei's, but he didn't know which one of them was bigger. Fortunately, Dongfang Yue didn't know about Lin Feng's dirty thoughts. Otherwise, she might have slapped this bastard who dared to fantasize about her to death. Screech! In the latter half of the night, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from outside the mountain god temple. Ah! Lin Feng, who was sleeping, was awakened. He suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. He felt as if his soul was about to split open. "Quickly seal your hearing." The fire Qilin's expression changed and shouted. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art, using the ancient dragonesque elephant art to seal his hearing. Only then did he feel better. Dongfang Yue, who was healing, was struck by the sound. She suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. That beautiful blood dyed her snow-white dress red. Her face was very pale, and her body was weak. Obviously, the backlash this time was very harmful to her. "It's a zombie. Little brother, take me away from here. I will definitely repay you in the future." Dongfang Yue's weak voice sounded. Zombie, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. According to the mountain and sea scripture, zombies were monsters formed from the resentment of some powerhouses after they died. Their bodies were poisonous and invulnerable. It was a very terrifying evil creature. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He stood up and helped Dongfang Yue get up. They quickly left the temple, but at that moment, a horrible smell came in from outside. It was disgusting. A corpse with a rotten smell came in. It smelled like rotten meat. Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Yue. He looked into the temple and saw a man and a woman taking shelter from the rain. The woman was pale, and she sat in front of the bonfire with her eyes closed, seemingly recuperating. She was Dongfang Yue. The man was the one who had saved Dongfang Yue. It was obvious that he wanted to take Lin Feng's life, and a terrifying killing intent surged towards him. At that moment, Dongfang Yue opened her eyes and said, "Wu Xian, he's just an ordinary cultivator. Let him go." The cultivator called Wu Xian nodded and withdrew his killing intent. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Get out." Fuck. Lin Feng had the urge to slap this bastard to death, but his cultivation was not enough to contend with Wu Xian. He clenched his teeth and walked out of the temple with the fire Qilin. "It's raining heavily outside. Come in and take shelter," Dongfang Yue said. Lin Feng thought that Dongfang Yue was a good person. He and the fire Qilin returned to the temple, but they saw Wu Xian's cold eyes looking at Lin Feng threateningly. It was as if he wanted to tell Lin Feng to scram. "Have I seen you before?" Dongfang Yue looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Could it be that Dongfang Yue had sensed his presence when she had flown over him? Experts at this level were really terrifying. Lin Feng nodded. I think so, said Lin Feng. Dongfang Yue nodded slightly and did not say anything else. It was obvious that her current situation was not quite right. She had been killed by a powerful existence like ancestor Xianming, so it would be difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. Lin Feng guessed that she would encounter ancestor Xianming and the other two later. When they had left, Dongfang Yue's clothes were undamaged, but her left sleeve was torn. She must have gone through an intense battle, which had worsened her injuries. Yue, drink some soup made from spirit herbs. It can expel the aura of death from here and prevent it from entering your body. As Wu Xian spoke, he took down the jar above the bonfire and poured a bowl of medicinal soup for Dongfang Yue. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin had also felt it. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, he also wanted to drink a bowl. Wu Xian actually poured a bowl for Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng incomparably surprised. Lin Feng was about to drink it, but the fire Qilin hid behind Lin Feng and used its claws to write a word on Lin Feng's back. Poison. Lin Feng's complexion slightly changed. The fire Qilin was a high-level alchemist and naturally knew whether or not it was poisonous. Lin Feng quickly put down the bowl. Seeing that Dongfang Yue was about to drink it, he anxiously reached out and grabbed Dongfang Yue's wrist. Dongfang Yue looked at Lin Feng somewhat angrily, thinking that Lin Feng was going to take advantage of her. What are you doing? Wu Xian said coldly. Ah, I saw a small bug fall inside. Throw it away, I'm pouring a new bowl for the fairy. Lin Feng poured the bowl in Dongfang Yue's hand away. He came in front of the bonfire and kicked the jar above the bonfire. The jar directly exploded, and the medicinal liquid inside splashed out. The liquid dripped onto the ground, unexpectedly foaming. Brat, you've ruined my plans. Wu Xian's complexion greatly changed, and with a roar, he sent a palm strike towards Dongfang Yue. Obviously, he also knew that he had to kill Dongfang Yue first, and not deal with a nobody like Lin Feng. Fuck you. Lin Feng sneered, took out the black dragon sword, and slashed towards Wu Xian with the treasured sword in his hand. Wu Xian's complexion suddenly changed. If he insisted on attacking Dongfang Yue, he would definitely be killed by Lin Feng's sword. Wu Xian had no choice but to retreat. However, Dongfang Yue had already reacted and attacked. Although she was injured, her strength was still there. She sent a palm strike towards Wu Xian. Wu Xian looked gloomy, and seeing that he couldn't dodge, he also attacked. While Dongfang Yue was entangling Wu Xian, Lin Feng silently broke through Wu Xian's back and pierced his chest with his sword. Ah! Wu Xian roared, and a terrifying qi spread out from his body, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and fell to the ground. However, Dongfang Yue seized the opportunity and sent a palm strike towards Wu Xian's head, killing him. After attacking, Dongfang Yue's injuries were obviously aggravated, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Thank you for saving me. Dongfang Yue looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng struggled to get up and said, no need to thank me. When I entered the temple, it wasn't for you. I would have been killed by him. I've known this person for 3 years, and I didn't think that he would kill me for a few treasures. Dongfang Yue sighed. She looked at Lin Feng and said, can you help me up? My injuries are getting worse and worse. We can't stay here any longer. Lin Feng nodded and helped Dongfang Yue up. Dongfang Yue took Wu Xian's interspatial ring, and didn't intend to give it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. In any case, they should have split it 50-50, right? But the words of a lowly person didn't carry much weight. Even though Dongfang Yue looked half dead, if he really tried to steal her things, she would definitely have a way to take his life. We can't stay here for long, let's go. Said Dongfang Yue. I'll carry you. Said Lin Feng. Dongfang Yue blushed and nodded, but at that moment, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from outside. An endless amount of demon qi was rolling, and a huge demonic corpse was rushing out. Not good, it's a demonic corpse refined by ancestor Xianming, hurry up and seal your ears. Dongfang Yue's face turned pale. Lin Feng hastily used the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation and sealed his ears with the strength of the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation. The means of demonic path experts were amazing. The demonic corpse in front of them was just a corpse, but it could move on its own and find the whereabouts of Dongfeng Yue. The demonic corpse roared and rushed into the mountain god temple. Dongfeng Yue, who was originally weak, quickly rushed towards the demonic corpse with runes on her palm. Asterisk bang, asterisk with a loud sound, Dongfeng Yue and the demonic corpse collided fiercely. Dongfeng Yue was blasted away and vomited blood. She fell to the ground and could no longer move. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. The demonic corpse was also blasted away. Dongfeng Yue's dense runes merged into the demonic corpse's body. At this time, Dongfeng Yue's weak voice sounded, "The demonic blood power of the demonic corpse has been sealed by me. It only has the power of its physical body now. Hurry up and kill it. Once it breaks my seal, we'll be dead." Lin Feng's heart trembled. Holding the black dragon sword, he rushed out of the mountain god temple and slashed at the demonic corpse. Roar! The demonic corpse roared and clawed at Lin Feng with its sharp claws. Clang! 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 Lin Feng's black dragon sword and the demonic corpse's claws collided fiercely. Clang! Clang! Lin Feng was shocked. The black dragon sword was ranked 72nd in the divine sword chart. It was invincible. It could even cut through powerful spirit weapons, however, it couldn't cut through the demonic corpse's claws. From this, it could be seen how hard the demonic corpse's claws were. Lin Feng's wrist shook and the long sword in his hand quickly stabbed towards the demonic corpse's chest. Asterisk clang. Asterisk this sword couldn't pierce through the demonic corpse's body. Invulnerable. Lin Feng was shocked. The Dark Nether ancestor had used some unknown method to refine this demonic corpse. It was a little too strong. Roar! The demonic corpse roared and pounced again. The demonic corpse seemed to have intelligence and wanted to get rid of Lin Feng first. The demonic corpse's attack was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had no choice but to dodge again and again, because his black dragon sword was unable to break through the demonic corpse's defense. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. The claws of the demonic corpse contained corpse poison. Once he was clawed, Lin Feng would be poisoned to death. Lin Feng's face grew darker and darker. In the battle with the demonic corpse, Lin Feng's strength was gradually weakening as the number of times he attacked increased. However, the demonic corpses were different. The more they fought, the braver they became. As the battle progressed, the disparity between the two sides gradually became apparent. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Lin Feng was very clear about this, and this was also what he was worried about. Screech! The demonic corpse let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry and suddenly accelerated. Whoosh, like an afterimage, it disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it appeared behind Lin Feng. Its sharp claws directly scratched at Lin Feng's back. Quick, the demonic corpse was simply too fast. Dongfeng Yue cried out in alarm, "Behind you!" Lin Feng instinctively moved to the left. The demonic corpse's terrifying attack almost brushed past Lin Feng's body as it clawed at him. Lin Feng dodged the demonic corpse's attack. How dangerous! Lin Feng was also astonished and was covered in cold sweat. Boy, smear your blood on the black dragon sword to deal with this demonic corpse. The fire Qilin transmitted its voice to Lin Feng. Will it work? Lin Feng was puzzled. Ordinary people's blood is useless, but you've cultivated the ancient Dracophant incantation. The ancient Dracophant incantation was created by the strongest cultivator in the ancient times, the ancient Dracophant incantation. When you started cultivating the ancient Dracophant incantation started changing your body. The ordinary people's blood in your body was transformed into godly blood. The fire Qilin transmitted its voice. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He used the black dragon sword to cut his left palm. Blood dyed the sword red. Whoosh, the demonic corpse attacked again. Its incomparably sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng also used his full strength. After the black dragon sword was stained with his blood, the talismans on the sword started to distort, as if it were about to come to life. Lin Feng was astonished. The black dragon sword was a powerful treasure. Its power was astonishing. His blood seemed to have activated the black dragon sword's power. When the demonic corpse rushed towards Lin Feng again, Lin Feng held his sword with both hands and shouted loudly. Boom! Lin Feng brandished the black dragon sword. The talismans on the black dragon sword became more and more resplendent as it was stimulated by Lin Feng's divine blood. A black dragon was actually manifested. It's the black dragon sword. Dongfang Yue had seen many things. She recognized the sword in Lin Feng's hand. Slash! Lin Feng's sword pierced through the air and a tearing sound spread in the air. This time, the indestructible demonic corpse's head was cut off by Lin Feng's sword. The demonic corpse crashed onto the ground and died. What a powerful black dragon sword. Lin Feng hugged Dongfang Yue and hid in a hidden cave to rest. Not long after they had left, Ancestor Shanming, Daluo Jialua, and Dao Master Huan arrived. Ancestor Shanming roared when he saw the dead demon corpse. The demon corpse that I painstakingly refined was destroyed. Damn it, damn it. Dao Master Huan quickly found Wu Xian's body in the mountain god temple. He said, Wu Xian died here. I knew that he didn't have good intentions when he saved Dongfang Yue. Now that he's dead, Dongfang Yue's injuries must have worsened. Chase, the three of them rushed out of the mountain god temple and chased after Lin Feng and Dongfang Yue. 3 days later, Dongfang Yue's injuries had mostly healed. Lin Feng, I can't stay in the wild forest for too long. Take this fairy stone. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the fairy pavilion to find me. Dongfang Yue handed a purple stone to Lin Feng. The purple stone was arranged in a square. On the front were the words Fairy Pavilion and on the back were the words Dongfang Yue. This should be Dongfang Yue's keepsake in the sect. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of power the Fairy Pavilion was, but since Dongfang Yue was so strong, the Fairy Pavilion must be extraordinary as well. He put away the keepsake and said, I'll take this for now. Fairy, your injuries haven't healed yet, so you should be careful on the road. Dongfang Yue said, you be careful too. We'll meet again someday. Dongfang Yue didn't stop and quickly left. Lin Feng continued to head towards the imperial capital. Night fell. The sky was still gloomy. There was no moon or stars. The ancient and desolate forest fell into a deathly silence and darkness. Lin Feng rested on a branch of a big tree. The fire Qilin rested on a smooth rock not far away. The night was getting darker and darker. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar tore through the night sky and resounded through the clouds. Then, a ball of divine flame soared into the sky. A terrifying beast stood in the middle of the flames. Its ferocious might spanned 100,000 kilometers. Lin Feng was startled awake. He looked into the distance and said, the beast Emperor Xianxia wasn't killed by those experts? The beast Emperor Xianxia was enveloped in boundless divine flames as it quickly flew above the ancient forest. It continued to roar, shattering one mountain after another. This beast emperor was too terrifying. Even though they were far apart, Lin Feng could still feel its suffocating pressure. This night was not peaceful at all. The beast Emperor Xianxia roared the entire night. It was quiet in the forest. No ferocious beast dared to appear at this moment. It's injured. It should be a fatal injury. Lin Feng hid in the dark and saw the beast Emperor Xianxia's injuries. There was a bloody hole in the beast emperor's chest. Clearly, it was injured by those cultivators when it was guarding the ancient cultivator's cave. The fire Qilin nodded and said, it's precisely because it suffered such severe injuries that the beast emperor, Xianxia, became so restless and restless. It sensed danger. Are you talking about those powerful cultivators? Lin Feng asked. It's not just powerful cultivators. The beast emperor Xianxia's source energy is too powerful. Those cultivators who surrounded the beast emperor Xianxia before will probably come over. Moreover, some of the beast kings in the forest will probably be unable to hold themselves back and want to devour the beast emperor Xianxia's source energy to further evolve. The fire Qilin said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng did not leave this place. He planned to hide here and watch this earth-shattering battle. One day later, 5 powerful cultivators appeared. Ancestor Shanming, Meruo Kaluo, Dao Master Huan. These 3 had been chasing after Dongfang Yue, but she had already left. Their target was the Beast Emperor Xianxia. The other two were probably allies. One of them was as thin as a stick. The other person only had one eye. His other eye was blind, but it did not affect his powerful strength. The 5 experts had appeared. Not long after the 5 experts appeared, another powerful existence arrived. An earth-shaking roar came from afar, and a ferocious beast flew over at high speed. It was a huge tiger with snow-white and purple patterns on its body. It was 15 to 16 meters long and 12 to 13 meters tall. Its body was covered in sharp thorns, and its tail was a dragon's tail. It also had a pair of huge fangs. Heaven-devouring tiger. Lin Feng gasped. This was actually a heaven-devouring tiger. Lin Feng had seen records of the heaven-devouring tiger in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The heaven-devouring tiger was a descendant of a prehistoric beast. Its bloodline was extremely powerful, and it was rumored that in ancient times, the heaven-devouring tiger could bite a god to death. From this, one could see how terrifying the heaven-devouring tiger was. Screech! A sharp screech came from another direction. A huge creature flew over. It was a ferocious bird. Its entire body was golden, and its wings were 50 to 60 meters long. It had 2 heads. The left head was a lion's head, and the right head was a tiger's head. This was a winged tiger-lion beast. It was also a prehistoric beast. Another one is coming. Lin Feng was shocked. Fortunately, he did not rush out just now. Otherwise, he would have collided with these 2 beasts. Whoosh! In the distance, demonic light soared into the sky. The third terrifying existence came. It was a demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, like an ancient demon god. 3 heads and 6 arms demonic ape. Lin Feng gasped. This was a legendary beast that was rumored to be able to tear a god apart. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountain shook and the ground shook. The ground in the distance cracked open, and then a beast emerged from the ground. This was a huge scorpion that was 100 meters tall. Its long scorpion tail was more than 300 meters long. It was like the sharpest blade that could penetrate any defense in an instant. Immemorial demon scorpion. Lin Feng gasped. This was the 4th terrifying creature that had appeared. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the immemorial demon scorpion. The immemorial demon scorpion was the king of the scorpion clan. He had only heard of this creature before. In ancient times, the immemorial demon scorpion had hunted dragons. 5 human powerhouses, 4 beast kings, all of them were here to kill the beast king Xianxia. An unusually intense battle broke out. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. The beast king Xianxia suffered near-fatal injuries, but it was still powerful. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The ground caved in, and the mountains collapsed. Finally, the beast king Xianxia could not hold on any longer. It fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Is it dead? Lin Feng looked at the motionless beast king Xianxia on the ground in shock. Its eyes were closed, and its breathing was weak. It seemed to be on the verge of death. The 5 human powerhouses and the 4 beast kings all rushed toward the beast king Xianxia, intending to snatch its origin source. Swoosh swoosh. The motionless beast king Xianxia suddenly opened its eyes. Its cold gaze swept across the 4 beast kings. Then, the beast king Xianxia suddenly burst out. It raised its huge claws and slammed them toward the 5 human powerhouses and the 4 beast kings. Bang 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 bang, a loud noise shook the sky, and the 9 powerhouses were sent flying. Xianxia stood in the sky, looking ferocious and majestic. It had to be said that this beast emperor was really too powerful. Previously, it was besieged by more than a dozen human experts and was severely injured. Now, it was besieged by 5 human experts and 4 beast kings for such a long time. However, it was still able to display such a powerful combat strength. Damn it, it's like a lamp without oil, but it's still so strong. The Dark Nether ancestor furiously roared with a gloomy expression. The other 4 strong cultivators looked gloomy as well. They had all been injured, and Xianxia might be able to kill some of them. For beast kings, we have to unite. Otherwise, it won't be Xianxia who will die, it will be us," said holy man He Huan. You humans are so cunning. If you had used your full strength, Xianxia would have been killed long ago. A beast king roared. Ancestor Shanming and the other four rolled their eyes. That beast was quite intelligent. Let's use our strongest attacks. Attack Xianxia, we have to kill it. Shouted Marwa Jialua. Alright, no problem. The 9 strong cultivators agreed. Xianxia stood in the sky, surrounded by flames. It looked like a god who had been reborn from the ashes. Roar. The Beast Emperor Xianxi's roar shook the mountains and rivers as it took the initiative to attack the 5 experts and 4 beast kings. Die. The 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings roared and charged towards the Xianxia Beast Emperor. They had to kill the Xianxia Beast Emperor when it was at its weakest. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the Xianxia Beast Emperor. The 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings knew that very well. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across the sky, and a great battle broke out. The 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings joined forces to attack Xianxia. The double-winged Tigan's left head spewed out thunderous energy while its right head spewed out endless thunderous energy. They were all aimed at the Beast Emperor Xianxia. The sky-devouring tiger clawed at the air, and a 100-meter-long claw condensed and attacked Xianxia. The ancient demon scorpion's tail shook violently. The barbs at the end of the tail were shining with a blue light. They were obviously poisonous. At this moment, the venomous tail stabbed towards the Xianxia Emperor. As long as it pierced through the Xianxia Emperor's body, the venom would seep into the Xianxia Emperor's body. At that time, the Xianxia Emperor would be poisoned. The 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape also unleashed a powerful attack. Boundless demonic mist churned and condensed into a 100-meter-tall demonic ape. It roared and pounced at the Xianxia Beast Emperor. The 4 beast kings showed their might, and each of them displayed a powerful attack that made the world lose its color. On the other side, the 5 powerhouses also unleashed their own powerful divine abilities. Ancestor Shanming Ancestor and devoured Xianxia. Holy Master Hahuan unleashed a terrifying sword Qi. Marwa Jialua Jialua Jiao, and Jiao Jialua Jiao Yu. The one-eyed cultivator and Jiao Jialua Jiao Yu Jiao. Jiao Jiaoa Jialua, Jialua Beast Jiao Yu 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 Yu. The 9 top powerhouses were going to destroy the Beast Emperor Xianxia. Xianxia sensed danger, and endless demonic qi surged out of his body. The demonic qi covered the sky, and within the demonic qi, a huge ferocious beast appeared. The ferocious beast was tens of thousands of feet tall, and looked exactly the same as the Beast Emperor Xianxia. It's Xianxi's innate ability, the Xianxia treasured art. No wonder Xianxia is so strong. He actually awakened the Xianxia clan's innate ability. What a terrifying Xianxia treasured art. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the winged tiger. The Xianxia beast that was propping up the heavens and earth waved its claws. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. The power of that attack was unimaginable. Bang 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 bang, Xianxia clashed with the 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings. The 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings were all sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies were torn apart. The difference was too big. Run, the 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to continue fighting, and they fled into the distance. However, Xianxia had already locked onto them, and they couldn't escape. The giant claw slammed down again. Bang! After the second attack, the bodies of the 2 beast kings and the one-eyed cultivator exploded. Then, the third attack came. Bang, the remaining 2 beast kings were also killed. Fight it to the death. The eyes of the Dark Nether Ancestor and the others turned red as they charged at Xianxia. But at this moment, the Beast Emperor Xianxia was too powerful. Once Xianxia used his treasured technique, who could contend against him, Xianxia attacked for the 4th time, and the skinny cultivator and Dao Master Concord were killed. If you want us to die, I'll drag you down with me. Dark Nether Ancestor and Maluo Kaluo roared. They charged in front of Xianxia, and their bodies exploded. Rumble, an earth-shattering power exploded out as the 2 of them self-destructed. Terrifying energy surged out and the Beast Emperor Xianxia was blasted away. Half of Xianxi's body was blasted apart. It fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. The 5 strong cultivators and the 4 beast kings were all dead. It's really too terrifying. Lin Feng was shocked. The strength displayed by the beast emperor, Xianxia, was unimaginably strong. Xianxia struggled to get up. For the next day, it kept roaring, and its royal aura spread for 3,000 miles. The forest was dead silent. No beast dared to come out. However, the beast emperor Xianxi's roar was mixed with a trace of sadness. Half of its body was blasted apart. It can't live anymore. The fire Qilin said. One day later, the beast emperor Xianxia crashed into a mountain and buried itself in the rubble. Dig out Xianxi's corpse. Its entire body is full of treasures. The fire Qilin shouted. Lin Feng nodded and rushed over. Soon, Lin Feng dug out Xianxi's corpse. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the corpse. So many experts had tried to steal Xianxi's corpse, but in the end, he had benefited from it. What a great fortune! Xianxi's entire body was full of treasures, including blood essence, origin energy, bones, and so on. Of course, the most precious part was its origin energy, which could greatly increase the cultivator's cultivation. However, just as Lin Feng was about to cut open Xianxi's corpse, a golden light suddenly shot out of Xianxi's body and entered Lin Feng's mind. In the next moment, a palm-sized golden Xianxi appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Xianxi's soul. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Not good. The fire Qilin's expression also changed. It had not expected Xianxi's soul to be hanging on to its last breath. Now that Xianxi's soul had entered Lin Feng's mind, it must be trying to possess Lin Feng's soul. This was going to be troublesome. The fire Qilin was anxious, but it could not help Lin Feng. Brat, you have to hold on. The fire Qilin was anxious. I sensed a little ant hiding here to watch the show. Why do you think the battle destroyed so much of the forest, but your hiding place was not destroyed? Xianxi's soul asked. Lin Feng's soul shouted in fear, you did it on purpose? Brat, you're not too stupid to think of this. I already guessed the situation, so I didn't kill you because I wanted to possess you. Xianxi's soul sneered. Lin Feng's soul said indifferently, originally, I felt a little pity for a high and mighty beast emperor like you, but it seems I pitted the wrong person. Do I need to pity an ant like you? The beast emperor Xianxi's eyes flashed with killing intent. An existence at his level was an existence that killed without batting an eyelid. His heart was as cold as steel. Let me seize your body. Xianxi's soul sneered and charged towards Lin Feng's soul. He opened his mouth and tried to devour Lin Feng's soul. A terrifying devouring power surged out. In Lin Feng's mind, a storm was raging. A powerful suction force enveloped Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul flew uncontrollably towards Xianxi's soul. Xianxi's soul was a terrifying existence that surpassed the yin-yang realm, and Lin Feng was only a martial master realm cultivator, so there was no way he could contend against Xianxi's soul. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was not a person who gave up easily. Faced with Xianxi's soul being devoured, Lin Feng began to circulate the archean dragonesque elephant art. Waves of tyrannical immemorial dragonesque elephant force began to circulate. The immemorial dragonesque elephant shadow appeared and charged towards Xianxi's soul. Immemorial dragonesque elephant? How is this possible? What kind of cultivation technique is this? You actually condensed the immemorial dragonesque elephant? Xianxia was an expert at the level of the beast emperor, so he naturally knew many shocking things. He had also heard rumors about the immemorial dragonesque elephant. He knew what the immemorial dragonesque elephant represented. When he saw Lin Feng condense the immemorial dragonesque elephant shadow, he felt incomparably shocked. Soon, Xianxi's soul became excited. If he seized this brat's body, everything about him would be his. His body, memories, cultivation techniques, this emperor will eat you. Xianxi's soul quickly charged over. Xianxi's soul was too powerful, it actually broke through the immemorial dragonesque elephant shadow. It was not that Lin Feng's immemorial dragonesque elephant art was not strong enough, but that Lin Feng's cultivation was still too weak. It was difficult for him to use the true power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Xianxi's soul pounced in front of Lin Feng's soul and wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul. However, at this critical juncture, an ancient aura surged in Lin Feng's mind. A mysterious and ancient devil pearl appeared in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng crazily circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the mysterious devil pearl seemed to have sensed what was happening outside and took the initiative to fly out. The mysterious devil pearl floated in Lin Feng's mind. Following that, a terrifying suction force surged out from the mysterious devil pearl. It was exactly the same as when it had devoured the fire Qilin's boundless divine energy. This mysterious devil pearl seemed to be able to devour everything. Impossible. How can it be this thing? Wasn't this thing already destroyed? Xianxi's soul seemed to have recognized what the mysterious devil pearl was and cried out in fear. Myriad body, break! 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 Xianxi's soul roared and his primordial spirit instantly split into thousands of primordial spirits, trying to escape. As long as one primordial spirit escaped, Xianxi's soul would be able to find a chance to be reborn. However, the mysterious devil pearl was too terrifying. The thousands of primordial spirits split from Xianxi's soul were all enveloped and then devoured by the mysterious devil pearl. No, no. This emperor has dominated the world for 5,700 years. I am not willing to die like this. Xianxi's soul let out a final cry. Following that, all the primordial spirits were devoured by the mysterious devil pearl. An unparalleled beast emperor had completely fallen. Lin Feng was out of danger. He heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous, and he had almost died at the hands of Xianxi's soul. Luckily, the mysterious demonic orb had shown its power at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would have been his death anniversary next year. Are you all right? The fire Qilin asked with concern. Lin Feng replied, I'm fine. The mysterious demonic orb devoured Xianxi's soul. The fire Qilin was terrified when it heard the mysterious demonic orb. That Xianxi's soul was really unlucky. If it had been anyone else, it would have succeeded in taking over their body, but it just had to meet you. I was just lucky. Without the mysterious demonic orb, I would have died at the hands of Xianxi's soul. Lin Feng rejoiced. While Lin Feng was still rejoicing, something happened that made Lin Feng extremely worried. Xianxi's body started to burn. When he saw this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Peak experts would use a secret technique to prevent their corpses from being taken by others before they died, so their corpses would self-destruct. Let's wait and see if there's anything left behind. The fire Qilin narrowed its eyes and said, if there's nothing left, it means that there's no such opportunity. Opportunities can't be forced. The fire Qilin was originally a divine beast, and experts like it could peer into the great Tao of heaven and earth and seize the great Tao of heaven and earth. Very quickly, Xianxi's corpse burned to ashes. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He saw a pitch-black object in the pile of ashes. He picked it up and was shocked. It was a pitch-black bone. Xianxi's treasured bone. The fire Qilin exclaimed. I never thought that Xianxi's treasured bone would be left behind. Look at those runes, they're the Xianxi's treasured technique recorded on Xianxi's treasured bone. Huh? Xianxi's treasured technique? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of the secret technique that Xianxi had used to kill 5 experts and 4 beast kings. It was Xianxi's treasure technique. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's quickly leave and find a place to study the Xianxi's precious bones. There should be some Xianxi's precious techniques imprinted on them. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded, put away the precious bone, and quickly left with the fire Qilin. 3 days later, Lin Feng's laughter came from a cave. Haha, it really is the Xianxi Paragon technique. In the following period of time, Lin Feng bitterly cultivated the Xianxi treasured technique, and his progress was extremely great. When Lin Feng walked towards the outskirts of the desolate forest, he was spotted by a few mercenaries. Eh? Isn't that the guy our Heavenly Wolf mercenary group is looking for? A mercenary said in surprise. Hurry up and take out the portrait. The second mercenary said. Soon, these mercenaries took out a portrait and saw that it was a handsome young man. It was Lin Feng. As expected, it's him. Let's go and inform the young commander, the mercenaries quickly left. Rumble. One day later, Lin Feng was resting beside a small stream when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. In the distance, dust flew everywhere. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that many people were rushing towards him. After a short time, Lin Feng saw a gigantic celestial wolf running towards him. There was a mercenary riding on the back of each celestial wolf. There were more than 20 people riding on heavenly wolves. They quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to encounter these people. He looked at the leader. This person was none other than Duan Muyan. The young commander of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group, he was Duan Mufeiyang's elder brother. When the demons were wreaking havoc, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group purposely robbed the smaller cultivator groups along the way to steal their wealth. Later, they targeted Lin Feng and the others, and dozens of them were killed by Lin Feng. Duan Muyan personally tried to kill Lin Feng and the others, but he failed in the end. This was the first time Lin Feng had met Duan Muyan. Not long after, Lin Feng stole Duan Muyan's netherworld yellow spring water. The enmity between them grew. Lin Feng didn't expect that they would meet again here. Lin Feng, you didn't expect us to meet again so soon, did you? Duan Muyan sneered at Lin Feng. Yes, I didn't expect it. Why? Are you here to die? Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Brat, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Now that we've surrounded you, you still dare to boast shamelessly. Kill him, said Duan Muyan coldly. Yes, young commander. Immediately, a martial scholar jumped down from his mount and rushed towards Lin Feng. Duan Muyan had personally led a group of people to kill Lin Feng. Even though he hadn't brought many people, they were all martial scholars. These people were the true elites of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group. Duan Muyan was determined to kill Lin Feng. There were 20 strong cultivators who had broken through to the Wu Qi lair. Little brat, eat my Heavenly Wolf fist, said the mercenary while smiling evilly. He then threw a punch at Lin Feng which shook the atmosphere. Faintly, the silhouette of a celestial wolf condensed in the air. The celestial wolf was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. When he saw the mercenaries attack, he immediately used the ancient draconic elephant incantation. A powerful ancient draconic elephant incantation surged out and violently collided with the mercenaries' attack. Kacha kacha. The mercenary's arm was broken when he collided with Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's attack had landed on his chest. Damn it. Duan Mutian's face instantly darkened when he saw the 2 strong mercenaries being killed by Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 2 more people had been killed by Lin Feng. Duan Mutian wished he could grind Lin Feng's bones to dust. Lin Feng himself did not have any intention of showing mercy to the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group. Firstly, it was either you die or I live between him and the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group. Secondly, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group was a mercenary group on the surface, but they were a group of bandits in the dark. They robbed, killed, and killed the innocent. They were extremely despicable. Killing these people was also a good thing for the people. Young leader, this kid is a little strange. One of the mercenaries said. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Could it be that we're afraid of a teenager? All of you, go and kill this kid. Duan Mutian said sinisterly. Yes, young leader. The rest of the people received the order and drew their weapons one by one as they rushed towards Lin Feng. There were more than 20 people in the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group and they were all elites of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group. They were all martial masters. This force was definitely not to be underestimated in the Zhenwu country. And Duan Mutian's strength had already reached the 5th martial master realm. He was unfathomable. Therefore, Duan Mutian did not think that Lin Feng would be able to cause any trouble. This time, he had brought so many experts of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group to kill Lin Feng. Duan Mutian had already made full preparations to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The 20 people of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group surrounded Lin Feng. Kid, go and die. The mercenaries laughed sinisterly and quickly rushed over. They waved their weapons and slashed towards Lin Feng. you're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and rushed into the crowd. He held the sword with both hands and slashed out. It was as if Lin Feng had entered a realm where nobody could stop him. Clang clang clang, sounds of collisions could be heard. Lin Feng and the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries clashed together. Lin Feng's black dragon sword was one of the 72 godly swords of the Godly Sword Scroll. When the black dragon sword collided with the Celestial Wolf's mercenary group's weapon, their weapons simply could not withstand the sharpness of the black dragon sword. The divine sword displayed its might. Crack, crack. The weapons of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had all been broken, puff puff puff. Following that, a series of tearing sounds could be heard. One by one, the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were killed by Lin Feng. Although the cultivators of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps were powerful, Lin Feng was even more powerful. Furthermore, Lin Feng possessed the Black Dragon Sword, ranked 72 in the Divine Sword Manual. To be able to control such a powerful weapon, it was simply a one-sided massacre. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of bodies tearing apart spread in the air. One after another, the mercenaries were killed by Lin Feng. These mercenaries were all reputable experts in the outside world. But now, in front of Lin Feng, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They couldn't withstand Lin Feng's powerful attack at all. Brat, you're courting death. A strong cultivator of the Celestial Wolves mercenary group attacked Lin Feng from behind with his blade. Lin Feng reacted extremely quickly. He quickly turned around and stabbed out with his sword. Puff, this sword directly pierced through the chest of the expert from the Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps. This expert from the Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps fell to the ground on his back, completely dead. Not long after, only 5 or 6 people from the Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps were left alive. Seeing this scene, Duan Mutian's eyes turned red. These people were the most elite experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps. But now, their losses were so great. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary corps had suffered a great loss. Little bastard, you're courting death. Duan Mutian roared angrily. Holding the black iron spear in his hand, he leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng. Berserk God Spear Technique! Shouted Duan Mutian furiously. He kept throwing his spear at Lin Feng. Each spear attack was extremely powerful. It could easily pierce through the hardest basalt stone. 13 spear attacks in a row. The tip of the spear even formed an awe-inspiring spear chi. The Berserk God Spear Technique's 13 spear attacks were continuously stacked together. When the 13th spear attack was launched, its power had already reached a level where it could instantly shatter metal. It was extremely tyrannical. Facing Duan Mutian's ferocious attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Duan Mutian was at the 5th celestial layer of the martial master layer. His strength had reached 4 million jin, which was extremely tyrannical. During the great competition of the 4 academies, Lin Feng had been able to defeat Xianyuan Zhan, who had a strength of 10 million jin. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds and he had obtained a divine weapon like the Black Dragon Sword. Facing a cultivator like Duan Mutian wasn't too difficult. Divine Sword unsheathed, Scorching Sun rises. Lin Feng made his move and displayed the Scorching Sun swordsmanship. He stabbed out with his sword. A scorching sun slowly rose into the sky, and a dazzling light illuminated the world. Ah, I can't open my eyes. The surrounding mercenaries screamed in pain. Being illuminated by the dazzling light, they felt as if their eyes were going blind. It's useless to try to interfere with me. Duan Mutian laughed sinisterly. He narrowed his eyes and stabbed the black iron spear in his hand towards Lin Feng's chest. He seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Feng being killed in midair. Boom! At this time, Lin Feng also moved. He displayed the Scorching Sun swordsmanship. Like a bolt of lightning, he became one with his sword and slashed out with his sword. Clang! The spear and sword collided. The sword chi crisscrossed and the spear chi shot out in all directions. Many of the surrounding trees and rocks were instantly pierced through by the sword chi and the spear chi. Crack! What followed was a cracking sound. It was the spear in Duan Mutian's hand. The Black Dragon Sword once again displayed its might. The spear in Duan Mutian's hand couldn't block the black dragon sword at all. Not good. Duan Mutian's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Die. Lin Feng didn't give Duan Mutian a chance to retreat. He leaped out and stabbed with a fatal blow. Puff. The sword pierced through Duan Mutian's neck. Lin Feng pulled out his sword. Blood spurted out. Duan Mutian's eyes widened in anger. He couldn't believe that he had died at the hands of Lin Feng. Then, he fell to the ground. His body twitched violently a few times, and then he died. Young commander is dead. Run. Run quickly. When the other mercenaries saw that Lin Feng had killed Duan Mutian, they were all scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale as they screamed in fear and fled into the distance. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He quickly chased after them and killed one of them with his sword. Soon, all the members of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group were killed by Lin Feng. More than 20 experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group were killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took away their valuables and burned their bodies. Then, he quickly left the place and disappeared into the forest. Qingfeng town was close to the desolate forest. It was a place where many cultivators who entered the desolate forest would rest. It was very lively. Lin Feng arrived at Qingfeng town. Although Qingfeng town wasn't big, it had everything. There were brothels, gambling houses, bars, inns, and so on. Go, go, go. Outside Qingfeng town, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Then, the town was in chaos. He saw a group of mercenaries riding their horses into the forest. They didn't have any intention of stopping. The young master of the giant dragon mercenary group is here. Hurry up and get out of the way. Many people began to shout loudly. The pedestrians on the road hurriedly dodged to the sides of the road. Little brother, hurry up and get out of the way. Don't block their way. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. A middle-aged cultivator pulled Lin Feng to the side of the street. Very quickly, this group of over 30 people on dark yellow horses rushed over and entered the town. Uncle, who are these people? They're so unscrupulous. Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, Little brother, you must be new here. You don't know these people. Let me tell you, the leader of the group is called Su Tianhao. He's the young master of the giant dragon mercenary group. The giant dragon mercenary group is the second strongest mercenary group in Jinwu country. The leader of the giant dragon mercenary group, Su Xianxia, is a general. Who would dare to provoke them? Isn't that just courting death? I see. Thank you for telling me. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked the middle-aged cultivator. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged cultivator, Lin Feng found a restaurant to eat. He chose a seat on the second floor. Not long after, a group of people came and went to a private room on the third floor. The leader of the group was Su Tianhao. He was about 20 years old and had a pair of long and narrow eyes, which made him look quite gloomy. These people directly went to the third floor. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to these people. After eating, Lin Feng found an inn in the town and booked a room. He planned to rest in the town for a few days. In the past month, Lin Feng had experienced too many life and death battles in the desolate forest. He was a bit tired and needed to rest. Lin Feng stayed on the fourth floor. When he opened the window, Lin Feng saw a shop across the street called Spirit Pavilion. He asked around and found out that it was a place that sold simple spirit arrays. Spirit arrays. The owner of the Spirit Pavilion was called Nangong Ningyu, a spirit array master. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't think that a small town like Windy Town would have a spirit array master. Lin Feng arrived at the Lingxian restaurant. There were 3 beautiful clerks there. Sitting behind the counter was a woman in white clothes. She looked like she was about 17 or 18 years old. She had a beautiful face and her white clothes made her look like a celestial being who didn't belong to the mortal world. Sir, do you want to buy a spirit array? We sell first and second grade spirit array charms. They were all personally drawn by Miss Nangong. A shop assistant walked up and said with a smile. Spirit array charms were created by drawing a spirit array on a talisman stone. The talisman stone was a special kind of stone. It was also a medium for drawing spirit arrays. Once the talisman was successfully drawn, all one needed to do was to inject their true qi into the talisman, and the formation imprinted on the talisman could be activated. I'm here to visit Miss Namgong. Can I trouble you to announce my arrival? Lin Feng asked. Sir, our Miss Namgong doesn't see guests. The shop assistant said. Lin Feng continued, you just said that a spirit array master wants to visit Miss Namgong. Sir, you're also a spirit array master? Okay, I'll go and report it. Hearing that Lin Feng was a spirit array master, the shop assistant's face immediately revealed an extremely respectful expression. A spirit array master was the most honorable profession in the Tianwu continent. A spirit array master could even be a guest of honor in any power. The shop assistant came to Namgong Ningyu's side and reported this matter. Namgong Ningyu looked outside and saw Lin Feng. She nodded and walked out. Ningyu is late. I hope you can forgive me. Namgong Ningyu walked over with a fragrant wind. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Being in close contact with her, Lin Feng was even more amazed by her beauty. She really was like a fairy that had fallen from the immortal world. Miss Ningyu is too polite. I'm Lin Feng. I passed by and heard that Miss Namgong is also a spirit array master, so I took the liberty to come and visit. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Ningyu is naturally overjoyed that Brother Lin came to visit. I welcome you very much. Please follow me to the living room to talk. Namgong Ningyu said with a smile. The two of them came to the living room and a maid served tea. Namgong Ningyu said with a smile, Brother Lin looks unfamiliar. Where are you from? Lin Feng said, I'm from Qingyun City. Namgong Ningyu said, I never thought that Qingyun City would have such a genius spirit array master like Brother Lin. Indeed, spiritual array masters were extremely rare. In the 10 cities, there might not even be one spiritual array master. For a small city like Green Cloud City to have a spirit array master, it was indeed quite surprising. Lin Feng said, I was lucky to be able to become a spirit array master. I just came to Qingfeng Town today, so I came to visit Miss Ningyu first. I'll be staying in Qingfeng Town for a few days. When the time comes, I hope to be able to communicate with Miss Ningyu more. Namgong Ningyu said happily, naturally, Ningyu couldn't ask for more. It's really not easy to meet a spirit array master in this vast sea of people. After Lin Feng said goodbye to Namgong Ningyu, he found a nearby inn to stay. In the following period of time, Lin Feng often communicated with Namgong Ningyu and discussed their experiences in spirit arrays. Lin Feng was currently a yellow rank, initial stage, intermediate stage spirit array master and had mastered 12 diagrams. Namgong Ningyu was a yellow rank, initial stage, advanced stage spirit array master and had mastered 26 diagrams. The difference between the two of them wasn't that great, so they could communicate and discuss many things. Inside the spirit pavilion, Lin Feng stood in front of a table and was drawing a spirit array. Spirit patterns appeared on the talisman paper as if they had a life of their own, emitting a scorching energy. This was the Raging Flame Array. It was a yellow rank, initial stage, advanced stage spirit array. During this period of time, he had been communicating with Namgong Ningyu about spirit arrays. Lin Feng felt that he had made great progress, so he began to try to break through to a higher rank. This large array was formed by a total of 49 spirit patterns. Lin Feng was completely focused. The spirit patterns twisted and intertwined together, forming a beautiful pattern. If one looked carefully, it looked like a cluster of flames that was about to burn. When the last spirit pattern was completed, the spirit energy between heaven and earth continuously gathered and was absorbed by the intertwined spirit pattern. The twisted spirit patterns emitted waves of heat attribute energy. Namgong Ningyu smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Lin, for successfully becoming an advanced stage spirit array master. Lin Feng let out a long breath, then smiled and said, It's all thanks to Miss Ningyu's help. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to break through. Namgong Ningyu smiled and said, We helped each other and improved together. Namgong Ningyu's temperament was gentle. Although she was already a yellow rank, initial stage, and advanced stage spirit array master at such a young age, she was very modest and low-key. The next morning, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. The warm sunlight sprinkled down. Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu entered the desolate jungle together. This time, Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu were collecting talisman stones in the desolate jungle. Talisman stones were special stones that were the carriers of spirit arrays. When a spirit array was drawn on a talisman paper, its power would become weaker and weaker, and it would quickly dissipate. If a spirit array was drawn on a talisman stone, it could be preserved. The talisman stone was also very convenient to carry and use. If one wanted to use a spirit array to kill an enemy, they could directly take out the talisman stone and pour their true chi into it. The power of the talisman stone would then be released. The talisman stones of the spirit pavilion were all personally collected by Nangong Ningyu. The two of them arrived at a mountain range, and Nangong Ningyu said, "Talisman stones are stones that contain spiritual chi. They are most likely to appear in places that are exposed to the wind and the sun all year round. Look over there." Nangong Ningyu pointed at a mountain peak, and the two of them climbed up. Sure enough, they found many talisman stones there. These talisman stones contained a faint energy, which was a special phenomenon formed by absorbing the essence of the world all year round. Talisman stones should also be different, right? Lin Feng asked. Nangong Ningyu nodded and said, "Of course. The best talisman stones have the color of a crystal. These are the talisman stones that spirit array masters yearn for even in their dreams. If a spirit array is drawn on a talisman stone, the spirit array's power will be greatly increased." I see. Lin Feng nodded. In the next few days, Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu went to many places to look for talisman stones, and they also collected many talisman stones. Every time they collected a high-quality talisman stone, Nangong Ningyu would act like a naive little girl who had just received a toy. Her beautiful face revealed a pure smile that could make people's hearts beat faster. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu entered a mountain valley. There, they found many high-quality talisman stones. The two of them were very happy, and they collected a large amount of talisman stones. Rumble, in the evening, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the mountain valley. A mountain collapsed, and a steep cliff appeared. Above the cliff, a cave appeared in Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu's line of sight. "Look, there's a cave." Lin Feng pointed at the cave in surprise. "Let's go and take a look," Nangong Ningyu said. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the cave with Nangong Ningyu. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the cliff. They jumped along the cliff to a narrow platform in front of the cave, and then looked inside. The cave was pitch black. Lin Feng lit a torch and entered the cave with Nangong Ningyu. The passage was long, and after walking for about 4 or 5 meters, Lin Feng found some oil lamps on the walls on both sides. Lin Feng lit a torch, and the cave gradually became brighter. "It seems like someone has lived here before," Nangong Ningyu said. Lin Feng said, "Could it be a strong cultivator's cave?" "It's very possible." Nangong Ningyu nodded. The two of them sped up. After walking for about 100 meters, they discovered a huge mountain in front of them. The two of them entered the mountain and saw stone furniture, such as stone chairs, stone tables, and so on. In addition, there was a stone bed with a skeleton sitting cross-legged on it. "It's really a strong cultivator's cave. It seems like this senior has been dead for a long time. His corpse has turned into a skeleton. Hey, look, there are 2 books and 2 bottles of pills on the table." Lin Feng was surprised and pointed at the stone table next to the bed. It must have been left behind by the senior. Nangong Ningyu's pretty face also looked happy. The two of them rushed towards the stone table. But at that moment, whoosh. Whoosh. Not good, someone's coming. Eh? There's still someone here? A surprised voice was heard. The person who spoke was a young man from a noble family. It was Su Tianhao. He was the young master of the giant dragon mercenary group. Lin Feng had seen him riding a fierce yellow horse in Clearwind Town. He was arrogant and despotic. "So it's Miss Nangong Ningyu." After seeing the two people in the cave clearly, Su Tianhao's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at Nangong Ningyu with a scorching gaze. The giant dragon mercenary group had always been active in this area, and Nangong Ningyu was a goddess. It was normal for Su Tianhao to know Nangong Ningyu. In fact, Su Tianhao didn't just know Nangong Ningyu, he even pursued her. However, Nangong Ningyu rejected him. If it was an ordinary woman, Su Tianhao would have forced himself on her. However, Nangong Ningyu's identity as a spirit array master was enough to make Su Tianhao afraid. Nangong Ningyu nodded and said, "Young Master Su, I didn't expect to meet you here. Brother Lin and I found this place first. Please leave." Haha. Su Tianhao suddenly laughed. He said, "This is the wild forest, not Clear Wind Town. Miss Nangong's words don't seem to have any effect here. If I were Miss Nangong, I would take the initiative to leave. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." Su Tianhao obviously wanted to monopolize the treasures in the cave. Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu naturally weren't willing. To be able to open such a cave, this cultivator must have been extremely powerful when he was alive. The things that had been passed down would definitely be extremely shocking. Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu glanced at each other. They both saw a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. Attack! Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu exploded. The two of them quickly rushed to the stone table. They each took a bottle of pills and a secret book. Then, the two of them rushed outside. "You're courting death. Kill that brat and capture Nangong Ningyu alive." "I'm going to kill her." Su Tianhao roared in exasperation. "Yes, young master." Immediately, the rest of the people rushed toward Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu. Swish, at this time, Nangong Ningyu summoned a formation talisman. An astonishing energy fluctuation was transmitted from the talisman. That fluctuation swept through the world. A suffocating aura was emitted from it. Roar. Then, an earth-shattering roar sounded. A white tiger was condensed and formed. White Tiger Array Talisman. This was a white tiger condensed from a yellow grade, elementary grade, and advanced grade formation talisman. The white tiger roared and waved its claws at the giant dragon mercenary group. Bang bang bang, one by one, the mercenaries were sent flying. "The white tiger jade talisman won't last much longer," Nangong Ningyu said. Lin Feng nodded. Taking advantage of the white tiger's great power, he quickly rushed into the passage and rushed outside with Nangong Ningyu. Soon, the two of them rushed out of the passageway and arrived outside. "Ningyu, now that you've offended the giant dragon mercenary group, you can't go back to Fresh Breeze Town," Lin Feng said. Nangong Ningyu said, "Fresh Breeze Town was only a temporary place for me to stay. I already had plans to leave. Lin Feng, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again someday." Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Nangong Ningyu to leave, but all good things must come to an end. He also had to prepare to report to the Azure Dragon Institute. Lin Feng said, "Okay, let's part ways here." After Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu separated, they quickly flew into the distance. Nangong Ningyu flew in another direction. Not long after, Su Tianhao and the others also rushed out. Su Tianhao roared furiously, "Chase after them. Don't let them escape. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must catch them." "Yes." The giant dragon mercenary group's members spread out and began to search for Lin Feng and Nangong Ningyu's whereabouts. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the giant dragon mercenary group was. This was a powerful mercenary group led by a martial general. Furthermore, there were many high-level martial master mercenaries. If they were to be besieged, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng ran for more than 30 li before jumping onto a big tree to rest. He took out the 2 things he obtained. One was a secret manual. One was a bottle of pills. Lin Feng opened the bottle and found a purple gold pill inside. The pill emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. He didn't know what grade it was, but it was definitely a high-quality pill. Lin Feng put away the pill and looked at the secret manual. There were 4 big words written on the manual. Soul Sword. This was actually a secret soul technique. This made Lin Feng go wild with joy. Secret soul techniques were the rarest secret techniques. It was almost impossible to find a secret soul technique's inheritance. Any kind of secret soul technique was priceless. If one cultivated a secret soul technique, they could use their soul to silently attack the opponent's soul. The soul was a person's origin. If the soul was destroyed, the person would die. Therefore, secret soul techniques were extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, I could actually obtain a secret soul type technique. My soul is 20 times stronger than cultivators on the same level as me. If I can successfully cultivate out the soul type sword technique, won't I be able to kill gods and Buddhas? When Lin Feng saw the soul sword, he couldn't bear to put it down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. He looked into the distance and saw 2 mercenaries rushing in his direction. The giant dragon mercenary group's members. These people actually chased me all the way here. Lin Feng frowned. He completely hid himself. Damn, where did that brat and Nangong Ningyu go? We haven't found them after searching for so long. Hee, the young master has already issued an arrest order. Our giant dragon mercenary group has tens of thousands of people, and the young master has mobilized 10,000 people to search for them. They won't be able to escape even if they have wings. TSK, Nangong Ningyu is really the best of the best. Once we catch that woman, the young master will have his fun. It'll be great if we can have our fun too. Dream on. We can only dream about it. Alright, let's hurry up and find them. If we can find them, it'll be a great achievement. The 2 mercenaries quickly rushed into the distance. After they left, Lin Feng jumped down from the tree and ran into the distance. He had to leave this area quickly. Otherwise, he would be in extreme danger. The giant dragon mercenary group had mobilized 10,000 people to search for them. This was too much. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng, who was flying in the forest, felt the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He turned around and saw an arrow shooting at him as fast as lightning. It was aimed directly at his chest. Behind him, an arrow shot towards him. Someone was trying to sneak an attack on him, trying to kill him. This arrow was too fast and too sudden. Fortunately, Lin Feng had always been very vigilant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discover this arrow. Lin Feng felt the aura of death from the arrow that was shot towards him. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Before the arrow arrived, Lin Feng had already taken the initiative to move. His body quickly moved to the right. Whoosh. Immediately after, the arrow pierced through the void and almost brushed past Lin Feng's head. In the end, it ruthlessly pierced through a large tree. Who is it? Hiding the head and showing the tail, the behavior of a scoundrel. Lin Feng shouted with a gloomy expression. Kid, your mouth is too sharp. Do I need to hide the head and show the tail to kill you? A cold laugh was heard. In the distance, a tall man with a hideous scar on his face and a ferocious expression walked over with a huge bow in his hand. Just now, it was this person who shot that arrow. The giant dragon mercenary group really made a big fuss. They sent out so many people to search for me. Lin Feng's tone had a hint of sarcasm. Kid, you stole the young master's things and still want to get out alive. It's simply a fool's dream. The tall and sturdy mercenary threw his bow aside and rushed towards Lin Feng. Boom. He attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. That tyrannical power suddenly burst out. The power of this punch was as strong as 1,000 caddies and could easily shatter gold and iron. This person's strength was very strong. It was at least 10 million caddies. However, facing this tyrannical attack from the tall and sturdy mercenary, Lin Feng only sneered. Although this mercenary's strength was not bad, Lin Feng was even stronger. Boom. Lin Feng attacked and waves of terrifying power burst out from his body. Facing this attack from the tall and sturdy mercenary, Lin Feng's expression was extremely cold. Kill. He let out a low roar and punched out. Bang. Along with the earth-shattering sound of the collision, Lin Feng and the burly mercenary fiercely collided. The burly mercenary's body flew out like a broken kite. Wow. In midair, the burly mercenary spat out a mouthful of blood. With a plop, he fell to the ground in a sorry state. That's impossible. The burly mercenary roared in disbelief. He was a 5th heavenly layer martial master, and his strength had reached 5 million kilograms. How could he lose to a teenager? The burly mercenary jumped up. He was now a little angry from embarrassment. "Brat, I'll tear you apart!" shouted the tall and sturdy mercenary. Immediately after, he threw himself at Lin Feng. "Savage beast fist technique!" shouted the tall and sturdy mercenary. He looked like a ferocious beast and threw himself at Lin Feng. Boom boom boom, the burly mercenary punched out 13 times in a row, each punch stronger than the last. 13 punches stacked on top of each other. Behind the burly mercenary, true qi surged. The surging true qi vaguely took the shape of ferocious beasts. Tao Tai, Baifeng, Xiaji, Ho, and other fierce beasts appeared one by one. Those ferocious beasts were all moving towards Lin Feng. The power of the savage beast fist technique was really powerful. It could actually condense so many terrifying fierce beasts. Moreover, Lin Feng could feel that these true qi fierce beasts had an extremely powerful attack power. "Brat, die!" The burly mercenary let out a sinister laugh as he charged forward. A sinister smile hung on his face. The 13 fierce beasts also bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards Lin Feng. Facing the attack of the burly mercenary, Lin Feng moved. Devouring martial spirit. Rumble, Lin Feng activated his martial spirit and condensed a devouring black hole. The devouring martial spirit turned into a black hole that enveloped heaven and earth. Immediately, the burly mercenary and the 13 true qi fierce beasts were imprisoned. "Ah, my body, why can't I move?" The burly mercenary's face changed drastically. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he charged towards the burly cultivator and punched him. "Brat, I am the hall leader of the mysterious dragon hall of the giant dragon mercenary group. If you dare to kill me, you will also die," shouted the tall and sturdy mercenary. He hoped that his words would scare Lin Feng, but in reality, his ferocious eyes were filled with fear and panic. "So what if I kill you? I want to see what the giant dragon mercenary group can do to me," Lin Feng sneered. His expression was cold as he punched out with a heavy force. Bang, this punch directly landed on the burly mercenary's chest. Crack! Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The burly mercenary's chest caved in from Lin Feng's punch. It was unknown how many bones in his chest were broken. The burly mercenary was also sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. In the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood that he spat out was mixed with some shattered internal organs. There was a thump. He fell heavily to the ground, dead. The burly cultivator was killed by Lin Feng's punch. In the depths of a forest, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He took out the pill he had obtained from the cave. He didn't know what grade this pill was, but he was sure that it was an extraordinary pill. Right now, the giant dragon mercenary group was surrounding him. The situation was extremely dangerous. The giant dragon mercenary group did not lack experts. There were even many peak martial master existences. If Lin Feng encountered experts of this level, he would also encounter trouble. Therefore, Lin Feng urgently needed to increase his strength. He swallowed the pill. Boom, a tyrannical medicinal power suddenly erupted within his body. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to absorb the medicinal power. Under the absorption of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the medicinal power of the pill was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Waves of tyrannical power began to erupt within his body. Buzz. At the same time, the devouring martial spirit in Lin Feng's dantian began to stir. Moreover, the temperature of his body became higher and higher. It seemed that it was because of this pill that Lin Feng's body began to change. This pill was obviously not simple. Waves of powerful medicinal power were absorbed by the immemorial dragonesque elephant art and then transformed into the purest energy. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his strength was crazily increasing. The fire Qilin at the side narrowed its eyes as it looked at Lin Feng and muttered, "This kid is really lucky. After obtaining a mystic rank pill, it seems like he's about to break through." Then, the fire Qilin was bored to death and lay on the ground to take a nap. And Lin Feng's transformation had just begun. Lin Feng's strength had undergone an earth-shattering increase. Originally, Lin Feng was at the 3rd level of the martial master realm and had a strength of 5.12 million genes. When the 3 devouring black holes were in operation, they could unleash a strength of 15. 36 million genes. But at this moment, Lin Feng's strength had reached an astonishing 10.24 million genes. When the 3 devouring black holes were in operation, it had reached a terrifying 30.72 million genes. That tyrannical power exploded within his body. A terrifying shockwave surged out, and the surrounding rocks were instantly smashed into smithereens. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. 4th Heavenly Layer Martial Master. Furthermore, although he was only at the 4th layer of the Martial Master realm, in terms of pure strength, he had already reached the 7th layer of the Martial Master realm. Lin Feng suppressed the joy of breaking through and took out the secret manual that recorded the Sword of Souls. Once the secret manual was successfully cultivated, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying secret technique. At a critical moment, it could be a life-saving secret manual. Therefore, Lin Feng attached great importance to it. He flipped open the Sword of Souls secret manual. On the first page, it was written, Sword of Souls, condense a sharp sword from the soul and instantly slash the opponent's soul. However, the cultivator must remember that although the power of the Sword of Souls is great, it must be used with caution. This is because the soul is the origin of a person and must not be damaged. Although the power of the Sword of Souls is great, there are many strange people in the world. It is hard to imagine. If you encounter someone who also has a soul technique, both sides will suffer. The contents of the first page were actually to tell the person who obtained the secret manual to be careful when using a secret technique like the Sword of Souls. It was a kind reminder and also a warning. Following that, Lin Feng began to flip through the rest of the contents. Soul strength, condense into a sword. Lin Feng looked at the cultivation chants of the Sword of Souls and sank into deep thought. For 3 days in a row, he had been cultivating the powerful secret manual of the Sword of Souls in this mountain forest. The Sword of Souls was to condense one's own soul strength into a sharp sword. It was easy to say, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The power of the soul was a kind of invisible and untouchable power. How could one condense it into a sword? That was simply a fool's dream. However, there was a forging method in the Sword of Souls. Using the power of heaven and earth as fire, burn the soul and condense the divine sword. Lin Feng followed the instructions in the secret manual and began to forge the Sword of Souls. The soul was the source of power. Once it was injured, the damage to a cultivator would be unimaginable. And now, in order to cultivate the Sword of Souls, Lin Feng needed to use the power of heaven and earth to burn his soul. This kind of pain was simply indescribable. Ah! When the fire of heaven and earth burned his soul, Lin Feng let out a miserable scream. If the pain of having a finger cut off was enough to make one wish they were dead, the pain that Lin Feng was enduring right now was 1,000 times worse than the pain of having a finger cut off. This kind of pain was enough to make a person collapse. Endure, I have to endure it. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The heavens had given him a second life. What else was there that he couldn't endure? Only a person with strong faith would be able to forge a strong willpower. Once a person without faith encountered difficulties, it was very easy for them to collapse. Lin Feng's faith was a faith that was deeply rooted in his soul. He clenched his teeth, his veins bulging. He was enduring this inhumane torture. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's body finally calmed down. The inhuman torment gradually dissipated. In Lin Feng's mind, sword energy rampaged. Buzz. A divine sword flew out, slashing towards a hard basalt rock in the cave. Pooh! That basalt rock was directly shattered by Lin Feng's Sword of Souls. Such power! Lin Feng stood up, his face full of surprise. Not bad, you actually managed to cultivate a soul secret technique in such a short time. The fire Qilin jumped up, it was rare to see it praise Lin Feng. Finally, the heavens didn't let me down. Lin Feng's face also revealed a trace of a smile. He and the fire Qilin didn't continue to stay there, they quickly left and rushed out of the forest. When they passed by a mountain range, they met a dozen mercenaries flying towards them. Lin Feng and the mercenaries were obviously stunned, they obviously didn't expect to meet like this. The leader of the other party was none other than their young master, Su Tianhao. Su Tianhao quickly reacted, his face was filled with a sinister smile, and the mercenaries quickly rushed towards Lin Feng, directly surrounding Lin Feng. Boy, you can run, I've been looking for you for a few days, but I couldn't find you. Now, let's see how you escape from my hands. Su Tianhao's sinister voice sounded. I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to stop me. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. Boy, how dare you boast in front of our young master? Some of the mercenaries berated. One of the mercenaries said, Sir, do you want us to kill this arrogant brat? Su Tianhao looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. He said, Boy, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel on the ground and swear to be my slave, and I'll spare your life, how about it? Su Tianhao didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Moreover, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng by making Lin Feng kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to him. He was playing with Lin Feng like a monkey. Haha, kid, hurry up and kneel down and swear allegiance to our young master. The group of mercenaries laughed loudly, looking at Lin Feng with mocking expressions. Lin Feng smiled icily. You're an idiot and you dare make me kneel down? You dare to scold me? Hearing Lin Feng's scolding, Su Tianhao was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He roared furiously. Young master, this kid refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yeah, this guy doesn't know what's good for him. The mercenaries on the side chimed in. Su Tianhao said in a deep voice, slap his face until he begs for mercy. Yes, young master. Immediately, a mercenary jumped out. This was a mercenary at the second firmament of the martial master realm. His strength was extremely tyrannical. He looked at Lin Feng with a fiendish smile. Little brat, who do you think you are? You dare to boast shamelessly in front of our young master. Let's see if I don't beat you to death today. As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary raised his right hand and slapped Lin Feng's face with great force. If this slap landed on his face would be smashed to pieces. Facing the mercenary's slap, Lin Feng's face was full of indifference. Swish. He moved. Lin Feng moved later but arrived first, directly in front of the mercenary. He raised his right hand and slapped. Slap. The sound of a slap spread in the air. Lin Feng had used all his strength to slap the mercenary's face. Ah! That mercenary let out a miserable shriek. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was smashed by Lin Feng's slap. In some places, even his bones were exposed. With a plop, the second celestial layer martial master mercenary fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. He covered his head, his whole body twitching as he screamed in pain and wailed. Seeing that his subordinate had almost been slapped to death by Lin Feng, Su Tianhao gnashed his teeth in anger. He coldly shouted, What are you waiting for? All of you, go and tear this kid into pieces. Yes. More than a dozen mercenaries all rushed towards Feng. These people were elites of the martial master realm, some of their cultivations had even reached the 5th celestial layer martial master. But even so what? Lin Feng didn't even pay attention to a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer. Lin Feng looked cold and detached as he was surrounded by a dozen mercenaries. He leaped out and charged into the crowd. Then, clap clap, the sound of slaps rang out one after another. One by one, the mercenaries were sent flying by Lin Feng. No one was able to dodge. Everyone fell to the ground in a sorry state. Their faces had been slapped by Lin Feng. Those who were slightly weaker had directly fainted. Su Tianhao's expression changed slightly. He never thought that Lin Feng would be able to take care of his subordinates so easily. Su Tianhao's expression became extremely gloomy. However, Su Tianhao did not show any fear. That was because Su Tianhao was strong enough. Although Su Tianhao was only in his 20s, his cultivation had already reached the 7th celestial layer martial master. His own strength had even reached 32 million giant force. Such a terrifying cultivation was enough to make Su Tianhao one of the best among the younger generation. Therefore, it was normal for him to look down on Lin Feng, who was only a teenager. Brat, you even dare to touch my people. Today, I will let you know how tragic the consequences of offending me are. I will not kill you directly. I will catch you and break every bone in your body inch by inch. Su Tianhao's sinister voice rang out. Whoosh. He moved and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Boom. Su Tianhao waved his right fist and punched towards Lin Feng. 32 million giant force instantly erupted. This Su Tianhao was definitely the strongest person Lin Feng had ever fought. The moment he made his move, it brought some pressure to Lin Feng. As expected of the powerful strength of the 7th celestial layer martial master. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of Su Tianhao because Lin Feng's strongest strength had reached 37,072,000 caddies. The gap between him and Su Tianhao was not big. However, Lin Feng had cultivated various powerful secret skills. This was something that Su Tianhao could not compare to. Lin Feng immediately activated his 3 devouring martial souls. Boom. A powerful force burst out from his body like a flood. Lin Feng's strength instantly rose to its peak. Bang! The two collided fiercely. In this attack, both sides were evenly matched. This is impossible. Su Tianhao roared in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that a 16 or 17-year-old youth could block his attack. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. He activated his crushing fist. Boom. He punched towards Su Tianhao. Crushing fist was an earth-rank martial art. This was a powerful martial art that could allow one to jump ranks to challenge others. Even in the entire true martial country, martial arts of this level could be counted on one's fingers. Perhaps only the Imperial family and the Azure Dragon Institute could take it out. Although the Giant Dragon mercenary group was the second strongest mercenary group in the true martial country, it was impossible for them to take out a martial art of this level. Now, Lin Feng displayed the crushing fist with the intention to kill Su Tianhao. Heavenly Dragon Fist. Su Tianhao coldly bellowed, his body arched like a dragon and shot out, aiming at Lin Feng. Then, he punched out at Lin Feng. Bang! Both sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng did not move an inch. Su Tianhao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Wah! In midair, Su Tianhao spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared in disbelief, "This is impossible, how can you be so strong?" "Ha ha ha ha, Su Tianhao, you think too highly of yourself." Lin Feng took a step forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind, like a young demon god, closing in on Su Tianhao. Su Tianhao's face paled. He knew that he wasn't Lin Feng's opponent. Turning around, he wanted to flee. "Can you escape?" Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Strong winds blew, clouds flew, he took another step forward. Strong wind swept across the land. The great heaven-covering hand was formed. Lin Feng's palm struck out at Su Tianhao. Su Tianhao felt the terrifying aura behind him and quickly blocked Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Both sides collided for the third time. That tyrannical power suddenly erupted, and the energy shockwaves produced by the collision directly shattered many of the surrounding trees. Kacha, kacha, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Su Tianhao and Lin Feng's arms were broken. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Su Tianhao's chest. Su Tianhao's chest caved in from the impact, and he was sent flying by Lin Feng. In midair, Su Tianhao coughed up a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground, dead. The fire Qilin narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He was very knowledgeable and could see how terrifying Lin Feng's covering the sky hand was. The covering the sky hand was an immemorial taboo technique. It was a secret technique recorded in the immemorial dragonesque elephant technique. When Lin Feng was a warrior, he had used the covering the sky hand to kill Li Tiansheng, who was a martial master. It was simply a myth to kill an opponent who was a great realm warrior. However, with the power of the immemorial taboo technique, Lin Feng was able to do it easily. When Lin Feng was a warrior, he had been weakened after using the covering the sky hand. After that, he had been completely powerless for 3 days and 3 nights. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the side effects of the covering the sky hand began to weaken. For example, when Lin Feng used his great celestial hand, he didn't feel weak at all. He just needed to find a place to rest and he would be fine. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out his sword and killed the rest of the people, then left. "Quick, let's go over there and take a look." At that moment, a mercenary's shout came from not far away. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the other party was coming over. He couldn't stay here for long. Lin Feng turned around and disappeared into the forest. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, many people flew over. They were all members of the dragon mercenary group. When they arrived, they saw the corpses everywhere and their expressions changed. Oh no, it's the young master. The young master has been killed. The mercenaries cried out in alarm. Lin Feng moved quickly in the forest. However, there were too many people in the dragon mercenary group. They could be seen in many places. Lin Feng had to think of a way to avoid the dragon mercenary group. Rumble. In the distance, dust was flying everywhere. Hundreds of knights were rampaging in the forest. The young master has been killed. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find that brat. If we can't find the young master, we'll bring our heads to the leader. The leader of the mercenaries shouted loudly. Go 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 go. The mercenaries quickly spread out and searched for Lin Feng's whereabouts. When the mercenaries left, a figure jumped down from a tree. There are too many people in the dragon mercenary group. It seems that I need to find a place to hide temporarily and wait until night to take action. Lin Feng frowning. After choosing a direction, he started flying, but after a few steps, Lin Feng was attacked. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, arrows flew towards Lin Feng one after the other. If he was hit, he would become a beehive. Not good, I've been discovered. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly took out his black dragon sword. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Swoosh, SW Lin Feng quickly retreated. A cursing voice came from the forest. Then a dozen mercenaries rushed out. The leader was a bald mercenary with a deep aura. He should be a high-level martial master. Send a message. The bald mercenary shouted in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Immediately, a mercenary took out a bamboo tube as thick as a thumb. He opened it. Swoosh. A golden flame soared into the sky and suddenly exploded in the sky with a loud sound. Even though it was daytime, one could still see the dazzling golden flames in the sky. Lin Feng's expression changed. Obviously, these people had sent a signal to summon their companions. Let's go. Lin Feng rushed into the forest. He didn't want to be surrounded. Once he was surrounded by these mercenaries, the only outcome would be death. Brat, do you think you can escape? Go, stop this brat. Shouted the bald mercenary loudly. He then led a dozen mercenaries to surround Lin Feng. You're courting death. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He held the black dragon sword and charged at the mercenaries. Kill him. Shouted the bald mercenary furiously. He raised his long blade and rushed towards Lin Feng. Clang. An earth-shaking sound of collision was heard. The bald mercenary was sent flying by Lin Feng's sword. After that, Lin Feng rushed into the middle of the group of mercenaries and started fighting against them. Brat, you're courting death. These mercenaries all had evil smiles on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Because Lin Feng couldn't care less. There were people in all directions. If it was an ordinary cultivator, these mercenaries might have succeeded in their sneak attack. However, they were facing Lin Feng. They were doomed to fail. Devouring martial spirit. Lin Feng directly activated his devouring martial spirit and formed a spatial magnetic field. Everything within a 10-meter radius was trapped in the magnetic field. But the mercenaries who were shrouded in the magnetic field were unable to move. Even the bald mercenary, who was the strongest among them, had his movement speed greatly affected. Ah, I can't move my body. These mercenaries suddenly found that they were fixed. The strong suction force of the black hole made it difficult for them to move. One by one, they screamed in horror. Die. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and waved his sword. Puff. Puff. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. One by one, the mercenaries were killed by Lin Feng on the spot. More than 10 strong mercenaries were killed by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the bald mercenary. This person's cultivation was the strongest. Lin Feng guessed that this person's cultivation was most likely at the 7th layer of the martial master realm. However, because this person had been immersed in this realm for many years, his strength was much stronger than Su Tianhao's. To deal with such a person, one had to go all out and use a powerful killing move. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill the other mercenaries. Moreover, once he was delayed, it would be troublesome if other mercenaries were attracted. Scorching Sun Sword Technique. Lin Feng roared and slashed with his sword. Brat, you're courting death. When the bald mercenary saw that Lin Feng had killed a dozen mercenaries, he immediately shouted furiously. He raised his long sword and rushed towards Lin Feng with the intention of annihilating an entire army. Clang. The sword and the sword collided. The bald mercenary was forced back by Lin Feng. His mouth split open and blood flowed out. The bald mercenary was shocked. He knew that he was not Lin Feng's opponent. He turned around and wanted to escape. Lin Feng sneered and quickly chased after him. He held his sword with both hands and soared into the sky like a kuan peng. He slashed with his sword. The bald mercenary's expression changed. He waved his sword to block. Clang. The two sides once again collided fiercely. Kacha. The sword in the bald mercenary's hand was broken by Lin Feng's sword. Puchi. Then, Lin Feng's sword cut the bald mercenary in half. The bald mercenary fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. He had already breathed his last and was no longer breathing. After killing the bald mercenary, Lin Feng quickly left. He did not dare to stay any longer because the reinforcements would arrive soon. He found a cave in a valley and hid in it. Time passed quietly. The dragon mercenary group was still looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts, but they could not find him. Lin Feng left the cave and took advantage of the darkness of the night to quickly leave the forest. As long as he left the forest, the outside world would be vast and boundless. Birds could fly freely in the sky and fish could swim freely in the sea. At that time, the members of the dragon mercenary group wouldn't be able to find him. Lin Feng took advantage of the darkness of the night to travel through the forest. He had avoided a dozen groups of mercenaries who were searching for him. At dawn, he arrived at the edge of the forest. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. Finally, he was going to leave the forest. Whoosh. But at this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared from a big tree. It quickly came behind Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. It wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. This person's sudden attack had caught Lin Feng off guard. This palm was obviously meant to take Lin Feng's life. However, Lin Feng had always been alert and vigilant. Therefore, when the figure behind him launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng had already sensed it in advance. Whoosh. He quickly moved to the left. Bang. That person's punch was in the air and hadn't managed to hit Lin Feng. However, that punch had managed to destroy a gigantic tree in the distance, which was so thick that it would take 5 or 6 people to wrap their arms around it. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this palm was. Lin Feng quickly retreated 5 or 6 meters. At this time, Lin Feng also clearly saw the person's appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a thin body and a pair of eyes that emitted a sinister light. Kid, you really have some ability. You actually managed to dodge my attack. I want to see if you really have the ability to escape from my hands. The thin mercenary said sinisterly. Lin Feng roughly sensed the strength of the thin mercenary. He discovered that this person's cultivation was simply unfathomable. Lin Feng estimated that this person should be at the 8th celestial layer of the martial master realm. An existence at this level already had the ability to kill him. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy, but he would not admit defeat. He sneered and said, "You want to take my life? It's simply a fool's dream. Kid, arrogant. Today, I will definitely turn your bones into ashes." As his voice fell, the thin mercenary had already rushed towards Lin Feng. This thin mercenary was so powerful. Lin Feng estimated that he had an extraordinary position in the giant dragon mercenary group. The thin mercenary punched towards Lin Feng. A tyrannical power suddenly erupted. Waves of destructive aura filled the air. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He rushed forward and used a collapsing fist. The power of this collapsing fist was quite terrifying. Collapsing fist was an earth-tier martial art. Lin Feng wanted to use this earth-tier martial art to catch the skinny mercenary off guard. Bang! The two of them clashed fiercely. The skinny mercenary didn't move an inch, but Lin Feng was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He felt his blood and qi churn, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. This skinny cultivator was too strong. He was so tyrannical that it made people feel despair. Brat, your strength is not bad. No wonder the young master was killed by you. However, do you think that you can do anything to me with your strength? Today, I'll let you know how big the gap is between an ant and a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny mercenary once again rushed towards Lin Feng. He immediately used the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Even from a distance, Lin Feng could feel the powerful might of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. This move was too terrifying. It was so oppressive that Lin Feng felt like he couldn't breathe. This was the power of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Facing such a powerful attack, Lin Feng was speechless. He stepped forward, and at the same time, used his devouring martial spirit to create a spatial magnetic field to restrict the skinny mercenary's movements. At the same time, Lin Feng also used the Great Heaven Covering Hand. This was basically Lin Feng's trump card. Lin Feng didn't hold back in the battle with the skinny mercenary. He knew that if he held back, he might die in this person's hands. This guy wouldn't show any mercy. Spatial magnetic field, the wind blew, and the clouds flew. Lin Feng used two types of absolute martial arts together. The skinny mercenary was immediately enveloped by Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field. What kind of move is this? The skinny mercenary was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a strange move. A move that will take your life. Lin Feng was cold. He stepped forward and used the Great Heaven Covering Hand to attack. A palm struck towards the skinny mercenary. But at this time, the skinny mercenary sneered. Kid. You think you can deal with me with just this move? You're really stupid. As his voice fell, the skinny mercenary stepped forward. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Even the spatial magnetic field couldn't restrict this person. This person's cultivation was too powerful. The skinny mercenary used Fierce Dragon crossing the river. That terrifying fist struck towards Lin Feng. Bang! Both sides clashed once again. Lin Feng was directly sent flying, and his spatial magnetic field was also broken. This skinny mercenary's strength should be over 60 million gene. It was too terrifying, and there was no way to resist. Lin Feng pulled out his black dragon sword and attacked the skinny mercenary again. The skinny mercenary sneered. He took out his long blade and attacked Lin Feng. Clang! The blade and sword collided, creating a clanging sound. Both sides clashed. That tyrannical power was simply enough to destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering power entering his body. This was the power emitted from the skinny mercenary's body. It was too powerful, to the point that Lin Feng couldn't bear it. Lin Feng was sent flying. At this time, the skinny mercenary quickly rushed over, waving his long blade, wanting to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the threat of death. That aura of death was so dense that it enveloped his entire body. Kid, die. The skinny mercenary sneered and chopped down. Lin Feng was about to be killed. Suddenly. Ah! The skinny mercenary let out a mournful scream. My head is about to split open. Little bastard, what evil technique did you use to actually cause such great damage to me? I'm going to kill you, kill you. The skinny mercenary let out a mournful roar. His expression was ferocious, and his face was distorted. Just now, at the moment of life and death, Lin Feng used his unique skill, Soul Sword. This soul sword specialized in restraining souls. Caught off guard, the skinny mercenary was hit. He was hit by Lin Feng's soul sword. Although Lin Feng's soul sword wasn't able to directly destroy the skinny mercenary's soul, it still caused him a lot of damage. Lin Feng seized this opportunity and rushed forward, directly arriving in front of the skinny mercenary. He punched the skinny mercenary's chest. Bang! That incomparably powerful punch directly landed on the skinny mercenary's chest. Crack, crack. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The skinny mercenary's chest caved in from Lin Feng's punch. The skinny mercenary fell to the ground, spitting out a large amount of blood from his mouth. That blood was mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. The skinny mercenary fell to the ground, already dead. His eyes were wide open before he died. Obviously he didn't die in peace. This powerful mercenary couldn't believe that he would die in the hands of a teenager. The imperial capital, the Dragon City, was bustling with activity. The streets were wide, and on both sides of the street were rows upon rows of shops, hawking their wares endlessly. The imperial capital was a country's financial and administrative center, not something a small city like the Green Cloud City could compare to. The Azure Dragon Institute was the cradle for nurturing strong cultivators, a place that countless people dreamed of entering. A delicate and pretty young man arrived at the Azure Dragon Institute. This young man was none other than Lin Feng, who rushed to the Azure Dragon Institute to register. Many students walked in and out of the Azure Dragon Institute. These students were all in high spirits. Then again, it was normal, being a student of the Azure Dragon Institute, this identity was enough to be proud of. Lin Feng inquired about the exact location of the registration office and headed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute's registration office. Inside the Azure Dragon Institute, students were scattered in twos and threes, chatting as they walked, their faces brimming with youthful smiles. Compared to Lin Feng's life and death experience in the desolate forest, this was a completely different world. "Brother, are you here to register as well?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man around 17 to 18 years old, wearing a brocade robe, looking quite handsome. Most likely, he was also a young master from an aristocratic family. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right, I'm here to register." "What a coincidence, I'm here to register as well." "My name is Zhang Pingfan, how should I address this brother?" Zhang Pingfan asked, smiling. "This one is Lin Feng, nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. Students tended to stick together, especially new students. If they didn't stick together, they would be bullied miserably by the older students. Of course, you could choose not to stick together with other new students, but you needed to have some background. If there was a powerful older student protecting you, no one would bully you, but if there wasn't, then you could only be bullied. "Brother Lin, where are you from?" Zhang Pingfan asked with a smile. "Green Cloud City's Lin family." Lin Feng answered. "I'm from East Sea City's Zhang family." Zhang Pingfan said. The East Sea City was one of the 16 main cities of the Zhenwu country. The Zhang family was the city lord's aristocratic family, an ancient family with a heritage of more than 1,700 years. Lin Feng didn't think that Zhang Pingfan would have such an extraordinary background. As if he knew what Lin Feng was thinking, Zhang Pingfan smiled wryly and said, "Even though I'm also a member of the Zhang clan, my father passed away when I was young, and my mother raised me with great difficulty. In the Zhang clan, I'm considered a branch disciple." Lin Feng nodded. He was well aware of the terrible relationship between the side branch disciples and the main branch disciples in these large clans. Under normal circumstances, the direct descendants looked down on the collateral descendants. Looking at Zhang Pingfan's expression, it was obvious that Zhang Pingfan had encountered the same situation. Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan arrived at the registration area. Today was the second day of registration, so there weren't many people. "Show your identity medallion," the teacher in charge of enrollment said. Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan both took out their identity medallions and registered. Then, the institute teacher assigned them their living quarters. Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan were assigned to the same courtyard. It was a small courtyard with only the two of them living in it, quiet and secluded. "Take these 2 bottles of medicinal pellets. These are high-grade yellow-rank great dragon pellets. As the name suggests, after consuming them, if you have dragon force, it can greatly increase your strength. Make good use of this opportunity because 10 days later, you will be participating in the new student assessment. Do your best in the assessment and strive for a good result. It will be of great help to you in the Azure Dragon Institute." The teacher said. "Yes, this student will remember." Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan said. "Good, you two can go," the teacher said. Lin Feng bid farewell to Zhang Pingfan and Zhang Pingfan, then walked out of the courtyard. Zhang Pingfan said, I didn't expect there to be such a high-grade great dragon pellet just after arriving at the Azure Dragon Institute. It said that these great dragon pellets are a secret recipe unique to the Azure Dragon Institute, controlled by the Alchemy Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Great dragon pellets are priceless outside. One great dragon pellet's effect is equivalent to 100 vigorous dragon pellets. In other academies, the vigorous dragon pellets formula is based on the great dragon pellet, but the effect is much worse. This Azure Dragon Institute really isn't something those lower academies can compare to. Lin Feng nodded, saying, "That's right, this Azure Dragon Institute is really generous, giving out a bottle of great dragon pellets right off the bat. If we can get a good result in the new student assessment, I wonder how generous the rewards will be." Zhang Pingfan's eyes lit up with hope, saying, "Every batch of new students will be separated out during the assessment. Those with outstanding results can enter the inner courtyard's genius camp to cultivate, whereas those with average results can only cultivate in the outer courtyard. The difference between heaven and earth is like heaven and earth, two different treatments. It's the same everywhere, the strong are respected. Even the Azure Dragon Institute will only focus on nurturing a group of geniuses, and the majority of the new students won't receive the same treatment as those geniuses." Lin Feng explained. Brother Lin, what breed is this pet of yours? Why is it so strange?" Zhang Pingfan looked at the fire Qilin standing beside Lin Feng. In the next moment, a miserable scream rang out as Zhang Pingfan was sent flying by the fire Qilin's claw. Obviously, the fire Qilin was dissatisfied with the way Zhang Pingfan addressed it, not to mention that this fellow seemed to have recovered quite a bit of its strength, no longer as weak as when it was devoured by the devil bead. "Brother Zhang, are you all right?" Lin Feng quickly helped Zhang Pingfan up. Zhang Pingfan crawled to his feet, smiling embarrassedly. I'm fine, it's my bad mouth, didn't I see that this person is a great lord? The fire Qilin arrogantly walked past the two of them, causing Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan to roll their eyes. Wasn't this fellow a little too arrogant? The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked back to their residence. At this time, 5 students dashed out from the forest in the distance, looking at Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan with greedy eyes. As senior students of the Azure Dragon Institute, they naturally knew how precious the bottle in the student's hand was. The leading student looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a white robe and looking very handsome. His name was Guazifei, and he sneered, "Juniors, are you two newcomers?" "That's right, is there anything we can help you with?" Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan nodded, then asked. "Newcomers should know the rules, right?" Guazifei said indifferently. "What rules? We don't really understand, please enlighten us," Zhang Pingfan said. Guazifei looked at Lin Feng and the bottle in Zhang Pingfan's hand and said, "This is a great dragon pill, right? If you know what's good for you, hand it over." "You want our great dragon pill?" Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan glanced at each other. "Are you deaf? Hurry up and hand over the great dragon pill, or I'll break your legs today," one of the students next to Guazifei said coldly, looking down at Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan. These 5 people were all senior students. Lin Feng had heard of senior students bullying new students, but he didn't expect that on his first day at the institute, he would be bullied by this group of senior students. "Brother Lin, what should we do? If we don't hand it over, I'm afraid these people won't let us go," Zhang Pingfan said in a low voice, somewhat hesitant. Clearly, Zhang Pingfan was extremely unwilling to hand over the great dragon pill. Of course, no matter who it was, they would be unwilling. The great dragon pellet was a medicinal pellet that could directly increase one's strength. In the outside world, it was priceless, only the Azure Dragon Institute had it. "Naturally, I won't hand it over." Lin Feng waved the great dragon pellet in his hand, then put it away into his spiritual ring. Watching Lin Feng's action, Guazifei and the others' faces darkened. "Fine, if a man dies, his bird will face the sky, what's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Pingfan gritted his teeth and put away the great dragon pellet. Guazifei and the others' faces became even more gloomy. One of the senior students coldly snorted, "You guys really don't know what's good for you? You actually dared to disobey senior brother Gua's orders, I think you're looking for a beating." Guazifei pointed at Lin Feng, "Give him 3 slaps, teach him how to behave." "Yes, senior brother Gua." One of the senior students immediately stepped out, stopping beside Lin Feng. His right hand raised, aiming for Lin Feng's face. This senior student's attack was swift and fierce. With one look, one could tell that this person was a martial master. Zhang Pingfan cried out, "Brother Lin, be careful." Humph, too late. Daring to disobey senior brother Guo's orders, you're simply courting death. The senior student sneered maliciously. That heavy slap was about to land on Lin Feng's face. Suddenly, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng moved later but arrived first. Like an agile ape, he leaped forward, arriving in front of the senior student in the blink of an eye. His left hand reached out, grabbing the senior student's neck. Ah! The old student screamed as he was grabbed by Lin Feng like a little chick. All the strength in his body seemed to have been shaken away by Lin Feng's grab. His entire body went limp. "Kid, let go of me," the senior student roared angrily. "You still dare to be so arrogant after falling into my hands? Grandson, aren't you being too arrogant?" Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand and was about to slap the old student. "Look, isn't that Guo Zifei and the others?" It seems like he had a conflict with someone. Guo Zifei is a member of the Blood Dragon Gang. Who would dare to provoke a member of the Blood Dragon Gang? Do they have to eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? They seem to be new students, right? There was a flurry of discussion in the surroundings. Many senior students also gathered around to watch the show. Everyone was pointing and whispering. However, the senior students were shocked to see that the new students weren't the ones who had suffered, but Guo Zifei and the others. In addition to the old students who were watching the show, there were also many new students who were watching. Many of these new students had their elixirs snatched away by Guo Zifei's group. At this moment, seeing one of Guo Zifei's old students being defeated by a new student, many of the new students felt that the resentment in their hearts had been vented. "Let's see if you dare." Guo Zifei shouted when he saw Lin Feng about to slap the old student. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Feng sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy slap landed on the old student's face. Slap, a resounding slap rang out, and the powerful slap landed on the old student's face, causing his face to swell up. "Ah! You really dared to hit me. You're courting death." The old student who had been slapped by Lin Feng felt like he was going crazy. As a senior student, he was actually slapped in the face by a freshman in front of so many people. This was simply a humiliation. The senior student's eyes were gloomy. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into pieces by the senior student's glare. "You still dare to be arrogant in front of me?" More than 10 slaps were delivered in a row. That old student's face was swollen. Lin Feng had slapped him until he looked like a pig's head. "Brat, are you courting death? If he dies, I'll take responsibility," Guo Zifei said coldly. "Yes, senior brother Guo." The 3 old students by Guo Zifei's side suddenly revealed hideous smiles, and rushed towards Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, I'll help you." Zhang Pingfan had already thrown caution to the wind. Men should be indomitable and indomitable. Men shouldn't swallow humiliation. As a man, he had to live in an upright manner. He absolutely could not be a coward. "They're just a few small fries. Brother Zhang, you don't have to do anything," Lin Feng said. "All right. Brother Lin, be careful," Zhang Pingfan said. "Brat, die." At that moment, the 3 old students were already rushing towards Lin Feng. Boom! Boom, boom. The 3 of them raised their fists and attacked Lin Feng. That brat is going to be unlucky. Indeed, he attracted the attacks of 3 old students. I think he'll be beaten half to death. With Guo Yunfei's temper, he might even be able to kill him. Anyway, Guo Yunfei has someone backing him up. No, even though Guo Yunfei has the support of the Blood Dragon Gang, he wouldn't dare kill a freshman so casually. However, he would still dare to break a few of his bones. The old students who were watching the show started discussing. The way they looked at Lin Feng was filled with pity. "Get lost." Lin Feng directly threw out the old student who was beaten half to death. Then, he leaped out and began fighting with the 3 old students. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches. Along with the three dull sounds of impact, there was a loud bang. Ah! Mournful screams echoed in the air. Lin Feng stood on the same spot, not moving an inch. Instead, it was the three old students who were sent flying. Everyone's arms were broken by the explosion. Plop, plop, plop. All three of them fell to the ground in a sorry state. Each of them was rolling on the ground in pain. So strong? Am I hallucinating? Isn't this freshman too fierce? Gasps sounded from the surrounding crowd. Each and every one of them was looking at the handsome young man with shock. Everyone's mind suddenly trembled. In a world where the strong were revered, the strong would receive attention and respect. It was the same in the Azure Dragon Institute. On the other hand, Guo Zifei's face was extremely gloomy. He sneered, "Brat, do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Blood Dragon Gang, yet you dare to hit my people. I think you're tired of living. I'll give you a chance, kneel in front of me, slap yourself 10 times, kowtow 10 times, then hand over the Great Dragon Core. Otherwise, I'll cripple you today." Guo Zifei was an arrogant person, not to mention his extraordinary status. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Now, he wanted Lin Feng to kneel on the ground and kowtow an apology. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude to me? So what if you're from the Blood Dragon Gang? I only know that this is the Azure Dragon Institute, not the Blood Dragon Gang's territory. This guy is in trouble, daring to look down on the Blood Dragon Gang. They're one of the 5 biggest forces in our institute. Offending them won't end well. That's right, that brat is out of luck." Although Guo Zifei isn't a core member of the Blood Dragon Gang, his elder brother is one of the top 3 figures in the Blood Dragon Gang. Now, that brat offended Guo Zifei, he's simply courting death. He's a new student after all, he doesn't know how powerful the Blood Dragon Gang is, but in my opinion, Guo Zifei won't dare to kill him. At most, he'll injure him heavily. This can be considered as learning from one's mistakes. Many students in the surroundings were discussing fervently, looking at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. These senior students were well aware of how terrifying the Blood Dragon Gang was. The Azure Dragon Institute was an intricate and complicated place. Not only was it the cradle of true martial countries' experts, it was also the place where the country's major forces competed. Even the royal family's forces were mixed in. Inside the Azure Dragon Institute, there were many forces formed by students, and within these forces, there were various kinds of geniuses. However, if one looked carefully, one would know that the forces behind these geniuses were often allies. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Institute's major forces, such as the Blood Dragon Gang, were all supported by some of true martial countries' major forces. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Good, 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 there's actually someone who doesn't put my Blood Dragon Gang in his eyes in the Azure Dragon Institute, truly courting death. Brat, watch how I'll deal with you today. Guo Zifei was so angry that he laughed instead. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. The tyrannical power caused a series of explosions. Lin Feng instantly sensed the strength of this person. He had a strength of about 5 million kilograms, and his strength was around the 5th layer of the Martial Master realm. At this age, he was already considered quite powerful. Guo Zifei has made his move. That Guo Zifei is at the 5th heavenly layer of the Martial Master realm. He possesses 5 million kilograms of strength. Within this realm, Guo Zifei is an outstanding figure. Although that brat is powerful, compared to Guo Zifei, there should still be a large gap. Yeah, Guo Zifei is personally taking action. That brat is done for. Around them, there was a burst of discussion. Many students shook their heads and sighed. It was as if they could see the scene of Lin Feng being beaten half to death by Guo Zifei. In the eyes of these old students, Lin Feng was still too impulsive. Going against a tyrannical old student like Guo Zifei, he would definitely suffer a great loss. However, some of the old students were also new students. Among them, some had suffered great losses in their early years. When they were cultivating in the lower academies, they were all outstanding figures. When they came to the Azure Dragon Institute, they were forced to hand over precious medicinal pellets distributed by the institute. These proud new students naturally wouldn't agree. This kind of conflict would occur every time the new students were recruited. More often than not, it was the new students who suffered miserably, being bullied miserably. Facing Guo Zifei's powerful attack, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng's attack was very casual. In his eyes, Guo Zifei was merely a small character. Bang! An ordinary punch flew out, colliding with Guo Zifei's attack. Everyone saw that Lin Feng didn't move an inch from where he stood, whereas it was Guo Zifei who was sent flying. That tyrannical force violently shook Guo Zifei's body. Guo Zifei vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. How is this possible? Voices of disbelief resounded in the surroundings. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the young man in the middle of the stage as if they had seen a ghost. Before this, who would have thought that this young man could actually beat the insufferably arrogant Guo Zifei to the point of vomiting blood? This, many of the old students began to speak incoherently. Guo Zifei was a 5th heavenly layer martial master, But now, he was defeated by a new student in one move. Wasn't this new student too powerful? Little beast, you're courting death, I want your life. When had Guo Zifei ever suffered such a great humiliation? His originally handsome face was distorted. He roared and directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Right now, Guo Zifei only had one thought in his mind, and that was to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng, trample Lin Feng under his feet, and humiliate Lin Feng to his heart's content in front of so many people. Only in this way would he be able to wash away the humiliation that Lin Feng had just brought to him. Rushing Thunder Fist. Guo Zifei laughed sinisterly and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. The wind from his fist whistled like rolling thunder. The power of this fist was incomparably terrifying. Middle Profound Ranked Martial Art, Rushing Thunder Fist. Guo Zifei is serious, that kid probably won't be able to hold on. The surrounding students recognized the martial art that Guo Zifei was using and immediately cried out in alarm. A profound ranked martial art could already allow one to challenge someone of a higher rank. Facing Guo Zifei's incomparably powerful attack, Lin Feng still only used an ordinary fist. Bang! Lin Feng and Guo Zifei collided once again, and everyone saw it. Guo Zifei flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The arm that had collided with Lin Feng was twisted, and Guo Zifei, who was still in midair, let out an incomparably mournful scream. Brother, you're awesome. Zhang Pingfan looked at Lin Feng with incomparable shock. They were both new students, but when Lin Feng attacked Guo Zifei, Zhang Pingfan knew that there was a large gap between him and Lin Feng. Too savage. There's actually such a powerful person among this year's new students, and he was even met by Guo Zifei. This is interesting. The surrounding students looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were all dumbstruck as they looked at the handsome young man in the middle of the field. There were also many people who had a gloating expression. Guo Zifei had always relied on the support of the Blood Dragon Gang and had always been arrogant in the academy, so he was very unpopular. Seeing Guo Zifei's miserable appearance, many students felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Lin Feng didn't intend to let Guo Zifei go. He wanted to teach Guo Zifei a lesson. Of course, Lin Feng's purpose in doing this was to warn the old students not to provoke him. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Guo Zifei and threw a punch towards Guo Zifei. Impudent. But at that moment, an incomparably cold voice suddenly resounded. A ghostly figure appeared in front of Lin Feng and Guo Zifei, and a palm attack was thrown towards Lin Feng. Huh? Lin Feng revealed a dignified expression. The person who had attacked actually made him feel pressured. The Azure Dragon Institute was indeed a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, producing geniuses in large numbers. The person who attacked gave Lin Feng a strong pressure. Obviously, this person's strength had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the martial master realm, or even higher. Lin Feng had no choice but to give up on dealing with Guo Zifei and turn to face the person who attacked. Bang! Lin Feng and the person who attacked fiercely collided. Thump, 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 thump. The moment the two collided, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force rushing into his body. That force forced Lin Feng to stagger back more than a dozen steps before stopping. Brother Lin, are you all right? Zhang Pingfan asked worriedly from the side. Lin Feng waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. His sharp gaze fell on the person who attacked him. It was a young master in white, his white robe fluttering in the wind, handsome and extraordinary. At this moment, there was a trace of coldness on his face. Among the new students, there aren't many who can withstand one attack from me, Song Zhanyuan. No wonder a mere new student like you dares to be so presumptuous. Turns out, you do have some ability. Song Zhanyuan, it's actually Song Zhanyuan. He's a disciple of the genius camp. One of the top 100 geniuses of the genius camp. This time that kid is out of luck. Offending a disciple of the genius camp, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear the consequences. That's right, the genius camp disciples are all monstrous characters, especially the top 100 geniuses. Some of them are even in the Hotian realm. This Song Zhanyuan is an elder of the Blood Dragon Gang, his seniority is very high, and his status is also very high. Now, he actually appeared in the outer courtyard. Guo Zifei is a member of the Blood Dragon Gang, and the Blood Dragon Gang always seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Since Guo Zifei suffered a loss in Lin Feng's hands, he definitely won't let it go. That's right, those who offend the Blood Dragon Gang don't have a good ending. That kid just entered the institute and already offended the Blood Dragon Gang. In my opinion, he's most likely done for. In the future, he won't be able to move an inch in the institute. Many students in the surroundings were discussing. I don't think that I've done anything wrong. Do you think that I should just stand here and let the Blood Dragon Gang beat me up when the Blood Dragon Gang beat me up? What a joke. When you bully others, you should be prepared to be bullied. Lin Feng said tit for tat. Brat, you've been humiliated by my Blood Dragon Gang. It's your good fortune from your previous life. How dare you resist? He's simply courting death. Song Zhanyuan sneered. Hearing Song Zhanyuan's words, Lin Feng's face darkened. He had seen arrogant and despotic people. But he had never seen someone as arrogant as Song Zhanyuan. What a joke. So what if you're from the Blood Dragon Gang? It's just a student organization. Lin Feng sneered. Brat, you deserve to die 10,000 times because of what you've just said. However, killing between students is forbidden in the institute. How about this, I won't kill you. I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll beat you until you kneel down in front of me and kowtow 100 times. It'll be a lesson for you. Song Zhanyuan's body flickered as he moved towards Lin Feng. He was about to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Song Zhanyuan was strong, but he wasn't a Hotian realm cultivator. Lin Feng wasn't completely powerless. When Lin Feng was about to use the Devouring the Heavens demonic skill, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The Blood Dragon Gang is so powerful. Have you fallen to the point where you only know how to bully new students? The voice sounded. A ghostly silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng. That ghostly silhouette attacked Song Zhanyuan with his palm. Bang, the two of them collided. Thump. Thump, thump. Both Song Zhanyuan and the ghostly silhouette were forced back 3 steps. Clearly, their strength was on par. At this time, Lin Feng also saw the newcomer. It was a woman dressed in blue. Her figure was curvaceous, perfectly proportioned. She had a pair of long, slender legs, and a cold expression on her exquisite face. Lin Feng didn't know this woman, nor did he know why she would help him. Leng Qiushuang, one of the top 100 students in the genius camp, an elder of the Wind Snow School. Could it be that this brat knows Leng Qiushuang? Otherwise, why would Leng Qiushuang help him? The cultivators in the surroundings whispered among themselves. The Azure Dragon Institute wasn't just a place for cultivation, there were also various forces scattered around. Blood Dragon Gang, Wind Snow School, Drizzle Building, Wild Tiger Gang, and Thunder Heaven Sect. These were the 5 major forces of the Azure Dragon Institute. All of them were established by the top 10 heaven-defying geniuses of the Azure Dragon Institute. Behind these 5 forces were the shadows of various big families and clans. Therefore, it wasn't just the student forces, it also involved the forces behind them. Because of this, the 5 forces were at odds with each other, like fire and water. However, under normal circumstances, the 5 forces coexisted peacefully. Lin Feng, are you alright? Just as Lin Feng was wondering why Leng Qiushuang would help him, a voice sounded. Following that, a young noble clad in brocade robes walked out. It was none other than Lin Feng's good brother, Su Zimo. Su Zimo was the only one among Lin Feng's close friends who passed the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment. He had also joined the Azure Dragon Institute to further his studies. Since the Lin family and Su family were in an alliance, Su Zimo and Su Zimo were very close. I'm fine. Lin Feng shook his head. Song Zhenyuan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Ling Qiushuang. What? Your Wind Snow School wants to interfere with my Blood Dragon Gang's matters? So what if we interfere? Ling Qiushuang coldly retorted. This woman had always been cold and domineering in the Azure Dragon Institute, not giving Song Zhenyuan any face. Then I'd like to experience your autumn wind falling snow palm. Let's see if it's better than my Blood Dragon fist. Song Zhenyuan sneered, taking a step forward. You can give it a try. Ling Qiushuang was unafraid. All of you, stop. Right at this time, a cold voice sounded as an old man walked over. Vice Principal. Seeing this old man, all the students' expressions became respectful. What are you Genius Camp disciples doing during the new students' enrollment period? Quickly return to the Genius Camp to cultivate. The old man's cold voice sounded. Yes. Ling Qiushuang and Song Zhenyuan dared not disobey. The old man nodded and turned to leave. Song Zhenyuan sneered as he looked at Lin Feng. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I'll beat you until you're on your knees begging for mercy. Let's go. Song Zhenyuan waved his hand and led the members of the Blood Dragon Gang away. But right at this time, a cold voice sounded. Good, I'll wait. When the time comes, let's see who's the one begging for mercy. Song Zhenyuan's venomous eyes glanced at Lin Feng, sneering before leaving with the group. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the surrounding students dispersed. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You don't need to thank me, I helped you because of Zimo. Alright, I won't disturb you two from catching up. Ling Qiushuang turned around and left. Who is this Ling Qiushuang? After Ling Qiushuang left, Lin Feng looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo chuckled, she's my cousin. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, your cousin is quite pretty. Su Zimo rolled his eyes, I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on my cousin. What kind of person do you take me for? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then, Lin Feng introduced Su Zimo and Zhang Pingfan to each other, thus both sides were considered to be acquaintances. The three of them arrived at Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan's dormitory. Lin Feng asked, where do you live now? Su Zimo answered, I live in the Eastern District, you live in the Western District, it seems like we'll have to split up. The Azure Dragon Institute is divided into the East, South, West, and West districts, also known as the 4 courtyards. The students of these 4 courtyards live separately and cultivate separately. Lin Feng added, in this year's new disciple assessment, those with excellent results can enter the Genius Camp to cultivate. That's right, every time there's a new disciple recruitment, there will be geniuses joining the Azure Dragon Institute. These geniuses' starting point is different from ordinary people. Little Feng, with your talent, you can definitely enter the Genius Camp. As for me, I don't even want to think about it. Even if I'm lucky enough to enter, it won't be long before I'm kicked out. Su Zimo shook his head. Su Zimo's talent wasn't particularly outstanding, and his heart wasn't focused on cultivation. The reason he joined the Azure Dragon Institute this time was to befriend more influential people. In the future, when Su Zimo became the Su family's patriarch, he could make use of the connections he made in his youth to expand the Su family's strength and influence. Su Zimo stayed at Lin Feng's place for a while before leaving. Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan also began to tidy up their rooms. Inside the room, there were also some sect benefits, some simple talismans such as the clear water talisman, igniting talisman, etc. Although they were simple, they were very useful. There were also 3 sets of Azure Dragon Institute's disciple robes and other miscellaneous items. There were more than 10 different types of items. One particular book attracted Lin Feng's attention, it was called Mountain River List. Lin Feng flipped through the pages and found that the Mountain River List introduced some of the Azure Dragon Institute's genius students. Every genius student had a detailed introduction. Other than that, there was also information about the Blood Dragon Gang and other forces. For example, the founder of the Blood Dragon Society was called Shui Long, and it was rumored that he had devoured the bloodline of dragons. The founder of the Wind Snow School was Lu Fengxue, who was also one of the top 10 in the inner yard. The Wind Snow School she founded only recruited female students, not male students. The founder of the Drizzle Building was called Wang Xiyu. He was a very mysterious figure. The founder of the Wild Tiger Gang, Helian Kuang-hu, was known for his savagery and ruthlessness. The founder of the Thunder Heaven sect, Huangfu Leixiao, was rumored to be one of the top 3 in the Azure Dragon Institute. It was said that he was able to fight on par with a martial general realm master, a terrifying existence. Lin Feng read through the Mountain River list, and his heart was filled with astonishment. There were indeed a lot of experts listed on the Mountain River list, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Institute's genius concentration camp. After reading through the Mountain River list, Lin Feng took out the Great Dragon pellets distributed by the Institute. These profound grade pellets were incomparably precious, containing an extremely pure energy. Lin Feng swallowed 10 Great Dragon pellets and refined them. In an instant, a majestic sea of pure energy exploded within his body. Lin Feng began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill, absorbing the pure energy in his body. 3 hours later, the 10 Great Dragon pellets' medicinal efficacy was fully absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in high spirits, a sharp light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Worthy of being a profound grade pellet, after swallowing 10 Great Dragon pellets, I can feel the true chi in my body becoming more condensed. If I can take 10 Great Dragon pellets every day, I might be able to break through to 4th heavenly layer martial master very soon. However, these Great Dragon pellets were too precious, to obtain them was not an easy task. No wonder the older students would snatch the new students' Great Dragon pellets. However, using this method to obtain Great Dragon pellets was too despicable. Lin Feng temporarily settled down in his residence. The next half a month was the registration period for new students. 20 days later, the Azure Dragon Institute would hold the new students' assessment. The new students' assessment was highly regarded by everyone, for it was a chance to join the genius camp. As the days passed, the new students' registration period ended, and the new students' assessment was about to begin. Many of the new students were excitedly discussing the first assessment to enter the Azure Dragon Institute. One afternoon, Zhang Pingfan came to Lin Feng's room, saying, "Brother Lin, tomorrow is the new students' assessment. I heard that during the assessment, we will be placed in an ancient forest, and some of the Azure Dragon Institute's older students will appear to obstruct us. Moreover, every year during the assessment, there will be a famous Mountain River list older student overseeing the assessment." What? An expert on the Mountain River list? Doesn't that mean that the new students have no chance of passing? Lin Feng was astounded. He had seen Song Zhanyuan and Lin Qiushuang at the bottom of the Mountain River list, both of them were so powerful. With such existences overseeing the assessment, wanting to pass was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That's right. That's why new students often form a small team and launch an attack, perhaps they might succeed. Zhang Pingfan explained. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. Zhang Pingfan continued, "Today, I'm here to invite Brother Lin to come with me to meet a few people, all of them are geniuses with great strength. If we join their team, our chances of entering the inner courtyard will greatly increase." Lin Feng nodded. "Good, are we going now?" "Yes, Brother Lin, come with me," Zhang Pingfan said. The two of them exited the room. Zhang Pingfan led Lin Feng to the new students' training grounds. In this period of time, many new geniuses had been training hard, preparing to display their prowess in the assessment. On the training grounds, there were more than 100 people. Zhang Pingfan led Lin Feng to a tall and handsome young noble. Beside this young noble were 6 to 7 geniuses, but it was obvious that these people were all following this young noble's lead. "This is my roommate, Lin Feng, he also hopes to join the team to participate in the assessment," Zhang Pingfan said to the young noble. The young noble turned his head to look at Lin Feng, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain. "Surnamed Lin? In our Zhenwu country, there doesn't seem to be any powerful family with the surname Lin, right? Zhang Pingfan, I allowed you to join my team because you came from a branch of the Zhang family. Who does this brat think he is? A brat from a small family, what qualifications does he have to join my team? Get lost." Listening to this person's mocking words, as if he was scolding his own servant, Lin Feng's face darkened. This young master was called Zhang Jihuang, a young master of the Zhang family's main branch. His cultivation was strong, and among the younger generation, he had quite a bit of prestige. The Zhang family was one of the top families in true martial country, famous even in the true martial country. Therefore, he had gathered a group of young geniuses around him. Third cousin, Lin Feng is my brother, how can you speak to him like that? Zhang Pingfan's expression was ugly. After all, he was the one who recommended Lin Feng, and now, Zhang Jihuang was humiliating Lin Feng, not giving him any face. Zhang Pingfan, what? Do you think that after joining the Azure Dragon Institute, your wings have grown and you can shout at me? Don't forget your identity, if it weren't for my Zhang family's nurturing, you'd still be an apprentice in this shop. Would you be where you are today? Zhang Jihuang said coldly. Me? Zhang Pingfan's face flushed red with anger, but he had no way to refute. Lin Feng didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Pingfan, saying, Brother Zhang, don't mind this matter, some people think too highly of themselves. Even if they wanted me to join, I wouldn't. I'll take my leave first. Lin Feng turned and was about to leave when Zhang Jihuang suddenly sneered, Brat, did I say you could leave? What? Do you still have something to say? Lin Feng sneered, looking at Zhang Jihuang. You dare to say this young master thinks too highly of himself? Who do you think you are? How dare you slander this young master? Slap yourself 10 times and I'll spare you, otherwise, I'll break your dog legs. Zhang Jihuang said coldly, looking down at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. Lin Feng looked glum. A moment before, when Zhang Jihuang had told him to piss off, Lin Feng had almost attacked him, but because of Zhang Pingfan, Lin Feng had controlled himself. Now that Zhang Jihuang had given him an inch and wanted a foot, Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Zhang Jihuang, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? What a joke. Brat, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhang Jihuang's face revealed a sinister expression. Look, there's a conflict over there. That's Zhang Jihuang from the Zhang family, right? The Zhang family is one of the top families in our Zhenwu country. It is said that Zhang Jihuang's strength has already broken through to the 7th layer of the martial master realm and is unfathomable. Who is that kid? How did he offend Zhang Jihuang? I vaguely heard that he was called Lin Feng. The Lin family of the Zhenwu country? There doesn't seem to be a big family with such a surname in the Zhenwu country, right? I'm guessing he's from a small family and hasn't seen the world. Now that he offended Zhang Jihuang, he's out of luck. That Zhang Jihuang isn't a broad-minded person, he definitely won't show any mercy. That kid is really pitiful. Having just joined the Azure Dragon Institute, he already offended a character like Zhang Jihuang. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes, as if they could already see Lin Feng being beaten half to death by Zhang Jihuang's group. Hee, you really think you're someone important. In fact, you're nothing but a fart. Lin Feng glared coldly at Zhang Jihuang, scolding him without any trace of politeness. Zhang Jihuang was instantly enraged. Brat, daring to scold this young master, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Teach this brat a good lesson for me, let him know that there are some people that a small family like him can't afford to offend. Yes. Beside Zhang Jihuang, a tall young man answered and stepped out. Zhang Jilong is also a Zhang family disciple, a second heavenly stage martial master. It's said that this person is vicious and merciless. In the previous conflict, he even broke the other party's tendons. With Zhang Jilong personally making a move, that brat is probably going to be miserable. These people won't dare to kill him, at most, they'll humiliate him and beat him up. Just entered the Azure Dragon Institute and already being humiliated and beaten up, does he still have the face to continue staying in the institute? Many of the spectating students shook their heads, looking at Lin Feng with pity. At this time, Zhang Jilong had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, a sinister grin on his face. What kind of plaything is this, daring to act so unappreciative in front of young Master Jihuang? See if this daddy doesn't slap you to death. Zhang Jilong raised his palm, aiming for Lin Feng's face. If this slap landed, Lin Feng's face would be smashed to smithereens. Many people cried out in alarm, some of them could already foresee the scene of Lin Feng being slapped half to death. Zhang Zhilong's powerful slap was about to land on Lin Feng's face, but right at this time, Lin Feng also made his move. Shua, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered, his speed was faster than Zhang Zhilong's. His palm slapped toward Zhang Zhilong's face. Pa, this slap ruthlessly landed on Zhang Zhilong's face. Everyone saw that Zhang Zhilong's huge body was sent flying. Wah, in midair, Zhang Zhilong spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was almost destroyed by Lin Feng's slap. Zhang Zhilong was sent flying with a single slap. Heavens, is that kid that strong? Zhang Zhilong is a second celestial layer martial master, but he was sent flying. What's that kid's cultivation? Cries of disbelief could be heard all around. Before this, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. They all thought that Lin Feng would be beaten half to death by Zhang Zhilong, but the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Ah, my face! Zhang Zhilong fell to the ground, covered his face, and let out an incomparably shrill scream. Blood was still flowing out of his mouth and nose. Just a moment ago, he had been arrogant, but in the blink of an eye, he had been beaten half to death by Lin Feng. It had to be said that this was full of drama. Zhang Zhihuang's face suddenly darkened. He sneered and said, "No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that you do have some ability. However, do you think that you can show off in front of me with your little cultivation? You're gravely mistaken. Am I flaunting my prowess? From the beginning, you were the one who was aggressive, and I was just defending myself. But next time, if you want to cause trouble for me, please send a few strong people. This kind of trash has the nerve to come out and make a fool of himself. I'm too lazy to even make a move." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Brat, you'll regret your arrogance very soon. Go, break his legs." Zhang Zhihuang sneered. "Yes." The four young experts behind Zhang Zhihuang replied. They usually followed Zhang Zhihuang's lead and obeyed Zhang Zhihuang's words. These people's talents were quite shocking, and their strength was tyrannical. One by one, they jumped out and split into four directions, attacking Lin Feng. They all had hideous smiles on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead this time. Boom, 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 boom. The four of them split into four directions and attacked Lin Feng. Every punch was powerful and heavy, and could instantly destroy incomparably hard basalt. For experts besieging him, Lin Feng is in danger now. Many of the onlookers looked at Lin Feng with deep pity in their eyes. At that moment, nobody thought that Lin Feng would be able to withstand the attacks of four extremely strong cultivators. Swoosh! Seeing that the four experts were about to form an encirclement, Lin Feng suddenly moved. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, like a nimble cat jumping, like an afterimage. 4 punches in a row. Bang 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 bang, 4 consecutive punches collided with the 4 cultivators besieging him. Everybody could see that Lin Feng was standing in his original position, motionless. The 4 people who were fighting against Lin Feng were blown away like kites with their strings cut. Everyone's face was pale. This is impossible. The 4 cultivators roared in disbelief. The expressions of the onlookers also changed drastically. Powerful, too powerful. Lin Feng's battle prowess had shocked everyone. No matter how big the hole in their brain was, they would never have thought that Lin Feng, a 16 or 17-year-old youth, would be so powerful. The people present were generally around 20 years old. They were indeed a few years older than Lin Feng, but in terms of strength, there was a huge gap between them and Lin Feng. This kid is very powerful. Zhang Zhihuang has kicked an iron plate. Zhang Zhihuang has indeed underestimated this brat. From what I can see, this brat's strength should be at the 4th or 5th celestial layer. There is still a certain gap between him and Zhang Zhihuang. If Zhang Zhihuang wants to deal with him, it shouldn't be difficult. However, I think that Zhang Zhihuang won't make a move now. After all, this brat isn't an ordinary person. If he makes things too tense, who knows what will happen in the future? Yes, being young is also an advantage. That kid will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Zhang Zhihuang also has to think twice. Some of the onlookers whispered. Seeing that his 4 subordinates had been defeated by Lin Feng in one move, Zhang Jihuang's eyes sharpened, but soon, a smile appeared on his face. He smiled and said, I didn't think that Brother Lin's cultivation would be so extraordinary. Brother Lin, you are already qualified to join forces with me. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Are you inviting me to join you? If you think it's an invitation, then it's an invitation. Zhang Jihuang said with a smile. His expression was completely different from his previous arrogant one. This was a world where strength was respected. As long as one displayed enough strength, they would be respected. Just like now, many of the onlookers were looking at Lin Feng with reverence. Everyone was waiting to see how Lin Feng would respond to Zhang Jihuang. They had just had a serious conflict, but now, would they turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Many people were thinking that if they were in Zhang Jihuang's shoes, they would accept Zhang Jihuang's invitation and forget about the previous unpleasantness. After all, being able to befriend someone like Zhang Jihuang was only beneficial to them. However, they weren't Lin Feng, so they didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng sneered and said indifferently, I can give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and slap yourself 10 times. Then, I will join your team. How about it? Zhang Jihuang thought that he had misheard and asked in disbelief, What? What are you talking about? What? Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng said indifferently. Boom. At that moment, a burst of noise erupted in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. This guy's guts were big, actually daring to humiliate Zhang Jihuang like this. Zhang Jihuang's face was filled with murderous intent. He laughed sinisterly, Brat, you actually dare to say such words to this book. I think you're tired of living. Do you think that I don't dare to touch you? Your strength is not bad, but in this young master's eyes, you're still nothing more than an ant. Squashing you to death is something I can do with a flick of my hand. You can try. Lin Feng sneered, not showing the slightest hint of fear. Zhang Jihuang gnashed his teeth in anger, killing intent surged in his eyes, as if he was about to attack. However, in the end, the powerful aura coming from his body disappeared without a trace. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The Azure Dragon Institute has its misgivings when making a move. Tomorrow is the assessment day, and it will last 10 days in an ancient forest. I've heard that every year, the Genius Camp assessment has a death rate. At that time, you better pray you don't meet me, because if you do, you'll die miserably. I'll crush you under my feet like a bug. They returned to their residence. Zhang Pingfan looked ashamed. Brother Lin, I didn't know that Zhang Jihuang was that kind of person. I'm to blame for what happened today. Lin Feng waved his hand. Brother Zhang had good intentions today, but because of me, there was a rift between you two. Zhang Pingfan said, Brother Lin, please don't think that way. Zhang Jihuang and I aren't related by blood. After this, we'll cut off all contact. Dong dong dong, at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan opened the door. A man and a woman were standing outside. The man was about 17 or 18 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. The woman was about the same age. She was wearing a light yellow dress and was extremely beautiful. Who are you looking for? Asked Lin Feng. Brother, I'm Huang Lei, and this is my sister, Huang Ling. We've come here today to visit you. Huang Lei said. I'm Lin Feng, and this is Zhang Pingfan. Please don't be so polite, come in. Lin Feng and Zhang Pingfan led the Huang siblings inside. After arriving at the hall, everyone sat down, and Huang Lei said, We saw what happened at the martial arts practice field today. That Zhang Jihuang is incredibly arrogant and isn't a kind person. My sister and I have formed a team, and we hope that you two can join our team. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, After what happened today, I don't want to join your team for the time being. However, you can invite Brother Zhang to join. Brother Zhang's strength is extraordinary. Of course Brother Zhang can join, but Brother Lin rejected us. We're very disappointed, said Huang Ling. Huang Ling said in a tender voice. She looked delicate, and her voice was also soft. Hearing her voice, one would feel as if their bones were about to melt. It's because of my personal reasons. Please don't take offense. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Huang Lei smiled. Brother Lin, please don't say that. We understand. Huang Linger said, Brother Lin, Zhang Jihuang is a vengeful person. Please be careful of him. Thank you for the warning. Lin Feng nodded. After sending off the Huang siblings, several groups of people came to Lin Feng's place to invite Lin Feng to join them. However, they were all rejected by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng felt that he was free when he was alone. When there were too many people, there would be too many rules and too much scheming. Azure Dragon Institute, Old Student Residential Area, Guozifei's residence. The two young masters arrived at Guozifei's residence. Nailan Kuan, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Guozifei looked at the blue-clothed disciple and couldn't help but snort coldly. The blue-clothed disciple and Guozifei were both members of the Blood Dragon Gang. However, the competition within the Blood Dragon Gang was fierce. The two of them had joined the Blood Dragon Gang in the same year and had been secretly competing with each other. Moreover, Nailan Kuan had another identity. He was a young master of the Nailan family in Indigo City. During the battle in Green Cloud City, the Lin and Wang families had joined forces to destroy the Nailan family, which was a branch of the Nailan family. Naturally, the Nailan family was jealous of this matter. Nailan Kuan said, Brother Gua, you've misunderstood me. I didn't come here to mock Brother Gua, but to cooperate with Brother Gua. Cooperate? Guozifei looked at Nailan Kuan with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Nailan Kuan meant by cooperation. Nailan Kuan smiled faintly and said, We'll talk about cooperation later. Right now, let me introduce my friend to Brother Gua. This is? Guozifei looked at the white-cloaked young master beside Nailan Kuan. This is Ancestor Songhai's last disciple, by Xianxia. Nailan Kuan introduced. Hearing the words Ancestor Songhai, Guozifei's expression changed slightly. Ancestor Songhai was a famous expert in the East Province. It was said that he had cultivated for 1,800 years and was a supreme figure who looked down on all living things. Many people envied Bai Xiantian for being able to become Ancestor Songhai's last disciple. Brother Bai, nice to meet you. Guozifei cupped his fists and greeted him. Brother Gua is too polite, Bai Xiantian smiled. After the three of them sat down, Guozifei asked, May I ask why the two of you are here today? Brother Gua, the Bai family in Sanggaran City has suffered a great blow. The ancestor of the Bai family has fallen. Have you heard that the Bai family was forced to leave Sanggaran City? Nailan Kuan asked. Guozifei nodded and said, I've heard about it, but I don't know the details. It's that little bastard Lin Feng who harmed the Bai family. I want to skin him alive and tear him to pieces. Bai Xuantian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Not only was the Bai family persecuted, but a branch of the Nailan family was also annihilated because of Lin Feng. Nailan Kuan added, killing intent flashing in his eyes as well. Do the two of you want to take revenge? Guozifei immediately understood what Bai Xiantian and Nailan Kuan were thinking. It could be said that their thoughts coincided with his. Guozifei's hatred for Lin Feng was no less than Bai Xiantian and Nailan Kuan's. Guozifei had relied on his identity as a core member of the Blood Dragon Gang to act arrogantly in the Azure Dragon Institute. He even dared to steal the Great Dragon pills from the new students. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. That was until he met Lin Feng. Guozifei's first defeat was at the hands of Lin Feng. He was taught a lesson by Lin Feng in front of so many people. For the proud and arrogant Guozifei, it was impossible for him to accept this. He dreamed of revenge even in his dreams. Now that the three of them had met, they hit it off immediately. Bai Xiantian said, That's right. We came to find Brother Gua this time because we planned to join forces with Brother Gua to deal with that little bastard Lin Feng. Do the two of you have a good idea to deal with Lin Feng? Guozifei asked. After a short pause, Guozifei couldn't help but frown. This Lin Feng's methods aren't ordinary. It won't be easy to get rid of him. Moreover, if the Azure Dragon Institute discovers that students are killing each other, the consequences won't be something we can bear. Bai Xiantian said, although that's the case, there's an opportunity in front of us. You're saying? Guozifei seemed to have thought of this opportunity as well, and his eyes lit up. Nailan Kuan nodded and said, It's the new student assessment. In the vast ancient forest, the three of us should join forces to get rid of Lin Feng. It shouldn't be difficult, right? It's just that we aren't in charge of the new student assessment. I'll go get the new student assessment qualifications. You guys wait for my good news. Hua Zifei said. Nailan Kuan and Bai Shantian were overjoyed. Bai Shantian laughed sinisterly. This time, we'll definitely take that little bastard Lin Feng's life to vent our anger. Nailan Kuan said sinisterly, that's right. This time, that little bastard is dead for sure. Azure Dragon Institute. True Martial Square, 3,000 new students were gathered here. Ah Feng, have you found a team yet? Su Zimo asked. Lin Feng chuckled, I plan to act alone. Su Zimo smiled wryly, I wanted to pull you into our team, but it seems like there's no hope now. Lin Feng patted Su Zimo's shoulder, even if I'm not here, you still have to work hard. Haha, don't worry, I'll strive for the best result. Su Zimo said with a smile. Swoosh, right at this time, 3 streaks of light flew out from the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute. The one in the lead was a tall and sturdy old man, and the other 2 were dignified middle-aged men. It's the Genius Camp's vice principal, Helian Changlong. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the old man's identity, instantly causing waves of exclamations. The Genius Camp's vice principal was definitely a big shot in the Azure Dragon Institute. An existence that everyone looked up to. Ladies and gentlemen, in this year's assessment, the Genius Camp will recruit 30 genius students according to the assessment results. Once you enter the forest, you will be intercepted by senior students, and you will need to defeat those senior students and snatch away their identity tokens. The final result will be ranked according to the number of identity tokens you have. Helian Changlong's sonorous voice rang out. In an instant, the atmosphere shook the sky. More than 3,000 new students, but the Genius Camp only recruited 30 people, this was too harsh. Many people hung their heads in dejection. Helian Changlong said, even if you can't enter the Genius Camp this time, don't be disappointed. Every year, the outer courtyard will hold a grand competition, and students with excellent results will still have a chance to enter the Genius Camp to further their studies. This time's assessment results are very important to you. The Azure Dragon Institute's classes are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The better the assessment results, even if you can't enter the Genius Camp, you'll still be assigned to a better class and have more outstanding teachers to guide you in your cultivation. If your assessment results are poor, then I'm sorry, but students like you can only enter the most ordinary class. Hearing Helian Changlong's words, many people's spirits were lifted, no longer daring to slack off. Those who could enter the Azure Dragon Institute were naturally geniuses from their respective academies. Who didn't want to fight for a bright future? However, no one wanted to be a student of the most ordinary class. Because once they became a student of the most common class, the moment they entered the Azure Dragon Institute, their starting point would be left far behind. How could they catch up in the future? The gap would only grow bigger and bigger. Helian Changlong was quite satisfied with the students' reactions. He then shouted, all right, let's enter Crouching Dragon Ridge now. The ancient forest where the freshman assessment was held was called Crouching Dragon Ridge. It was located in the northwest of the imperial capital. 3,000 students entered the Crouching Dragon Ridge in batches. Many people were still excitedly discussing the upcoming freshman assessment and the upcoming clash between the old and the new. Some people had worried looks on their faces, while others were eager to give it a try. They wanted to test their own cultivation through the confrontation with the older students. Of course, joining the Genius Barracks was fraught with difficulties. The Azure Dragon Institute student body numbered in the tens of thousands, but the Genius Barracks only had 800 people. The Genius Barracks consisted of the most outstanding young experts in the true martial country. Moreover, it was rumored that this time's assessment was going to be very difficult because there were several inner division teams that were extremely terrifying. All of them were well-known figures in the inner division, experts on the Mountain River list. Led by such experts, the senior students' team was too powerful. No matter how monstrous a new student was, encountering them was almost certain defeat. Thus, many of the new students were praying that they could avoid these terrifying senior students. Inside the ancient forest, there was a boundless atmosphere. Fallen leaves littered the ground, rustling noises could be heard as Huang Xiaolong walked. Lin Feng sped through the forest. When he passed by an ancient forest, a student jumped down from a big tree in front of him. This student had a strong aura, about 20 years of age. He was looking at Lin Feng with a smile that was not a smile. "You don't look familiar, are you a newcomer?" Lin Feng did not expect to run into a senior student so soon. He shrugged. "If I said no, would you believe me?" "Of course I wouldn't believe you. You new students, if you defeat a senior student, you can get a token from one of them. The more tokens you get, the richer the institute's rewards will be. As for us seniors, if we defeat you new students, we can also get a token from you. The more tokens we get, the more the institute's rewards will be," the senior student said with a smile, as if he had already eaten Lin Feng. The day before the assessment, the institute indeed gave out a token. It was a wooden token with the words freshman token written on it. Every new student's token was the same. The senior students were given a senior token. If a new student defeated a senior, they could also snatch the senior token. Lin Feng took out the freshman token from his storage ring, waving it in front of the senior student blocking his way. "Are you talking about this token?" "It's indeed in my hands, but that depends on whether you have the ability to snatch it away." "Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure like a storage ring. Now, I'm not just here to snatch the freshman token." The senior student's gaze fell on the storage ring on Lin Feng's waist, revealing a greedy gaze. Swish, that old student moved and immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. His speed was as fast as a flash of lightning. The moment this senior student made his move, Lin Feng sensed that this person's cultivation was around the third heavenly stage of the martial master realm. His speed was extremely fast, most likely he had practiced some movement skills related to speed. Among the senior students, this person probably had some prestige, no wonder he dared to come out alone. However, although this senior student was strong, there was still a big gap between him and Lin Feng. Facing the senior student's attack, Lin Feng also made his move. Collapsing fist, Lin Feng did not hold back, using the Earth rank collapsing fist right from the start. Even within the Azure Dragon Institute, Earth rank martial arts were considered one of the best. "Brat, you still dare to attack first, really overestimating yourself." A cold sneer appeared on the senior student's face as he swiftly punched out at Lin Feng. Bang, the two of them collided fiercely. Lin Feng did not budge an inch, whereas the senior student was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body slammed into a big tree. Gotcha, the big tree snapped in half from the middle. The older student also fell to the ground and couldn't move. He looked at Lin Feng with an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He had the strength of the third celestial chi layer and surprisingly, he had been defeated by a 16 or 17-year-old student. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he took the senior student's token and swaggered away. "My luck is pretty good, I've just entered Wulong Mountain and I've already obtained a senior medallion." Lin Feng looked at the medallion in his hand and smiled. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the senior students who were alone. In fact, to Lin Feng, this was a good opportunity to obtain a senior medallion. In Wulong Mountain, the most terrifying people were the senior students. However, Lin Feng had just entered Wulong Mountain, so it wasn't time for him to fight against the senior students. He flashed through the mountain forest like a nimble ape, leaping about with great agility. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived in front of a pond. The pond was about 100 square meters in size. In the middle of the pond, there were a dozen or so trees. Those were all spiritual fruits. Those fruits contained an incredible amount of spiritual chi. After eating them, one's cultivation would increase. Wulong Mountain is really a precious place, there are even spiritual fruits here. Lin Feng quickly jumped into the water and swam towards the small island in the middle. When he was about to reach the small island, suddenly, a cold chi enveloped his body. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. "Oh no, there's a ferocious beast in the water." Lin Feng's expression changed and he swam faster. Very quickly, he reached the small island. However, the ferocious beast in the water didn't give Lin Feng any more time. Whoosh! The sound of water came from behind and a gigantic creature jumped out of the water. It was 50 or 60 meters long. It was so big that 4 or 5 people could wrap their arms around it. It was a water python which had become a ferocious beast. It had sensed Lin Feng's qi and started attacking Lin Feng. The anaconda opened its bloody mouth and moved towards Lin Feng to swallow him whole. That bloody mouth emitted a strong stench that was extremely unpleasant to the extreme. What a gigantic ferocious beast! Lin Feng was stupefied. He shouted in a low voice and moved to the left at full speed, dodging the attack of the python. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at the ferocious beast. That punch landed on the side of the python's head. After receiving such a heavy attack, the body of the boa boa was pushed back by Lin Feng. However, the python's scales were very thick and its defense was incredible. Even though it had been hit by Lin Feng's attack, it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Instead, it raised its tail and whipped Lin Feng away. Lin Feng had the feeling that his blood and qi were boiling. His bones were emitting crackling sounds. The python had almost broken his bones. Plop, Lin Feng fell on the shore. The python quickly rushed over and opened its mouth again. Its gigantic body was like a mountain. It was heavy and oppressive. That stinking mouth once again tried to swallow Lin Feng. It wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. A strong stench came over. The python's gigantic fangs flashed with a chilling aura. Those two fangs were as sharp as spears. The situation was critical. Lin Feng made his move. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and held it in his hand. When the python was about to swallow him, Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword and slashed it. Puchi, Lin Feng's sword had pierced through the lower jaw of the python. The black dragon sword was a divine sword that could cut through iron like mud. It instantly tore through the python's defense. Blood spurted out. Screech! The demonic python let out an incomparably mournful cry. Its huge body suddenly collapsed and fell into the water. Is it dead? Lin Feng looked at the water and suddenly realized that the python hadn't died. It had just quickly dived into the bottom of the pond. That python had already turned into a ferocious beast and was intelligent. After it had been injured by Lin Feng, it knew that it couldn't compete with Lin Feng, so it had escaped. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the python. Instead, he went to the island and picked a dozen fruits. There weren't many fruits on those trees, only 20 in total. However, those fruits were releasing an astonishing amount of energy. Lin Feng ate all of the fruits. All of a sudden, he felt waves of tyrannical spiritual qi explode in his body. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art and began to absorb the spiritual energy in his body. Under the immemorial dragonesque elephant art's transformation, the spiritual energy was turned into a strong force. Lin Feng's cultivation had also risen to the peak of the 4th layer of the martial master realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 5th layer of the martial master realm. Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. These spirit fruits are really treasures. Unfortunately, there are only 20 or so of them. If there were more, I could even break through to the 5th layer of the martial master realm. Although it was a pity that he could not break through, Lin Feng was already very satisfied. After refining more than 20 fruits, he had saved at least half a year of bitter cultivation. Lin Feng returned the way he came. He was originally worried that the python would attack him. However, the python did not do so. He guessed that its injuries were not light. Lin Feng successfully reached the other side. Before Lin Feng could wring his clothes dry. At this moment. So. 3 silhouettes came out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing these 3 people, Lin Feng's brows slightly raised. Guozifei, by Xiantian. Nalan Kuan. Lin Feng only knew Guozifei and by Xiantian. He did not know who Nalan Kuan was. Seeing these 3 people appear, Lin Feng knew that they did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the hatred between Lin Feng and the Bai clan was irreconcilable. Lin Feng, you didn't expect to meet the 3 of us here, did you? A few days ago, you made me suffer all kinds of humiliation. Have you ever thought of the miserable consequences you will face today? Guozifei's face was filled with a sinister smile. Lin Feng sneered, the conflict between you and me is only between students. Is there a need to escalate to the point of killing each other? Guozifei sneered and said, when has this young master ever been humiliated before? If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Guo Zifei was a vengeful person. Lin Feng was too lazy to say anything more to him. He looked at Nalan Kuan and said indifferently, "Who are you?" "Nalan Kuan from the Nalan clan." Nalan Kuan sneered. "I see." Lin Feng nodded. He was not surprised that someone from the Nalan clan would seek revenge from him. After all, the Nalan clan's branch in Qingyun City had been destroyed by the Lin, Wang, and Su clans. The Nalan clan could not afford to offend the Su clan, so they could only seek revenge from the Lin clan. Getting rid of Lin Feng would definitely be a huge blow to the Lin clan. Bai Shantian sneered, "Lin Feng, did you think that you would encounter a situation like this?" Obviously, Bai Shantian thought that he could defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "I didn't expect that." Guo Zifei grinned and said, "There are a few spirit trees on the island in the depths." This brat swam out from the depths of the lake. He must have avoided the demonic python in the lake and picked the spirit fruits. Hearing Guo Zifei's words, Bai Shantian and Nalan Kuan's eyes lit up. Nalan Kuan said sinisterly, "Lin Feng, hand over the spirit fruits, and I'll give you a quick death. If you insist on being stubborn, I'll let you know what it means to wish for death." Guo Zifei, Bai Shantian, and Nalan Kuan looked as if Lin Feng was already in their grasp. Each of them had a cold sneer on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. Although they weren't a match for Lin Feng individually, the three of them believed that the gap between them and Lin Feng wasn't that big. Once they joined forces, killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. It was because of this that the three of them looked down on Lin Feng so much. Facing the three's threats, Lin Feng sneered, "You dare to say that you'll make my life worse than death? What a joke. Quickly disappear from my sight before I have the urge to kill you." When the three of them heard Lin Feng, they were stupefied. Immediately after, they all looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Was this brat scared out of his wits? Now that he was surrounded by his brothers, his life was at stake. He actually dared to say such words. Bai Shantian sneered, "This brat won't cry until he sees the coffin. To avoid any more trouble, let's make our move." Guo Zifei and Nalan Kuan also had the same idea and nodded their heads. At this time, Nalan Kuan said, "Haha, you two, let me experience this brat's methods. Who knows, the three of us might be using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken." Nalan Kuan had never fought with Lin Feng before. Nalan Kuan was a genius in the Azure Dragon Institute, so he was naturally proud and arrogant. Moreover, he had always been in a competitive relationship with Guo Zifei. Now that the Blood Dragon gang wanted to fill an elder's position, it was a choice between him and Guo Zifei. Both of them had supporters behind them, and both sides had been arguing for a long time. If he defeated Lin Feng, wouldn't that mean that he was stronger than Guo Zifei? When this news reached the Blood Dragon gang's upper echelons, they would know what to choose. It could be said that although Nalan Kuan and Guo Zifei had temporarily joined forces, they each had their own ulterior motives. Humph. Guo Zifei seemed to have guessed Nalan Kuan's thoughts. He couldn't help but coldly snort. He coldly watched everything that happened. He understood Nalan Kuan's strength. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Lin Feng in a one-on-one fight, but Nalan Kuan could. Guo Zifei didn't remind Nalan Kuan. He was happy to see Nalan Kuan suffer. That brat is quite strange. Brother Nalan, be careful. Bai Shantian, who was standing at the side, reminded him. Don't worry, I'm confident in dealing with him. Nalan Kuan said proudly. Immediately after, Nalan Kuan looked at Lin Feng and sneered, "Little boy, today I'll show you my high-level profound-level fist technique, the 13 fists of the Heavenly Wolf." Boom, as Nalan Kuan's voice faded, he attacked Lin Feng. Nalan Kuan clenched his hands into the shape of wolf claws and rushed towards Lin Feng. His hands grasped in the void, and cold light soared into the sky. That sharp cold light seemed to be able to tear the void apart in an instant. Lin Feng's eyebrows raised slightly. This Nalan Kuan's strength was indeed extraordinary. Feeling the power of Nalan Kuan's attack, Lin Feng guessed that Nalan Kuan's strength should be around the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. No wonder this person was a famous genius in the Azure Dragon Institute. This level of cultivation was indeed terrifying. However, against Lin Feng, the difference was too great. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the martial master realm, His strength was comparable to a 7th heavenly layer martial master. More importantly, the reason why Lin Feng was so terrifying was because he had cultivated several terrifying secret techniques. Great Heaven Covering Hand, Soul Sword, Xianxia Treasure Technique. Any one of them could be said to be heaven-defying. A character like Nalin Kuan wasn't qualified to make Lin Feng use these top-secret techniques. Facing Nalin Kuan's attack, Lin Feng didn't even use any of his moves. It was just a simple punch towards Nalin Kuan. Bang, both sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng stood on the same spot without moving an inch, whereas Nalin Kuan was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Wah, in midair, Nalin Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can I not be able to withstand even one move? Nalin Kuan roared in disbelief. He was a genius, even in a place like the Azure Dragon Institute where geniuses gathered. He, Nalin Kuan, was a famous genius, a dragon among men. But now, he was defeated in one move. This kind of disparity was hard for Nalin Kuan to accept. Guo Zifei, who was watching from the side, seemed to have predicted this outcome. At this moment, there was a gloating expression on his face. Bai Xintian, on the other hand, was frowning. Lin Feng's strength seemed to have exceeded Bai Xuantian's expectations. Nothing is impossible, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Skywolf Avatar. Nalin Kuan roared. He moved once again. Swish, 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 skywolves appeared one after another. The Skywolf Avatar turned into 13 skywolves. Every single one of them was lifelike. This was the power of the Skywolf 13 Fists. It could create 13 Skywolf avatars to attack the enemy. Any one of these 13 avatars could be switched to the original. The moment the enemy was paralyzed, the avatar could instantly kill them. Brat, I want you dead. The 13 Skywolf avatars all laughed maliciously. They split into 13 different directions and pounced on Lin Feng. What a good Skywolf avatar. Nalin Kuan has already cultivated the Skywolf 13 Fists to major completion. Bai Xintian exclaimed in shock. Seeing Nalin Kuan's Skywolf avatar, Guo Zifei's expression changed slightly. The 13 Skywolf avatars pounced on Huang Xiaolong. Lin Feng closed his eyes. His eyes couldn't tell which of the 13 avatars was real. However, Lin Feng's ears could hear the subtle changes in the airflow. After all, the avatars were different from the original body. When they moved quickly, the air convection was also different. When Lin Feng practiced the Great Covering the Sky hand, he had a deep understanding of the flow of the wind. He pricked up his ears. Behind. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and punched behind him. Fast. The speed was too fast. It was so fast that Nalin Kuan couldn't switch between the avatars and the original body. Bang. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, Lin Feng and Nalin Kuan collided again. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Nalin Kuan was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. All the avatars dissipated, and Nalin Kuan was also sent back to his original body by Lin Feng's punch. His entire arm had been broken. Then, he slammed into a big tree. That tyrannical power directly broke the big tree. Nalin Kuan fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. My arm. Nalin Kuan crawled up from the ground with a hideous smile on his face. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Then, Nalin Kuan took out a battle sword and held it with one hand. This boy is ferocious. Let's fight him together. Guo Zifei and Bai Xintian looked extremely gloomy. They knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, but they had never thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. He could completely crush Guo Zifei. Guo Zifei and Bai Xintian also attacked. Together with Nalin Kuan, they split into 3 directions and surrounded Lin Feng. They believed that even if Lin Feng's fighting strength was amazing, Lin Feng would be distracted by the 3 of them. At that time, they could take the opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Cut off one of my arms. Later, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, said Nalin Kuan with a hideous smile. Nalin Kuan was injured, but he hated Lin Feng to the core. That was what motivated him to fight. Among the three of them, Na Lan Kuan hated Lin Feng the most. After all, he had suffered a great loss because of Lin Feng. Hee, are you still thinking about killing me? I'm afraid that the three of you don't have the ability to do so, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Boy, I have to say that we underestimated your strength. However, you will definitely die today because I have a flying sword, said Guazifei with a hideous smile. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh. Then, there was a flash of light and a flying sword was summoned by Guazifei. The flying sword was the size of a palm and looked very crude. Compared to Morong Shue's flying sword, this flying sword was like a street vendor's. Obviously, this was a low-level flying sword. But even if it was a low-level flying sword, it was still a flying sword. A flying sword could kill people from a distance. After seeing the flying sword, Lin Feng's face became slightly more serious. When facing a flying sword, one had to be extremely careful because if one was careless, the flying sword could successfully launch a sneak attack. It would be too late for regrets. No wonder the three of them were so arrogant and unscrupulous. It turned out that they had treasures like flying swords. Bai Xuantian's weapon was a long spear. Guazifei was the one controlling the flying sword. As for Bai Xiantian and Nalan Kuan, they complemented each other. Their combined might was definitely terrifying. Attack! Shouted Guazifei coldly. Swoosh! At that moment, Bai Xiantian and Nalan Kuan moved. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards Lin Feng. One of them used the wild dragon sword technique. Sword lights intertwined and sword chi crisscrossed. Each sword chi was more ferocious than the last. The other person displayed the splitting wind spear technique, and a spear thrust out. Layers upon layers of spear light, and the power of the spear shadows was astonishing, wanting to penetrate Lin Feng's body. Bai Xiantian and Nalan Kuan were experts as well. They had joined forces to attack Huang Xiaolong, but it was clear that they were only here to restrain Lin Feng. The real killing move was Guazifei's flying sword. As long as these two people restrained Lin Feng, Guazifei would release his flying sword and kill Lin Feng from a distance, taking his head. Die, brat. The two of them laughed sinisterly as they charged over. Lin Feng sneered in the face of Nalan Kuan and Bai Xuantian's attacks. He brandished his battle sword and slashed towards them. Clang clang. Two consecutive sounds of violent collisions were heard. The weapons of the three clashed together. This is the time. Guazifei sneered and quickly attacked. Whoosh. The palm-sized flying sword in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards Lin Feng. The speed of the flying sword was too fast. Moreover, Lin Feng and Guazifei were only a dozen meters apart. They were so close to each other. Guazifei's flying sword was not something that could be dodged by speed alone. The flying sword was like a meteor from outer space. It instantly shot towards Lin Feng and was about to kill him. It's done. Nalan Kuan, Guazifei, and Bai Xuantian's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if they could see Lin Feng being killed by the flying sword. However, at this moment, they saw Lin Feng attack. Devouring martial spirit, spatial magnetic field. A deep voice came from Lin Feng's throat. Boom. With Lin Feng as the center, a distorted black hole appeared within a radius of 10 meters. The black hole emitted an aura that made one's soul tremble. The black hole seemed to be able to devour the heavens. Guazifei's flying sword was instantly devoured by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. Originally, Guazifei and the other two thought that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. However, who would have thought that, after the flying sword was devoured by the devouring martial spirit, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp and could not move an inch. This is... Horrified expressions appeared on the faces of the three. Guazifei's reaction was extremely fast. He felt that something was wrong and hurriedly urged his mind to recall the flying sword. However, it was too late. Lin Feng stepped forward and held the black dragon sword with both hands. He slashed towards Guazifei's flying sword. The terrifying power instantly exploded. Clang, a loud sound shook the sky. Lin Feng's sword slashed fiercely onto Guazifei's flying sword. Crack. Guazifei's flying sword was cut into two by Lin Feng's powerful sword. Ah. How could this be? My flying sword. After the flying sword that was connected to Guazifei's mind was cut into two, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became extremely pale. This flying sword was very valuable. Even though Guazifei had an extraordinary background, he had paid a high price to get this flying sword. This flying sword was Guazifei's lifeblood. However, this flying sword was now cut into two by Lin Feng. We can't fight against this guy. Let's go. Nalan Kuan and Bai Xuantian's faces were also very pale. They turned around and wanted to escape. The three of them had come with great confidence and momentum, but now they were scared out of their wits. Lin Feng's combat strength had indeed frightened the three of them. Although Nalan Kuan, Bai Xuantian and Guazifei wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces, none of them dared to stay and continue fighting with Lin Feng. They all quickly ran away. Lin Feng sneered, I told you to get lost, but you didn't. It's too late for you to leave now. Lin Feng was like the god of death. He jumped out and his devouring martial spirit directly swallowed Nalan Kuan and Bai Xuantian. We'll kill you. Nalan Kuan and Bai Xuantian saw that they couldn't escape, so they became ruthless. They sneered and rushed towards Lin Feng with weapons in their hands. However, Lin Feng had used his devouring martial spirit, which was one of his trump cards. How could the two of them fight against him? The devouring martial spirit directly enveloped Nalan Kuan and Bai Xuantian. They were shocked to find that they couldn't move at all. At that moment, Lin Feng's sword was already moving towards him. No! The two of them screamed in fear. Lin Feng attacked coldly. He slashed twice and cut off Nalan Kuan and Bai Xuantian's heads. Run, 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 Guazifei quickly ran away. His face was extremely pale. He was scared out of his wits. Guazifei was extremely regretful. Why had he provoked Lin Feng? If he hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. However, it was too late to regret now. Lin Feng was chasing after him. Spare my life. If you spare my life, I'll be a slave for the rest of my life. Begged Guazifei. It's too late. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He waved his sword and slashed down. Slash. Guazifei's head flew up into the sky and his headless body fell to the ground. He had died tragically. I've collected another 3 senior student tokens. Lin Feng took the 3 senior student tokens. This was already the 4th senior student token. He put all the belongings of Guazifei and the other 2 into his storage ring and threw their corpses into the lake. The demonic python that smelled blood would definitely rush out and devour them. Even if the academy investigated, they would only think that the 3 of them were careless and were attacked by the demonic python. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly left. One day later, Lin Feng stood under a waterfall and tempered his body. This waterfall had an extremely strong impact. Ordinary people would not be able to stand under the waterfall at all. Lin Feng was swept away by the water from the waterfall again and again. However, he stood up again and returned to the waterfall. At the beginning, Lin Feng could only reduce his strength for half an hour. Later on, he was able to last for 3 hours. After tempering under the waterfall, Lin Feng felt that he was more familiar with his control over his body. His muscles were more familiar. With a slight movement, he seemed to be able to erupt with strength that was far greater than before. Of course, tempering one's body was not something that could be completed overnight. It required perseverance. Lin Feng was about to leave when more than 10 spirit monkeys climbed up the rock wall along the vines. With a whoosh, they jumped into the waterfall and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Why did the spirit monkeys disappear? Could it be that there's another world behind the waterfall? Lin Feng was astonished. He climbed up the vines and arrived at the place where the spirit monkeys disappeared. After observing for a while, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a cave behind the waterfall. Lin Feng directly jumped onto the platform outside the cave and entered it. Just as Lin Feng entered the cave, a young cultivator quickly flew towards the mountain range where Lin Feng was. This young cultivator was actually Zhang Jihuang, who had a conflict with Lin Feng previously. The Zhang family that Zhang Jihuang belonged to was a first-class family in the Zhenwu country. They had a huge influence and numerous experts. This time, Zhang Jihuang was one of the most promising candidates to join the genius camp. I have to get to that cave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll arouse the suspicions of the others. Zhang Jihuang raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but speed up. Zhang Jihuang had formed a team, but his team was resting. Zhang Jihuang took advantage of the time when the team was resting to look for something. That place was originally a sealed space. 3 months ago, Zhang Jihuang's older brother Zhang Zhitian discovered that sealed space, but he didn't open it. Zhang Zhitian estimated that the sealed space would open in another 3 to 4 months. Coincidentally, Zhang Jihuang was about to take part in the new disciple assessment. A month ago, when Zhang Zhitian left the Azure Dragon Institute to train, he wrote a letter to Zhang Jihuang asking him to explore that sealed space during the new disciple assessment. This cave was the mysterious cave that Lin Feng had entered. The waterfall is just ahead. Behind the waterfall is that sealed space. The seal should have disappeared by now. I wonder if there are any treasures inside. Zhang Jihuang's face revealed an excited expression. His speed also increased a bit, and he quickly rushed towards the waterfall. Inside the cave. This cave's environment was quite elegant. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and vines grew all over. The air was fresh and cool. More than a dozen spirit monkeys were playing in the cave. When they saw Lin Feng enter, they started squeaking, baring their teeth at Lin Feng, as if trying to scare him away. Shua, Lin Feng pulled out the black dragon sword. The black dragon sword exuded an oppressive cold air. The dozen or so spirit monkeys were frightened and quickly ran out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although these spirit monkeys had some intelligence, they didn't have much strength. They could only scare people. Lin Feng put away the black dragon sword. He carefully observed the cave. The cave's environment was elegant. In the depths of the cave, there were some stone tables and chairs. It seemed that someone had lived here before. On a stone bed, Lin Feng saw a corpse sitting cross-legged. It was a corpse wearing a long golden robe. Perhaps it had been dead for too long. Only a skeleton was left of the corpse. What surprised Lin Feng was that the bones of the dead person were actually golden. How strange. Golden bones. Why would a person's bones turn golden after they died? Could it be that they weren't humans? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Soon, Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by the crystal ball in the hands of the dead person. Senior, this junior didn't mean to offend you. If there's any disrespect, please forgive me. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said apologetically. Then, he took the crystal ball in his hands. Screech! At this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the crystal ball. Then, a golden light shot up into the sky. Lin Feng saw that there seemed to be a divine bird imprisoned in the crystal ball. It was a golden divine bird with sword-like feathers. The divine bird flapped its wings gently, as if it could cross endless rivers and seas. An ancient, boundless aura was emitted from the crystal ball. At the same time, one of the 9 clones that Lin Feng had refined, the golden-winged Rock King's clone, actually emitted a violent fluctuation. It was like an extreme desire. The golden-winged Rock King's clone has mutated. Lin Feng was shocked. His gaze immediately turned to the crystal ball in his hands. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the golden-winged Rock King's indestructible primordial spirit?" After the 9 saint emperors of the primordial demons fell, their primordial spirits were not destroyed and left behind the 9 emperor clones technique. Those who came after could cultivate this secret technique and condense the 9 emperor primordial spirits to create the 9 emperor clones. Lin Feng had already condensed the 9 emperor clones a long time ago, but he had never found the 9 emperor primordial spirits to activate them. Now, he had finally found the golden-winged Rock King's indestructible primordial spirit. This meant that Lin Feng could activate the golden-winged Rock King's clone and use its abilities. This made Lin Feng wild with joy. His divine will entered the crystal ball. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng had the feeling that the world in front of him was spinning. In the next instant, he seemed to have arrived in another world. This was an ancient world. This world was filled with an ancient and weathered aura. In the distance, a black cloud covered the sky and the sun as it rapidly flew over. That's... Lin Feng suddenly cried out in shock. Actually, it wasn't a black cloud. It was a bird. That bird was too big. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky. The rock's wings spread 3,000 li. The deep voice resounded in his mind. That bird was actually the legendary golden-winged great rock. According to the legends, the golden-winged rock could spread its wings for 3,000 miles. With a flap of its wings, it could fly for 58,000 miles. Lin Feng looked at the golden-winged rock in shock. He suddenly felt as if he had transformed into the golden-winged rock and was soaring in the sky. It really is the golden-winged rock king's primordial spirit. Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the crystal ball, his face full of joy. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure dashed into the cave. Zhang Jihuang also entered the cave. Zhang Jihuang was surprised to see Lin Feng. Then, he saw the crystal ball in Lin Feng's hand. Zhang Jihuang's face showed deep greed. I really didn't expect to meet you here. Do you remember that I said that if you met me during the test, I would crush you like a bug? Zhang Jihuang. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect to meet Zhang Jihuang here. Moreover, this guy was as arrogant as ever. Lin Feng did not know where this guy got his arrogance from. Was it because he came from a big family? Or was it because he had absolute confidence in his own strength? Regardless of the reason, Lin Feng only sneered and looked at this person with disdain. What? Even your eyes are shining. Do you want this crystal ball? Let me tell you, this crystal ball has the immemorial Sage Emperor Golden-Winged Rock's indestructible original spirit sealed inside. Its value is unimaginable. Do you want it? Lin Feng waved the crystal ball in his hand provocatively. After hearing the words Immemorial Sage Emperor Golden-Winged Rock's indestructible original spirit, Zhang Jihuang's eyes shone brightly, his greedy eyes looked at the crystal ball in Lin Feng's hand. Screech! The Golden-Winged Rock, which was formed from the undying original soul of the Golden-Winged Rock sealed within the crystal ball, let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. An ancient and boundless aura filled the cave. Zhang Jihuang's eyes could no longer move away from the crystal ball. He grinned maliciously and said, "This trip was really worth it. You're going to die, and the crystal ball will be taken away by me. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng sneered and put the crystal ball into his storage ring. I didn't expect that a lowly cultivator from a low-level family like you would have such a treasure like a storage ring. I'm a little surprised. Zhang Jihuang stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. His face had a sinister expression. Clearly, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Feng. Swoosh! Zhang Jihuang moved. He was very fast, like a shadow rushing towards Lin Feng. He punched towards Lin Feng's chest. So fast. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, but his reaction was not slow at all. He quickly punched towards Zhang Jihuang. Bang, the two of them fiercely collided. Lin Feng only felt a terrifying force sweep through his body, shaking him back. 7th Heavenly Layer Martial Master. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Jihuang in shock. He did not expect this person to be a cultivator of this level. A moment before, even though Zhang Jihuang hadn't used his full strength, Lin Feng could still feel how monstrous his strength was. A 7th Heavenly Layer Martial Master had a strength of more than 32 million jin. At that moment, Lin Feng's physical strength was 10,240,000 jin. When he used his 3 absorbing spirits, his physical strength could reach 30,720,000 jin. There was still a slight difference between this power and Zhang Jihuang's, but the difference wasn't huge. In the collision just now, Lin Feng did not use his 3 devouring martial spirits and only displayed 10,740,000 jin of strength. Therefore, it was normal for him to suffer a little in the collision with Zhang Jihuang. Of course, Zhang Jihuang did not use his full strength. This person was very proud. From the beginning to the end, he did not treat Lin Feng as an existence on the same level as himself. Therefore, when he attacked Lin Feng, he only used a portion of his strength. Is that all you've got? I really overestimated you. It seems that what I said before was wrong. Pinching you to death is not like crushing a bug, but like crushing an ant. Zhang Jihuang sneered as he looked at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. In Zhang Jihuang's eyes, Lin Feng was many levels lower than him. It's a little too early to boast. Lin Feng sneered. He used his 3 devouring martial spirits and completely activated his strongest strength. When the 3 devouring spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength instantly rose to the level of 30,720,000 jin, which had already reached the strength of a cultivator of the 7th heavenly layer. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Zhang Jihuang. You still dare to take the initiative to attack? You're simply courting death. 3 moves, within 3 moves, I will take your life. Zhang Jihuang sneered. He took a step forward and punched towards Lin Feng. In his opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was simply too easy. He did not even use any martial arts techniques. Xianxia's precious technique, starting move. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he attacked. The Xianxia's precious technique was the Beast Emperor's precious technique that Lin Feng had obtained. This was the first time that Lin Feng had used it against an enemy. The starting move was only the basic attack of the Xianxia's precious technique. The Xianxia's precious technique was truly terrifying. After the starting move, it was the true attack technique. Of course, even if it was only the starting move of the Xianxia's precious technique, it was still terrifying. Behind Lin Feng, the figure of a ferocious beast vaguely appeared. Its body was huge, its face was green, and its fangs were ferocious and terrifying. Bang! Lin Feng and Zhang Jihuang collided. Lin Feng did not move in the slightest from this attack. Zhang Jihuang, on the other hand, was forced to retreat. His face was pale as he cried out in disbelief, "This is impossible." For Zhang Jihuang, this was indeed difficult for him to accept. After all, Zhang Jihuang had never put Lin Feng in his eyes before. But now, he was being forced to retreat by a person he looked down on. How could the arrogant Zhang Jihuang accept this? After Lin Feng's attack, he did not stop and quickly chased after Zhang Jihuang. He understood the principle of beating a drowning dog. Right now, it was the best time to follow up with a victorious pursuit and kill Zhang Jihuang. And at this moment, after using the Xianxia's precious technique's starting move, the true Xianxia's precious technique had already been brewed. Roar. The beast's roar shook the heavens and the earth. An incomparably huge divine beast Xianxia condensed. That Xianxia was nearly 100 meters tall, and its huge body emitted a stifling aura. The beast emperor Xianxia roared, and its roar shook the 9 heavens as it charged towards Zhang Jihuang. Ah, what kind of secret technique is this? Zhang Jihuang also felt the terror of Lin Feng's beast emperor precious technique, and his face immediately revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Lin Feng was also shocked. This beast emperor precious technique was truly terrifying. It had actually condensed such a terrifying beast, as if the ancient divine beast Xianxia had been revived. Zhang Jihuang wanted to dodge this attack, but he discovered that no matter how he dodged, he could not dodge the beast emperor Xianxia's attack. He could only face it head-on. Zhang Jihuang clenched his teeth. At this moment of life and death, he also went all out and used an earth-class martial art, Heavenly Dragon Seal. Roar. A heavenly dragon condensed, and that heavenly dragon was also 100 meters tall. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its roar shook the heavens. This Zhang Jihuang was indeed worthy of being born in the top family of the real martial country. He actually cultivated an earth-class martial art. The heavenly dragon seal's power seemed to be much stronger than Lin Feng's collapsing fist, and it was obviously a higher-level earth-class martial art. However, compared to Lin Feng's Xianxia's precious technique, it was too far away. The Xianxia raised its claws and slapped the heavenly dragon, and the heavenly dragon instantly disappeared. Then, the beast emperor Xianxia's huge claws fiercely slapped Zhang Jihuang's body. A loud bang was heard. Zhang Jihuang was directly sent flying by the beast emperor Xianxia's claw. His body exploded in midair, splitting into pieces. He died on the spot. In the mysterious cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, holding a crystal ball. He wanted the golden-winged Great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. Then, he would activate the golden-winged Great Peng Holy Emperor's power. Unity of mind, protect soul, golden-winged Great Peng Holy Emperor, reappear in the world. Lin Feng started contacting the golden-winged Great Peng Holy Emperor's clone. Lin Feng could faintly sense a strong calling. It was the golden-winged Great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. The golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit was like rain after a long drought. It wanted to drink to its heart's content. Shua, Lin Feng communicated with the golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's clone. Behind Lin Feng, an illusory golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's clone appeared. The golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's clone emitted a resonant cry. Then, it flew into the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, golden light soared to the sky. The golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit started fusing with the golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. Boom, an ancient chi spread in the air. The golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's indestructible primordial spirit flew out of the crystal ball. The golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's clone turned into numerous talisman scripts and poured into Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the world spin. It was as if he was in a boundless mysterious world. He had turned into a golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor. With a flap of his wings, he could fly 50,000 miles away. What's that? Lin Feng was stupefied, his thoughts moved. Shua, shua, a pair of 3-meter-long golden wings appeared behind Lin Feng's back. The golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's wings. As expected, the golden-winged great Peng Holy Emperor's clone was activated. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. In the next moment, Lin Feng flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of golden lightning, flying freely in the air. Haha, I can fly now! Shouted Lin Feng's great Peng Holy Emperor's clone. If a cultivator wanted to fly, they had to cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm. However, even a Yin-Yang realm cultivator would be far slower than Lin Feng, who had the golden-winged rock wings. According to the records of the 9 Emperors chart, the power of the golden-winged rock avatar was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was called Golden Wings. They could condense golden energy wings and use them to soar in the 9 heavens. This realm was the ability that Lin Feng currently possessed. The second stage was called Void Travel. This stage was even more terrifying. It was said that once one successfully cultivated it, they would possess unfathomable divine might. With a flap of his wings, he could travel through the void freely. In a single breath, he could travel a distance of 58,000 li. The third stage was called Wings of the World. This realm would allow one to condense a pair of even more terrifying wings. With a flap of the wings, one would be able to travel back and forth between different worlds. Every different world was more than billions of miles away from each other. With a flap of his wings, he could actually travel between different worlds. This ability was simply abnormal. Of course, if he wanted to reach the second and third stages, Lin Feng still had to find more of the golden-winged rock sage emperor's indestructible primordial spirit and devour it before he could break through again. Whoosh, Lin Feng quickly flew above the mountain forest like a golden bolt of lightning. He finally landed on the peak of a 3,000-meter-tall mountain. Lin Feng's face lit up. What a powerful pair of golden wings. With these golden wings, I can also fly like those Yin-Yang realm experts. Lin Feng retracted the golden wings on his back. The golden wings were a very heaven-defying technique, but Lin Feng did not plan on revealing it. Such a shocking technique could be used as a trump card. Lin Feng rushed down. He immediately felt his body become as light as a swallow. Lin Feng's ears perked up. He could even hear 2 ants fighting a few hundred meters away. He looked into the distance and saw a small bug flapping its wings as it flew past him from 500 meters away. With a single leap, he was able to cover a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Perception, speed, hearing. All his abilities had increased by leaps and bounds after cultivating the golden wings. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Haha, the golden wings are really heaven-defying. Lin Feng's face lit up. Lin Feng rushed into the depths of the mountain forest. When he passed by a valley, he heard the sound of a battle not far away. Oh? Someone's fighting? Lin Feng frowned and quickly rushed towards the battle. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at the forest where the battle was taking place. There were 2 people in the forest, 2 males and 1 female. At that moment, the 2 male students were attacking the female student. What surprised Lin Feng was that the female student was actually Dongfang Xinyao. Dongfang Xinyao was the genius girl who had participated in the exam with Lin Feng. She was one of the top 3 geniuses in the Tianfeng Academy. Dongfang Xianxia's temperament was cold. She had chosen to participate in the exam alone. It was not out of Lin Feng's expectations. At that moment, the 2 people attacking Dongfang Xianxia were a pair of twin brothers. They were exceptionally strong. When they joined forces, they were simply watertight. Dongfang Xianxia was also at a disadvantage. She was very passive. It was only a matter of time before she was defeated. This Dongfang Xianxia should be at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master layer? Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Xianxia in shock. This realm really surprised Lin Feng. Among the 3,000 new students, Dongfang Xianxia was definitely one of the top students. Dongfang Xianxia was much more terrifying than he had imagined. However, she had encountered 2 strong seniors today, so it wasn't surprising that she was at a disadvantage. There's actually someone as strong as you among the new students. We brothers have long broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master layer. Even after attacking together for so long, we still haven't defeated you. We're really surprised, one of the brothers said in a gloomy voice. Then retreat, why must both sides suffer? Dongfang Xianxia's cold voice sounded. You think us seniors are participating in the new student exam just for the new student order? Wrong, very wrong. The Azure Dragon Institute doesn't mind us snatching your treasures. If you give us the storage ring on your finger, we'll leave immediately. The other person's greedy gaze fell on the storage ring on Dongfang Xianxia's finger. In his opinion, a genius like Dongfang Xianxia must have a lot of treasures in her hands. This was a great opportunity to make a fortune. Don't even think about it. Dongfang Xianxia coldly harumphed. Then don't blame us for being impolite. The 2 seniors smeared, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Dongfang Xianxia together. Under these 2 people's fierce attacks, Dongfang Xianxia gradually lost her footing. Swoosh! Right at this time, a figure dashed out from the forest. Another new student. When the 2 seniors saw Lin Feng, their brows raised. It seemed like they didn't want to bother with Lin Feng, instead focusing on dealing with Dongfang Xianxia. One of the seniors coldly said, Brat, you're very lucky because we don't have the time to deal with you. Take advantage of the time and scram. The 2 of them looked high and mighty, they didn't even put Lin Feng in their eyes. In reality, the older students who were participating in the exam were quite strong and didn't put the new students in their eyes. Even though Dongfang Xianxia was so strong, in the eyes of the 2 older students, she was just a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. She would definitely lose. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, You're both older students, right? Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, get lost now and I'll spare you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 2 older students almost exploded in anger. A new student dared to tell them to get lost? Was this kid tired of living? Reckless kid, I'll deal with this girl, you go deal with him. One of the older students said. That's good too, we'll definitely deal with him within 3 moves. The other older student said. After saying that, the second older student flew towards Lin Feng. Kid, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I wanted to let you go, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness? The second older student quickly flew over with a sneer on his face. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, be careful of this person, he's at the 6th celestial layer of the martial master layer. Even though Dongfang Xianxia had a cold temperament, she still had a good impression of Lin Feng. First of all, they were in the same batch of students who had participated in the exam. They could be considered friends. Second of all, Lin Feng had appeared at that moment to help him. Therefore, Dongfang Xianxia had a good impression of Lin Feng. This was also the first time that Dongfang Xianxia had a good impression of a man. If Lin Feng knew about this, wouldn't he feel lucky? Don't worry. Lin Feng said indifferently. Kid, you're courting death. The older student who attacked Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was acting so casually and became even more furious. Wasn't this kid looking down on him? His shockingly powerful palm smashed towards Lin Feng. This person was at the 6th firmament of the martial master realm. When he struck out with his palm, his strength reached 16 million jin. In terms of pure strength, this person's strength surpassed Lin Feng's strength. However, Lin Feng circulated his 3 devouring martial spirits, and his strength could reach 30,720,000 gene, which was more than enough to crush this senior. However, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. He could even kill a powerhouse at Zhang Jihuang's level. Moreover, this senior student's strength was one level lower than Zhang Jihuang's. Facing the senior student's powerful palm, Lin Feng showed no fear. He executed a crushing fist and attacked his opponent. As soon as the crushing fist was unleashed, a thunderous sound resounded in the air. Feeling the power of Lin Feng's fist, the senior student's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that he had underestimated the new student in front of him. This senior student was worthy of being at the sixth firmament of the martial master realm. His reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's attack arrived, he promptly changed his move and executed a swimming dragon fist towards Lin Feng. This swimming dragon fist was a middle profound level fist skill. Its power was also quite strong. However, compared to Lin Feng's earth-level martial arts, it was like a firefly competing with the moon. The difference was too great. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the senior student was forced back a dozen steps by Lin Feng's fist. How is this possible? The senior student exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then quickly moved towards that senior. Punch after punch, he completely suppressed the senior student. On the other side, Dongfang Xianxia saw that Lin Feng had unexpectedly suppressed the senior student as soon as he made his move. She revealed a trace of astonishment, but quickly returned to normal. She also used all her strength to attack the other senior student. Dongfang Xianxia also had strength that far exceeded her level. When she faced a senior student alone, she could easily suppress him. Damn it, how did we meet two abnormal people? The two seniors' faces were very ugly. In previous years, there might not have been two abnormal new students like Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia, but this year, the two of them had unexpectedly met two terrifying opponents. The two seniors were already thinking of retreating, but Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia didn't intend to let them go. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and punched the senior student who was fighting against him. That senior student's pure qi was dispersed by Lin Feng's punch. He was unable to condense his pure qi and was unable to continue fighting. Dongfang Xianxia also seized the opportunity to get rid of her opponent. The faces of the two seniors who had been defeated were extremely ugly. Lin Feng walked up and directly took the senior student's badge. These seniors didn't have any treasures on them because before the exam, they had basically left all their valuable treasures in the school. You can leave. Dongfang Xianxia took the other senior's badge and said. The two seniors' faces were gloomy as they left. Lin Feng, thank you. Dongfang Xianxia said. Even though she was thanking him, she still had an ice-cold look on her face. Lin Feng said, we can be considered as old friends, no need to be so polite. After a pause, Lin Feng said, we're going to enter the depths of the Crouching Dragon Ridge. The danger in the depths of the Crouching Dragon Ridge will increase exponentially. Are you interested in joining forces with me? Dongfang Xianxia pursed her lips as if she was thinking, but in the end, she nodded. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia formed a small team. The two of them entered the depths of the Crouching Dragon Ridge and defeated many seniors in succession. They even defeated a small team of 4 seniors. This matter caused a certain amount of commotion among the seniors because that team of seniors was formed by 4 sixth celestial layer experts of the inner courtyard. Naturally, they felt that it was inconceivable that they had been defeated by 2 freshmen. Some of the stronger seniors' teams were very interested in Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia's team. They wanted to encircle and annihilate the two of them, but they were unable to find any traces of Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia. On the 6th day, they passed by a valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a scorching qi emitting from it. Lin Feng said in surprise, don't you feel the waves of heat coming from the valley? Could it be that there's lava here? Dongfang Xianxia said, let's go take a look inside the valley. Lin Feng nodded. He and Dongfang Xianxia flew towards the valley. Creak, creak, creak. When they entered the valley, they saw a huge lava lake. Beside the lava lake, there were a dozen fiery red spirit trees. Beside the fiery red spirit trees, there were many flame-like fire monkeys frolicking. Lin Feng said in surprise, fire monkeys are spiritual beasts of the heavens and earth. They're born with spiritual intelligence. According to the classic of mountains and seas, wherever they appear, there will be a fire monkey tree. The fruit of the tree is called a fire monkey fruit. It's a strange fruit of the heavens and earth. Eating it can greatly increase one's cultivation. Even with Dongfang Xianxia's cold personality, she was overjoyed when she saw the fire monkey fruit. She said, I've heard of the fire monkey fruit before, but I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Feng said, since we've seen the fire monkey fruit here, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. As long as we can get the fire monkey fruit, our strength will greatly increase. Dongfang Xianxia said, look, there are dozens of fire monkey fruits waiting over there. It won't be easy to get the fire monkey fruit. Indeed, with just Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia's strength, it would be very difficult to get the fire monkey fruit. They needed to think of another way. We need some help, Lin Feng said. Dongfang Xianxia pursed her lips. She didn't like to be with too many people, but if they wanted to get the fire monkey fruit, they would need help. After a pause, Lin Feng said, wait here, I'll go outside and see if I can find some new students. I think they should be quite interested in this place. Okay, be careful. Dongfang Xianxia nodded and couldn't help but remind him. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Dongfang Xianxia, this cold woman, was also concerned about others. He smiled and said, you be careful too. Immediately after, Lin Feng flew away and quickly disappeared without a trace. This was a slightly tired team consisting of a total of 5 people. 4 men and 1 woman. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize 3 people in the team. Zhang Pingfan was one of them. The other 2 were Huang Lei and Huang Ling brother and sister. Their group originally had a total of 15 people, but not long ago, they encountered a group of senior students. After a fierce battle, the remaining people were defeated and no longer had the strength to fight, so they naturally had to withdraw from the test this time. The 5 of them escaped in a sorry state. At this moment, they finally stopped to rest. A young man in blue clenched his teeth and said, these seniors are too despicable. They actually dared to ambush us. If we hadn't been ambushed by them, it would have been hard to say who would have won this battle. I agree with Xianxia, said the other young man in purple. We've lost too much in this battle. Huang Lei said, our experience in the forest is still lacking compared to these seniors. Otherwise, we would have discovered them a long time ago. This time, we've suffered heavy losses, and we've learned our lesson. It's a pity that we only have 5 people left. It won't be easy for the 5 of us to pass through the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge. Huang Linger also sighed and said, yes, the teams inside are even stronger, but we can only take one step at a time. Zhang Pingfan replied, if we can replenish some of our members, then there's still hope. However, after fighting for so long, there probably aren't many new students left. Sha sha sha, suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound in the forest. These people could be considered as geniuses of the younger generation. They all pricked up their ears and heard the sound. Be careful, warned Huang Lei. The 5 of them arched their backs as if they were facing a great enemy. They just had to wait for a senior or ferocious beast to appear and attack immediately. Whoosh, a silhouette jumped out and appeared in front of them. It's a new student, shouted Zhang Qian immediately when he saw Lin Feng. He looked much more relaxed. Brother Lin Feng, it's you. Zhang Pingfan was extremely excited when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng. Huang Lei and Huang Linger were also pleasantly surprised. They had invited Lin Feng to join their team before, but Lin Feng had politely declined. They had been very regretful, but now that they had met again, it was fate. Pingfan, Brother Huang, it's you. When Lin Feng saw Zhang Pingfan, Huang Lei, and the others, he smiled. He had been searching for a long time, but unfortunately, he had only found a few groups of senior students. He hadn't found any new students. Lin Feng obviously didn't expect them to help him fight against the fire monkeys. If a group of senior students found him, the first thing they would do would be to kill him. He had been searching for new students for a long time, and now he had finally found a group of people he knew. Brother Lin, I'm so happy to see you here, said Huang Lei smiling. said Huang Ling. Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Qian, this is Shui Yuan, and this is Lin Feng, whom I mentioned to you before. Brother Zhang, Brother Shui. Brother Lin. Lin Feng, Zhang Qian, and Shui Yuan greeted each other. Said Lin Feng. I'm very happy to have met you all here. Coincidentally, I found a precious place. There are many treasures inside. Would you be interested in joining hands with me to explore it? When Huang Lei and the others heard Lin Feng, their eyes lit up. Huang Lei said, Brother Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. We'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Said Lin Feng. I found a fire valley, and there are fire monkeys guarding it. I also saw a fire monkey tree growing in the depths of the valley. What? A fire monkey tree? I've heard that the fire monkey fruit from a fire monkey tree can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Said Zhang Pingfan excitedly. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, the fire monkey fruit can increase everyone's strength, but that place is guarded by dozens of fire monkeys. If we want to get the fruit, we'll need to work together. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry over, lest something unexpected happens. Said the others excitedly. Lin Feng nodded and said, Everybody, follow me. He led the way. An hour later, the 6 of them arrived at the fire valley. When Dongfang Xianxia saw that it was Lin Feng, she came out of hiding. Lin Feng introduced them, but Dongfang Xianxia still looked cold. She just nodded at Huang Lei and the others as a greeting. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That woman was really cold. It really is a fire monkey tree. Those red fruits must be the fire monkey fruit, right? Zhang Qian clenched his fist excitedly. The fire monkey fruit could directly increase a cultivator's strength. To a cultivator, the fire monkey fruit was naturally a priceless treasure. Great! If we eat the fire monkey fruit, we'll become much stronger. Said Huang Ling. Lin Feng said, Those fire monkeys aren't easy to deal with. Let's do this. A few of us will lead the fire monkeys away. 2 of us will go and pick the fire monkey fruit. Let's do this. The 5 of us will lead the fire monkeys away. Brother Lin and Dongfang Xianxia can take advantage of this opportunity to enter the valley and take the fire monkey fruit. Said Huang Lei. Okay, but these fire monkeys are very powerful. They move quickly and their damage is very high. So, you must be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Don't worry, we will be careful. Huang Lei and the others nodded. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao hid behind a huge rock. Huang Lei, Zhang Pingfan and the others rushed into the valley. Fire monkeys had a bad temper. This kind of fierce beast couldn't stand being provoked. Once provoked, the fire monkey would definitely explode in anger. This was the best way to deal with fire. Just like these fire monkeys, Lin Feng and the others were very clear about their weaknesses. After Huang Lei and the others reached the depths of the valley, they picked up stones and threw them at the fire monkeys. Bang, bang, bang. After a few stones were thrown, the fire monkeys were immediately enraged. They let out angry roars and quickly pounced on Huang Lei and the others. Let's go. Huang Lei and the others didn't stop. They turned and flew out. When they left, they were afraid that the fire monkeys would return. As they ran, they continued to throw stones at the fire monkeys and provoke them. The fire monkeys had a bad temper. After being provoked again and again, they were very angry. They roared and chased after Huang Lei and the others. A group of fire monkeys was successfully lured out of the valley by Huang Lei and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao quickly rushed out of their hiding place and went straight to the fire monkey tree in the depths of the valley. As soon as they entered, 6 or 7 fire monkeys jumped down from the fire monkey tree. They bared their teeth and pounced towards Lin Feng and Dongfang Xinyao. These fire monkeys were left in the nest to guard the fire monkey tree. These animals are quite smart. Seeing the 4 fire monkeys pouncing towards him, he waved his fist and attacked. These fire monkeys were extremely fast. They easily dodged Lin Feng's fist and circled behind Lin Feng. They stretched out their sharp claws towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. The speed of these fire monkeys was really fast. If an ordinary person was entangled by 3 or 4 fire monkeys, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape. However, now that Lin Feng had mastered the golden wings, his speed was very fast. His speed was even faster than these fire monkeys that were known for their speed. He quickly moved to the left and dodged the fire monkey's claw. Then, Lin Feng punched a fire monkey, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. With a loud bang, the fire monkey's body hit the cliff and fell to the ground. It no longer had the strength to fight. When the other 3 fire monkeys saw that Lin Feng had injured one of their companions, they went crazy and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng relied on his advantage in speed to dodge the attacks of the 3 fire monkeys. Then, he punched out and injured the second fire monkey. Lin Feng relied on his advantage in speed. After dealing with the second fire monkey, he continued to deal with the third and fourth fire monkeys. The 4 fire monkeys all fell to the ground and couldn't move. Lin Feng didn't take their lives, he only made them lose their ability to move. On the other side, Dongfang Xianxia wasn't like Lin Feng, who easily dealt with the 4 fire monkeys. Dongfang Xianxia was fighting with the 3 fire monkeys that surrounded her, and was quite anxious. The main reason was that these fire monkeys were too fast, and could always dodge Dongfang Xianxia's attacks. Lin Feng rushed towards Dongfang Xianxia, wanting to help Dongfang Xianxia get rid of a few fire monkeys. At this time, Dongfang Xianxia shouted, "Don't worry about me, go pick the fire monkey fruit now. I'm worried that the other fire monkeys will hear the cries of these fire monkeys and quickly rush back. At that time, we won't have a chance." Lin Feng nodded. He turned around and walked towards the fire monkey trees. He arrived in front of the fire monkey trees and started to pick the fire monkey fruits. After he had picked 30 fruits, the sound of the fire monkey roaring filled the air outside of the valley. It sounded like it was going to explode at any moment. Obviously, the fire monkeys had returned. Lin Feng hastily ran outside. If he was surrounded by the fire monkeys, he would be in trouble. "Let's go!" Lin Feng shouted. Dongfang Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate. After forcing the 3 fire monkeys to retreat, she quickly rushed out of the valley with Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia had just run out of the valley when they saw dozens of fire monkeys roaring in the distance. The 2 of them didn't dare to stop, they quickly ran away. The fire monkeys chased after them, but in the end, they couldn't catch up with Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia. The fire monkeys were extremely unwilling to give up and return to the valley. Lin Feng and Dongfang Xianxia let out a long breath. "Let's go find Huang Lei and the others. Once we find them, we'll divide the fire monkey fruits," Lin Feng said. Dongfang Xianxia nodded and went to find Huang Lei and the others with Lin Feng. After an hour, the 2 sides met again. Huang Lei, Zhang Pingfan and the others excitedly asked, "Brother Lin, did you succeed?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "We picked a total of 35 fire monkey fruits, 5 for each of us." Lin Feng distributed the fire monkey fruits to everyone. Those who obtained the fire monkey fruit were all wild with joy. Huang Linger said, "We can't stay here for long, let's leave quickly. We need a quiet place to refine the fire monkey fruits." "Right, didn't we pass by a hidden valley? We can go there and refine the fire monkey fruits," Zhang Pingfan said. Huang Lei and the others' eyes lit up and said, "That's a good place. Brother Lin, Sister Dongfang Xianxia, please come with us." The group went to the place Zhang Pingfan had mentioned. When they arrived, Lin Feng discovered that it was indeed a good place. The valley was located halfway up a mountain, and there were dense vines growing there. Even if one passed by here, it wouldn't be easy to find the valley. Lin Feng and the others entered the valley. The interior of the valley was about 200 square meters, and it was relatively dry. Everyone found a place to cultivate. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out 5 fire monkey fruits. Without hesitation, he ate them. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Under the refinement of the technique, the fire monkey fruit's medicinal energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The fire monkey fruit was a fire-attributed spirit medicine. When Lin Feng absorbed the energy of the fire monkey fruit, Lin Feng felt his body heat up. However, he could feel the changes in his strength. As the fire monkey fruit's medicinal energy increased, he discovered that his strength was also increasing. Boom. Finally, an earth-shattering strength exploded in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's strength began to increase crazily. Soon, it broke through 20 million Jin and stopped at 20,480,000 Jin. I broke through to the 5th heavenly layer. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He looked around and saw that the others were still cultivating. Lin Feng continued to sit cross-legged and circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant technique, slowly adapting to the new strength in his body. 6 hours later, everyone finished their cultivation one after another. After coming out of seclusion, everyone's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Lin Feng had accumulated the most energy and was the most difficult to break through. Even Lin Feng had broken through to the next level. What about the others? It seems like everyone has benefited, said Lin Feng with a smile. Yes. Dongfang Xinyao and the others nodded. Said Huang Lei, thank you so much, Brother Lin. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Brother Huang, you don't have to be so polite. Without your help, it wouldn't have been so easy to get those fire monkey fruits, said Lin Feng while cupping his fist. Said Huang Ling Brother Lin, Sister Dongfang, we're going to go deeper into the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range. There are many strong cultivators there. How about we form a team? That way, we'll have a higher chance of passing. Lin Feng thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He looked at Dongfang Xinyao, wondering what she was thinking. Dongfang Xinyao nodded, all right, let's go together, said Zhang Pingfan with a smile. With Brother Lin and Sister Dongfang Xinyao, our team's strength will increase greatly. This time, we might be able to reach the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range. The group continued walking towards the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range. Not long after, the sound of an intense battle could be heard in the forest ahead. There's someone there. Lin Feng pointed in front of him. The group of people carefully moved forward and hid in the forest to observe. In the forest, two groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. Obviously, it was a battle between the new students and the old students. The old students had more than 10 people and the new students had more than 20 people. It was a ratio of 1 to 2. However, even though it was a ratio of 1 to 2, the freshman side still showed signs of defeat at this very moment. There were only 9 people left who could fight. Most of them had lost their ability to fight. As for the older students, only 2 of them had lost the ability to fight. The rest of the older students were still full of vigor. On the other hand, the few new students who still had the ability to fight were all in a sorry state. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. It's Xianxia's team, Huang Linger said. The leader of the new student group was a young man with a tall and sturdy figure. This person was Xianxian, a famous expert among the new students. He had formed his own group and was also one of the most favored groups. But now, Xianxian's group had encountered a group of older students. Obviously, they had suffered a huge blow. Shui Yuan exclaimed, look, that senior is called Wei Li, an existence on the mountain river list. His strength is extremely terrifying. Everyone looked over and saw a slender senior student who looked to be around 20 years old. This person was the Wei Li that Shui Yuan had mentioned. On the Azure Dragon Institute's mountain river list, which one of them wasn't famous? Each one was more monstrous than the other, more terrifying than the other. They were all top geniuses. And when the older students on the mountain river list personally formed their own teams, they could sweep through the freshman teams, sweeping everything before them. The battle between the two sides was rather intense. Although Yanqian's side also had experts, compared to the seniors, there was still a big gap. They were gradually unable to hold on. Mad Tiger Fist. Yanqian roared as he sent a senior flying with a punch. The senior student slammed heavily into the stone wall, his face pale, no longer having the strength to fight. Yanqian's tall and sturdy figure contained a terrifying explosive power. N? Wei Li, who had not made a move all this time, raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yanqian and sneered, you're Yanqian, right? Among the new students, you can be considered a top expert, even I have heard of your name. Unfortunately, you met me. Today, your group will meet its end. As his words fell, Wei Li took a step forward, his palm striking out at Yan Qian. Yan Qian bellowed and also attacked Wei Li. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the two of them collided fiercely. The tyrannical force of the collision formed a terrifying shockwave that swept out. Many of the surrounding mountain rocks and trees were instantly torn to pieces. Thump, 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 Yan Qian staggered back 4 steps before he could stop. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in the first collision. Your strength is indeed strong, but against me, you're still a little lacking. Wei Li sneered and took a step forward, attacking Yan Qian again. Whether it was Yan Qian or Yan Qian's group, they were all in trouble. They were about to be defeated. Let's leave quickly. If Wei Li and the others find us, we'll be in trouble. Zhang Qian whispered. Lin Feng said, isn't this a good opportunity to defeat a seniors group? Are you crazy? Zhang Qian stared at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. If you want to fight, follow me. If you don't want to, leave. Lin Feng took a step forward. Then, Dongfang Xinyao followed Lin Feng without hesitation. Zhang Pingfan and Huangshi's brother and sister also followed them. Zhang Qian and Shui Yuan glanced at each other and hesitated for a long time. In the end, they clenched their teeth and followed. At this moment, the battle in the valley had reached its climax. The people in Yan Qian's team could not hold on any longer, including Yan Qian himself. He was attacked by Wei Li's storm-like attacks. After more than 300 rounds, Yan Qian felt that the strength in his body was not enough, which made his expression change slightly. It's time to end this. Wei Li sneered and sent another palm strike towards Yan Qian. Not good. Yan Qian wanted to use his pure qi to block Wei Li's attack, but he realized that he couldn't use his pure qi. It was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Right at this critical moment, a figure flashed out from the forest and fiercely collided with Wei Li. Bang! 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 Both sides erupted with incomparably powerful strength, and the ground beneath their feet cracked with crisscrossing fissures. Who's there? Wei Li's expression suddenly darkened. He could feel that the person who had attacked him wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Wei Li couldn't believe it. Yan Qian was already at the top of the new students. Could there be a new student who was even more terrifying than Yan Qian? Wei Li looked at the student in front of him seriously. Wei Li was very surprised because that student seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. He looked a little too young. Wei Li was astonished. How could someone at such a young age be strong enough to fight against him? A new student? Wei Li asked uncertainly. He couldn't believe that a new student could be so strong. A new student. Lin Feng. Brother Wei, please enlighten me. Lin Feng stepped forward, his body releasing a terrifying battle intent. Lin Feng's battle intent was like an ocean, engulfing the entire area. The surrounding forest was destroyed by Lin Feng's battle intent. As expected, he's a new student. Wei Li took a deep breath. Surprisingly, there was such a strong cultivator amongst the new students. Wei Li had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, Wei Li was extremely confident in his own strength. He was convinced that defeating Lin Feng wouldn't be too difficult. So. At this time, Dongfang Xinyao and the rest also entered the battlefield. Do you want me to help you deal with this, Wei Li? Dongfang Xinyao asked. I'm enough, you guys go deal with the other seniors. Lin Feng said. Dongfang Xinyao understood Lin Feng's strength and character, and knew that Lin Feng was not a boastful person. She nodded and headed toward the other seniors. Huang Lei, Huang Ling and the rest had strange expressions on their faces. After all, Lin Feng was facing a Mountain River list expert. But wasn't Lin Feng a little too confident? This person is very difficult to deal with, you have to be careful. Yan Gan warned. He was trying his best to recover. Don't worry. Lin Feng waved his hand. Brat, you're too arrogant, I want to see what kind of ability you have, to dare boast so shamelessly in front of me. Wei Li looked coldly at Lin Feng. Swish. Wei Li moved, dashing toward Lin Feng. Wei Li was furious, he was one of the Azure Dragon Institute's Mountain River list experts. There were a total of 300 people on the Mountain River list, And all of them were geniuses at the 7th layer of the martial master realm and above. Which one of them was not an independent expert, but now, a new student actually dared to say that he could deal with him. How could Wei Li not be angry? 5 mountain slash. Wei Li bellowed, his right hand like an axe, chopping down on Lin Feng. This move was similar to the great demon god's mountain slash. Waves of terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth, spreading out in all directions. At that moment, Wei Li gave people a dazed feeling. It was as if Wei Li had transformed into an ancient demon god, holding the chaos divine axe in his hand. With a single chop, an ancient immortal mountain was split in half. That brat actually dared to offend Captain, he's courting death. It's been a long time since I've seen the captain so angry. Anyone who offends the captain doesn't have a good ending. Let's just wait for a good show. The senior students in Wei Li's group all had sinister smiles on their faces. Their strength compared to the new students indeed held a clear advantage. In the battle with the new students, he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, and he was even able to communicate with them. That guy looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old, yet he's facing an expert like Wei Li alone. Isn't that just courting death? The freshmen in Xianxia's group also looked towards the battle between Wei Li and Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng's slightly immature face, they all shook their heads and sighed. In the eyes of these new students, even a powerful figure like Xianxia was no match for Wei Li Lin Feng. How could he possibly be Wei Li's match? He would definitely lose miserably at Wei Li's hands. Whoosh. In the face of Wei Li's attack, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Everyone felt as if an afterimage had flashed past their eyes. Lin Feng had already rushed in front of Wei Li. Now that Lin Feng had activated the golden-winged rock clone, his speed had reached an unbelievable level. With a light leap, he could travel dozens of meters. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't hold back either. He immediately attacked Wei Li with a collapsing fist. Bang! Lin Feng and Wei Li collided for the second time. When they collided, a gigantic explosion spread in the air. Lin Feng and Wei Li collided for the second time. When they collided, a gigantic wave of energy swept out in all directions. Not far from them, a dozen new students were blown away. Even Yan Gan, who was a new student, was pushed back. He blocked it. Heavens, who is that kid? He's actually on par with the captain. The older students roared one after another. Everyone was deeply shocked. They clearly knew how terrifying Wei Li was. However, it was precisely because they knew this. Now that they saw a freshman on par with Wei Li, they were even more shocked. This guy is too strong. All of the new students were also dumbstruck. Brother Lin, are you really that strong? Shui Yuan and Zhang Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying. Zhang Pingfan was also astonished. He and Lin Feng were roommates. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was strong, he hadn't thought that he would be this strong. Huang Lei and Huang Ling were also astonished. Only Dongfang Xinyao didn't seem surprised. Wei Li's expression became gloomy. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. He sneered and said, "Boy, you've really exceeded my expectations. However, this is the end. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my collapsing fist." The captain is going to use his ultimate skill. When the seniors heard the words, collapsing fist, they were extremely excited. This was Wei Li's ultimate skill. They had seen him use it 3 times. Every time he used it, he would be able to defeat his opponent. This secret technique was extremely terrifying. Today, Wei Li was going to use the collapsing fist again. All the older students had the feeling that Lin Feng was going to be defeated by Wei Li at the end of the battle. Collapsing fist. Wei Li roared. Bang! Behind Wei Li, an ancient world appeared. It was like an ancient world. It was vast, primitive, mysterious, and powerful. It emitted an immortal qi. Wei Li was enveloped by the ancient world. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal war god. He punched out, the entire eldritch world began to collapse. Wei Li's punch seemed to be able to destroy an entire world. This was simply too terrifying and frightening. Everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from Wei Li's body. That aura caused many of the students who were closer to him to tremble. They even had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship Wei Li. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. Is this the strength of a senior in the Mountain River list? Many of the freshmen shouted in fear. Feeling the chi from Wei Li's body, they felt a deep sense of despair. How could they fight against such a senior? Brother Lin is finished. Xianxia shouted with a pale face. Seeing that Wei Li's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng moved. A senior in the Mountain River list is truly powerful. I will also let you experience my ultimate skill. With that said, Lin Feng's hands formed a strange shape. It was the beginning of the Xianxia's treasure technique. Bang, Lin Feng made his move. The Xianxia's treasure technique exploded. Bang, he and Wei Li clashed once again. Everyone could see that Wei Li was like a kite with a broken string, flying out. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That's right, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. This can't be real. One student after another shouted in disbelief. There were old students as well as new students, all of them had a horrified expression on their faces. Wei Li, a master on the Mountain River list, a well-known figure among the Azure Dragon Institute's older students. He was actually sent flying by a new student's palm strike. This was too unimaginable. Brother Lin, he's actually so terrifying. Zhang Qian and Shui Yuan's voice trembled. Too strong. All the new students were looking at Lin Feng with astonishment. Yan Qian's fists were tightly clenched. He was one of the most popular students among this batch of new students, and he had always been confident in himself. But now, after seeing Lin Feng, he finally understood what it meant by there is always a sky beyond the sky, a person beyond a person. Among the new students, there was actually such a low-profile, terrifying existence. However, this also ignited Yan Qian's fighting spirit. Lin Feng dashed toward Wei Li. He wanted to thoroughly defeat Wei Li, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Let's attack together and deal with that brat. One of the old students shouted in a low voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following that, the old students all rushed toward Lin Feng. Attack! Yan Qian shouted, rushing toward one of the old students. The rest of the new students also regained their senses and attacked the old students. Now that Lin Feng had the upper hand, it also ignited the old students' fighting spirit that had been worn out. These new students fought with their lives on the line against the old students. Although these older students were powerful, this was only a new student assessment after all. They didn't want to take the risk of being seriously injured to fight with these crazy new students. Therefore, they were actually at a disadvantage when fighting with the new students. However, the old students had the advantage in numbers. There were still 4 to 5 old students who rushed over, attacking Lin Feng from all sides. Boom! Facing the encirclement of 4 to 5 old students, Lin Feng exploded. He stepped forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Lin Feng was like a young god of war, pushing forward horizontally, sending out 5 consecutive punches. Bang 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 bang, 5 muffled sounds of collisions rang out. Everyone was incomparably shocked to see that Lin Feng, in a 1 versus 5 situation, had actually sent 5 seniors flying. Wow! The 5 senior students seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood and midair before falling to the ground. Their auras were dispirited, and they didn't have the strength to fight any longer. Lin Feng had killed 5 seniors in a flash. Everyone's hearts were deeply shaken. Too strong, he could be described as a pervert. On the side of the freshmen, the morale of the older students had taken a hit. Right after Lin Feng defeated the 5 seniors, Lin Feng's expression changed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a lightning-fast shadow pounced over. Be careful! Huang Linger and the others cried out in surprise, as if they had seen something terrifying. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a ferocious beast pouncing towards him. This ferocious beast was more than 10 meters tall, like the legendary ferocious beast Xuanni. The ferocious beast descended from the sky and pounced over. It's the captain's spirit, the ferocious beast Xuanni. The captain is finally serious. The ferocious beast Xuanni is famous for its powerful attacks. Let's see how the captain will defeat that little brat. The seniors were excited. The ferocious beast Xuanni was a famous ferocious beast, and it was extremely terrifying. Wei Li's spirit was unexpectedly the ferocious beast Xuanni, which was something Lin Feng hadn't expected. People who had this kind of spirit were usually quite terrifying. Now that Wei Li had activated the ferocious beast Xuanni, he had perfectly fused with the Xuanni. In other words, the ferocious beast Xuanni in front of them was the fusion of Wei Li's spirit and his spirit. The ferocious beast Xuanni pounced towards him. The ferocious beast Xuanni was about to pounce on Lin Feng, at that moment of extreme danger. Whoosh! Everyone only saw a golden light flash, and as if he had teleported, Lin Feng disappeared from his original position. The ferocious beast Xuanni pounced on empty air. In the next instant, Lin Feng appeared more than 10 meters away. Oh my god, what kind of speed is that? Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Fast. Too fast, even a martial general wouldn't be able to move so quickly, right? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, asking themselves the same question. Who was this kid? He was only 16 or 17 years old, but his strength was monstrous, and his speed was unimaginably fast. Wasn't this person too terrifying? Wei Li's ferocious beast Xuanni roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. It pounced 4 or 5 times, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Many people's mouths twitched. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Although Wei Li's ferocious beast Xuanni was powerful, if it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, how could it fight? Wei Li was so sullen that he wanted to die. He roared furiously, "You don't dare to fight me head-on? You coward, do you only know how to dodge?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I haven't attacked you for 5 times already. I'll let you attack me for 10 times, then I'll make you accept your defeat." Lin Feng's words made Wei Li fly into a rage. "Kid, I'll make you pay for your arrogance." Wei Li roared, and the ferocious beast Xuanni that he had transformed into pounced again. Missed. 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 Missed, 5 consecutive attacks, and Lin Feng missed again. "It's my turn to attack." At that moment, Lin Feng roared and charged at Wei Li's ferocious beast Xuanni. Wei Li's ferocious beast Xuanni roared, "Kid, I've been waiting for this moment. Now, it's time to end it all." Boom! Wei Li's ferocious beast Xuanni raised its huge claws and slapped towards Lin Feng. The power that erupted from that blow was enough to shatter a mountain in an instant. Everyone could feel how terrifying that attack was. Many people's faces turned pale. It was as if they were facing an ancient ferocious beast. It was too terrifying. The older students were excited. It was as if they could see Lin Feng being defeated. Just thinking about it made them very excited. On the other hand, the new students were pale. Wei Li's attack was too terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng attacked. Archaic dragonesque elephant, Holy Emperor Bao. A deep roar resounded. Lin Feng used the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. Boom! In the sky, a huge figure appeared. It was a dragonesque elephant. Its body was too huge. Its head was the sky, and its feet were on the ground. It looked like the backbone of the world. Heavens, what's that? Many people looked at the dragonesque elephant in astonishment. Roar! The dragonesque elephant raised its head and roared. Wei Li's ferocious beast Xuanni looked as if it had been struck by lightning. It was immediately sent flying, and Wei Li returned to his original form in midair. Thump! Wei Li fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale, and he couldn't fight anymore. The captain lost. All the seniors paled. Even someone as strong as Wei Li had been defeated, they found it hard to believe that this was real. On the other hand, the freshmen were elated. Before Lin Feng had appeared, the freshmen had already lost all hope. However, Lin Feng's appearance had changed the situation. Especially the battle between Lin Feng and Wei Li, it had been extremely exciting. Lin Feng was extremely strong. Everybody's heart was pounding. "Senior brother Wei, thank you for letting me win." Lin Feng walked forward and extended his right hand. Wei Li's expression changed, but he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He grabbed Lin Feng's hand and stood up. "Junior brother Lin, you're so strong. I'm impressed." Lin Feng cupped his fist and said, "I won by luck. If I did anything wrong during the battle, please forgive me." Wei looked at Lin Feng's humble attitude. Wei's expression improved. He said, "It's fine. I won't take it to heart." After a pause, Wei took out the senior token and said, "This is my senior token. Junior brother, please keep it." The others saw that Wei had been defeated. With a monstrous existence like Lin Feng in the freshman team, they no longer had the heart to fight and handed over their senior tokens. "Goodbye." Wei cupped his fist and left with the other seniors. Since they had lost their freshman tokens, they were eliminated and could no longer stay in the forest. After Wei and the others left, Xianxia and the others walked over. "Brother Lin, I'm Xianxia. Thank you for your help." Xianxia cupped his fist and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Lin." The rest of the freshmen also thanked him. Lin Feng said, "There's no need to be so polite. We've already reached the depths of the forest, and there are many strong senior teams active here. Wei's team should be the weakest among them. The senior teams we'll meet later will be even stronger. Are you all willing to join my team? We're honored to be invited by Brother Lin." Xianxia cupped his fist and said, "Haha, that's great. Now we're all part of the same team. Let's work together to defeat the seniors and reach the end." Lin Feng said with a smile. "Haha, under the captain's leadership, we'll definitely reach the end." "That's right, with the captain here, we'll definitely be able to achieve unbelievable results," the freshman said excitedly. Clearly, these new students had already completely treated Lin Feng as the leader of this group. "Let's go." Lin Feng waved his hand. The group of people headed into the depths of the forest. "Run. It's Wei's team." In the forest, a group of freshmen saw Wei and the others and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran. "Damn it, a bunch of cowards." They ran away before the fight even started. A senior student cursed in a low voice. Wei and company had lost their qualifications and couldn't be bothered with these new students. They all walked out dejectedly. Those new students didn't run far. When they saw Wei and the others walking out of the forest, one of the new students muttered, "What's going on? Why aren't these seniors chasing us? Look, these seniors are all dejected. Could it be that they were defeated by someone?" "Defeated? That can't be right." Wei is an expert on the mountain river list, and the rest of the seniors are also very strong. Among the freshmen, is there anyone who can defeat Wei's team? I'm not sure, but if there really is, then it'll be interesting. In the previous freshman examinations, the freshmen were always beaten up by the seniors. Even if they formed the strongest team in front of the seniors, they still couldn't withstand a single blow. If there's a team this year that can overturn all the senior teams, then it'll give us freshmen face. Overturning all the senior teams? That's too unrealistic. You must know that the strongest team this time is led by a terrifying existence on the mountain river list. It's said that the senior strength is about to break through to the martial general realm. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Wei and the others had met many new students along the way. They had also met some seniors. Obviously, Wei and the others had been defeated, or else they wouldn't have let the freshmen go again and again. Wei's team was one of the 5 senior teams. Wei was also an expert on the mountain river list. But now, he was actually defeated by a team of freshmen. This matter caused a huge uproar among the freshmen and seniors alike. Outside the Crouching Dragon Ridge, there were many people gathered. There were senior students who came to watch the fun, and there were also Azure Dragon Institute teachers who were waiting for the examination to end. "Look, it's Wei and the others." Suddenly, someone pointed at a group of more than a dozen students walking out. This group of people was Wei's team. Why did Wei and the others come out? Could it be they were defeated? An Azure Dragon Institute teacher exclaimed in disbelief. Wei is an expert on the mountain river list, how could he be defeated by freshmen? Some teachers voiced their doubts, finding it hard to believe. The 5 senior teams were all led by famous seniors on the mountain river list, and every one of them was an expert. For the freshmen to defeat them, it was too difficult. But now, Wei and the others were walking out with their heads hung low, indicating many problems. Even the vice principal, Helian Changlong, who was in charge of the assessment, had a shocked expression on his face. Helian Changlong said to a teacher beside him, "Call Weili over." "Yes, Lord Vice Principal." The teacher immediately walked towards Weili and brought him over. Weili didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the vice dean. He respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple Weili greets the vice dean. Dispense with the formalities." Helian Changlong waved his hand. "Thank you, Lord Vice Principal." Weili stood to the side, waiting for Helian Changlong to speak. Everyone's gaze fell on Weili and Vice Principal Helian Changlong. Helian Changlong asked, "Weili, what's going on? Why did your team come out?" Weili's face was ugly as he answered, "We were eliminated." "What? They were really eliminated?" Almost everyone was shocked. Weili's team was terrifying, but they were actually eliminated. Could it be that they were besieged by a large group of freshmen? Helian Changlong asked, "Besieged by freshmen?" "No, the number of freshmen is even less than us seniors," Weili answered. "This?" Helian Changlong was incomparably shocked. He seemed to realize something and asked excitedly, "You're saying?" Weili smiled wryly and nodded. "Just as Lord Vice Principal speculated, we met a terrifying new student called Lin Feng. In a battle with Lin Feng, I was defeated. Our team's morale was scattered, and in the end, we were defeated." Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Weili, a master on the Mountain River list, was actually defeated by a new student. And among the 10 geniuses that the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups paid attention to, it was hard to find someone who could defeat Weili, right? Lin Feng, in our true martial country, there aren't any big families with the surname Lin, right? Who is this new student called Lin Feng? One of the Azure Dragon Institute's deacons asked doubtfully. This was the same question in everyone's mind. Who was this Lin Feng? They had never heard of this person before. In the ancient forest, more than 10 students were resting. This group of students consisted of both males and females. They were led by a handsome young man. The young man was wearing a white robe. He had a slender figure and was very handsome. His name was Long Xiu. He was known as the most talented genius among the new students. Long Xiu's team was made up of experts. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize a few of them. Lin Feng's good friend from Jiaolon Academy, Xiao Yufei, and Xianyuan Zhan were among them. Whoosh! A figure flashed over. It was a skinny young man with an agile body. His name was Wu Ming, and he was the scout of Long Xiu's team. "Wu Ming is back," a student said. Something big happened outside, and it caused a huge uproar. Wu Ming said. "Oh? What happened?" Long Xiu asked. Everyone looked at Wu Ming. Weili's team, one of the top 5 teams in the inner courtyard, was defeated by a group of new students. Wu Ming took a deep breath and said. "What? Is this news true? It's not a rumor, right? That's impossible, right? Apart from our team, is there another team that can compete with the top 5 teams?" The old students shook their heads in disbelief. Obviously, they found it hard to believe. Long Xiu's team was made up of the top geniuses of the 9 academies. Even a top team like theirs couldn't guarantee that they could defeat the top 5 teams. Until now, their team had yet to fight with any of the 5 senior student teams. Yet, a team had already defeated Weili's team. This naturally caused the top students among the new students to feel incredulous, so much so that they found it hard to believe. It's true. Many people saw Weili's team leave the forest. They were obviously defeated. Wu Ming shrugged. The faces of the top students among the new students became gloomy and uncertain. Xianyuan Zhan asked, "What's the name of the new student leading the team?" "I'm not sure. No one dares to ask Weili's team," Wu Ming said. Weili's team was enraged after being defeated by a new student team, who would dare to provoke them. Only the Azure Dragon Institute's higher echelons would be able to get Weili to answer honestly. If it were any other student who asked, that student would definitely be beaten up by Weili. Long Xiu jumped down from the big rock and said, "Everyone, our team was originally a team with high hopes, and was also the only seeded team among the freshmen. Now, an unknown team of freshmen has defeated one of the 5 senior teams, Wei Li's team, while our seeded team has achieved nothing. If this news were to spread, I'm sure people would laugh their heads off, right? It's about time for us to set out and defeat the 5 senior teams to show off our might. That's right, we also have to defeat the older students and tell everyone who's the real seeded team of the new students. Long Shiyu's team. This Long Shiyu was not simple. With just a few words, he was able to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. Go! Long Shiyu's team also set off, heading towards the depths of the forest. Next to a small creek, a small group's team. Captain, drink some water. Huang Linger passed her water bottle to Lin Feng. Huang Linger was 17 years old, tall and slender, with a pair of long and slender legs. Although she was still young, her breasts were heavy, and her body was perfectly developed. Coupled with her exquisite face, she was definitely a stunner. Lin Feng had also heard of the Huang family. The Huang family's old master was called the West Pacifying Marshal. He controlled millions of soldiers in the Zhenwu country's northwest, guarding the border with the Beastmen Kingdom. He had led the army several times to repel the Beastmen Kingdom's invading army. Many thanks, I have some water here. Lin Feng took out his own water bottle. Then eat something. Huang Linger took out some pastries and gave them to Lin Feng. Watching a top-grade beauty like Huang Linger surrounding Lin Feng and fawning over him, many students were envious. But they couldn't be jealous. They also admired Lin Feng. Captain, look, there are many people watching. They seem to be new students. Huang Lei pointed at the students who were looking in their direction. Yan Qian said, it must be because we defeated Wei Li's team that these people are watching. Don't worry about them. Rest well and we'll leave, Lin Feng said. Yes. Everyone nodded and rested where they were. Is it them? Did they defeat Wei Li? Isn't that guy Yan Qian? Could it be that Yan Qian defeated Wei Li? Yan Qian is strong, but he's still a bit weaker than Wei Li. It must be someone else. Some students who were hiding in the forest discussed. The new students' team had defeated Wei Li's team, which was one of the 5 senior teams. This caused a huge commotion. The new students were naturally very interested in the new team that had defeated Wei Li's team. They wanted to see who it was that had defeated Wei Li's team. Someone is coming. Not good, it's Song Zhenyuan. Song Zhenyuan's team is ranked 3rd among the 5 senior teams. Song Zhenyuan's cultivation is much stronger than Wei Li's. Let's hide quickly. If Song Zhenyuan sees us, we'll be done for. The new students who were wandering in the forest saw a dozen senior students coming from afar. They were all frightened and quickly found a place to hide. Captain, someone is coming. It's a group of seniors. Not good, it's Song Zhenyuan's team. Seeing them, Yan Qian's face changed. Yan Qian naturally knew how terrifying Song Zhenyuan was. Wei Li was ranked 246th in the Mountain River list. And Song Zhenyuan was in the top 100, from this, it could be seen how terrifying Song Zhenyuan's team was. Don't panic, I'm here. Lin Feng stood up. His words seemed to have some kind of magical power. It actually dispelled the fear in the team members. At this time, Song Zhenyuan and the rest had already arrived and surrounded Lin Feng and the rest. You're the ones who defeated Wei Li's team? You're Yan Qian, right? I've heard of your name before. You're one of the top 10 geniuses among the new students. But I never thought that you would actually have the strength to defeat Wei Li. But today, everything will end. Your team is destined to be stepped on by us. Song Zhenyuan clasped his hands behind his back. His voice was cold and indifferent. He looked at Yan Qian from the corner of his eyes. He did not place Yan Qian in his eyes. His gaze swept across the new students and suddenly stopped on Lin Feng's face. Song Zhenyuan was startled, but immediately revealed a sinister smile. Back in the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng had a conflict with Song Zhenyuan because of Guo Zifei. Later, his cousin Ling Qiushuang appeared and helped to resolve the conflict. Before leaving, Song Zhenyuan said that if he saw Lin Feng again, he would not let Lin Feng go. Now, the two of them were really enemies on a narrow road, meeting here. Song Zhenyuan's team was ranked 3rd among the 5 senior student teams. Their overall strength was much stronger than Wei Li's team. When Song Jianyuan saw Lin Feng, he sneered, "I didn't expect you to be in this team as well. Did you not expect to see me here?" Swish, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Feng, not only the senior students, but also the new students. Judging from Song Jianyuan's tone, these two seemed to have some old grudges? "Indeed, I didn't expect it, but since you've joined the assessment, it's only a matter of time before we meet. I don't find it strange." Lin Feng shrugged. Looking at Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Song Jianyuan's face darkened. Song Jianyuan had always thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary member of Yan Qian's team. He looked at Yan Qian and said indifferently, "Yan Qian, hand this brat over and I'll let your team leave, how about it?" "What's going on? That brat seems to be in trouble." The students hiding in the surrounding forest looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng, who was targeted by Song Jianyuan, would definitely not have a good ending. Yan Qian and the others looked at Song Jianyuan with a strange expression, which made Song Jianyuan furious. He said coldly, "What? Yan Qian, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it?" Yan Qian sneered, "Watch your mouth, you don't seem to know the ins and outs of this matter, right? You're asking me to hand him over, what an idiot. Are you courting death?" Song Jianyuan shouted angrily and stared at Yan Qian coldly. He looked like he wanted to kill Yan Qian with one slap. Zhang Pingfan said, "Yan Qian is right. Lin Feng is our captain. You want us to hand him over? Is there something wrong with your head? What? That kid is the captain of Yan Qian's team?" Many of the freshmen were shocked. Naturally, they knew how heavy the word captain was. In other words, everyone in Yan Qian's team looked to Lin Feng as their leader. As for the captain, he was also the strongest in a team, and everyone bowed down to him. That kid doesn't look more than 16 or 17 years old. It's actually the captain. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Even Song Jianyuan was stunned for a moment. He had always thought that Yan Qian was the leader of this team. Song Jianyuan was a scheming person. He quickly regained his senses and looked at Lin Feng coldly. "I underestimated you. Brothers, let's do it. Don't show any mercy." "Hee, don't worry, Captain. We'll definitely teach these freshmen an unforgettable lesson." The older students in Song Jianyuan's team started to laugh maliciously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The older students attacked and rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. "Attack!" Lin Feng shouted. Boom, the two sides collided. "They're attacking!" Many of the freshmen who were hiding in the forest exclaimed. "Kid, eat my fist," said a tall and sturdy old student while laughing evilly. He then threw a punch at Lin Feng. The power of this punch could reach up to 10 million pounds. Lin Feng was shocked. Song Jianyuan's team was indeed filled with experts. Facing the older student's attack, Lin Feng moved to the left. Whoosh. He dodged the opponent's attack in an instant. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch as fast as lightning. With a loud bang, the older student was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. His Jin Qi dispersed and he fell to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. "Oh my god, that Lin Feng is too strong. He defeated an older student in one move." No wonder Yan Qian and the others were convinced. Many of the freshmen exclaimed. "Let's deal with him together." The two older students looked ice cold. They were moving towards Lin Feng, one on his left and one on his right. Their attacks were bombarding the atmosphere. When Lin Feng saw his opponent's attack, he quickly moved and arrived in front of one of the older students. He threw a punch at him. Fast. Too fast, the older student didn't even have time to react before Lin Feng arrived. Bang. With another loud bang, the second older student was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. His Jin Qi dispersed and he lost his ability to fight. Seeing Lin Feng so scared, the other older student's face changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of him and threw a punch. The older student smiled ferociously and threw a punch as well. Their fists collided violently. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The older student's arm was broken and he was blown away like a kite with its string cut. He crashed against a tree and fainted on the spot. Lin Feng easily defeated 3 older students. However, there was still a huge gap between Lin Feng's team and the older students. In a short battle, 4 of his team members were defeated by the older students. Their faces were pale and they lost their ability to fight. Whoosh! At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng like a flash of lightning. "Ha!" shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing a punch at him. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Both parties collided fiercely. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying power that was as boundless as the sea. It was Song Zhanyuan who had made his move. After the collision, Lin Feng quickly retreated 3 meters and pulled a distance away from Song Zhanyuan. Lin Feng's cultivation was at the 5th level of martial master and his strength had reached 204800000 gene. After the collision with Song Zhanyuan, Lin Feng realized that Song Zhanyuan should be at the 8th level of martial master and his strength should have reached 70 million gene. He was about to break through to the 9th level of martial master. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder he could be ranked in the top 100 of the Mountain River list. To be able to take one of my attacks without losing, you have some ability. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Song Zhanyuan sneered at Lin Feng. Just not bad? It seems like you did not gain the upper hand. Lin Feng replied coldly. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. 10 moves, within 10 moves, I will trample you under my feet. At that time you will be like a dog kneeling in front of me and begging for my forgiveness. With that, Song Zhanyuan moved. He used the 8 extreme steps and rushed towards Lin Feng. In the air, there were many afterimages and it was not clear which one was Song Zhanyuan's real body. Haha, the captain has made his move. Brothers, let's quickly defeat these guys and watch the show. A senior student said with a big laugh. Then let's end this quickly. A senior replied. It was obvious that these senior students did not put the freshmen in their eyes. Boom, the senior students' attacks became more and more fierce, but it had to be said that they were indeed powerful, making it difficult for Lin Feng's team to defend. Only Yan Qian, Dongfang Xinyao and Huang Lei had the upper hand against the senior students. The rest were all at a disadvantage, and there were already 6 freshmen who had been defeated. Of course, everyone knew that the crux of the battle was still the battle between Lin Feng and Song Zhanyuan. The battle between the 2 captains would affect the outcome of the battle. But it was obvious that the senior students were full of confidence. They did not believe that Lin Feng, a freshman, could defeat Song Zhanyuan, who was in the top 100 of the Mountain River list. The 8 extreme steps was an extremely profound footwork technique. It was said that it was based on the 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, Can. It was mixed with a few illusion techniques. Those afterimages were the illusions created by the 8 trigrams of Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Kansas. But it was hard for others to tell which were the afterimages and which were the real ones. That was the terrifying part of Baji steps. The opponent would not be able to differentiate between the real and the illusion, and would be defeated by the person using Baji steps. Brat, maybe in less than 10 moves, you will be trampled under my feet. Song Zhanyuan sneered. Many afterimages connected to Song Zhanyuan's real body, and they all rushed towards Lin Feng. They all rushed towards him. Which one is Song Zhanyuan? That brat is finished, he will be killed by Song Zhanyuan. Many of the freshmen who were hiding in the forest to watch the show exclaimed. To them, Song Zhanyuan was too strong, to the point that it was impossible to fight against him. What Baji steps? A trash technique and you dare to show off in front of me? I'm afraid that your Baji steps won't even be able to touch me. Lin Feng said with disdain. Shameless boasting. Watch how I deal with you. Song Zhanyuan's voice became extremely cold. Boom, Song Zhanyuan rushed towards Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng moved. Quick. It was too fast, everyone only saw an afterimage flash by, and Lin Feng already disappeared without a trace. Song Zhanyuan's attack missed. Impossible. Song Zhanyuan roared in disbelief. His 8 extremities steps was known for its speed and strangeness. Song Zhanyuan had never failed to use his 8 extreme steps before, But on that day, Lin Feng had easily destroyed his 8 extreme steps. Song Zhanyuan was extremely proud and arrogant, he couldn't accept that. Song Zhanyuan roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. However, Song Zhanyuan's 8 extreme steps was a far cry from Lin Feng's. Now that Lin Feng's golden-winged rock avatar had been awakened, Lin Feng had mastered the golden body wings, and could fly in the sky. Although Lin Feng hadn't used the golden body wings yet. But Lin Feng's speed and agility, even if he didn't use his golden wings, were already incredible. It was a supreme secret technique passed down by the immemorial demon Saint Emperor. It wasn't something that Song Zhanyuan's 8 extreme steps could compare to. Song Zhanyuan pounced 5 times in a row, but missed all of them. Oh my god, am I seeing things? The freshmen were all dumbfounded. The seniors in Song Zhanyuan's team were also shocked. No one had expected this to happen. In their opinion, Lin Feng should be crushed by Song Zhanyuan. Brothers, our captain is so awesome. We can't be cowards and fight with these seniors. Xianxia shouted. Let's fight. The rest of the people gritted their teeth and shouted. Each and every one of them fought with their lives on the line, causing the older students who were absent-minded to become flustered. Lin Feng dodged Song Zhanyuan's attack for the 6th time. He sneered, Song Zhanyuan, you've always thought too highly of yourself. Do you really think you can win? I'll let you know that you're not just inferior to me in terms of speed. Even in terms of cultivation, there's a huge gap between us. Lin Feng stepped forward and walked towards Song Zhanyuan. With every step he took, Lin Feng's aura grew stronger. Song Zhanyuan's face darkened. The 8 extreme steps that made him famous was nothing in front of Lin Feng. It was a huge blow to Song Zhanyuan. Song Zhanyuan hated Lin Feng even more. Now that he saw Lin Feng taking the initiative to attack, he sneered, boy, so what if you're fast? No matter how fast you are, if your cultivation is not enough, you'll still lose. Boom. Song Zhanyuan attacked with his mad dragon fist towards Lin Feng. The wind blew and the clouds flew. Lin Feng attacked, the wind swept across the land. The wind is blowing. Many people exclaimed. They did not know why the wind was blowing so suddenly. Look. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Song Zhanyuan. The two of them were finally going to fight. Lin Feng used his great celestial hand and threw a punch at Song Zhanyuan. Bang, everybody was looking at Song Zhanyuan, who had just collided with Lin Feng's fist, was pushed backwards. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, including the freshmen and seniors. Even Xianxia and the rest were shocked. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but they did not expect Lin Feng to be so strong. He was able to gain such a huge advantage when fighting against someone like Song Zhanyuan. Boom, Lin Feng attacked with his second attack. Each attack of the great sky-covering hand was stronger than the previous one. The second attack was even stronger. Bang, Lin Feng and Song Zhanyuan clashed again. Song Zhanyuan was blown away, his body broke 4 or 5 trees. He stood up. But Lin Feng had already started attacking again. Song Zhanyuan did not even have the chance to react. Under Lin Feng's attack, he did not even have the strength to defend himself. I remember you once told me that the next time we meet, you'll make me kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But with your strength, you can't even withstand a single attack from me. You're far too weak to make me kneel and beg for mercy. Boom. When Lin Feng finished talking, he punched the 3rd time. No. Song Zhanyuan screamed in fear. He could feel how terrifying the attack was. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The attack landed on Song Zhanyuan's chest. Song Zhanyuan flew out like a cannonball. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed onto the ground fiercely. Dust flew everywhere. Song Zhanyuan did not move and fainted. Third attack, Song Zhanyuan was an extremely strong senior. He was a famous cultivator on the Mountain River list, but he was defeated by Lin Feng. Furthermore, under Lin Feng's attack, he did not even have the strength to retaliate. The entire ancient forest was dead silent, regardless of whether it was the new students or the older students. At that moment, they had not recovered from the shock. Someone as strong as Song Zhanyuan, he was actually defeated. Furthermore, he was defeated so miserably, as though they were not on the same level. Too strong. A new student hiding in the forest said with a trembling voice. His heart was still in a state of extreme shock. Lin Feng had defeated Song Zhanyuan, who was in the top 100 of the mountain river list. In everyone's eyes, it was too shocking. Captain is mighty. Huang Lei was the first to regain his senses and shouted. Captain is mighty. The rest of the people also shouted excitedly. As for the older students, their faces were all pale. Song Zhanyuan's defeat, it was as though they had lost their pillar of support. Hand over the older student order and leave with Song Zhanyuan. Lin Feng said coldly. A few of the older students had fierce gazes. They did not want to leave, because the older students had more people, and their fighting strength had not decreased by much. On the side of the new students, Lin Feng was more troublesome. But it was only Lin Feng alone. A few of the older students wanted to surround and attack Lin Feng. To them, Lin Feng had just experienced a huge battle. He must be tired. If they attacked together, they might be able to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed what the older students were thinking, and said coldly. What? You want to end up like Song Zhanyuan? The older students' faces were uncertain, but in the end, they sighed. They did not have the courage to fight with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strong fighting strength had truly shocked them. This is our older student order. Someone handed over the older student order. There was a first person, there was a second person. Very quickly, everyone handed over the older student order, and one of the older students carried the unconscious Song Zhanyuan on his back and left. Lost, Song Zhanyuan's team was also defeated. The new students who were hiding in the forest exclaimed in shock. Only when Song Zhanyuan's team walked out of the forest did they regain their senses. Everyone's gaze fell on the delicate young man. He was the one who had turned the tide of the battle. What's the situation over here? Lin Feng asked. 8 people are injured. They can't hold on any longer. Xianxia said. Captain, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The 8 students lowered their heads, extremely unwilling to give up. They wanted to follow Lin Feng into the depths of the ancient forest. But unfortunately, he could no longer hold on. Don't worry, rest well and recover. Xianxia, distribute all the seniors you just received to the 8 of them. Lin Feng said. Yes, Captain. Xianxia distributed 16 senior student tokens to the new students who couldn't persevere. With an additional senior disciple token, they would be able to make great strides in the assessment results. Even if they couldn't enter the genius barracks, with the additional 2 new student tokens, they could still enter the higher class and receive the best training in the Azure Dragon Institute's outer division. The 8 of them looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. Thank you, Captain. In the future, if you need us for anything, just say the word. Climb a mountain of blades, dive into a sea of fire, we brothers won't even bat an eyelid. Lin Feng smiled. All right, thank you brothers for your kind intentions, but it's not good to stay in the ancient forest. Brothers, go out and rest. Goodbye, Captain. The 8 new students bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others with reluctance. Regarding Lin Feng's decision to distribute the 16 senior disciple tokens to the 8 new students, not only were the others not dissatisfied, they admired Lin Feng's way of doing things. Perhaps, they would also be disqualified in the next battle. Since Lin Feng could treat the 8 new students this way, he could do the same to them. Everyone admired Lin Feng. Not only in terms of strength, but also in the way he handled matters, they were all sincerely convinced. Let's go. Lin Feng said and left with the remaining 10 people. Outside the ancient forest, the Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons and students gathered to watch the fun. In the distance, 15 figures walked out with unsteady steps. These were all senior students. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. It's blazing heaven. Someone exclaimed in shock. Among the group was a young noble clad in black. Blazing heaven. Blazing heaven was also a master on the mountain river list. Among the 5 senior student groups, they were ranked 4th. Although their strength wasn't as strong as Song Zhanyuan's group, they were still terrifying. And now, all the people in Blazing Heaven's group were walking out. Obviously, Blazing Heaven's group was defeated. Another group defeated by a new student group. Many people looked at him in astonishment. In the previous year's assessment, the new student groups were swept away by the 5 senior student groups. And this year's 5 senior student groups were much stronger than the previous years. Yet, 2 senior student groups were defeated. This was enough to shock the entire Azure Dragon Institute. Blazing Heaven, who defeated your group? Helian Changlong asked. Blazing Heaven said expressionlessly, defeated by Long Shiyu's group. Good, go and rest. Helian Changlong nodded. This disciple will take his leave. Blazing Heaven left with the rest of his group. Long Shiyu's group defeated Blazing Heaven's group. Although it's shocking, it's still within the acceptable range. The other group is more terrifying, that Lin Feng's group doesn't have many masters. One of the Azure Dragon Institute elders said. Is there still no news from the people who went in to investigate? Helian Changlong asked. Not out yet. The same elder answered. While these 2 Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were conversing, loud noises sounded from the surroundings. Because a third group of senior students had appeared. Helian Changlong looked over and was shocked, for the third group was Song Jianyuan's group. Song Jianyuan was a powerful character ranked 89th on the Mountain River list. And at this moment, Song Jianyuan had actually fainted. Oh my god, Song Jianyuan actually fainted, who did this? Countless students and teachers were discussing in disbelief. Zhang Sun, what happened? Helian Changlong looked at one of the senior students in Song Jianyuan's group. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Sun. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Song Jianyuan was such a terrifying character, yet he was knocked out by someone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the other party was. Zhang Sun explained, we ran into Lin Feng's group, and our leader was defeated in a battle with Lin Feng. Our group was routed. What? Lin Feng again? Song Jianyuan was also defeated by Lin Feng? Helian Changlong asked in shock. Zhang Sun nodded bitterly. Oh my god, first Wei Li, then Song Jianyuan, who is this Lin Feng? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, they were eager to know who Lin Feng was. In the sky, the silver moon was like a plate. Lin Feng and the rest were resting near a water source. The continuous battles had caused everyone to feel deeply fatigued. However, everyone's faces were brimming with confidence. Today, their team had already defeated Wei Li's team and Song Jianyuan's team. Their self-confidence was growing. Everyone believed that as long as the captain was here, they could continue. Lin Feng leaned against a tree to rest. A fragrant wind blew over. Lin Feng opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw Huang Linger's exquisite face. You haven't rested yet? Lin Feng asked. I still have a bottle of spirit liquid here. Consume it and your body will recover quickly. Huang Linger took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Lin Feng. No need, you can keep it for yourself. Lin Feng smiled and said. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Huang Ling snorted and gave the bottle back to Lin Feng. She then turned around and walked away, swaying her hips as she walked away. Lin Feng touched his nose and could not help but smile bitterly. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's grace. 30 li away, Long Shiyu's team was also resting. Their team had just defeated Blazing Heaven's team and had only lost 3 people. Everyone in the team was still in a state of excitement. To be able to defeat a strong team of seniors was something to be proud of. Haha, today's battle was really refreshing. These seniors are not as powerful as we thought. A new student said. This was Li Hai, a genius student of Azure Dragon Academy. In today's battle, he had defeated 2 seniors. Our team is an elite team of new students. Defeating these seniors is naturally not a problem. Another new student said. Speaking of which, the captain is still the strongest. Even Blazing Heaven was defeated by him. Blazing Heaven is ranked 97th on the Mountain River list. Another senior said. Thinking of the shocking battle between Long Shiyu and Blazing Heaven, he still felt his blood boiling. Of course, the captain's strength is at the peak of the genius camp. I wonder what's going on with the other team. I wonder if their captain is stronger than our captain? A freshman asked. Suddenly, a new student sneered and said, I don't know how the other team defeated Wei Li's team, but the captain is publicly acknowledged as the strongest new student. The captain of the other team is probably not qualified to be compared to our captain. The group of people chatted casually. Towards Lin Feng's team, which had also defeated the 5 senior teams, these people had a trace of disdain. Since they were both freshmen, there was a competitive relationship between them. And their team had gathered the top geniuses of the 9 grade academies. Naturally, these people had a sense of superiority. When Lin Feng's team appeared and defeated Wei Li's team, they felt that their sense of superiority had been snatched away. Naturally, they were unconvinced. Now that they had defeated the even more powerful Blazing Heaven team, this sense of superiority once again occupied everyone's hearts. The night grew darker and darker. The night passed quickly. At dawn, Lin Feng's team and Long Shiyu's team set off towards the depths of the ancient forest. When Long Shiyu's team passed through a forest, they were blocked by a dozen seniors. "Captain, another group of seniors has arrived. It seems like we're going to have another group of losers under our command." One of the freshmen laughed out loud. "Which senior team are you from? You even dare to block our path? Do you know who we are?" A freshman curled his lips and said, "There should be more than 20 senior student teams of a certain scale. But the strongest 5 teams were led by experts on the Mountain River list. As for the rest of the senior teams, they were not that strong." Long Shiyu's team had just defeated the 4th-ranked Blazing Heavens team, and was bursting with self-confidence. "Oh? May I ask which team are you from?" Right at this moment, a chuckle sounded from the group of seniors. The group of seniors parted and a slightly thin young man walked out. "Our captain is Long Shiyu. Not long ago, we defeated Blazing Heaven's team. Have you heard of us? If you know what's good for you, hand over the senior command medallion and you will suffer less." A freshman sneered. "Impudent." Immediately, a senior scolded him coldly. The skinny young man waved his hands, smiling as he looked at the new student who had just spoken. The name of the new student who had spoken was Dong Xian. He had a tall stature and was extremely arrogant. However, this person's strength was truly powerful. During the battle with Blazing Heaven's group, he had defeated 3 seniors. The skinny youth looked at Dong Xian and said, "How about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" Dong Xian asked. "You can challenge any one of us. 10 moves. As long as you can withstand 10 moves, we will obediently hand over the senior command medallion," the skinny youth said. Hearing the skinny youth's words, Dong Xian's face became gloomy. It was obvious that the skinny youth was looking down on him. Dong Xian sneered and said, "You think too highly of yourself. I choose you. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I will defeat you." After saying that, Dong Xian stepped forward. All the senior students looked at Dong Xian with strange expressions. "Why aren't you coming out? Are you afraid?" Dong Xian sneered with an arrogant look on his face. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Long Shiyu, as the captain, didn't stop him. This was because Long Shiyu knew how powerful Dong Xian was. He had absolute confidence in Dong Xian. "I'm just thinking, if you lose, what should I ask for?" said the skinny youth, smiling indifferently. "Do you think I'll lose?" said Dong Xian, smiling coldly. "If you lose, kneel in front of me and kowtow," said the skinny youth. The skinny young man's face gradually turned cold. "Haha, that's a good suggestion. He's just a new student. If we don't teach him a lesson he'll never forget, he'll think he can piss on us seniors?" said one of the seniors, smiling coldly. "You want to die?" shouted Dong Xian furiously. He threw himself at the skinny youth. Boom! Dong Xian exploded with power as he punched out at the skinny young man. That punch contained a force of 15 million jin. No wonder Dong Xian was so arrogant. He was terrifyingly strong. He had the strength of the 7th celestial layer. "Kneel down." However, the skinny youth didn't even move in the face of Dong Xian's attack. He just shouted coldly. Dong Xian looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His vitality was instantly dispersed. A loud sound was heard. Dong Xian was kneeling in front of the skinny youth. Hiss! All the freshmen sucked in a breath of cold air. That skinny youth had used his aura to disperse the power of Dong Xian, a 7th-layer martial master. He had even forced Dong Xian to kneel on the ground. Wasn't that too terrifying? What was the skinny youth's cultivation level? Every new student's face was filled with deep shock. You, who exactly are you? Dong Xian knelt on the ground, looking at the skinny young man in horror. His previous arrogance had now been shattered into pieces. Now, Dong Xian's heart was filled with fear and unease. The man in front of him was too strong. He could only look up to him. Yuan Xing, said the skinny young man indifferently. What? You're Yuan Xing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list? All of the new students revealed an aghast expression. Yuan Xing, he was one of the strongest in the genius camp. He was ranked in the top 50 of the Mountain River list, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Long Xiyu and the others hadn't thought that Yuan Xing would lead a team to stop the freshmen. Yuan Xing smiled at them and said, "What do you think? Are you afraid? If you don't want to suffer, you should know what to do, right?" Obviously, Yuan Xing wanted Long Xiyu and the others to surrender without a fight. That way, they could relax. But obviously, Long Xiyu and the others wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Their team was made up of the strongest freshmen, and they weren't any weaker than the older students. Long Xiyu was also very strong. His defeat of Blazing Heaven was the best proof of that. "We'd like to see how strong you all are," said Long Xiyu coldly. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Yuan Xing's face darkened in an instant. He kicked Dong Xian and sent him flying a dozen meters away. There was a thump. Dong Xian fell to the ground miserably. His true qi was scattered, and he couldn't get up for a long time. He had completely lost his ability to fight. "Let's get rid of these guys," said Yuan Xing. Haha. "Captain, just watch from the side. Dealing with these freshmen isn't a difficult task." The dozen or so senior students all laughed. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk the older students jumped out and rushed towards Long Xiyu and the others. "Attack!" Long Xiyu bellowed, and all the new students rushed towards the older students. As for Long Xiyu, he rushed toward Yuan Xing. As the saying went, shoot the horse before shooting the man, and capture the leader before capturing the bandits. As long as they got rid of Yuan Xing, the older students' team would be defeated without a fight. "Brat, your opponent is me." A sneer was heard as a silhouette quickly rushed over from the left and punched towards Long Xiyu. This was a senior student with a medium build, but his strength was abnormally terrifying. When he attacked, a ferocious tiger vaguely condensed behind him. "You're courting death." Long Xiyu shouted angrily and punched out. Bang, he and the older student clashed fiercely. That tyrannical power shook the earth faintly. The senior student did not move an inch, but Long Xiyu was forced to take 3 steps back. Shock appeared on Long Xiyu's face. He hadn't even fought with Yuan Xing yet, but he was already suppressed by a senior. Yuan Xing's team was too terrifying. "You're quite strong, no wonder you were able to defeat Blazing Heaven. But your luck has come to an end," said Lin Feng. The senior sneered and rushed towards Long Xiyu. Mad Dragon Fist. Long Xiyu roared and unleashed his ultimate technique. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. Behind Long Xiyu, a giant dragon appeared. Its body was 1,000 meters long. Long Xiyu transformed into a giant dragon and rushed towards the senior. "Humph!" The senior sneered and suddenly stepped forward. In the next moment, he transformed into a giant tiger. A dragon and a tiger fought together. This was a terrifying secret technique. Condensing the shape of a dragon and transforming into a giant tiger. It was like 2 primordial beasts were fighting each other. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. At the same time, the battle between the freshmen and the seniors had reached a climax. On the freshmen's side, such as Xiao Yufei, Shan Yuanzhan, Li Hai, and the others were very strong. In the previous battle with the seniors, they were not at a disadvantage. Instead, they had the upper hand. However, they were now completely suppressed by the seniors in Yuan Xing's team. Yuan Xing's team was too strong. These people were all elites of the genius camp. Bang! A freshman was sent flying and fell to the ground. His face was pale and he had lost his ability to fight. Bang. Soon, the second freshman was also sent flying and lost his ability to fight. The freshmen were constantly defeated. The seniors' strength was too terrifying. It was only a matter of time before the freshmen were defeated. Long Shiyu's situation was not good. In the battle with the seniors, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was gradually losing. Long Shiyu's team could be wiped out at any time. Yuan Shenxing crossed his arms and sneered as he watched the battle. In his opinion, Long Shiyu's team would be defeated soon. At this moment, Yuan Shenxing seemed to sense something. He looked in a direction and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Hiding in the dark and spying? Why don't you come out?" Whoosh. A young man jumped down from a tree. When Yuan Shenxing saw the young man's immature face, he was taken aback, but then he sneered, "You've got guts. You came here to watch the fun, Captain." Soon, Yan Qian and the others rushed out of the forest and gathered behind Lin Feng. "Yan Qian, it's you." Yuan Shenxing recognized Yan Qian. Yan Qian was one of the top 10 freshmen, attracting a lot of attention. It wasn't surprising that an Azure Dragon Institute senior could recognize Yan Qian. What really surprised Yuan Shenxing was that Yan Qian wasn't this team's captain, but that teenager. "You guys are the ones who defeated Wei Li and Song Zhenyuan's teams?" A sharp light flickered in Yuan Shenxing's eyes, locking onto Lin Feng. "What? They're that mysterious team? They've already defeated 2 of the top 5 teams." Hearing Yuan Shenxing's words, Long Shiyu and the others who were in the middle of the battle were shocked. They had only heard that Lin Feng's team defeated Wei Li's team, and when they defeated Blazing Heaven's team, they were still talking about Lin Feng's team, not putting Lin Feng's team in their eyes. However, this team that they didn't put in their eyes actually defeated the third-ranked Song Zhenyuan's team. Naturally, Long Shiyu and the others were shocked. "Is it him? He's this team's captain, right? Who is he?" All the seniors and freshmen's gazes fell on Lin Feng. "It's Lin Feng." Xiao Yufei and Xian Yuanzhan were shocked. They came from the same Azure Dragon Institute as Lin Feng, and Xiao Yufei had a good relationship with Lin Feng. Whereas Xian Yuanzhan had once lost to Lin Feng, thus he was very familiar with Lin Feng. Neither of them had expected that the mysterious team that defeated Wei Li would be Lin Feng's captain. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Feng's team not only defeated the other teams, but also the third-ranked Song Zhenyuan's team. "You guys go help, I'll deal with him." Lin Feng waved his hand. "Yes, Captain." Yan Qian and the others complied, flying toward the seniors while Lin Feng walked step by step toward Yuan Shenxing. "That guy wants to deal with Yuan Shenxing personally?" Xian Yuanzhan and the others were shocked. Yuan Shenxing was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. Long Shiyu was such a powerful person. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with Yuan Shenxing. But now, Lin Feng wanted to face Yuan Shenxing alone. Who would not be shocked? "That guy, who is he?" Long Shiyu looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. He was also a proud person. Before meeting Yuan Shenxing's team, he had always been proud. But when the 2 teams fought, he realized that there was such a big gap between them. He could not even overcome the senior in front of him to fight with Yuan Shenxing. This made the proud Long Shiyu realize the gap between him and the geniuses on the Mountain River list. Lin Feng had to fight against Yuan Shenxing alone. Long Shiyu was extremely proud of himself, so he felt a bit bitter. That guy seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he was so terrifying. Lin Feng naturally did not know what Long Shiyu was thinking. His gaze was serious. Yuan Shenxing made Lin Feng feel a terrifying pressure. This person's cultivation was definitely terrifying. 9th Firmament Martial Master? Lin Feng could not help but think of Yuan Shenxing's cultivation level. Lin Feng's current strength could defeat an expert of the 8th Firmament Martial Master. And Long Shiyu made Lin Feng feel pressure. Obviously, Long Shiyu's strength was definitely above the 8th Firmament Martial Master. That was the 9th Firmament Martial Master. It was Lin Feng's first time facing an expert of this level. A cultivator at the 9th layer of the martial master realm had a strength of 128 million gene. If his strength exceeded 100 million, that would be too terrifying. Experts of this level could carry a mountain with their shoulders. They had the strength to pick up a mountain. It referred to experts in the 9th layer of a martial master realm. You defeated Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan. There hasn't been such a powerful person among the freshmen for a long time. What's your name? Yuan Xianxia's face was very calm. Those who were familiar with him knew that. Every time a big battle came, Yuan Xianxia would be unusually calm. Obviously, Yuan Xianxia now regarded Lin Feng as a real opponent. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Yuan Xianxia muttered 3 times, as if he wanted to search for a young genius called Lin Feng, or a big family, but there was nothing. Whoosh! Lin Feng took the initiative to attack Yuan Xianxia 9 forms collapsing fist. Shouted Lin Feng. He Xianxia's 9 punches. Heaven and earth. To mountain and river, sun and moon. Star collapse. Nature's 2. Samsara shatter. Heavens collapse. Galaxy shattering. Universe shattering. This was the 9 forms collapsing fist. Collapsing fist was an earth-rank martial art. This martial art was domineering. From the name of the 9 forms collapsing fist, one could tell how domineering it was. Lin Feng pushed collapsing fist to the extreme. In the void, galaxies, stars, mountains, rivers, and worlds appeared. Endless shadows. Only by cultivating collapsing fist to the extreme, when using collapsing fist, would one be able to manifest all kinds of phantoms. Rumor had it that collapsing fist was created by an ancient powerhouse. It was originally an extremely terrifying divine ability, and the 9 forms collapsing fist was the starting move of this divine ability. Just like the Xianxia treasured technique that Lin Feng cultivated, it also had a starting move. These heaven-defying secret techniques often had extremely powerful starting moves. Unfortunately, the real killing moves after collapsing fist had been passed down until now. Even so, the power of collapsing fist was not to be underestimated. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, Yuan Xianxia also made his move. He punched at Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng and Yuan Xianxia collided fiercely. The tyrannical force shook the surrounding trees and rocks into pieces. Thump. Thump. Lin Feng was forced to retreat a few steps. He felt a terrifying force enter his body. That force seemed to be tearing him apart. Lin Feng was shocked. Yuan Xianxia was too terrifying. He had actually injected internal strength into his body. Lin Feng hurriedly used the ancient dragonesque elephant art to suppress the surging power in his body. He looked at Yuan Xianxia seriously. Yuan Xianxia was definitely the strongest opponent Lin Feng had ever encountered. He had completely suppressed Lin Feng as soon as he attacked. You were able to withstand my attack. No wonder Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan were defeated by you. But if that's all you have, you won't be able to escape the fate of defeat today, Yuan Xianxia said calmly. Yuan Xianxia said casually. He was indeed too terrifying. When he attacked just now, he had only used a portion of his strength. Lin Feng said, a 9th celestial layer martial master is indeed powerful. It seems that I have to use my true strength to pass. Pass? You won't be able to get past me. Yuan Xianxia smiled. How do you know if you don't try? Shouted Lin Feng. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal with both hands. It was the Xianxia treasured technique starting move. Boom! Lin Feng exploded. He used the Xianxia treasured technique and attacked Yuan Xianxia. The Xianxia treasured technique was divided into 5 levels. Starting move, transformation, flesh body, primordial spirit, and true divinity body. The starting move was very simple. It was to prepare for the attack. Transformation allowed the user to take the form of the Xianxia beast. The body of flesh and blood was formed from the flesh and blood of the Xianxia, a ferocious beast. Primordial spirit was the Xianxia beast's independent primordial spirit. Once the user cultivated to this level, the Xianxia treasured technique would truly begin to be terrifying. The true divinity body was even more terrifying. When the user cultivated to this level, the Xianxia beast's strength would be comparable to a true immemorial beast. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated to the second level of the Xianxia treasured technique, transformation. At this moment, Lin Feng had transformed into a Xianxia beast. Roar, the Xianxia beast roared. Everyone was shocked by the Xianxia beast's terrifying aura. What's that? Both freshmen and seniors looked over. When they saw the terrifying beast pouncing towards Yuan Xinxing, they were shocked. No wonder he could defeat Wei Li and Song Zhanyuan. His battle prowess surpasses mine. Long Xiu looked over and clenched his fists tightly. Oh? That's a Xianxia beast of the immemorial era? What kind of technique is that? You can condense a phantom of a Xianxia beast of the immemorial era? Yuan Xinxing was shocked. That's the Xianxia treasured technique. Lin Feng roared. Under Lin Feng's control, the Xianxia beast roared and rushed towards Yuan Xinxing. Its huge claws slashed towards Yuan Xinxing. Just as the Xianxia's huge claws were about to land on Yuan Xinxing's body, Yuan Xinxing made his move. He stretched out his right hand. Crack! Yuan Xinxing grabbed the Xianxia beast's claws. The Xianxia beast struggled violently, but it couldn't break free. How is this possible? Shouted Lin Feng in disbelief. The Xianxia treasured technique was one of his trump cards, but Yuan Xinxing had blocked it so easily. It's useless. You can't hurt me, said Yuan Xinxing coldly. He grabbed the winged tiger's huge claw with one hand. Then, he threw the winged tiger to the ground. There was a loud bang. The winged tiger was thrown a dozen meters away. Roar! The winged tiger roared and jumped up from the ground. Under Lin Feng's control, it slowly approached Yuan Xinxing. Yuan Xinxing's strength was terrifying, but Lin Feng believed that Yuan Xinxing could resist him. It seems like you want to fight back. Since that's the case, I'll make you give up completely, said Yuan Xinxing with a cold smile. Whoosh, Yuan Xinxing took the initiative to attack the winged tiger. Sky Splitter! Shouted Lin Feng. He controlled the winged tiger to use the winged tiger's precious skill. The winged tiger stretched out its claws and clawed at Lin Feng. Those sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. It was said that the winged tiger's claws could easily tear apart the Milky Way world. From this, one could see how terrifying this strength was. This move, Sky Splitter, was derived from the attack of the ancient ferocious beast Xianxia. It was extremely powerful. Yuan Xinxing didn't dare to be careless in the face of the winged tiger's attack. Yuan Xinxing's body shot out like a dragon out of the sea. His body was like a dragon as he violently attacked the winged tiger. Bang, the two sides collided. The winged tiger had shown its terrifying fighting strength. It had unexpectedly blocked Yuan Xinxing's attack. That guy actually blocked the captain's attack. All the older students were dumbstruck. Yuan Xinxing was so strong. In the eyes of the older students, he was almost invincible. But now, a new student had blocked his attack. Even if it was only for a short while, it was enough to shock them. The new students were also shocked. Everybody had the impression that Yuan Xinxing was like a gigantic mountain. They could only look up to him, but they couldn't compete with him. Surprisingly, Lin Feng wasn't defeated so quickly. Lin Feng's strength indeed shocked these new students. Of course, these new students didn't think that Lin Feng could persist for too long. Because Yuan Xinxing was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. A master of this level was too terrifying. His cultivation was close to the Azure Dragon Institute's deacons and elders. How could such a terrifying existence be resisted by a freshman? Therefore, regardless of whether it was the older students or the new students, none of them believed that Lin Feng could hold on for too long. Bang bang bang, Yuan Xinxing and Lin Feng's Xianxia clashed for 36 rounds. Finally, Yuan Xinxing seized the opportunity and blasted Xianxia away with a single blow. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The Xianxia that Lin Feng had transformed into exploded in midair. Lin Feng's Xianxia treasure technique was broken by Yuan Xinxing. Although the Xianxia treasure technique was powerful, Lin Feng had only cultivated it for a short period of time. Until now, he had only cultivated to the second level. Yuan Xinxing's cultivation was too terrifying. His strength had reached the level of 128. 0 million foot. This strength far exceeded Lin Feng's. Therefore, dealing with Yuan Qinxing wasn't an easy task. What a powerful secret technique, but in the end, I still managed to break it. If this is all you have, then it's time for everything to end. Yuan Qinxing sneered. He strode forward. Boom. Yuan Qinxing exploded, his fist aimed at Lin Feng. Devouring martial spirit. Facing Yuan Qinxing's attack, Lin Feng began to circulate his devouring martial spirit, condensing a spatial magnetic field. With Lin Feng as the center, a 10-meter radius of the magnetic field appeared, waves of powerful energy fluctuation surged out. A spatial magnetic field formed in an instant. Within the spatial magnetic field, there was an extremely powerful suction and restraint force. When Yuan Qinxing attacked Lin Feng, he was immediately imprisoned by Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field. He instantly realized that his movements had been greatly hindered. Martial spirit. Yuan Qinxing's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a strange martial spirit. That's right, it's a martial spirit. Yuan Qinxing, eat my fist. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He unleashed his full strength and attacked Yuan Qinxing. You think you can trap me like this? Yuan Qinxing sneered. This person was too terrifying. Although he was shrouded in the spatial magnetic field and his movements were greatly restricted, he didn't lose his ability to move. Yuan Qinxing punched. Bang! Lin Feng and Yuan Qinxing fiercely collided. Suddenly, Lin Feng was sent flying. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His bones were about to break. Yuan Qinxing jumped up and attacked Lin Feng again. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng once and for all. At that critical moment, Lin Feng activated his second and third devouring martial spirit. The third devouring martial spirit strengthened the spatial magnetic field. A powerful force surged out. It was extremely terrifying. It formed a terrifying suction force. Yuan Qinxing was extremely strong, but under the suppression of the spatial magnetic field formed by the third devouring martial spirit, he couldn't move an inch. How is this possible? Yuan Qinxing's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng took advantage of that opportunity and threw a punch at Yuan Qinxing. Yuan Qinxing was blown away. Oh my god! What did I just see? Am I hallucinating? The captain was sent flying? This can't be real. This can't be real. The older students couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that someone as strong as Yuan Qinxing could be defeated by a new student. All of the freshmen had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Every single one of their faces were filled with deep shock. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Yuan Qinxing. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Yuan Qinxing. But he hadn't thought that something even more terrifying would happen. Yuan Qinxing's dantian was filled with light. The light illuminated the empty space, and a starry ocean world appeared. In the starry sea realm, stars were smashing down one after another. It was Yuan Qinxing's starry ocean world. It was an extremely rare martial spirit. Yuan Qinxing had activated his starry ocean world. Huge stars fell down towards Lin Feng. Feeling the power of the falling stars, everyone's face was filled with horror. Under the illumination of the starry sky, everyone felt their own insignificance. What a terrifying martial spirit! Lin Feng looked grave and dignified. Lin Feng, you're really strong, but today, you'll be defeated by me, said Yuan Qinxing coldly. Shouted Yuan Qinxing icily. He released his spirit, which turned into a river of stars and bombarded Lin Feng. No, you'll be defeated by me. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't hold anything back. Lin Feng started circulating the ancient dragonesque elephant incantation. Roar. A deafening roar shook the sky. Behind Lin Feng, an ancient dragonesque elephant appeared. The ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, raised its head and roared. Bang! Yuan Qinxing's starry ocean world and countless stars were destroyed by the ancient dragonesque elephant's roar. Yuan Qinxing looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He flew back dozens of meters and slammed into a wall. He knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. His face was pale. The ancient dragonesque elephant's roar had dispersed Yuan Qinxing's condensed true qi. Captain! Captain was defeated, the seniors couldn't believe their eyes. Swish, then, they looked at the young man, who was bent over and gasping for breath. It was him. A new student. He had defeated Yuan Xinxing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. It was unreal. I actually lost. Yuan Xinxing muttered in disbelief. He was exhausted and couldn't muster up any strength. However, what was even more unacceptable was that he had lost to Lin Feng, a new student. He was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. Yet, he had lost to a new student. No one would believe him if he told others about it, right? At that moment, all the old and new students were speechless. They were still in a state of shock and hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Feng defeating Yuan Xinxing. Senior Yuan, thank you for letting me win. Lin Feng finally felt that he had recovered some strength. He cupped his fists and said. Yuan Xinxing wasn't a sore loser. On the contrary, his willpower was extremely strong. After being defeated by Lin Feng, it had motivated him to continue cultivating. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. My team admits defeat. Yuan Xinxing said. Then, the old students handed over their seniors' tokens and walked out of the ancient forest. Before leaving, Yuan Xinxing said, there's another team. That guy isn't easy to deal with. If you only have these methods to deal with me, you won't be able to defeat him. You're on your own. Lin Feng asked, I wonder who Senior Yuan is talking about. Yuan Xinxing's lips curled into a gloating smile. When you see him, you'll know who he is. With that, Yuan Xinxing left with the rest of the old students. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that the last team would be even more terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Who exactly was that guy? Even someone as strong as Yuan Xinxing had a fearful expression when talking about that person. It was obvious how terrifying that person was to be able to make Yuan Xinxing so fearful. After Yuan Xinxing and the others left, Lin Feng walked towards Long Xiyu and the others. Are you all okay? Lin Feng asked. We're fine. Thank you for your help. Long Xiyu cupped his fists. We're all freshmen, so we should help each other. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng, I haven't seen you for a while and you've become so strong. Xiao Yifei walked over and looked at Lin Feng curiously. Sister Yifei, I didn't expect you to be in this group as well. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng and Xiao Yifei were close friends when they were still in Callan Academy. It seems like it's going to be difficult for me to surpass you. You're still the same as before, always able to attack other people's confidence. Shan Yuanzhan curled his lips. Haha, Shan Yuanzhan, you're here too. Lin Feng and Shan Yuanzhan gave each other a bear hug. Meeting an old acquaintance in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment, this feeling was not bad. There was no enmity between him and Shan Yuanzhan. Long Xiyu said, this is the brother Lin Feng you mentioned to me. We went to look for brother Lin before, but we couldn't find him. We didn't expect brother Lin to have formed a group as well. Lin Feng said, now that we've reached the depths of the ancient forest, 4 out of the 5 groups have been defeated. It seems like there's still one more group, and it's also the strongest one. How about we work together again? Long Xiyu said, if it wasn't for brother Lin, we would have been annihilated. If brother Lin has any orders, we'll definitely obey. Haha, we're all good brothers. Let's find a place to rest and prepare for the final battle. Lin Feng said. Following that, the group quickly left. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others didn't know that all the new and old students in the forest were in an uproar. Because Yuan Xinxing's group had been defeated. Yuan Xinxing was a powerful existence ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. But he had still been defeated. He had been defeated by a group of new students. Many freshmen and seniors were watching from afar. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Who was it who had defeated Yuan Xinxing's group? These guys really need to be taught a lesson. They're gossiping again. A senior looked at the students hiding in the forest with a gloomy expression. Yuan Xinxing looked calm and said, we've already been defeated. What's wrong with people gossiping? Anyway, we can't lose a piece of meat. The senior smiled and said, Captain, you're very open-minded. The group of people walked out of the ancient forest under the gaze of countless new and old students. That's Yuan Qinqing? How is that possible? How could it be Yuan Qinqing? I must be seeing things. This can't be real. Many people shouted in disbelief when they saw Yuan Qinqing. Yuan Qinqing's group was ranked second among the old students. This group was strong enough to defeat any new student, but it had been defeated by a new student. Many people could not believe it. Yuan Qinqing, this is. When Yuan Qinqing's group came out, Heli and Chanlong asked in disbelief. Yuan Qinqing said, Vice Principal, we've been defeated. How did you lose? Who defeated you? Heli and Chanlong asked in shock. Lin Feng. Yuan Qinqing took a deep breath and said. What? Lin Feng? Lin Feng again? Heavens ah! Who is that Lin Feng? First, he defeated Wei Li, then Song Zhanyuan, and now Yuan Qinqing, ranked 49th on the Mountain River list, has been defeated by him. Many people were shouting in shock. There were old students, new students who had just come out from the assessment, and even the Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. Even Heli and Chanlong sucked in a deep breath. Lin Feng, this was not the first time he had heard this name, but he knew nothing about Lin Feng. Alright, go back and rest. Heli and Chanlong said. This disciple will take his leave. Yuan Qinqing and the rest left. Heli and Chanlong said a few words to an elder beside him and left in a hurry. Heli and Chanlong directly went to the depths of the Azure Dragon Institute, where an ancient hall stood. Institute Principal, Chanlong requests an audience. Heli and Chanlong stood outside the hall and respectfully said. Enter. A dignified voice sounded. Heli and Chanlong entered the hall and saw a middle-aged cultivator standing in the middle of the hall. This middle-aged cultivator exuded an imposing aura akin to that of a god. This person was the Azure Dragon Institute's headmaster. He had an even more shocking identity. He was an envoy sent over by the ancient Sun Moon City. His background was extremely deep. Heli and Chanlong bowed and said, Institute Principal, a terrifying character appeared in this assessment, defeating Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Qinqing. What? Even Yuan Qinqing was defeated? There's such a powerful new student? Institute Principal Ouyang Zhentian was shocked. That's right, the entire Azure Dragon Institute is in an uproar because of this child. Heli and Chanlong said. Let's see who this little boy is, said Lin Feng. As Ouyang Zhentian's voice fell, a light flashed in his hand, and in the next moment, a bronze mirror appeared in his palm. The bronze mirror flew into the air, and ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror. Soon, everything that was happening in the ancient forest appeared on the mirror. Countless scenes flashed past, including the battle between the new students and the old students, the battle between the new students and the fierce beasts, and so on. There were all kinds of scenes showing what was happening in the ancient forest. Finally, the scene stopped at a mountain forest. There were more than 20 new students resting here. Among them, one of the new students was sitting cross-legged on a smooth rock, quietly recovering his exhausted physical strength. This is Lin Feng? Heli and Chanlong was shocked. So young? He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. Ouyang Zhentian took a deep breath and said, That's right, he is Lin Feng. Out of the 5 senior teams, 4 of them have already been eliminated. I want to see if Lin Feng's team will defeat the 5th team, or if they will be defeated by the 5th team. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, circulating the archaic dragonesque elephant art to adjust his breathing. Although he had won the battle with Yuan Qinqing, he had used up a lot of his energy. Even with Lin Feng's strong reserves, he still felt tired. After adjusting his breathing, Lin Feng felt that he had almost recovered. He opened his eyes, which flashed with 2 rays of light. Although the battle with Yuan Qinqing had been difficult, he had won in the end. Besides, fighting against strong cultivators like Yuan Qinqing was a great opportunity for Lin Feng to gain battle experience. It would also help him improve his cultivation. The next day, Lin Feng gathered his team and continued to travel into the depths of the ancient forest. His team had a total of 20 people, and they were all outstanding freshmen. Ordinary senior teams would avoid Lin Feng's team when they saw Lin Feng's team, not daring to provoke them. Now that Lin Feng's team had included Long Xiyu and the others, they had become even stronger. For senior teams had already been defeated, so ordinary senior teams would naturally avoid them. Lin Feng and the others continued walking and finally arrived in the depths of the forest. In the distance, there were undulating mountains. On top of a mountain peak, a senior looked towards Lin Feng's team. When he saw Lin Feng's team, his mouth curled into a sneer, and he flew towards the mountainside. Halfway up the mountain, there were 10 senior students resting. "Captain, those guys are here," the senior said to a slender and handsome young man. The handsome young man was the most terrifying existence in the freshman assessment, Huang Fuyu, ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. "Haha, they're finally here? I can't wait to see who the kid who defeated you in Xianxia is." Some of the seniors suddenly laughed. They all had relaxed expressions on their faces. Obviously, these people did not put Lin Feng's team in their eyes. Or rather, they were too confident in themselves. That was because the people in this team were all experts on the Mountain River list. Moreover, the captain was ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. Although there were only 11 of them, they were enough to defeat any team. These people were confident in themselves. "Let's go and meet them." Huang Fuyu got up and rushed down the mountain. "Captain, once we cross this mountain, we should reach the end of the exam," a freshman said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Be careful, everyone." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Swish swish swish, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the forest. Long Xiyu said, "Someone's coming." As soon as Long Xiyu finished speaking. At this moment, 11 people came out of the forest one after another. It was Huang Fuyu and the others. "It's Huang Fuyu." "Heavens, why is it him?" "Oh, Huang Fuyu, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, it is said that he already has one foot in the martial general realm. It's over. I'm afraid we're all going to be wiped out." It was obvious that quite a few people recognized the terrifying existence known as Huang Fuyu. At this very moment, their faces all turned pale. Yuan Chen was ranked 49th on the Star Mountain River list and was already so powerful, it was extremely difficult to deal with him, what more Huang Fuyu, even Yuan Chenxing. In Huang Fuyu's hands, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves. "That's Yang Lei? Ranked 67th on the Mountain River list? That's Guofei? Ranked 95th on the Mountain River list?" Heavens, they're all ranked on the Mountain River list. Very quickly, everyone realized that the group of seniors in front of them did not only have Huang Fuyu, who was a Mountain River list cultivator, the rest of the people were actually all Mountain River list cultivators. This caused many of the freshmen's faces to turn pale. It was obvious that everyone felt an extremely heavy pressure. Lin Feng said, "What are you afraid of? We've already come this far. If we die, we'll face the sky. If we don't die, we'll live for thousands of years. This is the last fight, so what if we lose? Even if we lose, it will still be a glorious defeat." "That's right, the last fight." The rest of the freshmen were also provoked by Lin Feng's words. It's actually Huang Fuyu personally leading the group, and the 10 members are all ranked on the Mountain River list. This group is too terrifying. How can Lin Feng and the rest defeat this group? This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. It attracted many seniors and freshmen. These seniors and freshmen had a tacit understanding. At this moment, they were not fighting together, but hiding in the surrounding forest, nervously observing the situation not far away. Many of them felt that their hearts were about to jump out. "You must be Lin Feng, right? You actually led the group to this point. This is really out of my expectations. Originally, I thought that Yuan Chenxing and the other 4 groups would be able to handle all the freshmen without us needing to do anything. But they failed. Seems like we have to exercise our muscles today," Huang Fuyu said with a smile. "Haha, Captain, against these guys, there's no need for you to do anything. We'll do it," Yang Lei said with a loud laugh. Indeed, even if Huang Fuyu did not do anything, they still had 10 ranked on the Mountain River list. Against Lin Feng's group of 20, it did not seem like a difficult task. To them, in Lin Feng's group, only Lin Feng and Long Xiu were hard to deal with. The rest were easy to deal with. Huang Fuyu said, after staying in this broken place for a few days, if I don't move my muscles, my whole body will be stiff. I'll deal with Lin Feng. The rest, I'll leave to you guys. Don't worry, Captain, I guarantee that we'll quickly get rid of these guys. The seniors laughed and said. Brother Long, you go and deal with Yang Lei. The rest of you, form groups of 2 and try your best to delay these guys. Lin Feng said. Yes. Everyone shouted in response and rushed toward the older students. Boom. The battle erupted. The freshmen and seniors were tangled in a chaotic battle. Long Xiu rushed towards Yang Lei. And Lin Feng was fighting against the strongest Huang Fuyu. They're fighting. In the forest, all the students who were watching the battle, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, held their breaths. This was a battle between the freshmen and the seniors. Although both freshmen and seniors thought that Lin Feng's team would definitely be wiped out this time, they were still fighting against Huang Fuyu's team. However, even if they were wiped out, the battle would still be very exciting. Lin Feng, come and attack me. Use all your skills. Don't hold anything back, said Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. Lin Feng could feel the sense of superiority coming from Huang Fuyu's body. Xianxia's treasured technique. Lin Feng shouted and used the Xianxia's treasured technique. Roar. The roar of a beast shook the sky. The ancient ferocious beast, Winged Tiger, appeared. Lin Feng and Winged Tiger rushed towards Huang Fuyu. Not bad, not bad. It's a very powerful secret technique, but it's still not enough to deal with me. Huang Fuyu's mouth curved into a faint smile. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he pushed out his palm. Bang, both sides fiercely collided. The tyrannical energy spread out and destroyed everything within a 10-meter radius. Lin Feng's immemorial Xianxia was destroyed by Huang Fuyu's palm. The tyrannical energy fiercely shook Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. Huang Fuyu, who was ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, was too terrifying. He defeated Lin Feng in one move. Bang! Heavens, this Huang Fuyu is too terrifying. Many of the students who were hiding in the forest to watch the show exclaimed. Lin Feng had defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and even Yuan Xing, who was ranked 49th on the Mountain River list. His strength was obvious to all, but in the battle with Huang Fuyu, he was sent flying in the first clash. Huang Fuyu's strength was too terrifying, causing everyone to feel deeply shocked. Lin Feng took a deep breath and activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, suppressing the terrifying energy that was wreaking havoc in his body. Huang Fuyu was indeed too strong, giving Lin Feng a lot of pressure. In the previous clash, Lin Feng could almost feel Huang Fuyu's strength. This person should be a martial master of the 10th layer. His strength had reached the level of 254 million. This level of expert was too terrifying. Lin Feng did not find it strange that Huang Fuyu was able to break his attack in an instant. To be able to withstand my attack, not bad. Huang Fuyu walked over step by step. Lin Feng felt a huge pressure from Huang Fuyu's body. However, the pressure was his motivation. Boom! Lin Feng stepped forward, the battle intent in his body soaring to the heavens. What a strong battle intent! This Lin Feng is also extremely terrifying. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Some of the older students exclaimed. To be able to defeat Yuan Xing is naturally terrifying, but against Huang Fuyu, there is still a big gap. There were also some older students who said so. Yes, Huang Fuyu is too strong, within 10 moves, he can probably defeat Lin Feng. However, to be able to withstand 10 moves from Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng will be defeated honorably. One of the senior students continued. Obviously. In the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu, no one thought that Lin Feng could win. Because Huang Fuyu was simply too powerful. Qi condensation? Sensing Lin Feng's increasingly powerful battle intent, Huang Fuyu's face revealed a trace of astonishment. He then laughed coldly and said, even if you know how to condense your qi, it's useless against me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my fist suppressing mountains and rivers. As his voice fell, Huang Fuyu directly rushed towards Lin Feng. This time, Huang Fuyu displayed a very powerful fist technique. Martial arts could suppress heaven and earth. His fists could suppress mountains and rivers. As soon as the fist suppresses the mountains and rivers was executed, a terrifying pressure filled the void. Fist suppressing mountains and rivers, destroying worlds. Once the divine fist was unleashed, it was invincible. Huang Fuyu had the aura of shattering the world with a single punch. That punch enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if millions upon millions of sacred mountains were crushing down on him. That terrifying pressure made it almost impossible for him to move. He could only allow Huang Fuyu's fist to fiercely smash into his body. Not good, Captain is in danger. Long Xiu and the rest's faces changed. Even though they were separated by a distance, they could still feel the terrifying power of Huang Fuyu's attack. They were worried for Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu was truly too powerful. He was so powerful that it was almost impossible to fight against him. Take care of yourself first. The older students sneered, each wave of attack stronger than the previous one. On the side of the freshmen, it was 2 against 1. But compared to the older students on the mountain river list, there was still a huge gap. Even if the 2 of them joined hands to fight against one of the older students, they were still suppressed to the point that they did not have the strength to retaliate. His defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu's battle had also reached a critical juncture. Huang Fuyu's fist suppressing mountains and rivers was truly too powerful. It had locked onto Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng to feel an immense pressure. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. Spatial magnetic field, boom. With Lin Feng as the center, a spatial magnetic field was congealed. Within a radius of a dozen meters, a powerful suction force surged out and enveloped Huang Fuyu, greatly suppressing Huang Fuyu and restricting his movements. What is this technique? It's quite mysterious. Huang Fuyu was surprised. However, Huang Fuyu's strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field had greatly restricted Huang Fuyu's movements, Huang Fuyu was still able to move freely, although his speed was slightly reduced. However, his speed was still very fast. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate, he continued to activate the second and third devouring martial spirit. Spatial magnetic field, triple superposition. Boom boom. When the 3 spatial magnetic fields were superposed together, the restrictive power of the spatial magnetic field was displayed to the extreme. Even if it was Huang Fuyu, his movements were also greatly restricted. Back then, Lin Feng's 3 empty space magnetic fields had made it difficult for Yuan Shenxing to move. But now, Huang Fuyu's 3 empty space magnetic fields had slowed him down, but he could still move. He walked towards Lin Feng and said icily, "Indeed, you're a terrifying cultivator. No wonder Yuan Shenxing was defeated by you back then. But if you think you can defeat me with that, you won't be able to do it." Huang Fuyu had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, and a terrifying punch was thrown towards Lin Feng. "Wind rises, clouds soar," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He had also attacked. In the forest, a strong wind was blowing. "The wind is rising." Many people cried out in alarm. "Look, over there." Some people pointed towards the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. A hurricane swept over and instantly tore the trees and rocks that were enveloped by the hurricane into pieces. Then, the hurricane rushed towards Huang Fuyu. In a flash, the hurricane swallowed Huang Fuyu whole. "Break!" shouted Huang Fuyu loudly. That terrifying hurricane was actually dispersed by Huang Fuyu's roar. Huang Fuyu was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, and he threw a punch at Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's great covering the heavens hand was ready to attack Huang Fuyu. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu were once again colliding violently. Crack, crack, that tyrannical strength spread out, and the ground cracked. Cracks appeared all around the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. Everyone's faces were filled with incomparable shock. How terrifying was the power that spread out to cause such a terrifying destructive power? After the second collision with Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying strength enter his body. It was like a flood that wanted to tear him apart. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Huang Fuyu's attack. But Lin Feng had practiced the ancient dragonesque elephant formula, which was considered the #1 godly technique of the immemorial era. His body was even stronger than a demon's body. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to withstand that terrifying strength. Then, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant formula to dissolve that terrifying strength again. You really surprised me, but now it's time to end it. Huang Fuyu was astonished when he saw that Lin Feng had managed to withstand his crushing mountains and rivers fist. But then, his face turned cold. Huang Fuyu took a step forwards and threw an even more terrifying punch at Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu was too terrifying. Lin Feng's great heaven-covering hand was unable to injure Huang Fuyu. This was enough to show how strong Huang Fuyu was. Now, Huang Fuyu attacked again. This time, his attack was even more powerful and terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel suffocated. Apart from Lin Feng, who was in big trouble, the others were also in big trouble. Wu Ming and another new student called Sun Yu were besieging a senior student. However, their attacks were being countered by the senior student. The senior student seized the opportunity and attacked with 2 palms. Bang bang Wu Ming and Sun Yu were immediately sent flying. Their true chi was scattered and they no longer had the strength to fight. As for Huang Lei and Huang Linger, they were also completely suppressed by a senior student. That senior student took advantage of the gap between the two of them to rush forward and send Huang Lei flying with a punch. Following that, he sent Huang Linger flying with a palm strike. Huang Lei and Huang Linger also lost their ability to fight. The new students were constantly being defeated. Although the new students had more people and each of them was besieging a senior student, the strength of these seniors was too terrifying. Even though they were fighting 1 against 2, they were still relaxed. Bang 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 a series of muffled sounds of collision were heard, accompanied by painful groans. Then, the new students were sent flying and fell to the ground. Their true chi was scattered and they lost the ability to fight. In the blink of an eye, 14 new students were defeated. Long Xiyu, Yan Gan, Xianyuan Zhan, Xiao Yufei and the others were also struggling. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The gap between them is too big. Many students who were hiding in the forest to watch the show shook their heads when they saw the new students being defeated by the seniors. Huang Fuyu's team was too strong. It was not something the new students could compete with. Now, everyone was looking at Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu. The battle between the two of them had reached a critical moment. Huang Fuyu attacked once again. His palm blasted towards Lin Feng. Obviously, Huang Fuyu wanted to finish off Lin Feng quickly. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng felt the terror of Huang Fuyu's attack. His expression was very dignified. In order to deal with Huang Fuyu, Lin Feng had already used the triple spatial magnetic field and the great heaven-covering hand, but Huang Fuyu had still easily neutralized his attacks. Lin Feng knew that it was too difficult to defeat Huang Fuyu. Now, Lin Feng felt a deep pressure from Huang Fuyu. Huang Fuyu was like an insurmountable mountain. That terrifying attack carried with it a terrifying aura that could destroy everything as it blasted down in an instant. Danger! 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 Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Let's fight! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He began to madly circulate the Archean Dragonesque elephant art. Boom! The Archean Dragonesque elephant art was activated. The shadow of the Archean Dragonesque elephant condensed behind Lin Feng's back. In Buddhism, Dragonesque elephant meant the supreme god of power. The Archean Dragonesque elephant destroyed everything with its terrifying power. In the myths and legends, it was said that the Archean Dragonesque elephant stood in the starry sky and could destroy a galaxy with a single punch. From this, one could see how terrifying the Archean Dragonesque elephant's power was. Now, Lin Feng had condensed the Archean Dragonesque elephant. Roar! The Archean Dragonesque elephant roared and swung its giant fist towards Huang Fuyu. What secret skill is this? Huang Fuyu's expression changed when he felt the terrifying aura from the Archean Dragonesque elephant's body. He naturally felt the power of the Archean Dragonesque elephant's shadow. This was Lin Feng's most powerful technique. The Archean Dragonesque elephant art was the #1 forbidden theurgy of the Archean era. Once this forbidden theurgy was used, it could cause an extremely terrifying attack. Bang! The Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow and Huang Fuyu clashed fiercely. The terrifying energy dissipated, and the mountains in the distance were shaken by the terrifying energy and collapsed. Even though there was a long distance between them, everyone could feel the suffocating aura. Kill! Lin Feng roared and activated the Archean dragonesque elephant art with all his might. The Archean dragonesque elephant and Lin Feng merged into one. The power of the Archean dragonesque elephant was completely infused into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng and Huang Fuyu clashed together. The tyrannical energy shockwave swept out, and a large area of the forest was destroyed. Heavens, that guy, he actually fought with Huang Fuyu for more than 10 rounds without being defeated. All the new and old students cried out in disbelief. Huang Fuyu. He was a powerful existence ranked 27 on the Mountain River list. Lin Feng was just a new student. Originally, everyone thought that within 10 rounds, Lin Feng would be defeated by Huang Fuyu. But now, both sides had already clashed for more than 10 rounds, and Lin Feng was still not defeated. This gave everyone a huge shock. Bang bang bang, the earth shook. The destructive power of the two's battle was too great. The earth sank, the mountains and rivers crumbled. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Feng extended his hand and grabbed a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. He pulled it up and smashed it towards Huang Fuyu. Break! Huang Fuyu roared and punched out, shattering the mountain peak. Lin Feng, it's time to end this. I'll show you my strongest attack, said Lin Feng furiously. Huang Fuyu shouted coldly. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from Huang Fuyu's dantian. Everyone saw a strange scene being projected from Huang Fuyu's dantian. A vast body of water appeared in the void. At the end of the vast ocean, a bright moon slowly rose into the sky. See rising moon, this was Huang Fuyu's martial soul. This was an extremely rare and terrifying martial soul. Even in the glorious Immemorial era, a martial soul like the sea rising bright moon could be considered a top martial soul. Lin Feng had experienced by Xuanyang sea rising Sunday. It was also a terrifying martial soul. The sun and the moon were opposites, but they complemented each other. However, it was obvious that Huang Fuyu's martial soul was many times stronger than Bai Xuanyang's martial soul. This was because Huang Fuyu was too strong. Bai Xuanyang was no match for him. Heavens, see rising moon. Huang Fuyu is being forced to this extent by Lin Feng. Lin Feng is going to lose. He can't resist Huang Fuyu's see rising moon. Many of the older students roared. Rumble. See rising moon. The moon shone over the mountains and rivers. That moon was descending from the sky and moving straight towards Lin Feng to oppress him. A terrifying power poured out, as if a huge ancient mountain was pressing down on his body. The moon hadn't completely suppressed him. Lin Feng was almost defeated. Huang Fuyu's martial soul was too strong. Devouring martial soul. Lin Feng crazily circulated his 3 devouring martial souls. In his dantian. The 3 black holes formed by the devouring martial souls spun crazily. It was at this moment that a terrifying scene appeared. Rumble, the 3 devouring martial souls merged into one and flew out of Lin Feng's dantian. They floated above Lin Feng and turned into a huge black hole. It was like a black hole in the universe that could devour everything. When Huang Fuyu's sea rising bright moon arrived, the bright moon was swallowed by Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. No, impossible. What martial soul is that? Huang Fuyu couldn't believe his eyes. Devouring martial soul, devouring everything. Lin Feng sneered in response. In the next moment, he stepped out, shrinking the ground into an inch. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Fuyu and punched out. Bang! Huang Fuyu couldn't dodge in time. The punch ruthlessly landed on Huang Fuyu's chest. Huang Fuyu felt as if he was struck by lightning. He flew out 10 meters and directly broke a mountain. His body slid down. His face was as pale as paper. His true chi was dispersed by Lin Feng's punch. He no longer had the strength to fight. How is this possible? Huang Fuyu was actually defeated. Everyone roared in disbelief. Huang Fuyu, ranked 27 on the Mountain River list, was actually defeated. Countless shocked gazes looked at the handsome young man who was panting heavily with his hands on his hips. Even a terrifying existence like Huang Fuyu was no match for him. How strong was he? Defeated, Huang Fuyu was actually defeated. In the main hall, Helian Changlong saw the scene in the bronze mirror and exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng defeating Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Xing was already shocking enough, but now, even the 27th ranked Huang Fuyu was defeated. This was too terrifying. Institute Principal Ouyang Xintian took a deep breath and said, I really did not expect such a genius to appear in this batch of new students. Indeed, he's too strong, even Huang Fuyu is not his opponent. In the future, this brat will definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Mountain River list. Helian Changlong said. Even the top 5 is possible. Ouyang Xintian said. Captain was actually defeated. All the older students muttered in disbelief. They were fully aware of Huang Fuyu's strength, but it was precisely because they knew how strong Huang Fuyu was. At this moment, watching Huang Fuyu being defeated by Lin Feng, they were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. This guy actually defeated Huang Fuyu. Xian Yuanzhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the battle with the older students, he and another new student were unable to withstand the older student's thunderous attacks and were defeated. Following that, a shocking scene occurred. Huang Fuyu was defeated by Lin Feng. Who else? Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over the remaining 10 older students. These 10 older students were all experts on the Mountain River list. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. This battle, we lost. This is the older student token. Huang Fuyu struggled to stand up, throwing his older student token to Lin Feng. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. You deserve it, said Lin Feng. Huang Fuyu said with a complicated expression. Before this, Huang Fuyu would never have believed that he would be defeated by a new student. This is the older student token. The other older students also took out their tokens. Let's go. Huang Fuyu led the group away. Heavens, this Lin Feng is too terrifying, even Huang Fuyu is not his opponent. Huang Fuyu's defeat will surely shake the Azure Dragon Institute. Everyone, regardless of whether they were seniors or freshmen, were discussing animatedly. 6 hours later, Huang Fuyu's group walked out of the Crouching Dragon Ridge. Heavens, is that Huang Fuyu? Huang Fuyu and the others have also come out? Did they lose as well? How is this possible? Huang Fuyu is ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. How can he lose to a new student? Whether it was the students, teachers, or even the Azure Dragon Institute's elders and attendants, everyone was discussing fervently, looking at Huang Fuyu who was walking out step by step. Even if he couldn't accept it. But this was the truth. There was only one reason why Huang Fuyu and the others had walked out of the ancient forest, and that was because they had been defeated. Whoosh whoosh, 2 figures flew over from afar. They were none other than the Azure Dragon Institute's principal, Ouyang Xintian, and the Genius Barracks vice principal, Helian Changlong. Greetings, Chief. Everyone saluted Ouyang Xintian. No need to be so courteous. Ouyang Xintian waved his hand. Greetings, Prefecture Lord. Huang Fuyu and the others walked up and bowed. I already know what happened in the ancient forest, all of you can go back and rest. Ouyang Xintian said. Yes, this disciple will take his leave. Huang Fuyu and the others left. Ouyang Xintian closed his eyes and rested. Many people were shocked. A peerless genius must have appeared in this assessment, otherwise, how could the prefecture lord personally come? An elder inquired. Huang Fuyu, who did it? Huang Fuyu took a deep breath and answered, Lin Feng. With that said, he left with the rest of the group. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lin Feng, it's actually Lin Feng again. How terrifying is this Lin Feng? Even Huang Fuyu wasn't his opponent. Many people exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng, this name, again and again, shook everyone's heart. The new disciple assessment had yet to end, but Lin Feng's name had already spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Did you hear? Even Huang Fuyu was defeated? What? Huang Fuyu was defeated? How is that possible? There's a new disciple that can defeat Huang Fuyu? It's that Lin Feng who defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, and Yuan Xinxing, and now he defeated Huang Fuyu. Heavens isn't this Lin Feng a little too terrifying? He's just a new disciple, yet he defeated Huang Fuyu, ranked 27th on the Mountain River list. How strong is this guy's cultivation? Haha, next year when the Mountain River list is re-ranked, there will be a good show to watch. I think that Lin Feng will rise to the top of the Mountain River list, but who knows who will be pushed down. Those freaks at the top of the Mountain River list will probably be depressed that such a powerful new disciple actually appeared in the Azure Dragon Institute. The entire Azure Dragon Institute, whether it was the outer division, the Genius Barracks, the dining hall, the dormitory, or any corner of the campus, whether it was students, teachers, administrators, or elders, they were all talking about Lin Feng defeating Huang Fuyu. Even the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen was talking about this matter. The Fire Qilin, who was secretly eating in the kitchen, jumped up when it heard the chef's discussion, muttering, "This guy is actually so fierce. I heard that Huang Fuyu was a 10th Heavenly Layer martial master, yet he was still defeated by this brat. Looks like this brat's cultivation must have advanced by leaps and bounds." After muttering to himself, the Fire Qilin continued to lie on the floor, gnawing on a pig's shoulder. Hearing the commotion, several chefs took out their kitchen knives and quietly came to the corner where the Fire Qilin was hiding. "You dog thing, you actually came here to steal food again. Today I'll chop you up to go with my wine." Several chefs pounced on the Fire Qilin. Recently, a kitchen thief had appeared in the kitchen, because every day, there would be a lot of things missing from the kitchen, no one knew who was eating them. These chefs had just finished cooking, but in the blink of an eye, they could disappear. These chefs searched for a long time before finally finding the culprit. His mother, a dragon in the shallows, is being toyed with by a shrimp. To think that in the past, this grandpa was also an invincible character in the 3000 prefectures, yet today I've fallen to the point of being chased and beaten by several chefs. I'm going to run. The Fire Qilin jumped up, skillfully dodging the several chefs' attacks, jumping out the window, disappearing from sight. Time flowed by. 3 days later, the new disciple assessment ended. The top 30 students with the most outstanding results successfully entered the Azure Dragon Institute's Genius Barracks, but the Azure Dragon Institute did not lower their focus on the new disciples just because the new disciple assessment ended. Countless people were still discussing who exactly Lin Feng was. He actually defeated Wei Li, Song Zhanyuan, Yuan Shenxing, and Huang Fuyu, for famous Mountain River list senior students. The Genius Barracks was located in the deepest part of the Azure Dragon Institute, completely separated from the outer division. Lin Feng, Long Xiyu, Yan Gan, Xianyuan Zhan, Xiao Yifei, and the rest who had excellent results in the new disciple assessment had successfully joined the Genius Barracks. A group of people headed to the Genius Barracks to report. The Genius Barracks was located at the highest peak. "How long has it been? You're already as fat as a ball. I heard there's a kitchen thief in the Azure Dragon Institute recently, could it be you?" Lin Feng glared at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin pouted, "Your damn devil bead swallowed all my god force, of course I have to eat and drink to replenish my energy." Lin Feng's mouth twitched, he didn't believe a single punctuation mark in the Fire Qilin's words. It was obviously a glutton, yet it made it sound so fresh and refined. Lin Feng only wanted to say to the Fire Qilin, "You're really shameless. Lin Feng, what are you mumbling behind us?" Xiao Yifei turned around to look at Lin Feng, who was lagging behind. Lin Feng smiled. "It's nothing." The Fire Qilin also obediently shut its mouth, following behind Lin Feng. Everyone felt a little strange that Lin Feng had such a pet following him. Huang Linger asked, "Lin Feng, what kind of pet is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Lin Feng blushed with shame. This was a divine beast, a Fire Qilin. In the Tianwu continent's 3000 continents, there was probably only one. Moreover, it was a Fire Qilin that had shrunk to 1 meter in size. Of course you haven't seen it before. Ao. The Fire Qilin growled at Huang Linger. Obviously, Huang Linger's way of addressing it had provoked the Fire Qilin's dissatisfaction. Looking at the Fire Qilin's ferocious appearance, Huang Linger's face paled. This little thing didn't look like a threat, so why was she so afraid? Huang Linger was also baffled by this point. Soon, the group reached the top of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large platform that looked like it was carved out by a blade. This was the Genius Barracks encampment. On the platform were layers upon layers of palaces. At this moment, many senior students had gathered at the entrance of the genius camp. The older students also looked curiously at Lin Feng and the others. The Blood Dragon Gang is here. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. More than 20 senior students rushed over from afar. All of them were wearing blood-red robes. They were the elites of the Blood Dragon Gang. The person in the lead was a handsome young man. It's the ninth elder of the Blood Dragon Society, Su Haotsong. Someone said in surprise. Su Haotsong had an extraordinary position in the genius camp. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a spirit array master. In the Azure Dragon Institute, a spirit array master's status was one level higher than others. The Blood Dragon Gang's people looked coldly at Lin Feng's group after they arrived. Senior brother, that guy is Lin Feng. A member of the Blood Dragon Gang pointed at Lin Feng. Su Haotsong glanced at Lin Feng and revealed a sinister expression. The people of Wind Snow School are here. At this time, another commotion came from afar. More than 10 female students walked over, led by 2 extremely beautiful women. One of them was Su Zimo's cousin, Lin Qiushuang, while the other was Shui Ziyao. Both of them were upper echelons of Wind Snow School. The Wind Snow School only recruited female students and was also one of the 5 major forces in the genius camp. Look! The Drizzle Building's people are here. Someone shouted again. A group of people walked over from afar, and the one in the lead was a woman with a sword. That woman had picturesque features, a delicate figure, creamy skin, and rippling eyes. Such a delicate beauty, but her origin was extraordinary. This woman was called Zhou Yingying, and her brother Zhou Shiyu was the founder of the Drizzle Building. The Wild Tiger Gang's Yuan Qinqing is here. Someone shouted again. Yuan Qinqing had participated in this year's assessment. As the leader of one of the 5 inner courtyard teams, Yuan Qinqing had lost to Lin Feng. However, this didn't make him feel discouraged. On the contrary, it ignited his fighting spirit. The Lightning Heaven Sect's Zhao Wu and the others are here. Someone pointed in the distance. More than a dozen older students were approaching. The leader of the group was Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu was tall and burly, giving people a visual impact. There were many groups in the genius camp, big and small. But the most powerful groups were the Blood Dragon Gang, the Wind Snow School, the Drizzle Building, the Wild Tiger Gang, and the Lightning Heaven Sect. These 5 forces were not only established by the students, but they also had the support of the various clans and forces of the real Wushu country behind them. It was the first time that all 5 groups had come on the day of the genius camp. Haha, Brother Lin, welcome to the genius camp. Yuan Qinqing said with a smile. Brother Yuan. Lin Feng clasped his fists. So this is Brother Lin? Old Zhao, I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Wu laughed and walked over, as if he knew Lin Feng very well. Lin Feng? The Blood Dragon Gang Su Haotsong. The 9th elder of the Blood Dragon Gang, Su Haotsong, also walked over and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I heard that you train in sword techniques. You can come to my Drizzle Building for an exchange. I have 72 types of sword techniques here. Zhou Yingying said. Lin Feng, welcome to the genius camp. Lin Qiushuang also walked over. The genius camp's 5 big groups were trying their best to rope in Lin Feng. None of the students found it strange. Lin Feng had defeated the 27th ranked Huang Fuyu of the Mountain River list. Naturally, he was the center of attention. To be able to recruit Lin Feng as one of their subordinates, it would definitely be a huge boost to their own power. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Lin Feng clasped his fists and replied politely. Alright, everyone, make way, the new students still need to report. A loud and clear voice came out. Following that, a man who looked like an iron tower walked over. Seeing this man, many students shrunk their necks in fear. This was the head instructor of the Genius Camp's martial arts practice courtyard. All the students of the Genius Camp had suffered at the hands of this head instructor. This was to the point that the head instructor of the Genius Camp, Feng Gang, was given the nickname of Black Rakshasa by others. This is the head instructor of the martial arts practice courtyard. Yuan Qinqing whispered. Lin Feng nodded. Follow me. Feng Gang glanced at Lin Feng and the others, then turned and walked inside. Let's talk another day. Lin Feng clasped his fists and followed behind Feng Gang with Long Xiu and the others. Many people started to disperse. Senior brother, Guo Zifei, I'm afraid that Nailan Kuan's disappearance is related to this brat. A member of the Blood Dragon Gang whispered to Su Haotsong. I already know about this matter. Tomorrow, invite him to the Broken Enchantment. I will personally talk to him. It's best if he understands the situation, otherwise, at this point, a cold killing intent appeared in Su Haotsong's eyes. Lin Feng and the rest followed Feng Gang to settle the check-in procedures. From today onwards, they would be training in the Genius Barracks. There were 3,000 students in the Genius Barracks. All of them were powerful, and this place was a place for crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Furthermore, some of the students were extremely low profile, and did not participate in the Mountain River list rankings, but that did not mean that they were not strong enough. The Genius Barracks had the most complete training system, including the training of martial arts. There was also the Alchemy Hall, the Spirit Array Hall, and the Weapon Refining Hall, the 3 auxiliary professions for the students to choose from. The vast 3,000 prefectures, Spirit Array Masters and Alchemists had extremely high statuses. Although weapon refiners could not compare to Spirit Array Masters and Alchemists, they were still respected. To become a Spirit Array Master or Alchemist was not an easy task, as there was an extremely harsh requirement for Spirit Force. Weapon refiners, on the other hand, did not have such requirements. In the Genius Barracks, there were over 100 Spirit Array apprentices and Alchemist apprentices, but there were only a few true Spirit Array Masters and Alchemists. To transform from a Spirit Array apprentice or Alchemist apprentice to a Spirit Array Master or Alchemist apprentice was not an easy task. And the benefits that the disciples of the Genius Barracks received were extremely astonishing. Every one of them could receive 50 Great Dragon Pills every month to train, and if they wanted to obtain more Great Dragon Pills or other training resources, they could use points to exchange for them. Every day, the Genius Barracks would give out missions, and by accepting missions and completing them, they would be able to obtain points. When Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the dormitory, some of them rested, while others left the dormitory to visit the Genius Barracks. While Lin Feng and Fire Qilin walked towards the Spirit Array Hall. I feel that you should give up on Spirit Arrays and follow me to learn alchemy. I guarantee that I can nurture you into the greatest alchemist in the 3,000 prefectures. Fire Qilin twitched its mouth and said. Were you very powerful in the past? Lin Feng asked. Of course, that year in the Sacred Sky Region's Alchemist Assembly, I was in the limelight. Fire Qilin said proudly, but thinking about his current state, he could not help but sigh, it's all because of your damned demonic pearl that I am in this state. Sooner or later, I will eat it. Fire Qilin had a fierce look. He continued, how about it? Do you want to learn alchemy? Of course I have to learn them, but the most important thing right now is to improve my skills in spiritual arrays. Although alchemy can allow me to concoct all kinds of precious pills, it can't provide me with a powerful fighting ability. Lin Feng said. Damn, perhaps this is the main reason why alchemists are always lower in status than Spirit Array Masters. The Fire Qilin said indignantly. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin arrived at the Spirit Array Master Hall. The Spirit Array Master Palace was a huge palace with 3 floors. Currently, Lin Feng's Spirit Array Master level had stopped at yellow rank, initial rank, and high rank. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need to learn more advanced Spirit Array techniques. Clearly, the Jiaolan Academy did not have this kind of high-grade array formation, but the Azure Dragon Institute probably had it. The Spirit Array Master Hall was very spacious. The first floor was where students learned. The second and third floors were where Spirit Array techniques were placed. Lin Feng arrived at the second floor. At the entrance of the second floor, there was a gigantic door made of energy which blocked Lin Feng's way. Damn, this is the Soul Force Gate. Only those who have reached a certain level of soul force can enter. To this uncle, this is child's play. The Fire Qilin curled its lips. Although this guy's god force had been sucked dry by the devil bead, his soul force was still there. Lin Feng tried to pass through the soul force gate and entered with ease. He said, once you reach yellow rank, initial rank, and initial rank, you should be able to enter. The Fire Qilin said, it should be a method set up by those Spirit Array Master apprentices. If one doesn't have enough soul power to touch a high-level spirit array technique, it will greatly damage one's soul source. At the same time, this gate of soul power can also act as a sensor. If someone tries to force their way through the gate of soul power, they will definitely be discovered by the other guardians. You're not a spirit array master, so isn't this considered trespassing? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. That's right. I'm happy to. The fire Qilin swaggered inside. This guy. Lin Feng was quite speechless. He shook his head helplessly and walked inside. He saw that the second floor of the hall was filled with cupboards. Every cupboard was sealed by the Soul Force Gate. There were all kinds of spirit array techniques in the cupboards. Yellow rank, initial rank, initial rank, initial rank, fireball technique, condense 12 spirit inscriptions to form a fireball. The fireball's explosion can cause great damage. Yellow rank, initial rank, clear water technique, condense 15 spirit inscriptions to create clear water out of thin air. Yellow rank, initial rank, intermediate rank, imperial sky technique, condense 26 spirit inscriptions to perform the imperial sky technique. You can control all kinds of objects from a distance and make them float in the air. Lin Feng looked at the dazzling array of spirit array techniques and was full of joy. His current spirit array techniques were all learned from Sun Tiantu. Many of the spirit array techniques were simple auxiliary spirit array techniques. For example, Lin Feng's body cleansing technique was to clean the filth on his body. As for attack-type spiritual array techniques, he had only trained in 2 types. One was the Great Azure Dragon Array, and the other was the Great Sword Ocean Array. However, these 2 types could not be called spiritual array techniques, but spiritual arrays. Spirit Array, it was a large array set up by a spirit array master with the help of various materials. Once the large array was activated, it could cause great damage. For example, when he had set up the Great Azure Dragon Array, Lin Feng had used dozens of array materials to set it up successfully. This required him to prepare the materials in advance and set it up in advance. As for spirit array techniques, they were a kind of offensive method. As long as he circulated his soul force, he would be able to set it up very quickly. It was like using a martial art and could be quickly used to kill the enemy. Relatively speaking, spirit array techniques were more favored by spirit array masters. This was because spirit array techniques could be used in many situations, but spirit arrays required a lot of effort to set up in advance. Once a sudden battle broke out, spirit arrays would not be needed. This was what most spirit array masters thought, but Lin Feng did not think so. When he had first come into contact with spirit arrays, Sun Tiantu had once said, "Spirit arrays are the foundation of a spirit array master." Only by learning complex spirit arrays can one build a solid foundation. When one's foundation is solid, it will be much easier to learn spirit array techniques. Lin Feng, take a look over here. The fire Qilin shouted. Lin Feng walked over and looked at the closet that the fire Qilin was pointing at. Yellow rank, initial stage, peak great array, great black tortoise array. A total of 72 spirit inscriptions are formed. Once successfully condensed, it can create the most powerful defensive power. This was a basic array. It was not a spirit array technique. If one wanted to break through to the yellow rank, initial stage, or peak spirit array master, they naturally had to cultivate basic arrays first. For example, the Azure Dragon Array, the Sword Sea Array, and the Black Tortoise Array. When one broke through to the yellow rank, initial stage, or peak spirit array master, one could cultivate this level of spirit array technique. This is the basic array I need. Lin Feng smiled. He reached out to grab the book on the Black Tortoise formation. Buzz. In a flash, the deployment marks on the wardrobe intertwined and turned into a terrifying wave of energy, blocking Lin Feng's path. The soul power seal on the cabinet was very shocking and bounced away Lin Feng's hand. This Black Tortoise Array was a yellow rank, initial stage, and peak spirit array. Then, the soul power seal in the cabinet should be a yellow rank, initial stage, and peak spirit array. Your soul power doesn't seem to be enough. Fire Qilin said. Nonsense, I felt it long ago. Lin Feng curled his lips. He focused his mind. Then, he reached out his right hand for the second time. This time, the soul power seal on the cabinet only resisted for a moment. Lin Feng's right hand successfully passed through the soul power seal and took out the black tortoise array. Success! Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Fire Qilin muttered, your soul power is growing really fast. It hasn't been long since you broke through to the yellow rank, initial stage, and advanced spirit array master. You really can't compare yourself to others. If other spirit array masters knew about your cultivation speed, wouldn't they be depressed to death? Cough cough. At this moment, coughing sounds came from the end of the passage. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were shocked and turned to look. At the end of the passageway, a skinny old man in a black robe had appeared out of nowhere. That old man was squinting his turbid eyes and looking over. Fire Qilin suddenly felt his hair stand on end. When did this old man appear? He actually didn't notice. This made Fire Qilin's hair stand on end. Disciple Lin Feng greets Senior. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng quickly recovered and bowed to the old man. The mysterious black-robed old man walked in front of Lin Feng and looked at Fire Qilin with a hint of surprise, as if he was wondering what kind of spirit beast Fire Qilin was. The old man quickly stopped looking at Lin Feng. He stretched out his skinny right hand and took the black tortoise deployment spell from Lin Feng's hand. The black tortoise deployment spell is not suitable for breaking through to a higher cultivation level. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Feng clasped his hands. The old man looked at Lin Feng and said, you're young, but your soul power is astonishing. The black tortoise array only has 72 spiritual marks. You should know that every time you break through, your soul power will greatly increase. The increase in your soul power has a lot to do with the array you use to break through. The stronger the array you use to break through, the more your soul power will increase after you break through. In the long run, the difference between using an ordinary array to break through and using a top-notch array is unimaginable. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I've been looking for a long time, but I only found this black tortoise array. Lin Feng said. The old man took out a yellow scroll from his sleeve and gave it to Lin Feng. The great formation of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. Lin Feng exclaimed. The Big Dipper has 36 spiritual inscriptions and the Earth Fiend has 72 spiritual inscriptions. If you use the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend array to break through, your soul power will be at least 3 times that of a spirit array master of the same level. The old man said. Lin Feng gasped. It was as the old man had said. If he used the black tortoise array to break through, it was made up of 72 spiritual marks. On the other hand, the celestial spirit array had 216 spiritual marks, a difference of 3 times. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Lin Feng thanked the old man. You don't have to thank me in a hurry. Do you know why many people would rather choose an ordinary array to break through than a high-level one? The old man suddenly asked. Because they don't have a high-level one. Lin Feng thought for a moment before answering. Slap. The old man slapped Lin Feng's head. Then, he said angrily, you're unteachable. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He really didn't know. The old man took a deep breath and said, it seems like you haven't been in contact with spirit arrays for long, so it's normal that you don't know. Lin Feng felt helpless. If you think so, why did you hit me? This slap of his was really unjust. It's because the degree of danger is different. If you're able to break through an ordinary basic array, such as the black tortoise array, then the difficulty of cultivating the heavenly spirit earth terminus array will increase by at least 3 times. However, the cultivation of spiritual arrays involves the soul. If there's a mistake during cultivation, it will cause great harm to the soul. Throughout history, there have been countless spiritual array masters who harmed their souls while cultivating spiritual arrays. In the end, the consequences were very serious. They suffered a backlash and could no longer cultivate. Hiss. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder spirit array masters would choose to cultivate an ordinary array to break through. The first reason was that it was hard to obtain a high-grade array. To begin with, a spirit array master's basic array or spirit array technique was extremely rare. Even a big force like the Azure Dragon Institute didn't have many. Moreover, some high-grade arrays were even harder to find. Of course, the main reason was the second reason. Just as the old man said, cultivating a high-grade array would cause too much damage. After all, a spirit array master was only a supporting profession. Cultivation was the foundation. For a supporting profession, one would risk the possibility of destroying one's cultivation. Who else could it be? Most likely, they wouldn't be willing to do such a thing. What? Scared? The old man's lips curled into a cold sneer. There was also a faint trace of disappointment. Lin Feng said, "Scared? I'm scared? Isn't it just 3 times the danger? To me, it's not a problem at all." Lin Feng raised his head to look at the old man again. He found that the old man had disappeared without a trace. How did he disappear? Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. Disappearing into thin air, wasn't that too scary? The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, "What's the big deal? If my god force wasn't swallowed by the devil bead, this kind of trick would be child's play to me. Stop bragging, let's go." Lin Feng put the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend's array into his robes. F***ck, I've never bragged. Back in the day, I beat up a primal chaos ancestor in the depths of chaos, stepped on a 9-headed devil dragon at the peak of the blue sea, and kicked down an ancient Holy Land's holy lord with a single kick in the middle Holy Land. I've done countless earth-shattering things. AI, stinky brat, don't walk so fast. Listen to me, I'm not bragging. The new students had 10 days to adapt to the new environment. During that time, they weren't allowed to participate in the cultivation of the geniuses. Instead, they were allowed to understand everything about the geniuses' camp, including the structure of the geniuses' camp, the details of each courtyard, the history of the geniuses' camp and so on. After Lin Feng went back, he locked himself in his room and told Long Shiyu and the others not to disturb him. The fire Qilin said, "That old man is playing tricks, he wouldn't have given you an incomplete basic formation, would he? Be careful of failing and turning into an idiot." Bang! Lin Feng sent the fire Qilin flying with a kick. The fire Qilin roared in anger, "Are you bullying me because I don't have any god force? Truly, when a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs." Lin Feng scolded, "Speaking such depressing words at such a critical moment, I'll stew you next time." The fire Qilin was indignant, "I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Just shut up, or go back to being a kitchen thief." Lin Feng said. "That's a really good idea." After hearing you say that, the gluttonous bug immediately came out. The fire Qilin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and ran out with a swoosh, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng began to mourn for the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen. Wherever the fire Qilin went, there would be chaos, everyone would shout and beat him. This guy was a complete disaster. If it weren't for the devil bee devouring his god force, who knew how many things would have happened. After the fire Qilin left, Lin Feng began to prepare to practice the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. He closed the door and windows, then took out the necessary talisman brushes, talisman papers, and talisman liquid. To practice the formation, one had to try to draw the spirit patterns on the formation over and over again, which required a strong soul force. The Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation had a total of 216 spirit patterns. Lin Feng spent 3 hours reading the book on the Great Deployment Spell of Celestial Baleful Earthly Evil Deployment Spell. Then, he carefully comprehended the key points of every step recorded in the book. The method of drawing each spiritual mark was memorized in his mind. This was a huge project because each spirit pattern had a myriad of variations. The higher the level of the formation, the more complicated the structure of the spirit pattern. If a low-level yellow-rank spirit array master forcibly drew the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation, even if it was just one spirit pattern, it would probably turn the other party into an idiot. Even if it was just one spirit pattern, a low-level yellow-rank spirit array master's soul force, the yellow-rank spirit array master's soul force would not be able to support such a huge consumption. Besides, Lin Feng had to memorize all 216 marks in his brain. One could imagine how difficult that was. If he had been able to create the Xianwu deployment spell, he wouldn't have had to face so much pressure. The initial stages of becoming a spirit array master were very important. The more profound the foundational formation was, the more powerful one's soul force would be after the breakthrough. Soul power was too important to a spirit array master. It was related to what level a spirit array master could reach in the end. When Lin Feng memorized the 150 spirit patterns of the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation, he felt a piercing pain throughout his body. It was a piercing pain that originated from his soul, a pain brought about by his soul origin. The Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation contained too much information. Even with Lin Feng's current soul force, it was difficult for him to completely grasp it. As expected of a top-notch foundational formation, I can't hold on much longer with just 150 spiritual inscriptions. Lin Feng's face was very pale. In fact, Lin Feng's soul force was very strong. During the Spirit Array Master Talent test, Lin Feng's soul force was the highest level, orange. Initial soul force was divided into white, silver white, cyan, dark gold, dark purple, purplish gold, and orange. Every time a Spirit Array Master's realm increased, their soul force would greatly increase. For example, a yellow rank, beginner, and advanced Spirit Array Master with a white talent and a yellow rank, beginner, and advanced Spirit Array Master with a dark gold rank, beginner, and advanced Spirit Array Master might have a difference of several times. A difference of several times in soul force at the same level was too terrifying. This kind of difference was difficult to make up for. And Lin Feng's talent was orange, the highest level among the 10, his soul force was definitely at the peak of his level. But even so, Lin Feng still couldn't memorize all the 216 spirit patterns recorded in the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. It seemed impossible for a Spirit Array Master at Lin Feng level to cultivate this kind of formation. It was simply a fool's dream to cultivate this Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation and break through. It was completely unrealistic. Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Suppress it. Lin Feng endured the piercing pain in his head and circulated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Boom, in Lin Feng's mind, the image of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant appeared. It stepped on the sky and had a galaxy above its head. It suppressed the world. When the Archean Dragonesque Elephant appeared, the piercing pain disappeared. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant art was indeed worthy of being the #1 Archean taboo divine art. There were many times when it could play a huge role and help Lin Feng turn danger into safety. Just like now. Lin Feng memorized 150 spirit patterns in his mind and began to comprehend the remaining spirit patterns. When he comprehended 180 spirit patterns, an even more piercing pain swept through his body. It was so painful that Lin Feng started to twitch. Lin Feng turned pale and continued to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art to suppress it. Finally, after an hour, the pain disappeared. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the spirit patterns of the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. When he comprehended the 210th spirit pattern, the pain came again. This time, the indescribable pain almost made Lin Feng collapse. But the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art protected Lin Feng's soul from the backlash. In the end, Lin Feng comprehended the 216th spirit pattern recorded in the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. Phew! It was only at this moment that Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His mental state also gradually calmed down. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Feng started to practice the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation. The most difficult part of drawing a formation was the comprehension of the formation. As long as he could comprehend the wonders of the various spirit patterns of the formation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough by practicing continuously. For 5 days, Lin Feng drew thousands of talismans. Finally, on this day, a shocking energy fluctuation came from the room. On the talisman paper, densely packed spiritual inscriptions intertwined to form a complex array. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be ancient doors standing in the formation. Those were the Great Heaven Spirit Gate and the Great Earth Terminus Gate. I've finally broken through to the yellow stage, the peak of the elementary stage Spirit Array Master. Lin Feng smiled. Tisk. Suddenly, the talismans that were used to draw the Great Heaven Spirit Earth Terminus formation burned and turned into ashes. End of chapter 169. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.